Chapter 418 We're a family, come on in. It's cold out here, Tang Haifeng said. Ji Yuning then walked over and supported Tang Haifeng walking inside. Grandpa, how's your body recently? Ji Yuning asked with concern. Very good. Thanks to your help, I am already cured of heart disease, and I'm getting stronger. It's as if I'm 20 years younger now. Saying that, Tang Haifeng was more than happy. The elderly cared about their physical condition the most, and nobody wanted to be tormented by diseases. When they entered the hall and had a seat, cups of tea, fruits, and desserts were already placed on the table. Girl Ji Yu, have some fruits and desserts if you like. Just take this as your own home. We will probably have dinner a little late because I invited your uncles to join us tonight, Tang Haifeng said. Sure, no problem, Ji Yuning replied. She was looking forward to meeting Tang Yunfen. Although she had seen his picture, she would love to meet him in person. At this time, the housekeeper, Quan Bohang, came out with a plate of freshly baked dessert. When his sight fell on Ji Yuning, he was quite surprised. This girl's features indeed closely resemble Lord Tang's when he was young. The housekeeper had served the Tang family for over 20 years, and he was in his 50s now, so he naturally knew what Tang Yunfen had looked like at a young age. Quan Bohang had a good impression of Ji Yuning after he saw her in person and noticed that she greatly resembled Tang Yunfen. Actually, he also hoped that Ji Yuning could be Tang Yunfen's daughter. In that case, Tang Yunfen wouldn't be alone throughout this lifetime. Girl Ji Yu, this is our housekeeper, you can just call him Uncle Quan. Tang Haifeng introduced to Ji Yuning. Nice to meet you, Uncle Quan, Ji Yuning said politely, standing up to greet Quan Bohang. Nice to meet you too, Miss Ji Yu. Please have a seat, Quan Bohang replied. After chatting with Tang Haifeng for a short while, Ji Yuning left for the bathroom. A young man ran into the hall from outside shouting, Grandpa, I'm home. Seeing Tang Jokai being so naughty, Tang Haifeng scolded him. Don't run so fast. What if you knocked into someone? Tang Jokai indeed almost knocked the housekeeper over when he was running inside. Tang Jokai rubbed his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Saying that, Tang Jokai glanced around the room, but didn't see Ji Yuning. He was very disappointed. Grandpa, didn't you say that my younger sister is home? Where is she? He ran home the moment his grandpa told him that Ji Yuning was in the Tang family's house. However, when he came back in a hurry, he didn't see any girl, so he thought that maybe his grandpa felt bored and trapped him into coming home. Tang Jokai had never met Ji Yuning before, but Ji Yuning already impressed him from Tang Haifeng's description, and he would love to have her as his younger sister. Meanwhile, Tang Jokai felt nervous, because he wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning would like him as her older brother. Tang Jokai always wanted a young sister. Unfortunately, he only had an older female cousin. Besides, his older female cousin wasn't adorable at all, because she grew up in the military base and always bullied him. Although he had also been trained in the military base for a few years and knew how to defend himself, he was barely comparable to Cao Wenxin, who was his older female cousin. Of course, that was just their way of getting along with each other. It didn't mean that Cao Wenxin disliked Tang Jokai, although she often bullied him. Cao Wenxin had wanted to serve in the army or the police, but the Cao family wouldn't allow her to do so. Those were dangerous jobs, and Cao Wenxin was too impulsive to be a soldier or a policewoman. Therefore, Cao Wenxin was still unemployed right now, and felt adrift. Anyway, the Cao family and the Tang family were very rich, and she was able to live an affluent life without doing anything. Thus, her family didn't care whether she had a job or not. She's in the bathroom, Tang Haifeng said. Hearing that Ji Yuning was here, Tang Jokai was cheered up. The second that Tang Jokai sat down, Ji Yuning walked out. When their eyes met, both of them were struck dumb. Ji Yuning recognized Tang Jokai at first glance. Tang Jokai, on the other hand, thought that Ji Yuning looked quite familiar. Oh, it's you. Tang Jokai rounded his eyes in shock and abruptly stood up in excitement. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was curious. Jokai, do you know girl Ji Yu? Ji Yuning thought that he must have read some news about her on the internet, because they had never met before. She was right. Tang Jiakai didn't have time to answer Tang Haifeng's question, but directly asked Ji Yuning, "Did you rescue an injured girl at the airport yesterday? And did you kick Zhao Kengelin meters away at the horse racing field today? And did you win all the bets and make 10 million yuan within a day?" Hearing what Tang Jiakai had said, Tang Haifeng was astonished too. He heard the news of the stampede at the airport, but he had heard nothing about the horse racing field. It was also shocking news that Ji Yuning was able to make 10 million by horse betting. Tang Jiakai didn't read the news of horse racing field on the internet, he heard it from his friend. The young heir of the horse racing field was Tang Jiakai's good friend, and he told Tang Jiakai everything. Unexpectedly, the girl who became famous in the horse racing field in a day was Ji Yuning, and she was in Tang Jiakai's home now. "Yes, it was me." Ji Yuning smiled. Ji Yuning didn't show any pride or arrogance, because it was no big deal for her. "Jesus, you're so awesome," Tang Jiakai exclaimed. He now really admired Ji Yuning, then he laughed. "Ha ha, if Wu Yang and my other friends find out that the girl who shocked them is my younger sister, they will be so jealous." Wu Yang was the young heir of the horse racing field, Wu Yang Siwan. Tang Jiakai didn't feel awkward at all when he said, "My younger sister," but Ji Yuning was surprised. Tang Jiakai indeed treated her like she was a member of his family. It also showed that Tang Jiakai was amiable. After that, Tang Jiakai stared at Ji Yuning with anticipation. "My younger sister, call me your older brother." Chapter 419 Younger sister protects older brother. Although Ji Yuning wasn't used to calling him her brother yet, she still did it in order to not upset him. "Older brother," Ji Yuning said. "Ha ha, I have a younger sister now. Since you already call me your older brother, I'll protect you from now on." Tang Jiakai laughed out loud, but suddenly he realized he was wrong. "Oh, no, I think it's you who should protect me, because Cao Wenxin is such a bad girl. She'll come later, and probably bully me once more. You must protect me, please." Tang Jiakai cozied up to Ji Yuning without hesitation, as if Ji Yuning was his boss, instead of his younger sister. "Ha ha," Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. She thought that Tang Jiakai was quite funny. "Tang Jiakai," Tang Haifeng snapped at him. Tang Jiakai didn't think that it was a big deal and argued. "Grandpa, why don't you tell Cao Wenxin to stop bullying me?" Tang Haifeng was annoyed, but didn't say a word. If he could stop Cao Wenxin, who was a spoiled, naughty girl, he would have done it already. "Please, help me." Without Ji Yuning's answer, Tang Jiakai didn't give it up. "Fine," Ji Yuning said. Actually, she was curious to meet Tang Jiakai's older female cousin. Seeing Tang Haifeng being irritated, Ji Yuning immediately changed the topic. "Grandpa, Happy New Year, where is my red envelope?" Saying that, she held out her hands for the red envelope. Tang Haifeng was amused. "Ha ha, you're so rich now, do you still want my red envelope?" Although Tang Haifeng was joking, he took out the red envelope at once. "Well, you're my grandpa. It's different. I want good luck from you," Ji Yuning said with a smile when she got the red envelope from Tang Haifeng. "I won't take red envelopes from those who I don't care about." Ji Yuning wasn't lying. Either way, Tang Haifeng felt touched. Ji Yuning didn't open the red envelope right in front of Tang Haifeng, but she used her jade eyes to see what was inside. There was a bank card in it, but Ji Yuning didn't know how much money there was in the account. Anyway, it would probably be a lot. Ji Yuning took out the red envelope that she was going to give as a gift to Master Tang too. That was the way of socializing. "Grandpa, I've prepared a New Year gift for you too," Ji Yuning said and walked to her suitcase. "What is it?" Tang Jiakai and Tang Haifeng were both curious. Tang Haifeng understood that the gift had to be special. In fact, no matter what Ji Yuning sent to him, he would take it with pleasure. He was only worried that Ji Yuning would send him a very expensive gift, and he would feel guilty to accept it. "It won't be a surprise if I directly tell you, so you need to open it yourself," Ji Yuning said. She opened her suitcase and took out a medium-sized paper box. Then she walked back to Tang Haifeng and handed the present to him. Tang Haifeng took it with curiosity and placed it on the table. Tang Jiakai came closer at once. The box was opened, and there was an object wrapped in a red cloth. Tang Haifeng cautiously unwrapped the red cloth, and was amazed to see what was inside. This is a Senkai camel from the Tang dynasty. Tang Haifeng recognized it at first sight, and he believed that it had to be real since it was a gift from Ji Yuning. This Senkai camel was precisely one of the antiques Ji Yuning had taken out from the ancient grave yesterday. Tang Senkai was a versatile type of decoration on Chinese pottery using glazes or slip, predominantly in the three colors of brown, green, and a creamy off-white. It was particularly associated with the Tang dynasty. This Senkai camel was 87 centimeters tall and 61 centimeters wide. It had double humps with one leaned left and the other leaned right. The whole body was mainly brown glaze, with different shades of green, white and yellow colors in between. The camel headed up, and the sacks were hung between the two peaks. Both sides of the bags were hung with toes, kettles, flat pots, water bladders, and so forth. Tang Jokai knew nothing about antiques, but he also knew that it was Tang Senkai. Wow, it must an antique from the Tang dynasty. It must be expensive. You're so generous, Tang Jokai said to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning smiled. Not really. I accidentally found it and it turned out to be real. Ji Yuning didn't want Tang Haifeng to feel guilty, because she didn't spend much money on it. Moreover, she also told Tang Haifeng that it was real in case he had doubts. Nevertheless, I think this Senkai camel is too valuable. Tang Haifeng still didn't think that he should accept this gift, which was worth at least dozens of millions of yuan. Grandpa, if you don't accept my gift, I won't accept your red envelope either, Ji Yuning said, and pretended to be displeased. Well, Tang Haifeng hesitated. His red envelope was barely comparable to this Senkai camel. And, I also want to ask Grandpa for a favor. In order to let Tang Haifeng accept her gift, Ji Yuning thought of something to ask him for help. Of course I'll help you, even without this Senkai camel. Tang Haifeng said. The thing is, I established a jewelry company a while ago, and I want to open a branch in City B now. However, I'm not familiar with City B, so I want Grandpa to help me find a store with a good location along with a good manager, Ji Yuning said. The idea just dawned on her, because she was so occupied with work now that she hardly had time to deal with the branch. Therefore, Ji Yuning brought it up now simply because she wanted Tang Haifeng to accept her gift without hesitation. And she planned to use the excuse that she needed their promotion later when she was going to give jewelry to the ladies in the Tang family. No problem, Tang Haifeng answered with alacrity. However, this Senkai camel. Grandpa. Ji Yuning interrupted him. Do you still regard me as a member of your family? Of course I do, Tang Haifeng immediately said. Then please accept it. If you refuse to do so, I'll leave right away and dump it into a trash can. Ji Yuning acted like a spoiled naughty child. Chapter 420. Let's have a fight, you. Although he knew that Ji Yuning said it on purpose, Tang Haifeng was still annoyed. He was really afraid that Ji Yuning would throw this Senkai camel away, which would be a great loss. Fine, I'll accept it, alright. Tang Haifeng compromised. Ji Yuning then smiled with satisfaction. Seeing Ji Yuning handling Master Tang so well, Tang Jokai couldn't help admiring her. You're so good at acting. Are you interested in being an actress? I can be your agent. He was joking too. Nonsense, Tang Haifeng said. I think that girl Ji Yu is born to be the big boss. Ji Yuning smiled gently, but didn't say anything. After that, Tang Haifeng was absorbed in the Senkai camel, and kept looking at it from different angles, while Tang Jokai talked with Ji Yuning. Or to be more specific, it was more like Tang Jokai continuously asked Ji Yuning questions. Sister, how are your studies? Sister, which university is your favorite? Sister, why don't you attend a university in City B? Sister, you're so outstanding at such a young age. You're adept at kung fu, you know how to cure people, you know stone gambling and antiques, and most importantly, you know business. Sister, would you mind if I followed your lead from now on? Tang Jokai, enough. Tang Haifeng couldn't stand his noise anymore. Tang Haifeng was displeased, and Tang Jokai could only close his mouth. Oh, girl Ji Yu, why don't you stay in this house before you leave City B? Tang Haifeng asked Ji Yuning. Thanks, Grandpa, but I think I'll stay in the hotel. Ji Yuning declined politely. She indeed had the idea to have a tour around this grand house, but she didn't want to stay here at night, which wouldn't be convenient or comfortable for her. Come on, sister, there are so many rooms for so few people here. Just stay with us, Tang Jokai said. Thanks, but I have other things to deal with. Ji Yuning declined again. Since Ji Yuning said so, Tang Jokai and Tang Haifeng didn't insist. Well, could you visit me more often as long as you're free in City B? I get bored, Tang Haifeng said. Ji Yuning smiled. No problem. However, she would be going home in a few days. Around 5 p.m., Cao Wenxin arrived. Once she walked in, she raised her voice. Tang Jokai, where are you now? How dare you challenge me? And where is your helper? Hearing the voice, it was apparent that Cao Wenxin had a fiery temper. Ji Yuning figured it out instantly. Tang Jokai must have challenged Cao Wenxin the moment she had promised to protect him. However, she had only promised to protect him when he was bullied by others. How come it ended up being a challenge? Wasn't he afraid that Ji Yuning might lose? Tang Jokai really believed in Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning was able to kick Zhao Kengalin 3 meters away, it shouldn't be difficult for her to beat Cao Wenxin. Within seconds, Cao Wenxin had already run into the room. Don't shout in public. It's not polite, Tang Haifeng criticized, but he was already used to it. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning was here today, so Tang Haifeng didn't want to scare her. Cao Wenxin didn't listen to Tang Haifeng, as usual, but she was surprised when she saw Ji Yuning. Tang Jokai, is this your girlfriend? She is pretty. No one could blame Cao Wenxin for mistaking Ji Yuning as Tang Jokai's girlfriend, because Ji Yuning was their age and was a stranger. In addition, it was the first time that Tang Jokai had brought a girl home, so it had to be his girlfriend. What are you talking about? She's not. Tang Jokai felt a little embarrassed. Really? Cao Wenxin didn't believe him. She's Grandpa's new granddaughter, Tang Jokai said. Oh, she is Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin was amazed. Cao Wenxin had heard of Ji Yuning from Tang Haifeng, and she admired Ji Yuning too. The Tang family never treated people differently because of their family background. On the contrary, they were all kind and grateful. Hi. Ji Yuning stood up and greeted Cao Wenxin. Hi, I'm Cao Wenxin. Since you're my grandpa's new granddaughter, then you'll be my younger sister. I'll protect you from now on, Cao Wenxin said, and caught Ji Yuning's shoulder like they were already close sisters. Ji Yuning had saved her grandpa, so she was the Tang family's lifesaver. In addition, Ji Yuning was so outstanding at such a young age, which left a good impression on Cao Wenxin. Therefore, Cao Wenxin honestly regarded her as a younger sister. Normally, Ji Yuning was reluctant to be touched by a stranger, but she didn't have the feeling when Cao Wenxin laid an arm on her shoulder. However, before Ji Yuning could say a word, Tang Jokai opened his mouth with disdain. Interesting. You want to protect her. Do you have the ability? Cao Wenxin was struck dumb for a second, then asked Tang Jokai with uncertainty. Do you mean your helper is Ji Yuning? Tang Jokai had just called and told her that he found someone who could beat her, which was a pure challenge in Cao Wenxin's eyes, so she ran to the Tang family's house at once. Yes, you're right, Tang Jokai said proudly. Cao Wenxin turned to Ji Yuning. Do you fight? It wasn't because Cao Wenxin didn't believe Tang Jokai, but she respected Ji Yuning, and wanted to hear the answer from Ji Yuning's mouth. Yes, Ji Yuning said with a slight smile. Great, then let's have a fight. If you can beat me, I won't bully Tang Jokai anymore, Cao Wenxin said. Of course you can reject. I won't force you. Cao Wenxin had a fiery temper, but she also had respect towards others and always kept her promises. However, the Tang family was an exception, like Tang Jokai. Tang Jokai was utterly unwilling to practice fighting skills with Cao Wenxin, because he was beaten by Cao Wenxin every time. My lovely sister, my future relies on you now, Tang Jokai said to Ji Yuning and begged. Ji Yuning gave him a resigned smile. I will do my best. Not only because of Tang Jokai, but because Ji Yuning also wanted to have a competition with Cao Wenxin. Chapter 421. An official meeting between father and daughter. Tang Haifeng wanted to stop them, because fighting wasn't a good thing, and he was worried that they could get hurt, but since both of them agreed, he couldn't do anything about it, so he just reminded them to be careful. Do be careful. I will. Cao Wenxin gave her grandpa a perfunctory answer, then ran to the yard, pulling Ji Yuning, followed by Tang Jiakai. Tang Haifeng also followed them, walking outside. In the yard, Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning stood across from each other, while Tang Haifeng and Tang Jiakai stood 3 meters away. Cao Wenxin asked, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready," Ji Yuning said. "Great, let's begin," Cao Wenxin said, and attacked Ji Yuning at once. She wasn't sure about Ji Yuning's strength, so she only used a third of her strength in case Ji Yuning would be hurt. Facing Cao Wenxin, Ji Yuning didn't bother to use much strength either. Domestic servants in the Tang family all went ahead to watch the game. In the beginning, they thought that Ji Yuning had annoyed Cao Wenxin. However, since Tang Jiakai and Tang Haifeng were watching too, they understood that it was just to practice. After a few movements, seeing that Ji Yuning wasn't weak at all, Cao Wenxin started to attack heavily. Cao Wenxin was good at fighting, but was still barely comparable to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning could beat the top special forces after all, and Cao Wenxin was merely as strong as a common soldier. Therefore, no matter how heavily she attacked Ji Yuning could easily get control of her. When Cao Wenxin used her full strength, but still failed to gain any advantage in the competition, she understood that she was hardly an opponent for Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin didn't want to give up, so she persisted. Right at this moment, a black Bentley moved into the gate of the Tang family. It was Tang Yunfan's car. Once the car entered the gate, Tang Yunfan noticed the two girls who were fighting against each other. Even though Ji Yuning was moving quickly, he still recognized her at first glance. Seeing Ji Yuning, Tang Yunfan was struck dumb. "It's her. Why is she here?" Tang Yunfan's mood was affected when Ji Yuning appeared in his sight, and he didn't know why either. Seeing that they were fighting, he couldn't help worrying about Ji Yuning even though Ji Yuning had the advantage. Tang Yunfan didn't understand that it was because of their blood connection. Ji Yuning sensed Tang Yunfan's gaze and also saw him. Although it was Tang Aining's soul in Ji Yuning's body, she had a strange feeling while facing Ji Yuning's biological father. In her previous incarnation, Tang Aining's father was a totally evil person who had betrayed her mother and made her mother lie in a vegetative state. She also had to follow her father's orders, risking her life and do bad things for the sake of her mother's life. She couldn't change what had already happened, but she could get revenge. She made up her mind to completely unseat that Tang family. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning's emotions were affected, and she accidentally hit Cao Wenxin's left shoulder with great force, and Cao Wenxin's left shoulder was dislocated. Cao Wenxin felt hurt, but she didn't shout in pain, because she had often been injured throughout the years of training kung fu. Everyone was shocked by the accident, including Ji Yuning. She immediately walked to Cao Wenxin and said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it." Saying that, she pulled Cao Wenxin's left arm and moved the shoulder back to its normal position. "It's fine." Cao Wenxin didn't mind, because she knew that Ji Yuning didn't mean to hurt her. And it was unavoidable to be hurt in a fight. "Are you all right?" Tang Jiakai and Tang Haifeng ran to them and asked worriedly. "I'm fine. It's unavoidable to get hurt in a fight," Cao Wenxin explained, because she didn't want others to blame Ji Yuning. Tang Haifeng and Tang Jiakai understood that, and nobody blamed Ji Yuning. "Ji Yuning, I failed," Cao Wenxin said. "However, you're really awesome. Do you have a kung fu master as your teacher or something?" Ji Yuning smiled. "Yes, really." Cao Wenxin was surprised. "What does she do? Can I meet her?" "She passed away last year," Ji Yuning said and looked sad. "What?" Cao Wenxin was shocked. "I'm sorry. It's fine. You didn't know." Ji Yuning didn't mind. Meanwhile, Tang Yunfan walked to them, and his sight fell on Ji Yuning once in a while. "Yunfan, come here. Let me introduce you," Tang Yunfan said, and pulled Ji Yuning to Tang Yunfan's side. "This is my new granddaughter, Ji Yuning." When Tang Yunfan stood with Ji Yuning, Tang Haifeng thought the two really resembled each other so much. He sighed and said, "Well, I just can't help noticing that you two closely resemble each other." Hearing that, Tang Yunfan looked at Ji Yuning's face, and he was distracted a little. Cao Wenxin also glanced between Tang Yunfan and Ji Yuning. She had the same idea. It's true, Cao Wenxin said with surprise. Although Tang Haifeng had told her that Ji Yuning greatly resembled a young Tang Yunfan, she had been too young at that time, so she didn't have much of an impression. However, when Tang Yunfan and Ji Yuning appeared at the same time, their features were very alike. Indeed, if uncle were married, I would believe that Ji Yuning is uncle's daughter, Tang Jiakai said. Daughter. Hearing the word, Tang Yunfan had a strange feeling, and he felt an increasingly growing intimacy towards Ji Yuning, which made himself think that maybe there was a connection between Ji Yuning and him. Grandpa, is Ji Yuning your illegitimate daughter? Cao Wenxin suddenly had a wild guess. Are you insane? Tang Haifeng hit Cao Wenxin with his crutch, but Cao Wenxin quickly moved away. I'm just kidding, Cao Wenxin argued. Do you think that it's funny? Tang Haifeng was mad. Cao Wenxin also realized that she shouldn't have said that, so she remained quiet afterwards. Chapter 422 Investigate Ji Yuning's life experience. Girl Ji Yu, please don't mind. Xin is just joking, Tang Haifeng said to Ji Yuning. It's fine. Ji Yuning didn't care. Seeing that Ji Yuning wasn't mad, Tang Yunfan was relieved, then he introduced Tang Yunfan to Ji Yuning. This is your uncle Yunfan. Nice to meet you, Ji Yuning said. Hi, Tang Yunfan said lightly. All of a sudden, Tang Yunfan felt great pain in his head. Yunfan, what's wrong? Tang Haifeng was nervous. Tang Yunfan's secretary, Quan Mingkai, who was walking behind him, immediately ran over and opened his briefcase to get the medicine. Quan Mingkai was Quan Bohang's son and had complete loyalty towards the Tang family, so he became Tang Yunfan's closest assistant. However, before Quan Mingkai took out the medicine, Ji Yuning stepped forward and directly massaged Tang Yunfan's temples with her hands. She rubbed steadily, but secretly put her power into Tang Yunfan's body. What? Quan Mingkai was struck dumb, and didn't know what was happening. He held the medicine up before Tang Haifeng but was stopped. Wait a second, Tang Haifeng said. Although everyone knew that Ji Yuning had a special method of massage, they couldn't help doubting its effect. Tang Yunfan felt a flow of coldness spread in his head, and the pain was soon relieved. After a short while, he went back to normal. Tang Yunfan opened his eyes, looking at Ji Yuning who was right in front of him. He felt so close to this girl. Yunfan, how do you feel now? Tang Haifeng asked with concern. I don't feel any pain now, Tang Yunfan said. He then turned to Ji Yuning. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Ji Yuning said with a gentle smile. Quan Mingkai hadn't seen Ji Yuning's face until now, and he was astonished to see that this girl greatly resembled his boss. I have some files to deal with, so I'll go back to my room now. Please let me know when dinner is ready, Tang Yunfan said coldly, like he couldn't stand being with them any longer. Quan Mingkai followed him at once. Girl Ji Yu, please don't mind. He's always like that, Tang Haifeng said to Ji Yuning. I understand. It's fine, Ji Yuning said. Why did Yunfan suddenly have a headache? And he has medicine with him. Apparently, it wasn't the first time. Is he? Tang Haifeng was deeply worried. Grandpa, you don't need to worry. Uncle is fine now, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that and thinking of Ji Yuning's exceptional ability, Tang Haifeng relaxed. If Ji Yuning was able to cure his heart disease, Tang Yunfan's headache must be easy. Wow, sister, you're so awesome. Tang Jiakai said with admiration. Sister, are you a goddess in a human being's body? You're so good at kung fu and you also easily cured grandpa and uncle. Cao Wenxin said. Maybe. Ji Yuning joked. Ha ha, you won't reject any compliment, will you? Cao Wenxin laughed. Nevertheless, you have to teach me some fighting skills. Saying that, Cao Wenxin pulled Ji Yuning, walking back to the center of the yard, whether Ji Yuning agreed or not. Ji Yuning, of course, didn't mind. Ever since Tang Yunfan had been in an accident 19 years ago, the Tang family wouldn't forbid the younger generation from practicing kung fu. Instead, the younger generation except for Tang Jiakai who wasn't very interested in kung fu, and who merely dabbled in it, had been trained professionally from their childhood so that they could protect themselves if anything happened to them. Cao Wenxin was able to fight against 10 common men by herself. She was much better than Chu Peihan. Ji Yuning sensed that someone kept looking at her the entire time from the third floor of the main living building. Without a doubt, it had to be Tang Yunfan. It was a good thing that Tang Yunfan still felt attached to Ji Yuning. In the study on the third floor, Tang Yunfan was standing by the window. Through the curtain, he was staring at the beautiful young girl in the yard. He wasn't clear about what he was doing, but he was unwilling to rest either. Quan Mingkai noticed that there was something wrong with his boss, and he also had many thoughts in his mind. However, he didn't dare to say it because he wasn't sure. All of a sudden, Tang Yunfan covered his forehead with his hand again. Quan Mingkai thought that he was having a headache once more and asked in a hurry, "Boss, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just have a strange feeling towards this girl. I don't know why, but I have the desire to get close to her." Facing Quan Mingkai, Tang Yunfan didn't hide his real feelings. Quan Mingkai was the one that Tang Yunfan talked with most in the Tang family. Even Tang Haifeng wasn't confident that he knew Tang Yunfan better than Quan Mingkai did. "Boss, is it possible that the girl really has some connection with you? After all, you lost a year of memory. Could it be possible that you had a daughter with a woman in that year?" Quan Mingkai had a wild guess. Before Ji Yuning appeared, nobody would ever have had that idea, but Ji Yuning indeed greatly resembled Tang Yunfan, and people started to make wild guesses. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan's body stiffened a little. Every time he had a headache, there was a vague image of a woman in his mind. Although the image wasn't clear at all, it affected Tang Yunfan deeply and made him refuse to get married to another woman. In the past, Tang Yunfan had the idea that the vague image could have some connection with him, but he didn't have any proof, and the image was too vague to be real. But now, Ji Yuning's appearance made Tang Yunfan believe that what Quan Mingkai had just said was likely to be true. Since he had doubts, he would find out the truth. Investigate Ji Yuning's life experiences as soon as possible. "Yes, boss," Quan Mingkai answered. Then he made a call and gave the order. With the influence of the Tang family, it couldn't be easier to investigate a person. When it was just past 6 p.m., the Cao family's car drove into the gate of the Tang family's grand house. Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning were practicing kung fu in the yard. This time, they weren't competing against each other, but Ji Yuning was teaching Cao Wenxin. Seeing the scene, Cao Wenxin's parents, Cao Ruowa and Tang Yunrong, were both amazed. "Jesus! The girl who is teaching Shin must be my father's new granddaughter, Ji Yuning. She's even better at kung fu than Shin is. I'm curious about her background," Tang Yunrong said in surprise. Chapter 423 Family Dinner. "I think she must have been trained professionally," Cao Ruowa said. It seemed that this young girl wasn't simple at all. Did she really have no other aims when she established a close relationship with the Tang family? Although Ji Yuning had saved Tang Haifeng's life, and the Tang family owed her, they couldn't deny the possibility that she had done it for her own benefits. Of course, Cao Ruowa didn't want to think that Ji Yuning was a bad person either, but one had to be careful. If Ji Yuning simply wanted to expand her business with the Tang family's support, as long as it was legal, they wouldn't mind, because they did owe her. However, if her aim was to hurt the Tang family, they would never allow it to happen. The Cao family's car stopped outside of the main living building. Cao Ruowa and Tang Yunrong got out of the car, walking to Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning. "Hi, aunt and uncle," Tang Jokai said. "Jokai, is this girl your grandpa's new granddaughter?" Tang Yunrong asked. "Yes," Tang Jokai replied. At this time, Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning stopped too. Cao Wenxin pulled Ji Yuning, running to Cao Ruowa and Tang Yunrong. "Dad, Mom, please let me introduce you. This is Ji Yuning, Grandpa's new granddaughter." Seeing Cao Wenxin's attitude, she obviously liked Ji Yuning. Cao Ruowa and Tang Yunrong were both astonished then when they noticed Ji Yuning's face. "Wow, they look exactly alike." Tang Yunrong suddenly had a good impression of Ji Yuning. "You indeed closely resemble Yunfan when he was young. Nice to meet you, Mr. Cao and Mrs. Cao." Ji Yuning greeted them politely. They hadn't officially regarded her as a member of their family yet, so it wasn't appropriate if Ji Yuning called them uncle and aunt right now. Ji Yuning's good manners also impressed them. Nice to meet you too, Tang Yunrong said with pleasure. Hi, Cao Ruowa said lightly. It wasn't because he disliked Ji Yuning, although he did have suspicions. Instead, he always looked strict. And even though he held suspicion towards Ji Yuning, he wouldn't show them on his face. Actually, Ji Yuning completely understood that they wouldn't completely trust her yet, because she was still a stranger to them. If they completely trusted her just because she had saved Tang Haifeng's life, they would be too naive to be such a successful family. They treated her politely now just because she hadn't done anything harmful to the Tang family yet, but it was impossible for them to sincerely regard her as a member of their family in such a short time. They would when Tang Yunfen finally found out that she was his biological daughter. However, Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry. It's getting dark. Let's go inside, Tang Yunrong said. Although Cao Wenxin wanted to continue, it was late. Cao Wenxin directly held Ji Yuning's shoulder and said, Sister, why don't you go out with me to have fun tonight? Where? I'll go with you, Tang Jokai asked in excitement. Just shopping, hanging on the street, having some snacks or something, Cao Wenxin said and gave Tang Jokai a knowing glance. Tang Jokai immediately understood where Cao Wenxin was really going tonight, and he was more excited then. Sounds good. I can be your driver, Tang Jokai said. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, had no idea where they were going to have fun tonight, but she didn't care. Since they were all in a good mood today, it wasn't a bad idea to hang out with them. Before long, Tang Yunheng and his wife, Zhang Liwen, came home. When they saw Ji Yuning, they had the same reaction as everyone else. Oh, you must be Ji Yuning. Zhang Liwen smiled. It's so nice to meet you. Yes, I'm Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning stood up at once and greeted them. Well, we heard about what you did, and that you're so outstanding at such a young age. Again, thank you so much for rescuing my father-in-law, Zhang Liwen said with sincerity. It's my pleasure, and I think it's fate that brought us together, Ji Yuning said. You're right. That's fate. Zhang Liwen laughed, and she liked Ji Yuning from her heart now. Ji Yuning was so pretty, kind and smart, and she wished she could have a daughter like her. In fact, Zhang Liwen had always wanted a daughter, but unfortunately, when she had given birth to Tang Jokai and his twin brother, she had been injured and could not get pregnant again. If Cao Wenxin wasn't born in the Tang family, she probably would have adopted a girl as her daughter. Come here, and have a seat. Zhang Liwen pulled Ji Yuning to sit down next to her, and then began to chat with Ji Yuning. The meal wasn't ready yet, and Cao Ruowa asked Tang Yunheng to discuss something upstairs. When they came to Tang Yunheng's study, Cao Ruowa directly told Tang Yunheng his suspicions towards Ji Yuning. He had no intention to stir things up, but just reminded Tang Yunheng to be careful. Tang Yunheng actually had the same idea as Cao Ruowa. He didn't believe Ji Yuning was just being kind and had no other aims either. Thus he would treat her politely until she was caught doing harmful things. Do you think we need to investigate her? Cao Ruowa asked. I don't think so. If she doesn't want to hurt us at all, it'll be rude if we investigate her behind her back, but we do need to be cautious, Tang Yunheng said. Cao Ruowa agreed. When it was dinner time, they all gathered in the dining hall. Ji Yuning was arranged to sit by Tang Haifeng. Actually, there was no rule for the Tang family to sit by order, and nobody would mind who sat with whom. Before they started to enjoy the dinner, Tang Haifeng said seriously, I bet that everyone already knows about girl Ji Yu. I invited her to visit me at home in order to let you meet her too. From now on, she's a member of our family and we will treat her as our family. Hearing that, everyone agreed, and no one was dissatisfied. After that, Tang Haifeng introduced his family to Ji Yuning. Girl Ji Yu, this is Tang Yunrong, my eldest child, and this is Cao Ruowa, her husband. Tang Yunheng is my elder son, and Zhang Liwen is his wife. Tang Yunfen is my younger son. They're all your uncles and aunts now. Cao Wenjun is also a member of the Cao family, but he's busy today, so he's absent. Jokai has a twin brother called Tang Jiayang. He's studying abroad. After the introduction, Ji Yuning stood up and greeted them. I'm so happy to have you all be my family, and Happy New Year everyone. Happy New Year. they said together. Chapter 424 New Year Gift. It's the New Year festival and we definitely have to give you a New Year gift, Zhang Liwen said first, and took out a document from her handbag. Ningning, this is for a villa in Wufu Hills. Please take it as me and your eldest uncle's New Year gift as well as the first meeting gift for you. If you're not used to staying in this old house when you come to City B in the future, you may stay in the villa. Ji Yuning was a little shocked, and didn't take it immediately. Wow, it's too luxurious. Ningning, just take it. I live right next to this villa, so we can be neighbors. Cao Wenxin persuaded. But, although the Tang family was the richest family in City B, and a villa was nothing for them. The house price was crazily high in City B and a villa in the downtown was worth at least dozens of millions of yuan. Please accept it. We're a family, aren't we? Zhang Liwen said. Ji Yuning didn't know how to reject so she accepted it in the end. Thank you, so much. After that, Tang Yunrong took out her gift. Ningning, this is the gift from me and your uncle. Since you already have a villa, you must be in need of a car. The car is parked at the villa. Thank you so much. Ji Yuning had no reason to reject Cao Ruowa and his wife, since she had already accepted the gift from Tang Yunheng and his wife. She took a look at the papers in the file. It was a Lamborghini which cost over 10 million yuan. And then, it was Tang Yunfan's turn. He took out a red envelope and said, Happy New Year. Although he seemed cold as usual, he sounded unusually gentle. Thanks. Ji Yuning took it. She used her jade eyes, and saw a black card inside. OMG. Her father really was the richest one in the family. Maybe because Tang Yunfan was Ji Yuning's biological father, Ji Yuning didn't feel uncomfortable accepting the card. After receiving all the gifts, it was time for Ji Yuning to give hers out. Well, I also prepared New Year gifts for you all. Please wait a second. Saying that, she left the dining table for her gifts. Although they were too rich to be lacking anything, they were curious about Ji Yuning's gifts. Ji Yuning then took out a large box from her suitcase and laid it on the table. Afterwards, she took the gifts out one by one. I don't know much about your likes, and all I have is jade, so all my gifts are jade, Ji Yuning said. She firstly gave Tang Haifeng a box. This is for Grandpa, and I hope you like it. Although everyone knew that Ji Yuning had plenty of jade, jade was very expensive as a gift, especially from a young girl. Me. Didn't you already give me the Senkai camel? Tang Haifeng was quite surprised. He didn't expect that he would get a second New Year gift. Hearing about the Senkai camel, everyone was amazed, because it was known for its rarity and high price. Ji Yuning was really generous. Ji Yuning smiled, but didn't say anything and placed the box in front of Tang Haifeng. Tang Haifeng opened it and was shocked. Inside the box was a pair of lion heads made of king's green jade with qilin patterns on it. It's the king's green. Tang Haifeng was totally amazed. This pair of jade lion heads was worth around 40 million yuan. Ji Yuning had sent Master Leng the king's green jade, so she of course wouldn't hesitate to give her own grandpa the best jade that she had. Although she didn't have much of the king's green jade, it was enough to make several small objects. Hearing that it was the king's green, the rest of the people around the table were astonished too. Nobody expected that Ji Yuning would give such an expensive gift. After that, Ji Yuning took out another 3 boxes and placed them in front of Tang Yunfan, Tang Yunheng and Cao Ruowa. Yours aren't as good as Grandpa's. Please don't mind. The men rounded their eyes in shock, because they realized that their gifts had to be precious as well, and felt a little guilty to accept such expensive gifts from the younger generation. They opened their gifts at the same time, and there was a pixie one the size of a fist in their boxes. The flawless jade was bright like glass. It was jade of the old pit glass type. Although it wasn't as rare as the king's green, it was worth dozens of millions of yuan too. They knew little about jade, but Tang Haifeng was familiar with it. The moment he saw the pixie, he raised his voice in surprise. Oh, it's jade of the old pit glass type. And then Tang Jokai got his New Year gift, which was also a jade accessory of the old pit glass type, but his wasn't as big as the uncle's. Each of the ladies in the room, including Cao Wenxin, received a whole set of jade jewelry which consisted of a pair of earrings, jade pendant, a pair of bracelets and a ring. Every set cost at least 10 million yuan. Even the Tang family was shocked by its price. Seeing that they were still in shock, Ji Yuning joked. Well, I'm not being generous for nothing. I'm going to open a jewelry branch in City B in the near future, and you all have to advertise it for me, like at a party or a ball or something else. And you also have to mention the brand, Jade Beauty Jewelry. Ji Yuning said a lot with exaggerated body language, which amused everyone. They, of course, understood that Ji Yuning was just joking and persuading them to accept the gifts. The women loved the jewelry, and none of them could put it down. It wasn't because they couldn't afford it, but because it was so hard to find high-quality jade, and beautiful designs. Ji Yuning's gifts exactly satisfied their needs. Even Cao Wenxin, who never wore jewelry, was absorbed in the blood-red jade jewelry. She loved the bright and red color. No problem, I will advertise it for you. Zhang Liwen smiled. Me too, Tang Yunrong said. I'll do the advertising for you. If you need a brand ambassador, I can get the most popular star in the Tangguang group to do it for free, Tang Yunfen said. The Tang family owned an entertainment and media company, so it was influential in advertising and promotion. 90% of the stars who got the support of Tangguang were soon popular. The others were surprised by Tang Yunfen's proposal, but they all agreed with him. Chapter 425. The Kirin Gang, thank you all so much for your help. Ji Yuning said. Oh, I've also prepared gifts for the two older brothers, although they're absent. Theirs are the same as Jockai's. And now, let's have a toast. Tang Yunfen proposed. Yay, everyone raised their glasses. They enjoyed the dinner in harmony. Even Tang Yunfen, who was always quiet, talked to Ji Yuning once in a while, which surprised everyone around them. Tang Haifeng wanted to bring up that Tang Yunfen could regard Ji Yuning as his own daughter, but didn't say it. It was better for them to discuss it in private. If Tang Haifeng brought it up right now and Tang Yunfen refused to do so, Ji Yuning would be embarrassed. After dinner, they were chatting casually in the front hall. A short while later, Cao Wenxin urged Ji Yuning to go hang out with her, so Ji Yuning said goodbye to the others and left with her suitcase. Tang Yunhang and his wife invited Ji Yuning to stay in the Tang family's old house for the night, but Ji Yuning declined. They didn't insist, but told her to visit them again if she had time. After Ji Yuning was gone, Tang Haifeng said to Tang Yunfen, I think that girl Ji Yu is a good girl, and I like her very much, so I took her as my own granddaughter. I think that you two also got along well today. Do you have the thought to take her as your own daughter? Not right now, Tang Yunfen said. He didn't agree, nor disagree, because he wanted to wait till he found out about Ji Yuning's life experience. Since Tang Yunfen said so, Tang Haifeng didn't say anything further. Tang Jokai drove Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin's car was left in the Tang family's old house. She planned to pick it up tomorrow. Wenxin, where are we going now? Ji Yuning asked. The Earth nightclub, Cao Wenxin said. It's a high-end entertainment place with boxing, karaoke, games, a casino and so on, but I'm most interested in the boxing and games, and a boxing match will begin at 10 p.m. We'll arrive there around 9 p.m., so we can play some games first. As for the games, Ji Yuning wasn't interested, but she would love to try the casino, because she had jade eyes. What's the background of the Earth nightclub? Will they revenge themselves on those who win too much? I heard that it's evil and dirty in a casino, Ji Yuning said. The Earth nightclub is run by the Kirin Gang, which is one of the two most powerful gangs in this country. I haven't heard about any revenge yet, but I know little about the details, Cao Wenxin said. Ji Yuning didn't trust the gang's industries, but since she was already here, it would be a shame if she didn't win some money. While they were still on the way, Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning plugged her earphones in before she answered the call, because she didn't want Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai to hear their conversation. Who is it? Do you have to be so mysterious? Cao Wenxin teased. Ji Yuning ignored her. Hi, Ningning, what are you doing right now? Leng Xiaoting asked. I just finished dinner, and I'm hanging out with an older sister and brother. How about you? Ji Yuning asked. Do you miss me? Leng Xiaoting suddenly asked. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. It was the first time that Leng Xiaoting had ever asked her that. She was, of course, missing Leng Xiaoting. However, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were also in the car, so she felt shy to express her feelings in front of them. Leng Xiaoting didn't force her to say what he wanted to hear but directly told her, "I miss you. I miss you so much. I'll be flying to the capital tomorrow to deal with something," Ji Yuning said. "I'll pick you up at the airport then," Leng Xiaoting said excitedly. "Great," Ji Yuning replied. They chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Leng Xiaoting understood that it wasn't convenient for Ji Yuning to answer his call now, so he decided not to bother her. "Ha, it must be your boyfriend. You look so in love," Cao Wenxin said. "No way, how old are you?" Tang Jiakai couldn't believe that Ji Yuning already had a boyfriend at such a young age. "Ji, you already have a boyfriend at 18. Now I feel pathetic that I'm still single at 23, Cao Wenxin said. "Ningning, doesn't your relationship affect your studying?" Tang Jiakai asked with concern. "Nope," Ji Yuning said. "Can it last? You're so young after all." Cao Wenxin asked with worry. She was worried that Ji Yuning would be cheated on or get hurt. "Well, you probably won't believe me if I said yes, but I think that he's my mister." "Right, and he has the same idea. However, if he dares to cheat on me one day, I'll destroy him in person," Ji Yuning said easily, but Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin were scared. Ji Yuning was so good at kung fu. If the man really betrayed her, how would she destroy him? Actually, Ji Yuning couldn't defeat Leng Xiaoting in a fight yet, but her advantage was her magic power. No matter how badly she was injured, she could cure herself with her power. Although she could still die, she was confident that she could beat Leng Xiaoting down before her power was completely consumed. Meanwhile, she definitely didn't want it to happen, but she hated betrayal the most. It wasn't easy for her to trust Leng Xiaoting during this lifetime. So if Leng Xiaoting dared to betray her, she was sure that she would really destroy him. "Ningning, you're so awesome, and your boyfriend couldn't be simple, right? What does he do?" Cao Wenxin asked. "He's awesome too, and he's a military officer," Ji Yuning said. "Oh, military officer." Cao Wenxin's eyes lit up at once. She had admired military officers ever since she was a kid, and she also wanted to join the army. Unfortunately, her family disagreed. Cao Wenxin wanted to ask the title of Ji Yuning's boyfriend, but she didn't say it because she thought that it wasn't polite. Before long, they arrived at the Earth nightclub. The Earth nightclub wasn't only large, but was also decorated luxuriously. The boxing was on the underground floor, the reception hall was on the first floor, karaoke bar was on the second and third floors, the game room was on the third and fourth floors, and the casino was on the fourth and fifth floors. There were also other types of entertainment on the floors above. They directly walked to the game room. On the second floor, there were various kinds of game machines, like arcade games and so forth, which amazed Ji Yuning. It was also super crowded and everyone was arguing or speaking loudly. People who came here for the first time would probably think that it was too noisy. Chapter 426 Win a Fortune. Cao Wenxin guided Ji Yuning and Tang Jiakai to a slot machine. They exchanged chips with money before they started to play. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were just playing for fun. They weren't seriously gambling, so each of them got chips for 10,000 yuan and they also exchanged some for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't hesitate and took the chips. Although slot machines were just a way of gambling with change, a person who was lucky or good at playing it could win hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 yuan. However, it wasn't easy to do so. "Ningning, do you know how to play?" Cao Wenxin asked. "Not really. I'll watch you playing first," Ji Yuning said. After that, they came to a slot machine. Cao Wenxin put the chips in and explained, "Single line betting is 100 chips. You can buy up to 10 lines, which is 1,000 chips. If you want a bigger chance, you can bet 1,000 chips and buy the line." There were 10 reels on the screen, and pictures of 10 different odds on each reel, namely 100 times, 200 times, 300 times, 400 times, 500 times, 600 times, 700 times, 800 times, 900 times, and 1,000 times. If the pictures of the same odds all lined up at the same time on the screen, the prize pool would be fully opened. No matter how much money was in it, the machine would spit it all out. The prize pool had at least 100 million yuan, but this chance was completely negligible. No one had ever succeeded before. When the game began, 10 reels would randomly spin. The gamer could then press the button to stop it to see whether 3 pictures of the same odds could line up along a row. The player's minimum bet was a line. If 3 pictures of the same odds lined up along the first row, the player could get the money according to the odds. However, if the player only bought one line, even if there were other pictures of the same odds lined up in other rows, the player still could only get the money for the single line. Cao Wenxin bet on 10 lines at the same time, but all failed and wasted 1,000 chips. While Cao Wenxin was playing the slot machine, Ji Yuning was carefully observing the way the machine worked, and figured out all its secrets. "Let me try," Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning also bet on all 10 lines. When the chips were in the machine, the game was ready to begin. Ji Yuning pulled the spin lever, and the slot machine started within a loud noise, while all the 10 reels moved fast at the same time. With her jade eyes, Ji Yuning was able to calculate when the pictures of different odds would fall on a certain position. When it was time, Ji Yuning quickly pressed the stop button. The slot machine stopped with a sound like someone just slammed on the brakes. And the 10 reels gradually stopped one by one from left to right. The 3 of them fixed their eyes on the pictures on the screen. The first, second, third line all failed, but the pictures of 300 times odds lined up along the 4th reel, which meant that Ji Yuning won 30,000 yuan with this line. The 5th line failed too, but pictures of 100 times and 600 times lined up along the 6th line and 9th line. After this round, Ji Yuning won 100,000 yuan when she only bet 1,000 yuan. Chips were continuously spun out from the slot machine, which immediately attracted a lot of attention from players around them. They all looked at Ji Yuning with envy and jealousy. "Jesus, Ningning, you're so awesome." Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were both quite surprised because they had never won before. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, wasn't very satisfied with the result, because she had only won 3 lines. Undoubtedly, she was ambitious to win all the lines. "Let's try again, and see whether we can win all of them," Cao Wenxin said with anticipation, even though she didn't believe that it was possible, because it was even harder than winning the lottery. However, it was much easier than winning the lottery in Ji Yuning's eyes. As long as she had sharp eyes and agile hands, it was highly possible for her to win. The second time, Ji Yuning still bet on all the lines and seized the best timing to press the stop button. The pictures of 200 times, 400 times, 500 times, 800 times, and 900 times all lined up in the end, and Ji Yuning won 280,000 yuan. People around her started to discuss her unbelievable luck. "No way, how can she be so lucky? I've played the slot machine thousands of times, but I only won a 100 times once." Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai almost jumped up in excitement. "Ningning, it's so incredible. I admire you so much right now." Ji Yuning, however, still wasn't satisfied. At this time, more and more people gather around them, because it was very rare to see someone win so much money by playing the slot machines. During the third round, Ji Yuning finally won all the lines and the prize pool was fully opened. Tons of chips were spun out within minutes. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe his or her eyes. "Don't stand still. Move and collect the chips," Ji Yuning said to Tang Jiakai and Cao Wenxin. She wasn't able to collect all the chips by herself. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai didn't get their mind back until Ji Yuning reminded them to move. Seeing the large pile of chips, Cao Wenxin screamed all of a sudden, "Ah! Is it real?" Her scream attracted more people in the game room. Tang Jiakai pinched at Cao Wenxin's arm, and Cao Wenxin shouted in pain. "What are you doing?" Tang Jiakai seemed innocent. "You can feel the pain, so it's real." "Oh, it's real. It's damn real." Cao Wenxin jumped in happiness. "Come on, help me collect all the chips." Ji Yuning lost her patience. All right. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai helped Ji Yuning collect the chips at once. Ji Yuning understood that she should stop right now, because this place was controlled by a gang, and it wasn't a good idea if she kept winning money. When they took all the chips to the counter for money, the worker was stunned. He had never seen anyone be so unbelievably lucky and win so much money. The chips were 136.27 million yuan in total. Ji Yuning transferred 30 million yuan to each of Cao Wenxin's and Tang Jiakai's bank account, while Ji Yuning took the rest. Ji Yuning won the money by herself, so Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai declined to share with her in the beginning. However, Ji Yuning persuaded them to take it, so they accepted in the end. In fact, although the Tang family and the Cao family were both crazily rich, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai didn't have much allowance. Therefore, 30 million yuan was a fortune for them. Chapter 427 Get in trouble. They didn't stay in the game room for long, and it was just 9:30 p.m. when they left. Ji Yuning proposed to have some fun in the casino since it was still half an hour before the boxing match began. Since Ji Yuning wanted to go there, the other two wouldn't disagree. When they walked into the casino, Ji Yuning went to exchange 10,000 chips first, then went to the Sickbo 1 table. The banker was shaking the dice cup, saying something like, "Hands off the table once you place your bet." There were many types of Sickbo, basically, big, small, alls, odd, and triples. As for the betting odds, big and small were 1-to-1, while alls were 1-to-24. Odd could be 1-to-1, 1-to-2 or 1-to-3. According to how many numbers on all three dice the player correctly bet on. Triples meant that a specific number would appear on all three dice, and the odds were 1-to-150. When the dice cup fell on the table, Ji Yuning didn't place her bet until she used her jade eyes to see the numbers on the three dice. Ji Yuning bet on odd with all the 10,000 chips, and she won the bet. The odds were 1-to-3, so she won 30,000 yuan. Everyone looked at Ji Yuning with surprise, because she was so lucky. The second time, Ji Yuning also bet 10,000 on big, and the odds were 1-to-1. The third time, Ji Yuning deliberately lost the bet. The fourth time, Ji Yuning bet 40,000 yuan on odd, again and won 120,000 yuan. The fifth time, Ji Yuning lost the bet on purpose once more. She only lost 10,000 yuan. The sixth time she bet 20,000 yuan on triples, and the numbers she bet on were 3 sixes. Once the result was uncovered, there were precisely 3 sixes on it. People around the table were all astonished. The odds were 1-to-150, so Ji Yuning made 3 million yuan. Let alone people around the table, even the banker was quite amazed. He wondered whether Ji Yuning was just lucky, or if she was actually cheating. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai almost screamed in excitement. They were excited not because Ji Yuning was continuously winning a lot of money, but because of Ji Yuning's unusual luck. Ji Yuning kept betting, and many people started to follow her. However, Ji Yuning intentionally lost the following 2 rounds, and those who tried to follow Ji Yuning and make a fortune unexpectedly lost. What the hell? Are you doing this on purpose? Exactly. When we didn't follow you, you won. Once we followed you, you lost. What do you mean by this? Some were swearing. Ji Yuning was displeased and coldly looked to them. It's none of your business how I bet. I didn't tell you to follow me. They were scared by Ji Yuning's terrifying look. To their astonishment, this young girl's look was so sharp. And it was still unknown to them whether Ji Yuning was losing the bet on purpose. After that, a new round began. This time, Ji Yuning told Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai to follow her. There were many people in this casino, and few knew that the three of them were a group. Meanwhile, those who had followed Ji Yuning gave up this round, because they weren't sure whether it was a loss again. However, Ji Yuning won the bet. It was triples. Each of the members in Ji Yuning's group bet 20,000 yuan, and won 3 million yuan. Everyone started to discuss the result again, but none of them could blame Ji Yuning, because it was their own decision not to follow her. At the same time, in a lounge on the top floor of the Earth nightclub, a man who was around 30 years old was lazily lying on the sofa with his legs crossed. The tight, black pants accentuated his long, strong legs, and he only fastened 2 buttons of his shirt. The man was handsome with beautiful features and looked flashy. At this moment, the manager of the casino was standing in front of him reporting what had just happened downstairs. The man pulled the corner of his lips and smiled a little, but the manager felt as if he was being threatened. Ji Yuning and the others won around 30 million yuan in total before they stopped, because none of them wanted to annoy the Kirin gang. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai agreed with Ji Yuning that it was better to leave after they had won so much. However, what they didn't know was that they were already in trouble. Right when they walked to the counter and asked to exchange the money, the manager of this casino stopped them. "Miss, our boss invites you to have a round of gambling with him." "Your boss?" Ji Yuning raised her eyebrow. Unexpectedly, they had already attracted the attention of the Kirin gang, but she didn't know whether the boss was the one who ran this entertainment place in public, or the real boss from the Kirin gang. Is it possible that the head of the Kirin gang will show up? Ji Yuning thought to herself. Ningning. Both Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were worried, but they weren't afraid, because the Cao family and the Tang family were the top influential families in City B. The Kirin gang should know how to handle it, but what if an accident happened? What if I say no? Ji Yuning asked. Without our boss's permission, you can't exchange the money with these chips. The manager threatened. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was displeased and said acidly, I don't care. It's merely 30 million yuan. Since your boss can't afford the loss, why did he open this casino? Just take the 30 million yuan as a tip I give him. Ji Yuning wasn't scared at all, but obviously they had nothing good planned, and Ji Yuning was concerned that Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai might get involved in trouble. What? The manager was shocked. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning would casually dump the 30 million yuan. However, no matter what, Ji Yuning had to go upstairs to meet his boss. Otherwise, he would be punished. Therefore, he threatened again. Miss, if you refuse to meet my boss, I'm afraid that you won't be walking out of the doors of the Earth nightclub. You. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were mad. They wanted to argue with the manager or show him their real identity, but was stopped by Ji Yuning. Very well. You have successfully aggravated me. I will meet your boss. And you. I'll come to you later. Ji Yuning put on an evil smile, and sharply looked at the manager. The manager was frightened. He had no idea that Ji Yuning would be so powerful at such a young age. It seemed that he had annoyed someone he shouldn't have. However, no matter how unkind she was, could she be more violent than the Kirin gang? Thus, although the manager felt threatened by Ji Yuning's look, he didn't take her seriously. Follow me. Don't say, or do anything. Trust me. We'll leave here safely, Ji Yuning said to Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai. She didn't let them leave before her because she was worried that the Kirin gang would capture them even if they weren't in the Earth nightclub anymore. In that case, it was better if they remained by her side. One sick bow, also known as Tai Sai, Dai Su, big and small or high-low, is an unequal game of chance that originated in ancient Chinese played with 3 dice. Chapter 428. The head of the Kirin gang, Qi Tianlin, sure. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai nodded. They trusted Ji Yuning. And even if Ji Yuning couldn't handle it alone, they would still be safe as long as they uncovered their family background. The manager guided the 3 of them up to the 7th floor. Standing outside of a luxurious private room were 2 tall, muscular security guards. Once they appeared, a bodyguard opened the door. Before they walked inside, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to check the situation in the private room. There were 3 men in it. One of them was lazily sitting in a chair in front of a gambling table. He was very handsome but looked obtrusive and aggressive. Ji Yuning recognized him at once. He was the head of the Kirin gang, Qi Tianlin. Surprisingly, she did meet him in person. Standing at both of his sides were 2 men. Obviously, the 2 men followed his lead. The head of a gang was always mysterious and never went out in public. Except for their own men, few people could meet him. The reason why Ji Yuning knew Qi Tianlin was because she had a conflict with him in her previous incarnation and had almost been killed by him. Qi Tianlin was arrogant and cruel. In order to achieve his aim, he would do anything. Literally anything. Compared with Situ Yi, he was even scarier. No matter who annoyed him, he would torture the person to death. However, he also had a changeable personality. And sometimes his actions were a complete surprise. Like when she had almost been killed by him in her previous incarnation. He had let her go in the end, had even saved her life, just because she had been the first one who had dared to challenge him by risking their life. In addition, he wasn't an executioner, and wouldn't kill people randomly because he preferred to torture them. Chi Tianlin also cared about the existence of Kirin Gang, and wasn't willing to annoy those who were extremely powerful and able to threaten his Kirin Gang in public. However, in private, nobody knew what he would do. If Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai told him their family background, Chi Tianlin probably wouldn't cause them trouble. However, Ji Yuning wasn't willing to do so. Although Chi Tianlin would let them go if he found out that they were from the Cao family and the Tang family, no one knew whether he would secretly hurt the Cao family or the Tang family. Thus, Ji Yuning decided to handle it on her own. Money wasn't a big deal, so they would be safe. Once they walked in, Ji Yuning's eyes met his. He looked dangerous, but Ji Yuning didn't hesitate to meet his eyes. Chi Tianlin was surprised that Ji Yuning dared to meet his eyes, but he wasn't sure whether she was just too dumb or brave. With that thought in his mind, he kept staring straight at her and his look was getting colder. However, Ji Yuning wasn't afraid of it at all. Their eyes met in the air for a couple of minutes. During that time, people around them felt great pressure and almost couldn't breathe, while Chi Tianlin and Ji Yuning seemed fine. In fact, Chi Tianlin was slightly stressed too, because Ji Yuning put her magic power into her gaze and made it icier, which amazed as well as threatened him. How is it possible? Chi Tianlin was confused and annoyed. He felt upset at being beaten by a young girl's gaze, but he couldn't deny that he had felt stressed under her look. Chi Tianlin immediately realized that this young girl in front of his eyes wasn't simple. However, it aroused his intense interest towards her. Moreover, he even thought that this young girl's look was familiar with the first woman he was interested in. Unfortunately, she was already dead. Otherwise, he would love to spend some time with her. Great. Chi Tianlin suddenly opened his mouth and broke the ice between them. You're really great. You too, Ji Yuning replied calmly. In reality, he wasn't complimenting her skills of gambling, but her outstanding psychological quality. Although Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai didn't know that this man was the head of the Kirin Gang, since he was the boss of the Earth nightclub, he had to be at least one of the senior management of the Kirin Gang. Leave now, Chi Tianlin said to the manager. Yes, sir, the manager said and left. After that, Chi Tianlin turned to Ji Yuning. Let's have a round. He sounded very domineering. Since Ji Yuning was already here, she naturally wouldn't reject. She directly stepped to the gambling table and sat across Chi Tianlin. What are we going to play? Dice. Let's guess the numbers, and it's a rubber game. 1, Chi Tianlin said. There was a faint smile on Ji Yuning's lips. What's the bet? Chi Tianlin asked. What do you want to bet? Either 3 billion yuan, or 30% shares of the Earth nightclub, Ji Yuning said. If she wasn't going to leave here with a fortune, she wouldn't be Ji Yuning. What? Everyone was shocked. Don't you dare talk to our boss like that. Do you know who he? A man beside Chi Tianlin said. However, before he could finish, Ji Yuning directly interrupted him. I don't care who he is. I'm here to gamble. If you can't afford the result, then don't do it. You. The man wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chi Tianlin's hand gesture. Chi Tianlin squinted at Ji Yuning. He wasn't mad, but was quite interested in this young girl. Why are you so confident that you'll win? Even if I lose, it's just 3 billion yuan. I can afford it, Ji Yuning said. However, she was confident that she couldn't lose. Chi Tianlin was irritated, because Ji Yuning apparently said it on purpose. Since she could afford the result, it would be shameful if he couldn't as the head of the Kirin Gang, but it was still too early to tell the result. No problem. 3 billion yuan, Chi Tianlin said. Who will stack the dice cup first? We don't need to rush. Let's write down an agreement first. Ji Yuning didn't believe him. How dare you doubt our boss? The man who just had snapped at Ji Yuning angrily criticized her again. Ji Yuning wasn't mad, but looked straight to him and deliberately said, Your boss didn't say anything yet. Why are you shouting all the time? Do you think that you are the real boss here? Bullshit. The man was furious. Enough. Chi Tianlin stopped him. He stared at Ji Yuning and teased, "Young girl, you're really good at stirring up trouble here. However, they've been with me in so many dangerous situations over the years. It's impossible for an outsider like you to alienate them from me." 1A rubber game is a tie-breaking game. Chapter 429 couldn't bear the result. Ji Yuning shrugged. "That's your own business, but we still need to write down an agreement. Even if we write down the agreement, what can you do to me if I regret afterwards?" Qi Tianlin said airily. In his eyes, there was no need to write down an agreement at all. "Do you mean that you'll regret if you lose?" Ji Yuning asked. "What if I want to?" Qi Tianlin asked. "I don't care. Nobody can steal my belongings from me." Ji Yuning actually didn't care about what Qi Tianlin would do, because she was confident to get what she wanted. "Let's begin." After that, the two started to stack the dice cup. Qi Tianlin and Ji Yuning were at ease, and the men who worked for Qi Tianlin believed in their boss, but Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were so nervous that their palms were wet with sweat. The two kept hoping that Ji Yuning would win. After a short while, both of them placed their dice cups on the table at the same time. "After you," Qi Tianlin said. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes and saw the numbers in his dice cup. 12. Qi Tianlin's pupils were slightly dilated. Although he wasn't sure whether the numbers added up to 12 or not, it was very possible. Qi Tianlin opened the dice cup. It indeed was 12, and now he was in a dangerous position. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai almost shouted in excitement. They all hoped that Qi Tianlin would fail. 17, Qi Tianlin said. Ji Yuning smiled gently and opened her dice cup. Unfortunately, there were 3 sixes inside, which added up to 18. "You lose," Ji Yuning said, but she didn't show any pride, as if she already knew the result. Then she took out a piece of paper with her bank account written on it, and threw it at Qi Tianlin. "Transfer the money to me now." Qi Tianlin gave it a glance, then turned to Ji Yuning. "What if I refuse to do so? This is my place, so what can you do to me?" He was going to deny the result. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai both changed their expressions all of a sudden, because the man indeed regretted. Cao Wenxin wanted to argue with him. However, thinking of what Ji Yuning had reminded them, she remained silent. Ji Yuning silently stared at him with a faint smile on her lips. She looked charming, but also dangerous. "Are you sure?" Ji Yuning asked in a flat voice, but she was planning in her heart for the following storm. Actually, Qi Tianlin could afford the result, but he just had a burning curiosity about Ji Yuning and wanted to see her reaction. Hearing what Ji Yuning said, he knew that she was going to take action, which aroused his anticipation. "Very well. I hope you won't regret," Ji Yuning said coldly, then stood up saying to Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai, "Let's go." Ji Yuning didn't do anything, which disappointed Qi Tianlin. "Did I allow you to leave?" The moment Qi Tianlin finished his sentence, the 2 security guards instantly walked over and blocked their way, aiming guns at them. And now, Ji Yuning was furious. In fact, she was simply worried about Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai's safety, so she planned to take them away before she came back to Qi Tianlin. Unexpectedly, Qi Tianlin wouldn't let them leave. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning attacked the 2 security guards before her. With several quick movements, she broke their wrists and dislocated their arms, and the guns fell into her hands. Afterwards, Ji Yuning kicked the 2 security guards once again. She used her power, and the 2 security guards were directly kicked away in opposite directions. They could barely stand up in a short time. To Qi Tianlin's astonishment, Ji Yuning was so good at fighting. And exactly because of shock, he was struck dumb for a few seconds. During that time, Ji Yuning seized the chance and gave the 2 handguns she grabbed from the 2 security guards to Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai. They had both served in the army, so it was pretty easy for them to use a gun. Qi Tianlin was in a rage, and he immediately took out a gun from his waist, aiming at Ji Yuning. Meanwhile, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai both aimed their guns at Qi Tianlin too. Qi Tianlin snorted with a cold laughter. "This is my place. Do you really think that you can escape?" He didn't believe that they could leave here safely, but he had to admit that Ji Yuning was far more interesting than he had thought. She was so surprisingly agile that his security guards were beaten down before they could even react. If they couldn't beat a young girl in a fight, they must be useless, and it was time for him to change security guards. Let's see. Ji Yuning was also confident and mocked, I didn't expect that the head of the Kirin gang is a man who can't bear the result of his own decision. Since you can't afford it, then don't gamble. Even I feel ashamed for you. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were surprised. What? The head of the Kirin gang? Qi Tianlin. And Ji Yuning dares to swear at Qi Tianlin face to face. Qi Tianlin squinted and looked like a hungry wolf. He was surprised that Ji Yuning knew him, and was also mad that she dared to humiliate him. Ji Yuning said that even she felt ashamed for him. Fine, he did lose, but he also chose to deliberately not pay the bill to see her reaction. However, it was still reasonable that Ji Yuning despised him for his behavior. Ji Yuning knew who he was and dared to humiliate him, which was a challenge to his authority, so he was quite displeased. Since you know who I am, you should know that nobody can change my mind. Nobody can change your mind. Me either. No one can stop me from doing whatever I want, Ji Yuning retorted. So, if you don't want to die, let us leave, and transfer the 3 billion yuan to my account. Since they were already in trouble, she wouldn't yield. Qi Tianlin raised his eyebrow. Are you threatening me? Do you know that whoever threatens me won't have a good ending, including women? Indeed, he never bothered to cherish a beauty. Aren't you threatening me now as well? Ji Yuning ridiculed. Qi Tianlin didn't expect that Ji Yuning would give him the same answer. You're persuasive. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning threatened him, which he held zero tolerance for. You injured my men's arms. And you also want my money. Do you think that I'll agree? It was your men who aimed their guns at me first. It's already a mercy that I just dislocated their arms and unarmed them, Ji Yuning said calmly. And now your friends are aiming at me. What should I do to them? Qi Tianlin squinted again with danger in his eyes. Chapter 433 billion yuan in pocket, you aimed the guns at me first. Ji Yuning retorted. Qi Tianlin was struck dumb for a second again. This young girl indeed was eloquent, and she hit the point. Qi Tianlin smiled and enjoyed the conflict with Ji Yuning. Lady, you arouse my interest in you. There are countless men who are interested in me. Ji Yuning said. You're right. A girl like you can easily arouse others' interest. Qi Tianlin didn't deny it, but suddenly changed his tone. However, there is nothing I can't have as long as I want it, including a woman. Saying that, Qi Tianlin fixed his eyes on Ji Yuning. In other words, as long as he wanted her one day, he would do whatever he could to get her. Ji Yuning knew Qi Tianlin's character to some extent, so she didn't doubt his words at all. However, it was also impossible that he would have her. Let's see. However, now you should give me the money. Well, it's just 3 billion yuan. I can afford it. Qi Tianlin put his gun down and directly made a call to transfer the money to Ji Yuning's bank account. Ji Yuning gave Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai a glance to place the guns down too. Then she walked to the 2 security guards. She was going to cure their injuries. The 2 security guards were terrified seeing Ji Yuning walking towards them, given what had just happened to them. Ji Yuning moved their wrists and arms back to their normal positions and took out 2 bottles of power crystal. Here, take the medicine, and you'll be fine. The 2 security guards apparently didn't believe her, so neither of them accepted it. Take it or not. Ji Yuning wouldn't force them to do so, because her medicine wasn't cheap. Qi Tianlin had just hung up the call. Hearing what Ji Yuning said, he asked, really? Is your medicine that effective? You can try it if you want to know, Ji Yuning said. You how, try it, Qi Tianlin said. He was curious to see whether the medicine was as effective as Ji Yuning claimed. And he also knew that Ji Yuning wouldn't hurt his men right in front of him, so he had no worries to let Yu Hao take the medicine. If Yu Hao was in danger after taking the medicine, he wouldn't let Ji Yuning get away with it. Since their boss gave the order, Yu Hao had take the medicine even if it was poisonous. Therefore, Yu Hao directly poured the medicine into his mouth. The pill melted once it was in his mouth. It didn't taste bitter, but cold. Gradually, a flow of cold air spread through his body and his pain was relieved within 10 seconds. Yu Hao rounded his eyes in shock and said, "I don't feel any pain now." Really? It was unbelievable in Qi Tianline's eyes. The other security guard looked at Ji Yuning. He wanted the medicine too now. Ji Yuning didn't care about their attitudes just then, and directly threw the bottle at him. Aren't they the best examples? However, this medicine isn't cheap at all. If I hadn't won so much money, I wouldn't have given them the medicine. Ji Yuning understood that once Qi Tianline saw the effect of her medicine, he would definitely want it. And she, of course, told him for a reason. She wouldn't refuse to make a deal with Qi Tianline, but the amount she would sell was limited. This medicine has a great effect, and can cure most diseases. If the disease or injury isn't severe, a pill is enough. However, the medicine is too expensive to cure such minor injuries. If it's a serious disease, more pills are needed. For instance, it's dangerous to remove a bullet if one is shot, and this pill can relieve pain as well as stop the wound from bleeding. In addition, the medicine can also improve one's health condition. Ji Yuning wasn't bragging, but was telling the truth. However, in common people's eyes, it was already exaggerated enough. They believed that the medicine could cure common diseases, but doubted whether it could cure serious or rare diseases. With today's advanced medicine, it was still hard to completely cure serious diseases, but Ji Yuning was confident to cure them with just a few pills. It indeed was hard to believe. However, since her medicine was able to cure their injuries within seconds, the medicine had to be very effective. Even if it wasn't as useful as Ji Yuning said, it would still be of help. Gangsters were often injured, so they naturally needed good medicine. "How many do you have?" "I want all of them," Qi Tianline said. He was really greedy. "The medicine is quite precious, so I don't have many myself. I can only give you 10 pills for now. I have to keep some for myself. If I have more in the future, we can make a deal again then," Ji Yuning said. Although she was extremely reluctant to be in touch with Qi Tianline, who was evil and arrogant, since they had already interacted, it was better for her to maintain a good, instead of bad, relationship with him. "No problem. How much is it?" Qi Tianline asked. Although he would do anything to get whatever he wanted, he was also a businessman who knew what was best for him. "1,000,000 yuan a pill," Ji Yuning said. She thought that 5,000,000 yuan was too high, so she changed the price to 1,000,000. "Great. 10 pills add up to 10,000,000 yuan. I'll transfer the money to you right now." 1,000,000 yuan was a sky-high price for medicine, but it was nothing for Qi Tianline. He already lost 3 billion yuan after just one round of gambling, so he wouldn't mind another 10 million yuan. After all, the medicine was indeed useful. Ji Yuning took out 10 small porcelain bottles from her backpack, or her telepathic eye space, and put them on the gambling table. After a while, she received a new message saying that the money was already in her bank account. Ji Yuning and the others left soon afterward. Seeing Ji Yuning disappearing from his sight, Qi Tianline smiled a little. He was increasingly interested in Ji Yuning now, and he thought that she was a very interesting kitten. "Investigate their identities as soon as possible," Qi Tianline ordered. "Yes, boss," Yu Hao answered before walking out. He wouldn't do it in person but delivered Qi Tianline's order. Ji Yuning and the others also got their 30 million yuan before they left. Given what had just happened, they weren't in the mood to watch the boxing match. Chapter 431 Profound Admiration. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai were trembling in fear ever since they had walked out of the private room. If they hadn't been mentally stronger than common people, they would have collapsed to the floor. They were too frightened to drive the car, so Ji Yuning became the driver. After they were in the car, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai sat on the seats in shock. "Wow, the man is really the head of the Kirin gang," Qi Tianline. "He's such an evil, cruel man with a changeable personality. I was so scared, and I'm still trembling now." "Exactly. I was truly afraid that he would shoot us." "Ningning, you're so bold. You knew that he was Qi Tianline and you still dared to swear at him. Weren't you afraid that he would shoot you?" "Indeed. I almost told him that we're from the Tang family and the Cao family." Nobody knew how hard it had been for them when they were in the private room. Ningning, I have profound admiration towards you now. Cao Wenxin looked at Ji Yuning. Her eyes were very bright as if she was staring at a man that she loved. Me too, me too, Tang Jokai echoed at once. Ningning, you're really awesome. Is there anything that you don't know or can't do? Cao Wenxin asked. Actually there is plenty, Ji Yuning said, then apologized. I'm so sorry for what happened to you too. Ningning, don't say that. If I hadn't taken you there, it wouldn't have happened. Cao Wenxin blamed herself. Nevertheless, we were in trouble because I won too much money. Anyway, let bygones be bygones. Luckily, we won 3 billion yuan. And you too can get a third of it. Although Ji Yuning won the money by gambling with Qi Tianlin, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai had risked their lives with her, so she wouldn't take all the money. Even though she wasn't willing to share equally with them, she would love to give them a third of the money. Hearing that, both Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai were surprised. They could share 1 billion yuan and each of them could have 500 million yuan. That was a fortune. However, they rejected. Ningning, you won the money by gambling with him, you don't need to share with us. Exactly, you don't need to share the money with us. In fact, they also want to have a fortune, but Ji Yuning had won the money alone, so they couldn't share her money. They loved money, but would get it the right way. Please listen to me this time, also don't tell your family about what happened tonight. I don't want them to be worried, Ji Yuning reminded them. Sure, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai said. Even if Ji Yuning didn't remind them, they wouldn't tell anyone. And since Ji Yuning insisted on sharing the money with them, they accepted it in the end. Oh, Ningning, why don't you come back to Wufu Hills with me tonight? We can share a bed. And you can go have a look of your villa too, Cao Wenxin said. Great. Ji Yuning didn't reject. If she had a place to stay, she wouldn't bother to stay in a hotel. Because Tang Jokai wasn't in a good condition to drive, Ji Yuning drove him back to the Tang family's house first before she went to Wufu Hills. Wufu Hills was a luxurious living area in City B, which wasn't far from downtown, and its housing price was also crazily high, but no matter how high the price was, it was nothing for the Tang family and the Cao family. The Can family had served in the army for generations, but was also involved in business. Although it couldn't compare with the Tang family, it was a super-rich family in City B. In addition, Tang Yunrong was in possession of 10% shares of the Tang family's properties. Even just 10% shares were worth at least 10 billion yuan. The villa given by Cao Ruowa and his wife to Ji Yuning was adjacent to Cao Wenxin's. It was a duplex house. At the front of the villa was a large lawn around 100 square meters. On the right side was a road which was the access to the garages on the first floor of the villa. The villa had 3 floors, covering about 178 square meters, but no one lived on the first floor. There were 2 garages on the right side, while the swimming pool and gym were on the right side. The stairs were in the middle. When they arrived, Cao Wenxin guided Ji Yuning to see her new car, which was a black Lamborghini. Even Ji Yuning, who never had any preference for cars, fell in love with it at first glance. Isn't it cool? Let's drive around tomorrow. It will be exciting. Cao Wenxin laughed. I don't have a driver's license yet, Ji Yuning said. With her driving skills, she didn't need to learn any more, but she had to take the test. However, she was too busy to register for the driver's test recently. What? Cao Wenxin was astonished. You don't have a driver's license, but you just drove us back home. It was scary. Although I don't have a driver's license, I'm a skillful driver. My master taught me. However, I couldn't take the test until I turned 18, and I've been very busy since I turned 18, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin relaxed. That's easy. I have a friend who works in the Department of Motor Vehicles. I can take you to attend the test tomorrow. As long as you pass it, you can get a driver's license immediately. That will be so great. It was good news for Ji Yuning. After that, Cao Wenxin guided Ji Yuning to have a tour around the villa. On the second floor, there was a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. On the third floor, there were 4 bedrooms attached with 4 bathrooms and a study. Next to the master bedroom, there were 2 10-square-meter cloakrooms. One for men and one for women. The decoration wasn't luxurious, but was elegant, which was Ji Yuning's favorite style. And this villa was already cleaned and dusted, so Ji Yuning was able to move in right away. Cao Wenxin wanted to invite Ji Yuning to sleep with her in her villa, but it was the first time that Ji Yuning visited her new house, so Cao Wenxin decided to sleep in Ji Yuning's villa. After the short tour, Cao Wenxin went back to her house to get her nightgown. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, called Leng Xiaoting and told him about the gifts she had received today. However, she didn't tell him about the Kiran gang and Qi Tianlin yet, because she didn't want him to worry about her. She planned to tell him the story when she was in the capital. Leng Xiaoting was talking with Master Leng when Ji Yuning called him. However, once Ji Yuning called him, he directly ignored his grandfather and answered his girlfriend's call. Master Leng complained and said that Leng Xiaoting only had his girlfriend in his heart as usual. However, he was just saying it, and he couldn't be more excited in his heart. If Ji Yuning was old enough to get married, he would ask Leng Xiaoting to marry her right away. After finishing the call with Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting continued talking with Master Leng. Chapter 432 Set Cao Wenxin and a man up. The investigation shows that there is no any recent contact with Long Tianyu in Shenyangfang, Chen Chuyin and the Chen family's phone records, and they don't have any other phone numbers either. However, there are 3 phone numbers under Long Tianyu's name. The 3 phone numbers frequently contact and only contact each other. Except for calls from the phone number that Long Tianyu uses himself, the other 2 phone numbers won't answer anyone else's call. So I suspect that the other 2 phone numbers are used by Shen Yangfeng and another member in the Chen family, Leng Xiaoting said. Master Leng was obviously upset. Although it was just Leng Xiaoting's suspicion, he also had the same idea. If it's true, then the Shen family and the Chen family. Leng Xiaoting didn't continue, but Master Leng understood what he was going to say. Grandpa, although the Shen family is a relative of the Leng family, I'll never help them cover illegal acts, so I think that you better pretend to know nothing about it, and let me handle it, Leng Xiaoting said. Master Leng was also not a man who would ignore the law to help his relatives, so he agreed. The Shen family was digging their own graves. The next day, Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning got up at 6 a.m. to run in the park. Running was the basic training of a person who practiced kung fu, and it was also necessary to build a strong body by running. There were many people, including men, women, the elderly and children, running in this living area. Miss Cao, good morning. You're running with your friend today. An old woman passed by and greeted Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin often ran, so she was already familiar with the other runners. Yes, good morning. Cao Wenxin replied politely. After a short while of running, Ji Yuning noticed that someone was following and staring at them from not far behind them, but she didn't sense any hostility from the person. Could it be Cao Wenxin's admirer? Ji Yuning looked at Cao Wenxin. It seemed that she hadn't noticed that someone was following them. Hey, did you notice that someone is following and staring at us from not far behind? Don't turn around. Cao Wenxin was about to look back, but was stopped by Ji Yuning. Could it be your admirer? Well, I have plenty of admirers, but none of them can meet my standards, Cao Wenxin said with disdain, then sighed. There are few reliable men nowadays. Most of them are good-looking on the exterior, but unreliable on the inside. At least the men my friends and I have met are like that. They either aren't rich enough, and take a liking to your family background, and then once the relationship is getting steady, the man will ask you to pay all the bills and take it for granted, which is quite disgusting, or they are rich men who have countless mistresses. I don't want either of them. I would rather stay single. Cao Wenxin was just being realistic here. And that was the reason why the divorce rate kept climbing and fewer women were willing to get married. Ji Yuning would also prefer to stay single if she couldn't meet a reliable man. Saying that, Cao Wenxin suddenly thought of something. Oh, Ningning, does your boyfriend has some single and reliable friends? Can you introduce me to one of them? Cao Wenxin half joked. Hearing that, Ji Yuning immediately thought of Xu Jinchen. He was handsome and had a powerful family background. He also had a good job and character. From what Ji Yuning had known till now, Xu Jinchen was a reliable man. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning realized that Cao Wenxin and Xu Jinchen would be a great match. Of course, it wasn't right to judge a romantic relationship by those conditions. Most importantly, the two must get along well and like each other. In fact, Ji Yuning didn't mind setting Cao Wenxin and a reliable man up. He has a close friend who also serves in the army with him. The man is handsome with a good character and powerful family background. However, it's not up to me whether he's reliable or not. I can introduce you to him if you want, Ji Yuning said. Really? Cao Wenxin was excited once she got to know that the man was a military officer. I'm free now anyway. When will you go to the capital? I'll fly there with you. Tomorrow, Ji Yuning said. However, I'm not sure whether he's in the capital now. I can ask my boyfriend. Please don't, Cao Wenxin said. Let's keep it a secret between you and me. If he's there, we can meet. If now, I'll just have a tour in the capital. In addition, I also have a friend who stays in the capital, so I can go visit her. Cao Wenxin wanted to take it slow and naturally. Fine. Since Cao Wenxin said so, Ji Yuning would listen to her. In fact, Ji Yuning also thought that it was better to keep it between them, in case they didn't like each other and it would be embarrassing. After that, they kept running. They had run for a long time, and the person behind them wasn't able to catch up any longer. Gee, he's too weak to be my admirer, Cao Wenxin said with disdain. Ji Yuning smiled. It really was a good idea to match Cao Wenxin with a military officer. If she ended up being with a common man, the man would be bullied by her all the time. Cao Wenxin was tired later, so they stopped to have a break. Seeing that Ji Yuning was just a little flushed and still breathing normally, Cao Wenxin was surprised. Ningning, your stamina is unbelievable. We've run 5 kilometers now, but it looks so easy for you. I received devilish training, which was even crueler than the training the special forces have received and more. Like the training of a hitman. However, you have just been trained normally, Ji Yuning said. What? Devilish training? It sounds so cruel. Cao Wenxin was astonished. Devilish training was basically training with one's life. Cao Wenxin almost blurted out that Ji Yuning's master was crazy. However, remembering that Ji Yuning's tutor had already passed away and that it might annoy Ji Yuning, she didn't say it aloud. Although such training was cruel, it was worth it, because Ji Yuning was now able to handle any kind of danger. Chapter 433 Get the driver's license. Cao Wenxin's parents also hoped that she could protect herself in a dangerous situation, so she had been sent to military camp during her childhood. If she hadn't had the ability to protect herself, she would have been kidnapped many times. After the run, they went to have breakfast together before going back to the villa. Although Cao Wenxin lived in the villa, she never cooked for herself because she was a bad cook. She would either eat at the Cao family's house or dine out. Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin went back to their own place later. They took a shower and changed before going out again. Ji Yuning didn't have a driver's license, so she got in Cao Wenxin's car. There were 2 cars in Cao Wenxin's garage. One was the same Lamborghini as Ji Yuning's, but its color was bright red. The other one was also a red Land Rover. It seemed that Cao Wenxin really loved red. I think that we better keep a low profile today, so let's drive the Land Rover, Cao Wenxin said. She went to open the car door for Ji Yuning and made a gesture like a gentleman to invite her to sit inside, which was quite amusing. Ji Yuning laughed a little, and got in the car. In fact, Ji Yuning preferred off-road vehicles, like Land Rovers, Hummers, Night 15 and so on, because they looked so cool. On the way, Ji Yuning asked, Wenxin, how much do you know about the super-rich families in City B? A lot I guess, Cao Wenxin said. As a member of high society, she had to know a lot about the surrounding people. Do you know a man called Pan Zerui? Ji Yuning asked. She wanted to find out more about the Pan family from Cao Wenxin. Hearing the name, Pan Zerui, Cao Wenxin snorted with laughter and showed obvious dislike towards him. Pan Zerui is a well-known playboy among the high society. Do you know him? Yes, Ji Yuning said. I almost had a conflict with him at the Stone Gambling Street the other day, but he recognized me because I rescued the injured fan at the airport. He wanted me to be his master and teach him kung fu, but I rejected, so he regarded me as his boss. I just want to know the reputation of the Pan family. If his family is notorious, I'll keep a distance from him. If his family isn't that bad, I think it's not a bad idea to maintain a good relationship with him. Oh, Pan Zerui is willing to follow your lead. Cao Wenxin was greatly surprised. He despises women so much. Ningning, you're really charming. Then, Cao Wenxin added, I haven't heard anything terrible about the Pan family yet, but maybe it's because they hide their dirty secrets really well. Anyway, all businessmen are cunning. As long as it isn't amoral or illegal, I think it's fine. Indeed, all businessmen were cunning. Ji Yuning was a cunning businesswoman too. As long as the Pan family wasn't involved in any crimes, Ji Yuning wouldn't mind. Seeing that it was time for the bank to open, Ji Yuning made a call to transfer the money to Cao Wenxin's and Tang Jiakai's bank accounts. Hearing Ji Yuning talking on the phone, Cao Wenxin was still excited although she was already mentally prepared. 500 million yuan. From now on, she had 500 million yuan in her own bank account. It was still too much for Cao Wenxin to believe that Ji Yuning had made 3 billion yuan so easily. Actually, it hadn't been that easy. If Ji Yuning hadn't been brave and smart enough, they could have been killed, not even mentioning getting the money. Tang Jiakai was still sleeping when he heard a new message came in, so he semi-consciously checked his phone. When he read the message and noticed the long number of the money that had just been transferred into his account, he woke up at once and screamed, jumping in great excitement on his bed. Everyone in the house was able to hear his scream. Tang Jiakai, stop screaming. Tang Haifeng scolded him from downstairs, but Tang Jiakai ignored his grandpa, focusing on the number on the screen. There were so many zeros. 500 million yuan. 500 million yuan was all his own savings, and he finally didn't have to ask his parents for an allowance anymore. However, Tang Jiakai was a well-educated young man, and he wouldn't spend the money with reckless abandon. Instead, he could do what he always wanted to do now. Tang Haifeng was a little worried when he didn't hear Tang Jiakai's answer, so he told the housekeeper to go upstairs and have a look. Lord Jiakai, are you all right? The housekeeper knocked on the door, and asked worriedly. Hearing the housekeeper's voice, Tang Jiakai finally got his mind back. He took a long breath first, then replied. I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Hearing that Tang Jiakai was fine, the housekeeper was relieved and went back downstairs. Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin left for the Department of Motor Vehicles around 8:30 a.m., and didn't arrive there until 9:30 a.m. because of traffic. Cao Wenxin had called her friend last night, so when they arrived at the Department of Motor Vehicles, everything was well arranged. There was a place for the driver's test right next to the Department of Motor Vehicles, so they went directly there. Once their car was parked, a handsome man who was around 25 walked towards them. The moment that Cao Wenxin got out of her car, the man complained, Miss Cao, you really won't call me unless you need me. You promised to buy me a meal, but I've waited for 2 weeks and you didn't call me once. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin felt a little embarrassed. I know it's my fault. Why don't we have lunch together today after my friend finishes the test? That's fine. The man was satisfied. At this time, Ji Yuning came to Cao Wenxin's side. Cao Wenxin then introduced them to each other. This is my younger sister, Ji Yuning, and this is my friend, Ouyang Siwan. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Ji Yuning and Ouyang Siwan greeted each other. Are you ready? If you are, we can begin now, Ouyang Siwan asked Ji Yuning. Yes, I'm ready, Ji Yuning said. Before the exam, Ji Yuning went to pay the registration fee first, and then it was time to do Subject 1. Subject 1 was mainly about the driving theory foundation, road safety laws and regulations, local regulations and other related knowledge. It was directly answered on the computer, so Ouyang Siwan guided Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin to the computer room to answer the questions. Although Ji Yuning came here to attend the test with the help of Cao Wenxin's network, it was impossible for her to cheat, because there were cameras and the computer would read her exam paper. Before long, Ji Yuning finished the 100 questions, and she got a full score. Cao Wenxin and Ouyang Siwan were both shocked by Ji Yuning's efficiency and accuracy. Chapter 434 Perfectly finished, Jesus. Miss Ji Yu, you finished the 100 questions within just 3 minutes. You must be a genius. Ouyang Siwan said, and couldn't believe his eyes. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't fully prepared, Ji Yuning said. However, her answer wasn't quite persuasive, because it took at least 15 minutes for normal people to finish all the questions, and there could be many wrong answers too. Even so, Ouyang Siwan didn't ask further. Subject 2 required drivers to finish 5 items, namely, reverse into garage, parallel parking, ramp stop and start, right angle turn, curve, commonly known as S-bend. Subject 3 tested many basic skills for driving on roads. And all of them were perfectly finished by Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning's driving skills were even better than the driving coaches, which completely shocked Cao Wenxin and Ouyang Siwan, because she was just 18. Ji Yuning was probably the only one who had finished the test in such a short time with such a high score that they had ever seen. Miss Ji Yu, I really don't know what to say now. You're really, totally unbelievable. You're even better than the best driving coach. From now on, you're my idol. Ouyang Siwan looked at Ji Yuning with profound admiration. All right, let's settle the driver's license now, so that we can go have lunch together. Cao Wenxin interrupted him and rolled her eyes. Ouyang Siwan became Cao Wenxin's good friend precisely because he was funny. Gentlemen weren't really Cao Wenxin's type. Yes, madam, Ouyang Siwan joked and guided them to the hall of certificates. Within minutes, Ji Yuning got her driver's license. It was already 11 a.m., and it was time for lunch. Ouyang Siwan would be off duty in half an hour, but there was nothing to do, so he left half an hour earlier. He had to be back at work at 2:30 p.m., so they dined at a nearby restaurant. After lunch, Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning drove Ouyang Siwan back to his workplace, and then they went to go shop at Fengsheng Shopping Mall, which was owned by the Tang family. Fengsheng Shopping Mall was one of the 3 largest shopping malls in City B, and it was located in the crowded downtown. Although I already have plenty of clothes in my closet and many of them are brand new, I still feel like I lack clothing once I see beautiful dresses. Cao Wenxin had a strong desire to shop right now after she saw those colorful clothing stores. She was like an infant who saw her mother's breast, and was eager to nurse. Ji Yuning didn't know what to say. It was normal that women always felt like they lacked clothing, but the way Cao Wenxin bought clothes was still a little crazy. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, wasn't very interested in clothing shopping. To be honest, there wasn't much clothing in Ji Yuning's closet, but it was enough, so she had no plans to buy more. However, when they walked by a gown store, Ji Yuning thought that she should prepare several sets of formal dresses in case she needed them in the future for parties. After all, her identity was different now, because it was already exposed that she was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. It was predictable that she would be invited to attend many parties or balls. Networks were built at parties, and Ji Yuning knew it very well. Wenxin, do you know any good gown stores here? I want to buy several sets of formal dresses, Ji Yuning asked. Gowns. Cao Wenxin's eyes suddenly lit up, but soon looked a little sad. Well, I actually have a friend whose major is clothing design. I think her designs are beautiful, but she isn't famous. If you don't mind, I'd like to show you. Of course not. Ji Yuning never cared about brands, she cared about quality and design. Afterwards, Cao Wenxin guided Ji Yuning to the gown store run by her friend, which was also in Fengsheng Shopping Mall. On their way, Cao Wenxin told Ji Yuning about her friend. Actually, I just met this friend a short time ago, but I think that she's talented. I like her designs. You know that rich people only value fame nowadays, but my friend insisted on doing her own job well instead of advertising or getting publicity, so she doesn't have many clients. Fame only came when there was a great opportunity and promotion. The quickest way to get famous was to use another already well-known brand, but over 90% of well-known brands wouldn't allow a new designer to use their brand name to sell her own clothing. If the new designer's clothing was even more popular than the brand's, it would be a disaster for the brand. Therefore, a designer could only work for fame by themselves. Does she have any way of advertising? Ji Yuning asked. Well, she's from an ordinary family without much help. I'm not very familiar with her, so I don't know much, Cao Wenxin said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning had a plan. After a while, the two arrived at the gown store. Its name was Charm. That was also the brand of the designer's clothing. And Ji Yuning loved the name. Once Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin walked in, a saleswoman came ahead and welcomed them. Welcome to Charm, ladies. Hi, Wenxin. A woman who was around 27 years old walked towards them. She wasn't very pretty but was elegant. Hi, I was just shopping here with my friend, and we coincidentally walked by your store, so I thought why not come in and say hi, Cao Wenxin said. She didn't say that had they actually come here on purpose, in case they would all be embarrassed if Ji Yuning didn't like the gowns in the store. Please let me introduce you. This is my younger sister, Ji Yuning, Cao Wenxin said to the woman. And this is the owner of this store, who is also a designer, Yu Zi. Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. Nice to meet you too, Miss Yu, they greeted each other. Please, have a seat here. Yu Zi invited them into the lounge. Chapter 435 involved in clothing industry. When Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin had just sat down, someone immediately poured cups of tea for them. Ji Yuning glanced around the store. It wasn't big, and was only around 20 square meters, but there were many choices of clothes, like formal gowns and regular dresses. Ji Yuning found the designs of the formal dresses were truly as special and beautiful as Cao Wenxin had told her. Yu Zi herself designed and made every piece of clothing here. This store was small, so it was impossible for her to have a factory. And most of the gowns were customized. All the clothes in the store right now were basically samples. Of course, if customers wanted to buy the samples in the store, they could also directly buy it. However, the majority preferred to wear customized gowns because they fit better. I like your gowns. You can keep chatting, and I'll have a look around, Ji Yuning said to them, then stood up to look at the formal dresses. After a round, Ji Yuning pointed at a gown and asked, what size is this? Would it fit me? Yu Zi was struck dumb for a second. She didn't expect that Ji Yuning would directly buy the dress in the store. It's a small. Do you want to try it? Saying that, she walked to Ji Yuning. No need. I'll buy this one. Ji Yuning didn't try it, nor ask its price, but bought it without hesitation. Hearing that, Yu Zi was surprised, not because Ji Yuning wanted to buy it, but because she didn't even bother to ask its price. It was the first time that she had met such a generous customer. However, if Ji Yuning didn't try it, wasn't she worried that it wouldn't fit? It was winter, and they were all in thick coats, so it was hard to see Ji Yuning's figure. Yu Zi had no idea whether this gown would fit Ji Yuning. If it was normal dresses, it would be fine even if it was a little loose or tight, but the gown that Ji Yuning pointed at was very tight. Ningning, you don't want to try it? Cao Wenxin was also surprised. Women always enjoyed trying new clothes, but Ji Yuning wouldn't waste time on that. I don't think it's necessary, because I know my size, Ji Yuning said. Since Ji Yuning said so, Yu Zi didn't insist. No problem, I'll pack it up for you now. Yu Zi wasn't dumb, and she realized now that Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning intentionally came here to support her. Yu Zi packed the gown for Ji Yuning. This gown is 68,000 yuan. Since you're Wenxin's friend, I can give you 20% off, and it'll be 54.4 thousand yuan, Yu Zi said. Sure. Ji Yuning took out a bank card and gave it to Yu Zi. Yu Zi was a little surprised again. Ji Yuning had to be very rich to buy a gown which cost dozens of thousands of yuan without caring about its price. In fact, Yu Zi didn't know Cao Wenxin's family background, not because Cao Wenxin wasn't willing to tell her, but because they were merely normal friends, and it wasn't necessary to talk about family background. Cao Wenxin was also a generous shopper, so Yu Zi knew that she had to be rich, but she had no idea how rich she was. Ningning, please sit here for a little while longer. I need to use the ladies' room, Cao Wenxin said to Ji Yuning. She suddenly felt uncomfortable in her stomach. Sure, I'll wait for you, Ji Yuning replied. After paying the bill, Yu Zi and Ji Yuning were chatting in the lounge again. Miss Yu, I heard from Wenxin that you design and make all the gowns on your own. Ji Yuning asked. Yes. My major in college was clothing design, and I'm extremely interested in gowns, Yuzi said. I think they're all pretty. Your gowns must be popular. Ji Yuning deliberately asked for a reason. Yuzi seemed a little upset, but still smiled. Not very popular actually. I can only sell 4 to 5 gowns in a month. Deducting the costs, my income is only enough for paying the rent, salaries, and my daily expenses. Ji Yuning was Cao Wenxin's friend, so Yuzi was willing to tell her the truth. If it continues like that, will you keep running the store? I like your designs, and I will definitely come back again, Ji Yuning said. Well, it's my honor to have your approval. Although I do feel stressed, it's my choice and I'll keep running this store as long as it's profitable till I succeed one day. However, life isn't only about a dream, so I will probably have to change my job if my store can barely stay afloat, Yuzi said. She wasn't stubborn. After a second, Yuzi added, no matter whether this store is open or not, you can contact me whenever you want a gown and I can design and make it for you. Even if she wasn't able to run her own store, she could do it as a part-time job. She would be dumb if she missed the opportunity to make some money. I have an idea which can help you build this brand up. I'm not sure whether it can develop it into a top brand, but it definitely can become a well-known brand. I have confidence. How about you? Ji Yuning asked. Really? Yuzi was quite surprised, and her eyes lit up. How? Although Yuzi had some doubts because of Ji Yuning's age, she wouldn't jump to conclusions. No matter what, it wasn't a bad thing to hear Ji Yuning's idea. Yuzi knew that it cost a lot to advertise and promote a brand, and she lacked enough money. In my opinion, your designs are good, and I also have the intention to be involved in the clothing industry. Therefore, I can invest in your brand if you agree for me to do so, and I'll handle the advertising and promotion of your brand. Meanwhile, you can focus on the design and management of charm while you're still the builder of the brand. All you need to do is to create designs, and I'll give you 20% shares. What do you think? Ji Yuning said seriously. Ji Yuning was aiming to hire Yuzi. Although it sounded strange to talk about such serious business at the first meeting, Ji Yuning was an efficient woman, and she wouldn't waste more time on the deal if she could strike it right now. Chapter 436. She is very successful. In addition, it was all to Yuzi's advantage, because there were a lot of people whose major was clothing design, and a lot of them were also talented. It was easy for Ji Yuning to hire a famous clothing designer as long as she wanted. However, she chose Yuzi due to her fondness for Yuzi's designs. After she established Fenghua Entertainment, it was unavoidable to use a lot of clothing in advertising, movies and so on. If she had her own clothing company, it would be much more convenient. There would be more than just one brand in Ji Yuning's clothing company. Charm could specifically be the gown brand if Yuzi agreed, and she could manage the brand herself. Other than gowns, Ji Yuning planned to develop men's and women's clothing lines, but she didn't need to rush. Ji Yuning offered Yuzi the shares, instead of a very attractive annual package, because she needed a manager. Although she didn't know much about Yuzi, she believed that Yuzi was reliable since Yuzi was able to make friends with Cao Wenxin. Moreover, Yuzi founded Charm, so Charm was like her own child, and she would definitely be more dedicated to her work than anyone else. Hearing what Ji Yuning said, Yuzi was very surprised. It was like something fell into her lap out of the blue. If she was able to make Charm popular, she was, of course, willing to do it on her own, but the point was that she didn't have the ability. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but doubt Ji Yuning's ability now, because Ji Yuning looked too young to run a company. Anyway, it wouldn't do her any harm even if it didn't work, so Yuzi would like to give it a try. Miss Ji Yu, are you being serious? What are you talking about? Cao Wenxin came back at this time, and heard what Yuzi had just said. Seeing Yuzi being so serious, Cao Wenxin was curious. Ji Yuning then told Cao Wenxin her plan. Cao Wenxin wasn't surprised at all, because Ji Yuning was almighty in her heart. No matter what Ji Yuning planned to do, she believed that it would be a success. Yuzi, although Ningning is young, she is very successful and I believe in her. Yuzi had already made up her mind to try it, so whether Cao Wenxin persuaded her or not, she would agree. After hearing what Cao Wenxin said, she was more confident. Miss Ji Yu, I'm willing to follow your lead. Seeing that Yuzi wasn't totally confident yet, Ji Yuning said seriously, if you choose to follow my lead, you have to trust me and work hard. Never take it casually. Yuzi immediately sat straight and answered. Sure, very well. As for the contract, we don't need to sign it right away. You can have some time to adjust to it. Within a month, I'm going to open a jewelry store in City B, and we'll put a lot of effort into advertising it. Give me your banking details, and I'll transfer 1,000,000 yuan to you. Make 10 new gowns of high quality, and we'll advertise your gowns along with the jewelry. At the opening ceremony, we'll invite 10 models to walk on the runway. Our brand ambassadors will also be there. The future of our jewelry and gowns relies on this battle. Ji Yuning said. This time, Ji Yuning decided to do her best to highly publicize her brands. She would also turn to the Tang family for help, and make full use of her network. However, she would still exact revenge on her own. Hearing that, Yuzi was excited and full of enthusiasm. Yes, boss. She naturally changed her way of addressing Ji Yuning. Oh, Ningning, who do you want to use as your brand ambassadors? There are 2 very famous and popular female stars in Tangguang Group. One is Yan Yan, and the other is Lin Anshao, Cao Wenxin said. Hearing that, Yuzi took a long breath in. Yan Yan and Lin Anshao are both the A-list stars. Will they agree? Although she didn't know how big or famous Ji Yuning's jewelry store was, charm was unknown to the public. Let alone the A-list stars, even Z-list stars wouldn't bother to endorse charm. We don't need to rush. Ji Yuning had heard of the 2 female stars, but wasn't familiar with them. Ji Yuning didn't want the Tang family to help her invite stars to be the brand ambassadors. Instead, she planned to discuss the deal with the stars on her own as a businesswoman. If the stars weren't willing to cooperate with her, she wouldn't sign them. Ji Yuning wanted voluntary cooperation. Since Ji Yuning said so, Cao Wenxin didn't say anything further. Oh, boss, do you need 10 new designs or we can use what we already have? Yuzi asked. It wasn't easy to make a design, and it was hard to create 10 novel designs within a month. Normally, if the designer failed to have good ideas, he or she would refuse to put bad ideas into practice. Besides, the designer also couldn't make good clothing under great pressure. Ji Yuning understood that, so she didn't force Yuzi to do so. I think what you have right now are pretty good. You can make the decision yourself. If you can make new designs, no matter how many they are, use them. As for the rest, just use what you already have. Great. Yuzi relaxed. After that, Ji Yuning transferred 1,000,000 yuan to Yuzi's bank account, and told her to not limit her creativity. Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin left a while later. Yuzi wanted to invite Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin to have dinner together, but Tang Jiakai called them and invited them to meet his friend, Xianxia, who was the heir of the horse racing field. Tang Jiakai wanted to show off in front of Xianxia, and Ji Yuning wouldn't upset him. Xianxia is Xianxia's second older brother. Xianxia doesn't like running businesses, so he chose to work in the public institution, Cao Wenxin said to Ji Yuning. Xianxia has an older brother too, whose name is Xianxia. Xianxia is 29 years old and he's the one who is managing the Yang family's companies. The Yang family is also influential in City B, and is ranked 7th on the rich list with around 50 billion yuan in assets they are involved in. Before Cao Wenxin could finish, a female voice interrupted her, Wenxin. Hearing the voice, Cao Wenxin was displeased at once with intense dislike flashing in her eyes. What a bad day. A young woman in her early 20s walked toward them. She looked pretty and cute, but she must have done something unpleasant to make Cao Wenxin dislike her. This young woman must not be as cute as she looked. Wenxin, why can't I get through to your phone recently? Have I done anything that upset you and you're mad at me now? The young woman asked, and acted as if she was innocent. Chapter 437 Fang Xiaoke, yes, you did upset me, Cao Wenxin directly said. The young woman didn't expect that Cao Wenxin would say that, and was struck dumb. However, in her memory, she didn't think that she had done anything to upset Cao Wenxin. Wenxin. The young woman looked to Cao Wenxin with doubts. However, before she could say another word, Cao Wenxin interrupted her. Fang Xiaoke, I haven't said it aloud, just because I'm kind and don't want to embarrass you. I haven't answered your calls these past days, so you should know that it's time for you to stay away from me. Stop acting and pretending, which is disgusting. My older brother and I both know what your aim is, and you better keep a distance away from us from now on. You. Fang Xiaoke was shocked. What? They already know. How is it possible? Wenxin, I think there is a misunderstanding. Fang Xiaoke said and struggled. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. There is nothing wrong with your ambition to marry into a super rich family, but you're too dumb, so you played with my older brother's feelings. If you were truly as gentle or kind as you've been pretending to be, maybe my older brother would fall in love with you and you could marry into my family. Unfortunately, you're just acting. Cao Wenxin ignored Fang Xiaoke and pulled Ji Yuning, walking away. Hearing that, Fang Xiaoke was deeply regretful. She wished that she hadn't played with their feelings. However, if she hadn't been so calculating, she would not have been able to meet Cao Wenjun and Cao Wenxin. When they left, Cao Wenxin complained to Ji Yuning. I must have been blind to believe that that woman is truly kind and gentle. She intentionally made friends with me after she knew my family background but pretended that she knew nothing. And then, she acted gentle and sweet in front of my older brother on purpose because that's precisely my older brother's type. If I hadn't accidentally heard her talking to her mother on the phone, I would have been deceived too. She told her mother that she was determined to marry into a super rich family on my older brother's coattails. I told my older brother later, but he even refused to believe it, so I played the recording. My older brother was heartbroken, but we still decided to keep it between us, and we stayed away from her since then. Although my family doesn't really care about someone's family background, we definitely don't want calculating people. Ningning, why are people's emotions so complicated? Did she have to be so calculating to marry into a super rich family? If someone truly loves you, he or she won't care about your social status or how much money you have. I don't think a romantic relationship can last with someone being calculating, Cao Wenxin said. Indeed, if someone truly loved you, he or she wouldn't care about your social status or how much money you had. When Ji Yuning had been together with Leng Xiaoting in the early stage, he was the noble heir of the Leng family, the dominant major general in the military, and there was a huge abyss between them, but he never despised her. And she didn't take a liking to him because of his family background, but because of him. Before long, the two arrived at the appointed place, a 5-star hotel. There was a KTV room in the private rooms of this hotel, so Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin heard loud music and singing when they approached the door. Cao Wenxin pushed the door open, and the noise became louder. Cao Wenxin almost got a headache and kicked the door of the KTV room open. Everyone inside was surprised and the terrible singing stopped at the same time. There was only loud music left in the room. The three men in the KTV room were furious that someone dared to interrupt them. However, when they saw Cao Wenxin coming inside, all of them stayed quiet. It's so loud and terrible, Cao Wenxin said, but they were already used to it, so they weren't mad at all. In addition, they also knew that they were terrible singers. Hey, Wenxin, where is Ningning? Tang Jiakai asked as he stood up. When he came to Cao Wenxin, he noticed Ji Yuning behind her back. Ningning. Hi, Wenxin. The other two boys followed Tang Jiakai walking to them. They were the same age as Tang Jiakai. One was tall and handsome, while the other was comparatively plain. When they saw Ji Yuning, they were all excited and showed their admiration towards her. Hi, you must be Ji Yuning. You're so awesome and we've heard a lot about you. Exactly. Jiakai told us that you're his younger sister, and we didn't believe it. I've never cheated you, Tang Jiakai retorted, and then he introduced his friends to Ji Yuning. Ningning, this is the heir of the horse racing field, Ouyang Siwan. Ouyang Siwan was the tall, handsome boy. And this is Kong Maoshui. We're best friends, Tang Jiakai introduced the other boy. Nice to meet you. Ji Yu. Ning greeted them. Nice to meet you too, they said. Turn the music off right now. It's so noisy, Cao Wenxin said. It indeed was very noisy. Let alone Cao Wenxin, even Ji Yuning couldn't stand it. Fine fine. Kong Maoshui went to turn the music off. Once the music stopped, everyone felt at ease. Come on, let's go sit around the table, Ouyang Siwan said, and they went to the table together. Wenxin, Ji Yuning, please order whatever you like. Ouyang Siwan gave 2 menus to Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin. Ningning, we're all friends, so order whatever you want, Cao Wenxin said to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then didn't hesitate to order several of her favorite dishes. After they all finished ordering, a waiter took the menus and walked out. Once the waiter left, Ouyang Siwan and Kong Maoshui asked Ji Yuning with curiosity, Ji Yuning, you're so good at kung fu. Do you have a kung fu master as your master? Exactly. Or have you been trained in the military like Wenxin? That's her privacy, so don't ask further. Tang Jokai interrupted them and gave them a knowing glance. He was worried that Ji Yuning would feel sad to bring her master up. Chapter 438 Pan Zerui needs help. Ouyang Siwan and Kong Maoshui normally loved to make fun of their friends, but they were also sensitive. Therefore, once Tang Jokai gave them a hint to change the topic, they immediately changed their question. Ji Yuning, do you really know how to play horse betting, or were you just lucky? In fact, Ji Yuning didn't mind their last question, but since Tang Jokai stopped them, she would also ignore it. I was just lucky, Ji Yuning said. What? They were all shocked. Her luck was unbelievable. You could win so much money just by luck. That's amazing, Kong Maoshui said. Well, what can I say? I'm always lucky. Ji Yuning smiled. Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai had witnessed Ji Yuning's incredible luck with their own eyes, so they believed Ji Yuning's explanation. After a while, the dishes were on the table and the waiter poured glasses of red wine for them. Kong Maoshui raised his glass and said to them, Let's have a toast. Happy New Year. Glasses clinked against each other in the air in celebration. In the middle of the meal, Ji Yuning's phone rang and the caller was Pan Zerui. Hi. Ji Yuning answered his call. Boss, help. Are you still in City B? We're being chased and beaten by Zhao Kengelin's group, and they all have wooden sticks. Pan Zerui breathed hard. Pan Zerui's voice was loud, so Cao Wenxin and Tang Jokai, who sat next to her, heard it. Ji Yuning was worried. Where are you right now? We're at the circuit in the Southern Mountain Road, Pan Zerui said. They went there today to race their cars, but Zhao Kengelin knew their schedule and brought a group of people to beat them. Zhao Kengelin and his men were well prepared, so Pan Zerui and his friends had suddenly been attacked before they escaped to the mountains. I'll be right there, Ji Yuning said, standing up. I'm sorry. It's an emergency and I have to leave now. I'll go with you. Cao Wenxin stood up. Although she knew that Ji Yuning could handle it alone, she wouldn't miss the chance to practice her fighting skills. Me too. Tang Jokai stood up too. He didn't like fighting, but wanted to help Ji Yuning. What happened? We can go with you. Ouyang Siwan and Kong Maoshui also stood up. Even though they had no idea what had happened, they were willing to help. Do you fight? Ji Yuning looked to Ouyang Siwan and Kong Maoshui. Of course we do, they said, and realized that Ji Yuning had to go fight with someone. Great. Let's go now, Ji Yuning said, and ran outside at once, followed by them. The Tang family owned this hotel, so there was no need for them to pay the bill. When they got to the parking lot, Ji Yuning told them to get in Cao Wenxin's car, and Ji Yuning got straight in the driver's seat. Wear the seat belts. We're leaving for the circuit in the Southern Mountain Road. Give me the directions, Ji Yuning said, and drove the car ahead at a high speed. Everyone in the car was astonished and scared. Ji Yuning drove the car fast on the road, and she didn't even bother to reduce speed when there was a lot of traffic. She could always overtake them. Other drivers on the road all noticed a red Land Rover moving smoothly at a high speed among the traffic. They kept swearing, but had to admit that the driver of the red Land Rover was really skillful. Cao Wenxin and her friends in the car almost threw up, but they also admired Ji Yuning's impressive driving skills. When there was less traffic on the road, Ji Yuning directly raised the speed to 120 miles per hour. It normally took around 40 minutes to get to the circuit in the southern mountain road, but Ji Yuning only spent 20 minutes on the road. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw that 7 cars were stopped there, but there was no one around. Ji Yuning took out her phone and threw it to Cao Wenxin. She told Cao Wenxin to call Pan Zerui, but nobody answered. Could he be in trouble? Cao Wenxin guessed. Ji Yuning had the same feeling. She stopped the car and used her jade eyes to see what was going on in the mountain. Finally, she found 2 groups of people who were fighting at a steep part of the mountain. Or to be more specific, it was a group of people who kept beating another group. There were at least 12 people in Zhao Kengelin's group, and they were violently beating as well as kicking the 5 in Pan Zerui's group. Ji Yuning was furious, and others in the car all felt scared. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning directly drove the car on the mountain road. She never reduced the speed, and made many abrupt hairpin turns. Although they were wearing seat belts, they couldn't help but knock against each other or the car. After 5 minutes, they arrived at the place where Pan Zerui and his friends were being beaten. Ji Yuning slammed on the brakes, and everyone in the car moved forward under the force. Luckily, they had all tightly buckled their seat belts. Ji Yuning unfastened her seat belt, jumping out of the car and dashed to them. Actually, whether Cao Wenxin and her friends came along with Ji Yuning or didn't, Ji Yuning could handle it well on her own. She simply didn't want to turn their kindness down. Cao Wenxin and the others followed Ji Yuning in climbing out, but they weren't as fast as Ji Yuning. Zhao Kengelin's group was in the woods, so they didn't hear the sound of the car outside. And none of them noticed that people had come until Ji Yuning kicked 2 men. "It's you." Zhao Kengelin was shocked, and he was afraid of Ji Yuning. Boss. Pan Zerui was already beaten black and blue on the ground, but he was excited to see Ji Yuning coming to rescue him. "How dare you beat my people?" Ji Yuning was furious, and kicked the nearest man away. The man hit a tree and broke some of his ribs. "Everyone, she is the target." Zhao Kengelin gave the order at once. Pan Zerui's group was already beaten down, and had no ability to fight back. At this time, Tang Jokai and his friends arrived. Seeing that Ji Yuning easily kicked a tall man away, they were all astonished. However, when Zhao Kengelin saw Tang Jokai's group, he was frightened. Why are they here? Chapter 439 Stroke of Luck. Pan Zerui's group was also quite surprised to see that Ji Yuning came with Tang Jokai and his friends. Zhao Kengelin was also from a rich family in City B, but his family was barely comparable to Tang Jokai's and his friends' families. Therefore, the last thing he wanted to do was to annoy them. Tang Jokai and his friends joined the fight at once. It wasn't easy for Tang Jokai and his friends to fight against another group with empty hands. They weren't as powerful as Ji Yuning after all, so they grabbed the wooden sticks away from Zhao Kengelin's group first and then started hitting them with the sticks. Although Zhao Kengelin's group was also good at fighting, they were hardly opponents when facing Tang Jokai and his friends who had received professional training. And once Tang Jokai and his friends grabbed the wooden sticks, Zhao Kengelin's group was being beaten the entire time. Within 10 minutes, they were all beaten down on the ground. After that, Ji Yuning took out 5 porcelain bottles and gave them to Tang Jokai. "Tell Pan Zerui and his friends to take the pills in the bottles." Tang Jokai took the porcelain bottles, walking towards Pan Zerui's group, and Ji Yuning also walked to Zhao Kengelin who was lying on the ground. Zhao Kengelin was trembling in horror at seeing Ji Yuning walking to him, and begged, Please let me go. I won't do it again. If it ever happens again, I promise to beat you till you are paralyzed forever," Ji Yuning said coldly. Although Pan Zerui was badly injured, they were also beaten down on the ground, so Ji Yuning wouldn't punish them anymore. She couldn't kill them anyway, and it was enough to teach them a lesson. Sure. It won't happen again." Zhao Kengelin was truly terrified this time, partly because of Ji Yuning and partly because of Tang Jokai and his friends. Obviously, they stood on Pan Zerui's side. If he dared to cause Pan Zerui trouble again, he would be acting against Tang Jokai and his friends. Zhao Kengelin definitely didn't dare to annoy any of the Tang family, the Cao family, the Yang family or the Kong family. At the same time, "Hi, Lord Jokai." Pan Zerui and his friends greeted Tang Jokai with great respect. Although Pan Zerui was always arrogant, he knew the rules and only bullied the people who were from families that were just as rich as his, or those who were poorer than him. "You really had a stroke of luck and met my younger sister. We were in the middle of dinner, but we drove directly here to save your life," Tang Jokai said with disdain. He had a terrible impression of Pan Zerui. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, he wouldn't have agreed to rescue him. Pan Zerui felt ashamed, but Ji Yuning was the only person he could think of when he was in danger. "Wait, boss is Tang Jokai's younger sister." Pan Zerui was shocked. He, of course, knew that they weren't biological brother and sister because they had different family names. Even so, if Ji Yuning was a relative of the Tang family, she had to be influential too. "Take this. Ningning told me to give this medicine to you." Tang Jokai threw the bottles to Pan Zerui's group, then turned back, walking to Ji Yuning and his friends. Pan Zerui and his friends took the medicine without delay or asking the reason. The pill immediately melted in their mouths. Within a minute, they quickly got their energy back, and their pain was greatly relieved. Before long, they were able to get back on their feet again. "Boss, what medicine is this? It's so unbelievable." Pan Zerui jumped in front of Ji Yuning and asked with curiosity. "Magical medicine." Ji Yuning gave him a perfunctory answer. Pan Zerui didn't care, and trusted Ji Yuning. "Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu," Pan Zerui's friends said to Ji Yuning. "You're welcome," Ji Yuning said. "All right, let's go." Before they left, Pan Zerui and his friends beat Zhao Kengelin's group again to vent their anger. They naturally knew that they couldn't kill them, so they soon stopped. "Boss, I heard from Lord Jokai that you were in the middle of dinner when I called you. In order to thank you as well as apologize, no matter what do you want to have now, I'll pay the bill," Pan Zerui said to. "Please Ji Yuning." "Seafood," Ji Yuning said without hesitation. Afterwards, they went to the biggest seafood restaurant in City B. When they were gone, Zhao Kengelin took out his phone and called the ambulance. Because of Ji Yuning's warning, Zhao Kengelin didn't even dare to tell his family, because his family wouldn't get revenge on them but would instead blame his stupid behavior. In that case, he could be sent abroad or locked at home, which was dreadfully terrible. In the CEO's office of Tengguang Group, Tang Yunfan was working, but he couldn't help thinking about Ji Yuning. Was it possible that Ji Yuning was his daughter? What if she was? What should he do then? He was so used to being alone, and had no idea how to handle the relationship if he suddenly had a daughter and the mother of his daughter. Therefore, he was uncertain about it. After a short while, Quan Mingkai walked in with a file. He walked to Tang Yunfan and gave him the file. "Boss, here are the latest materials we have from the investigation." Tang Yunfan immediately opened the file. On the top of the documents were Ji Yuning's and Ji Yuman's photos. When Tang Yunfan's sight fell on Ji Yuman's photo, his body stiffened for a second. He suddenly felt a strange excitement, but didn't know why. Thinking about it, Tang Yunfan was in great pain. Although his head didn't ache anymore after taking Ji Yuning's medicine, he still felt uncomfortable. Quan Mingkai was a little scared, and stopped Tang Yunfan. "Boss, calm down for a second, and don't force yourself to think about it right now." Hearing Quan Mingkai's voice, Tang Yunfan gradually went back to normal. He put the photos aside first, and read the documents. Ji Yuman, female, 39 years old, lives in City F. She went to college in City D at age 20, but got pregnant before marriage, so she quit school. During the last 18 years, she was humiliated and despised by her family. She worked in a factory to support her daughter. 4 months ago, she fell from the stairs and passed out, and quit her job later. Now she is the boss of a beauty salon. Ji Yuning, female, 18 years old, lives in City F. She's a senior student studying in the No. 3 high school in City F. She has been self-abased, weak, bad at studying, and was in a car accident 4 months ago. After she woke up, she suddenly became brave, confident and good at studying. After a short time, she became the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. It is said that she made the money by stone gambling. Many important figures in City G attended the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Chapter 440 His daughter. As for stone gambling, the Tang family already knew about it, so he wasn't surprised. Even though he was curious about how Ji Yuning was able to make so much money by stone gambling, it was hard to find that out. All in all, the changes began from 4 months ago. They didn't get much useful information, because they had just done a basic investigation. They could turn to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce if they wanted to know which companies were under Ji Yuning's name, but they had no interest in doing that because it wasn't important. After all, they already knew about many of Ji Yuning's companies. Reading what Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman had experienced, Tang Yunfan was furious all of a sudden. He wasn't a man with a lot of sympathies, but he failed to curb his anger when Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman were involved. Although he wasn't sure yet, he believed that Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman had to have a close relationship with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt like he had met Ji Yuman before. Otherwise, Ji Yuning wouldn't have resembled him so much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been affected by them. Otherwise, Ji Yuman wouldn't have gotten pregnant right when he had disappeared from his family. A single coincidence could just be a coincidence, but a series of coincidences had to be something with certainty. He was eager to get his memory back to figure out what had really happened during that time. Precisely because he lost the memory, he didn't know how to face Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman even if they were his family. He already forgot the feeling of love, and Ji Yuman was merely a familiar stranger in his eyes now. Tang Yunfan told his feelings to Quan Mingkai and asked, "Do you think Ji Yuning is really my daughter?" "Boss, I think that it's highly possible, or you wouldn't have such feelings," Quan Mingkai said. "If you have time, you can visit City D, especially the university Ji Yuman studied in. Maybe you'll remember something. Although 18 years have passed by, and City D has altered a lot too, there must be something that stayed the same." Meanwhile, Chi Tianlin also got the results from the investigation of Ji Yuning's identity. It was basically the same as what Tang Yunfan had got. Chi Tianlin lazily lay on the sofa in the luxurious office on the top floor of the Earth nightclub. He still looked very proud and obtrusive. After reading the information about Ji Yuning, he had many thoughts. She totally changed right after the car accident. The changes were so dramatic. She suddenly became a smart, brave, confident billionaire from a dumb, weak, self-abased, poor girl. It sounds like an imaginary story. Or, was she just pretending before the car accident? But, why? And, her unusual ability of stone gambling. How accurate must she be to make enough money to open a high-end jewelry store? Moreover, a majority of the important figures in City G all attended the opening ceremony, including people from the Qing gang. The person from the Qing gang's company sent Ji Yuning the natural red coral, which is worth dozens of millions of yuan, so their relationship couldn't be simple. However, Chi Tianlin didn't know whether Ji Yuning had a close relationship with the company owned by the Qing gang, or directly with the Qing gang. In addition, was she closely related to the senior management of the Qing gang, or the head of the Qing gang, Situ Yi? Chi Tianlin had only ordered them to investigate Ji Yuning's identity, so he didn't get many details. Of course, if he wanted to know details, he wouldn't have the results within a short period of time. And if Ji Yuning had a close relationship with Situ Yi, was it possible that she had appeared in the Earth nightclub for a reason? Although the Kirin gang and the Qing gang stayed in their own lanes and minded their own business, they still had conflicts over some deals. Besides, peers were also competitors. Chi Tianlin had the ambition to be the head of the #1 gang in this country, and he didn't believe that Situ Yi had never thought about the same thing. Therefore, he had kept a close eye on the Qing gang's activities. If the Qing gang was going to unseat him, he would be prepared. Find out the relationship between Ji Yuning and the Qing gang. Chi Tianlin gave an order again. He didn't care about the other things, but he had to investigate their relationship clearly. If Ji Yuning was helping the Qing gang, he would. Weirdly, he was suddenly reluctant to kill Ji Yuning. Fine, he decided to lock her in a room. "Yes, boss," Yu Hao said. "Why don't we go to the Earth nightclub to have fun later?" Pan Zerui proposed after the meal. No, Cao Wenxin and Tang Jiakai rejected at once. After what they had been through yesterday, they would never ever go there again. I don't want to either. Although Ji Yuning wasn't afraid, she didn't want to go there. She knew that Qi Tianlin would investigate her after what had happened yesterday. If he found out about her connection with the Qing gang and thought that she was a spy for them, she would be in big trouble. Since they refused to go there, Wu Yang Siwan and Kong Maoshui wouldn't go either. Then where should we go now? Pan Zerui didn't think further. He simply thought that they disliked the place. Why don't we have a boat tour on the river? Ningning hasn't been to the beautiful river in City B yet. The night view is breathtaking. Cao Wenxin said. Ji Yuning thought for a while and agreed. The Tang family was the leading family in the ship industry in City B, so there were many luxurious pleasure boats under the Tang family's name. Tang Jokai made a call, and they directly got on board right after they arrived. In the Tang family's old house, Tang Haifeng, Tang Yunheng and his wife were watching TV in the living room. Tang Yunfen didn't go home until dinner was over. When they noticed Tang Yunfen being so distracted, they asked whether he felt uncomfortable, but Tang Yunfen didn't answer. At least he didn't want to say anything before he found the truth. Oh, since girl Ji Yu is already a member of our family, I think that it's necessary to hold a party and announce to everyone that she is one of us now. I don't want anyone to take advantage of her, Tang Haifeng said. Since Tang Yunfen hadn't made up his mind to take Ji Yuning as his own daughter, Tang Haifeng thought that it wasn't a bad idea to tell everyone that he already regarded Ji Yuning as his own granddaughter. Tang Yunfen was struck dumb for a second, but stopped his father at once. We don't need to rush. Just give me some time. He was almost certain that Ji Yuning was his biological daughter, so he would announce the news to everyone when it was the right time, instead of only treating Ji Yuning like his daughter. However, he didn't know any details yet, and he couldn't tell Tang Haifeng what he had found out, because he lost his memory of that year. Chapter 441 Tang Yunfen's dream. Tang Yunfen was willing to have Ji Yuning as his family, but Ji Yuman was also involved in this mess, so he wanted to regain his memory first, so that he would be able to accept it with his true feelings. He hoped that he could bring them both home. Tang Haifeng didn't know what he was thinking, and was mad at once. Why? Since everyone accepted it, we need to hold the party as soon as possible. No one was more eager than Tang Haifeng to announce to people around him that Ji Yuning was his granddaughter now. I agree with father. If we're going to hold the party sooner or later, it needs to be grand, Tang Yunheng said. I have my reasons, so listen to me this time, Tang Yunfen said in an undeniable tone, then he directly walked upstairs. Tang Haifeng was furious, but didn't know what to say. Obviously, Tang Yunfen had his own plan. Tang Haifeng thought that maybe he wasn't willing to take Ji Yuning as his daughter, while Tang Yunheng suddenly thought of what he had discussed with Cao Ruowa. Is it possible that Yunfen found out Ji Yuning's hidden reason which explained why she approached our family, so he doesn't want to rush? That was just Tang Yunheng's pure conjecture, so it wasn't appropriate for him to say it outright now. Ji Yuning and the others had taken the boat on the river for 2 hours before they went back home. When they were home, Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin immediately booked plane tickets to the capital for the next morning. They would fly to the capital around 8:10 a.m., and would arrive there around 10:30 a.m. Ji Yuning planned to have lunch downtown before she went to deal with her own business. After booking plane tickets, Cao Wenxin went back to her house, and Ji Yuning talked with Leng Xiaoting on the phone for at least an hour. Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting that she would fly to the capital along with Cao Wenxin, but she didn't tell him that she was going to introduce Xu Jinchen to Cao Wenxin. Instead, she asked whether Xu Jinchen and Xu Qinyan were free, so that they could dine together. Leng Xiaoting didn't think further and agreed with alacrity. Ji Yuning then told Leng Xiaoting the time that she would arrive at the capital. The Wangdeng Hotel was also in the capital, and Cao Wenxin had her own black card, so she would stay in her family's hotel. After hanging up the call with Leng Xiaoting, it was around 11 p.m. Ji Yuning opened her WeChat and checked their WeChat group. Her friends all knew that she was busy, so they mentioned at her and reminded her to take care of herself. Ever since they had attended Suanya's birthday party last time, Suanya joined their WeChat group. Except Ji Yuning, who was always absent, the rest of the people were busy chatting and making fun of each other. And although Ji Yuning barely showed up, her friends never forgot her. Ji Yuning was their boss after all. Without her, they couldn't maintain such a friendly relationship. Once Ji Yuning appeared, everyone was excited. Even though they just hadn't seen each other for a few days, it felt like ages. Ji Yuning felt touched that she had a group of real friends. During this time, Tang Yunfan couldn't sleep. He couldn't help thinking about Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman, and he kept forcing himself to get his lost memory back. However, no matter how hard he tried, he didn't have any clue. In the end, Tang Yunfan couldn't tolerate it anymore, and he took sleeping pills to fall asleep. However, in his sound dream, he dreamed that an old bus was moving on a road. When it turned, there was a fast oncoming car right ahead of it. The bus tried to avoid the car, but accidentally crashed into the river. Abruptly, Tang Yunfan woke up from his dream. He had a strong feeling that the dream was real. Thus he did his best to keep the dream in his mind and searched for the map of City D on his computer to see whether there was any river around City D. Tang Yunfan found out there was a river at a place which was 30 kilometers away from southern City D, and there was also a road which passed by the river. Although he wasn't sure it was the same road, it was the only road if he had been setting off from City D. He made up his mind to visit that place. The next day, Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin got up at 6 a.m. Cao Wenxin wore light makeup and carried a small suitcase before she walked out. They would only stay in the capital for about 2 days, so Cao Wenxin didn't bring much clothing to change into. On the contrary, Ji Yuning's suitcase was obviously bigger than Cao Wenxin's. Because Ji Yuning didn't want to expose the secret of her telepathic eye space, she had to pull this suitcase around with her. Cao Wenxin drove her Land Rover to the airport and left the car there, so that she could use it again when she came back. After finishing all the procedures, it was still half an hour away from the departure time. Although Cao Wenxin didn't carry many things, there was liquid in her baggage, so she had to check it in. Ji Yuning did the same thing. When they just came in the lounge, Ji Yuning heard someone calling her. She looked towards the voice and noticed Chu Yuxin. Chu Yuxin was waving at her not far away. Seeing Chu Yuxin, Ji Yuning suddenly remembered that Chu Yuxin lived in City B. She didn't feel guilty that she hadn't visited Chu Yuxin, because they weren't very familiar after all. Ji Yuning smiled at her and walked over with Cao Wenxin. "Hi, Yuxin," Ji Yuning said. When Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin walked near, Chu Yuxin recognized that the young woman with Ji Yuning was Cao Wenxin. She was a little surprised that the two were together. "Hi, Miss Cao." They were both from the high society, so they naturally knew each other. "Miss Chu, nice to meet you." Cao Wenxin also recognized Chu Yuxin. They had met at parties, and Chu Yuxin was a famous model, so Cao Wenxin often saw her pictures on magazine covers. Chu Yuxin was a model, but she also had her bottom line. She never wore a bikini or very little clothing in front of a camera, because modeling was just her hobby and she didn't rely on that to support herself. In addition, Chu Yuxin was from a super rich family. It would be a shame to her family if she was naked in front of a camera. "Where are you flying today?" Chu Yuxin asked. Chapter 442 Rescue a Woman, the capital, Ji Yuning said. "How about you?" The gate where Chu Yuxin stood wasn't to the capital, so Ji Yuning asked. "Oh, I'm flying to Malaysia for work," Chu Yuxin said. After they chatted for a while longer, the radio announced that the plane to Malaysia was about to take off. Chu Yuxin then said to them, "Sorry, I have to leave now. See you around." They said goodbye to each other and Chu Yuxin went to get aboard. Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin also went to their gate. "Ningning, how come all the people you know are from either rich or powerful families? Tell me, how did you meet Chu Yuxin?" Cao Wenxin asked with curiosity. "She's the best friend of the younger cousin of my boyfriend's close friend. We've met several times," Ji Yuning said, but she didn't mention that her boyfriend's close friend was Xu Jinchen. Cao Wenxin understood, and didn't ask further. They sat down in chairs in front of the gate, waiting to get aboard. Before long, the radio announced that passengers to the capital needed to be ready to go aboard. However, right at that moment, someone exclaimed, "Jesus! A woman fainted. Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin immediately turned back. The woman who passed out was waiting at the same gate as them, and she wasn't far behind them. The young woman fell to the ground in unconsciousness, and there was a little boy around 4 years old standing crying beside her. People surrounded them at once, but none of them went to help the young woman get back to her feet. Nobody knew whether they should move her or not, because it seemed dangerous, so people were all waiting for the workers at the airport to come. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, ran straight to the young woman, followed by Cao Wenxin. "Please move. Give her some fresh air." Ji Yuning raised her voice and said to the onlookers. People began to move back. However, when Ji Yuning squatted at the young woman's side, someone said, "Miss, don't move her body. It can be dangerous." It was understandable that nobody dared to help the young woman, because they weren't doctors. Ji Yuning didn't care. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her backpack and poured the power crystal out. When Ji Yuning was about to put the pill into the young woman's mouth, a male and 2 female workers from the airport arrived and stopped her. The leading female worker snapped at Ji Yuning, "Stop it. What are you doing? What if she dies? Can you bear the result?" Saying that, she came to push Ji Yuning away. Ji Yuning avoided her but failed to put the pill into the young woman's mouth. "If she dies, I'll bear the result," Cao Wenxin said, because she totally trusted Ji Yuning. Another female worker looked at Cao Wenxin. Seeing that Cao Wenxin was very pretty, she felt jealous and suddenly became rude. "You, who do you think you are? What a joke. Then can you bear the result if she dies at this airport?" Ji Yuning coldly stared at them when they stood in her way. "Why should we take the responsibility? We didn't cause her to pass out." A female worker retorted impolitely. "Because you stopped me from rescuing her." Ji Yuning said. "Rescuing her? Judging by your age, I bet you are just a student. Do you think that you are a doctor or something?" The female worker said with obvious disdain. Passengers flying to the capital started to board, but the leading female worker still stood there and did nothing for no reason. Ji Yuning lost her patience, and pushed her away. "Block their way. If they dare to move, punch them," Ji Yuning said to Cao Wenxin before she squatted again. The leading female worker was pushed backwards a few steps, and almost fell. She was surprised and then furious. However, before she could react, Ji Yuning had already put the pill into the unconscious woman's mouth. Nonetheless, Ji Yuning didn't know why the young woman had passed out, so she used her jade eyes to see the condition of the young woman's body. While Ji Yuning was examining the young woman, she secretly put her power inside as well. The leading female worker was in a rage, because Ji Yuning had not only pushed her, but had threatened her as well. "How dare you push me? Do you know who I am?" Saying that, she ran to Ji Yuning, because she didn't think that Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning would really dare to punch her. Actually, Ji Yuning already had pushed her, and Cao Wenxin would, of course, dare to punch her. Therefore, when the leading female worker ran at Ji Yuning, Cao Wenxin directly went ahead and did a espionage one. "I don't care who the hell you are, because I'll punch you, whoever you are." Cao Wenxin wasn't a gentle girl, so she didn't reduce her strength at all. With a loud, agonized scream, the woman was thrown over Cao Wenxin's shoulder and hit the ground heavily. Seeing that, everyone was shocked, not only because Cao Wenxin really attacked the leading female worker, but also because she was so awesome. Hearing the scream, the other 2 workers were frightened. They moved backwards in fear, and didn't dare to go help the leading female worker on the ground. Meanwhile, the young woman gradually got her consciousness back. Everyone's attention was drawn to her at once. And everyone looked at Ji Yuning with surprise. Some thought that she must have been lucky, because it wasn't uncommon that people woke up after fainting for a short time. However, no matter what, it was good news that the young woman went back to normal. This young woman was physically weak, so she easily fainted when she lacked energy or strength. Although it wasn't deadly that she passed out all of a sudden because she would wake up after having a rest, it was still dangerous if anything bad happened during her unconsciousness. Besides, what if her child was kidnapped when she passed out? All in all, nothing was more precious than a healthy body. Within seconds, the young woman was completely clear-headed. She abruptly sat up from the ground, and held the little boy without delay. "Oh, my baby, don't cry, don't cry, mommy is fine." Seeing that his mommy was awake, the little boy gradually stopped crying. 1A espionage is a shoulder throw in judo. Chapter 443. The one who has the power is the boss. Alright, let's go aboard now, Ji Yuning said. Almost all the passengers were aboard. Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, the young woman realized that it was Ji Yuning who had rescued her by putting the pill in her mouth. She thanked Ji Yuning sincerely before she walked to the plane. "You want to escape? No way. Stop them right now," the leading female worker, who had been thrown to the ground by Cao Wenxin, shouted to her colleagues. Because of the leading female worker's title, her colleagues had to follow her order. "Do you want to be injured like her?" Cao Wenxin coldly glanced at them and threatened. They immediately stopped. "Catch them now," the leading female worker almost yelled in anger. "Don't gather here. Move." At this time, a strict male voice sounded. Everyone looked around and saw a group of airport staff quickly walking over, followed by medical staff. Passengers around them all moved aside. The leading man, who was around 34 years old, was the manager of this airport. "Cousin," the female worker who had been beaten by Cao Wenxin complained at once. "Cousin, they just attacked me. Please arrest them right now." The manager of this airport was precisely the woman's older cousin, which was the reason why she was so arrogant and rude. Hearing that, everyone looked at Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin. They thought that they would be in trouble now, because whoever had the power was the boss. Indeed, whoever had the power was the boss, but the powerful people were Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning. Therefore, the man directly ignored the woman, and greeted Cao Wenxin. "It's so nice to meet you, Miss Cao. May I know your flight number?" Seeing the man's attitude towards Cao Wenxin, people around them instantly knew who the person of power was. "It's this one, but all the passengers are aboard now." Cao Wenxin gave the gate a glance. "Please allow me to walk you to the gate," the man said, and made a hand gesture to invite Cao Wenxin to get aboard. He didn't bother to ask what had happened. He didn't care about his so-called younger cousin at all, as long as Cao Wenxin was fine. "Cousin." The woman was disappointed that the man ignored her. Cao Wenxin and Ji Yuning were in a hurry, so they left right away along with the mother and her son. The mother was grateful for Ji Yuning's kind behavior, so she was waiting for them to get aboard together. After the man walked them to the gate and came back, he icily looked at his younger cousin. "Follow me to the finance room to get your salary. You don't need to come to work tomorrow." He had always wanted to fire her, because the woman was lazy and snobbish. Given that she hadn't caused any trouble before, he had turned a blind eye. However, he couldn't tolerate it anymore. In addition, this woman was merely a relative of his stepmother, and had nothing to do with him. If it hadn't been for his father, he would never have allowed her to work here. "Cousin." The woman was in despair. After Ji Yuning and the others got aboard, they coincidentally sat in the same row. The cute little boy kept staring at Ji Yuning from his mother's arms. Ji Yuning was amused and smiled to him. "Why are you staring at me all the time? I think you're great. You gave mommy a pill, and mommy is fine," the little boy said. Ji Yuning laughed a little, but didn't say anything. And then the little boy continued. "My grandpa is sick. Can you help my grandpa?" Hearing that, they were all surprised. The mother felt a little embarrassed, and explained at once. "Please don't mind him. He's just a child." Although she did wake up after taking Ji Yuning's pill, she had only passed out because she was physically weak. Her father, on the other hand, was seriously sick, and a pill couldn't cure him. "What kind of disease does his grandpa have? Maybe I can do something," Ji Yuning said. She wasn't able to reject a cute little child. Hearing that, the mother's eyes lit up, but soon went back to normal. Apparently, she didn't have much hope. "My father is a stroke patient. Although he survived last time, he has paraplegia 1 and relies on chemotherapy to prolong his life now. We know that it's hopeless." Thinking about that, the mother looked so sad. "Is your father in the capital?" Ji Yuning asked. "Yes," the mother replied. "If you trust me, you can let him take my medicine which you have just taken." You probably won't believe me even if I tell you how effective the medicine is right now," but it is harmless, Ji Yuning said. If you have worries, you can have my phone number and take a picture of my ID card. If anything happens, you can find me. I trust you. The mother didn't believe that Ji Yuning's medicine could cure her father, but believed that it was harmless. She had woken up after taking Ji Yuning's medicine after all, and Ji Yuning even allowed her to take a picture of her ID card. In addition, she would try everything to help her father. Ji Yuning understood that it was hard for the mother to believe her, because they were simply strangers till now. There is a pill in each of these 3 porcelain bottles. The pill will melt in contact with water. Take a pill every 3 days, and you can ask a doctor to examine your father's body 2 hours after he's taken the pill. 1 paraplegia is the total inability to move the lower half of the body including the legs and often the lower part of the torso. Chapter 444 Zhang Xinyuan, Miss, thank you so much. The mother said. Although she wasn't very hopeful, she still had anticipation. In the end, the mother entered Ji Yuning's name and phone number into her mobile phone, but didn't take a picture of Ji Yuning's ID card. She kept Ji Yuning's phone number in order to thank Ji Yuning if her father recovered, not to cause Ji Yuning trouble if an accident happened. During their conversation, Ji Yuning got to know that the mother was called Zhang Xinyuan. She lived in the capital and her son's name was Zhang Zhang. Zhang Xinyuan was a single mother, because her husband had died in an accident when she was pregnant, but she had been kicked out by her mother-in-law. She and her husband loved each other very much, so she had refused to have an abortion. In the beginning, her parents had been furious because she was so young and her life would be tough if she became a single mother. However, she had insisted on keeping the baby, and her parents had finally accepted it. She worked hard to make as much money as possible, while her parents helped her take care of her son. Although her family wasn't poor, her parents were both teachers with retirement pay and her monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000 yuan, they could barely afford her father's high administration fee. She had flown to City B to meet her older brother and his wife. She had wanted to borrow some money from them, but they had refused to meet her. Her older brother and his wife had been mad at her ever since she had insisted on giving birth to her child after her husband died. They also refused to take care of their parents. Speaking of that, Zhang Xinyuan wore a wry smile, because the apartment in which her older brother's family lived now didn't always belong to them. 3 years ago, her older brother had lost a lot of money in a failed business endeavor, and their parents had sold the apartment to pay his debt. The buyer had then rented the apartment to her older brother's family, but she and their parents were paying the rent. Nonetheless, her older brother's family never believed their explanation or the truth but thought that they were lying. Hearing that, Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin had deep sympathy for Zhang Xinyuan, and they all criticized her older brother and his wife, who were totally shameless. Luckily, Zhang Xinyuan's father would soon recover after he took Ji Yuning's medicine, and Ji Yuning hoped that her life would be better when her father regained his health. When the plane that Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin boarded had taken off for a short time, Tang Yunfan appeared at the same airport. He was alone and left his secretary to deal with the business in his company. He was flying to City D, to try to get his memory back. He didn't want to wait, nor let Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman wait, in case any accidents happened. Standing at the exit of the capital airport was a tall, extraordinarily handsome young man. Even though he was dressed casually, he was still too noticeable to be ignored. The moment he walked in the airport, many people, especially women, were attracted to him. Some wanted to approach him, but he looked so cold and seemed unwilling to talk to others, so none of them dared to approach him. However, one brave woman tried. She was a gorgeous beauty who was around 25. Although she looked calm and confident, she was super nervous in her heart. When she was just 2 meters away from Leng Xiaoting, he suddenly gave her a cold look, and the woman was too scared to move closer. Although she was a little afraid of the man, she wasn't willing to give up. After a long breath, she said to Leng Xiaoting, "Hi, are you waiting for someone?" Leng Xiaoting directly ignored her and turned his head away. The woman felt embarrassed and quickly left. Seeing that such a beauty was directly ignored by the man, nobody dared to try again. Ji Yuning and the others got off the plane an hour later, and they went to collect their baggage before they walked out together. Zhang Xinyuan was holding her child, so Cao Wenxin helped her pull her suitcase. Once they walked out of the airport, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting noticed each other at first glance. Cao Wenxin and Zhang Xinyuan were both stunned to see Leng Xiaoting. This extraordinarily handsome man was walking to them. No, to Ji Yuning. Cao Wenxin immediately realized that the man had to be Ji Yuning's boyfriend. Have you been waiting for a long time? Ji Yuning smiled. Leng Xiaoting gently looked at Ji Yuning with a faint smile on his lips. Not really. How was your flight? He took Ji Yuning's suitcase. Not bad, Ji Yuning said. Oh, let me introduce you. Xiaoting, this is my grandpa Tang's granddaughter, Cao Wenxin. Wenxin, this is my boyfriend, Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning said to Cao Wenxin. Hi, Leng Xiaoting said lightly. Hi, Cao Wenxin said excitedly. She felt that this man had a natural air of nobility and power. It seemed like he had to be an influential figure. And he was so proud and strict, which made others unconsciously keep a distance from him. Apparently, Ji Yuning's boyfriend wasn't just a normal military officer. Could he be a young lord of a super powerful or rich family in the capital? Cao Wenxin wondered. However, there was only the top Leng family with the family name of Leng in the capital. Thinking of it, Cao Wenxin was shocked. Is it possible? Cao Wenxin didn't believe it, not because she thought that Ji Yuning didn't match the Leng family, but simply because it was impossible. The well-known, dominant Leng family in the capital was too powerful for her to even think about it. Maybe there are other Leng families. The family name Leng wasn't uncommon after all. Just like not all the people with the family names Tang or Cao are my family. Within those few seconds, Cao Wenxin thought a lot. This is Zhang Xinyuan. We just met. Ji Yuning introduced Zhang Xinyuan to Leng Xiaoting. It's so nice to meet you, Mr. Leng. Zhang Xinyuan said to Leng Xiaoting with great respect, like the man was an important figure, while she was just a normal citizen. Zhang Xinyuan also had a lot of life experience, so she knew that the man must be either powerful or rich. Leng Xiaoting greeted her too. Miss Zhang, please let me send you to the hospital, Ji Yuning said. Oh no, thanks. I can take a taxi myself, Zhang Xinyuan said. The capital was so large, and it took a long time to get from point A to point B. She didn't want to bother them any longer. It's fine. We're going to the Wangdang Hotel, which is close to the hospital. We can give you a ride if you want, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 445 Kalane Pharmaceutical Company, let's go. Cao Wenxin pulled Zhang Xinyuan's suitcase walking ahead. Thank you so much. Zhang Xinyuan accepted in the end. Cao Wenxin was always talking, but now she was very quiet and didn't say a word. It was all because of Leng Xiaoting, and even though the man was simply driving silently without saying or doing anything, she felt stressed. He did his best to limit his coldness. However, it was still unpleasant for Cao Wenxin to spend time with him in the car. He had a natural air of power and he couldn't change that. Zhang Xinyuan also felt uneasy, but she didn't say anything either. It was a little weird when everyone was quiet in the car, so Ji Yuning tried to find something to talk about. Wenxin, we can have lunch when we arrive at the hotel. You can have a rest afterwards while I go deal with something. Then we can hang out together tonight, Ji Yuning said. She didn't tell Cao Wenxin what she was going to deal with, because she thought that it was better to not expose too much. Great. Cao Wenxin agreed. Within half an hour, they arrived at the hospital. Zhang Xinyuan said goodbye to them and thanked Ji Yuning again. After that, they drove to the Wangdang Hotel in downtown. With Cao Wenxin's black card, they got everything for free. Ji Yuning went upstairs with Cao Wenxin to put their baggage into her suite, while Leng Xiaoting waited for them in a private room. When Leng Xiaoting was gone, Cao Wenxin finally relaxed and complained, Ningning, your boyfriend is a little scary. He's so cold, I didn't dare to say a word. Ha ha, well, yes, he is a little cold, but he's kind too. He just isn't talkative. As long as you don't annoy him, he's amiable, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin was a little relieved. Oh, does your boyfriend know that my grandpa already took you as his granddaughter? Cao Wenxin asked. During lunch, Cao Wenxin wasn't quiet anymore, but she still felt a little nervous. Luckily, she dared to talk to Leng Xiaoting. "Brother-in-law, I heard from Ningning that you're a military officer. Do you serve in the army or the military regions?" Cao Wenxin asked. Hearing Cao Wenxin called him brother-in-law, Leng Xiaoting was pleased. "Neither. I serve in the corps." Hearing that, Cao Wenxin rounded her eyes in shock. The corps were ranked above the army and the military regions. All of the members in the corps had military ranks, and the lowest rank was major. Precisely because of their high rank in a country's forces, even a major from the corps was more respected than a commander in the army. May I know your military rank?" Cao Wenxin asked. Although he looked young and Cao Wenxin bet that he was either a major or lieutenant colonel, she still wanted to know the answer from his mouth. No matter if he was a major or lieutenant colonel, he had to be very outstanding to get the position at such a young age, because it was rare to see a major or lieutenant colonel who was around 25. "Major General," Leng Xiaoting said lightly. "What?" Cao Wenxin was shocked, and couldn't believe her ears. Major General. Her father had served in the army for dozens of years, and was only ranked as a senior colonel. Although senior colonel wasn't a low rank, it was barely comparable to major general. Even though senior colonel was just a level lower than major general, there was a huge gap between them when it came to the level of authority. Leng Xiaoting ignored Cao Wenxin's reaction, but kept persuading Ji Yuning to eat more. "You're too slim, you should gain some weight." Ji Yuning forced a smile, and didn't know what to say. She actually ate a lot, but just didn't gain weight. Ji Yuning also ignored Cao Wenxin, because she understood that it would take time for Cao Wenxin to digest the extremely shocking news. Cao Wenxin felt very emotionally unsettled during the lunch with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. First, she was deeply shocked by Leng Xiaoting's military rank, and then she felt lonely in front of the loving couple. All of a sudden, she wanted to have a boyfriend too. After lunch, Ji Yuning left with Leng Xiaoting, while Cao Wenxin went to visit her friend who lived in the capital. What Ji Yuning was going to deal with was the medical company. Its name was Culane Pharmaceutical Company, and it was a medium-sized medical company with an authorized capital of 30 million yuan. Its business included Chinese patent medicines, chemical preparations, antibiotics, biochemical medicines, biological products except for vaccines, medical equipment, health foods, pre-packaged foods, consumer products, cosmetics, and so on. The reason why Culane Pharmaceutical Company could barely stay afloat was not because it had bad sales, but because of business competition. From the materials K had given Ji Yuning, the medicine quality and sales of Culane Pharmaceutical Company were generally good, and its chairman, Ning Chengkai, was also an upright man. However, its opponent in business was jealous of its good sales, and deliberately caused Culane trouble with the help of certain officials. When Culane sent their medicines for testing, their medicines never passed. That being the case, they couldn't put their medicines on the market, and failed to supply medicine merchants according to their agreement. As a result, Culane had to pay a considerable amount of liquidated damages, and many medicine merchants terminated their deals afterwards. Shareholders also started to withdraw their investments and workers continuously quit their jobs. So now, Culane Pharmaceutical Company was amid a crisis. Culane Pharmaceutical Company had been established for only 8 years, and didn't have much support in the government, so it was very difficult for it to fight back. Since its opponent didn't stop, it could only go bankrupt. If the company went bankrupt, its chairman would have to pay a huge debt. Therefore, its chairman decided to sell it before the tragedy happened. However, it wasn't easy to sell, unless someone who had a powerful network was willing to take it over. After reading the materials, Ji Yuning called Ning Chengkai at once, and told him that she wanted to acquire his company. Although Culane Pharmaceutical Company was just a medium-sized company, it had a great location. The company covered around 3,000 square meters in all. Its floor area was 2,000 square meters, including 8 office buildings, a 6-story staff dormitory, and a 5-story factory. The other 1,000 square meters consisted of parking lots and plants. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, Ning Chengkai's secretary was waiting for them in the hall. Once they appeared, the secretary guided them to the chairman's office upstairs. The moment that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting stepped into an elevator, the two girls working at the reception burst into discussion. Jesus! The man is so handsome. Indeed, he's even more handsome than those male stars. However, he looks cold and stayed aloof. It's called the air of nobility. Chapter 446 Acquire the medical company. The girl with him is also gorgeous. I wonder what their relationship is. A couple, I think. They match each other very well. I think they're boss and secretary. Are they going to take over our company? Speaking of that, the two girls looked sad. They didn't quit yet because they had worked in this company for a long time and felt reluctant to leave. Besides, it was hard to find a new job now. Although the company could barely stay afloat, they were still paid after all. The secretary guided Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to the 8th floor and directly walked into the chairman's office. Ning Chengkai was around 40 years old and had a medium build. He had a plain face, but was relatively tall. When Ning Chengkai saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, he was surprised, not because of their beautiful appearance, but because they were so young. However, it was not uncommon that the young heirs and heiresses began to manage their family businesses right after graduation, so Ning Chengkai accepted it at once. Please come on in and have a seat. Although Ji Yuning was the girl who had called him, Ning Chengkai didn't think that she was the boss but believed that she was Leng Xiaoting's secretary. The secretary poured 2 cups of tea for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting before giving them the materials they had already prepared. These are the materials about Culane Pharmaceutical Company. Please read them first. Although Ji Yuning already knew about the troubles that Culane had, she still pretended to read the material. Culane rented this place to run the company, so it didn't cost much to acquire it. To be honest with you, someone is deliberately preventing our medicines from passing the drug control, so we can't put them on the market. That's the source of all the problems Culane has right now. I'm more than happy that you're willing to acquire Culane, but I still have to remind you that you must have the ability to pass the drug control, Ning Chengkai said seriously. Even though he was eager to sell his company, he didn't want to trap others. Hearing that, Ji Yuning smiled. It seemed like Ning Chengkai was indeed an upright man. Mr. Ning, don't worry, we've thoroughly investigated that. Hearing that, Ning Chengkai was relieved. However, Ji Yuning added, Mr. Ning, I have a proposal, and I bet that you will be very interested in. What is it? Ning Chengkai asked with curiosity. I hoped that you could keep running Culane as the general manager. In other words, I'll be the behind-the-scenes boss, and you're still in charge of this company. On top of an attractive salary package, I'll also give you 20% shares, Ji Yuning said. What? Ning Chengkai was quite surprised. This girl would let me keep managing Culane as the general manager. She'll be the behind-the-scenes boss. Is she the real buyer of Culane, not the man? I can have both an attractive package and 20% shares. It sounded too good to be true, and Ning Chengkai couldn't believe his ears. Ji Yuning also didn't urge him, but gave him enough time to digest the news. After a long while, Ning Chengkai asked with doubt, Miss Ji Yu, are you sure? Yes, Ji Yuning said with certainty. However, don't you think that 20% is too much? Ning Chengkai felt uneasy. No at all. Ji Yuning smiled. Please don't think that it'll be an easy job. You will have to be responsible for all the things in the company, while I stay behind the scene. In addition, except for you there are also other general managers who help me manage my other companies. Hearing that, Ning Chengkai realized that Ji Yuning had many companies under her name. He was curious about how she was able to run so many businesses at such a young age, but didn't ask the question. Since Ji Yuning said so, Ning Chengkai accepted in the end. Great. I accept. Although Ning Chengkai agreed, Ji Yuning still took some time to warn him before signing the contract. You're from the older generation, so I'm supposed to call you Uncle Ning. Uncle Ning, as long as you're loyal to me, I won't treat you unfairly. Saying that, Ji Yuning suddenly seemed very serious and cold. However, if you dare to betray me, you can't bear the result. Ning Chengkai almost lost his breath under her pressure. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning was so powerful at such a young age. Miss Ji Yu, don't worry. I'll never betray you, Ning Chenkai promised. Ji Yuning chose to believe him for now, but nobody could know what would happen in the future. They both needed time to get to know each other more and get along well. After that, Ji Yuning took out the contract. After signing the papers, they had to go to the government department to finish the legal procedures. I think that we can talk about the medicine right now. I want you to destroy all the medicines that you have already produced, because I want brand new medicines, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Ning Chenkai was shocked. The batch of medicine was worth several million yuan. Ning Chenkai didn't interrupt her, but let her continue. I have a special pill with excellent effects. It can help cure any disease without any side effects. Once we use it to produce medicines and makeup, we can make a fortune, Ji Yuning said. Ning Chenkai was amazed, but also had doubt. Even Leng Xiaoting couldn't help but frown a little with confusion. Ji Yuning immediately explained. I understand that you have worries, but if it isn't up to standard, it won't pass the drug control, right? Ning Chenkai agreed. Even if they had support in the State Food and Drug Administration, SFDA wouldn't allow them to produce medicines that didn't reach the required standards because it was illegal. You can still produce the medicines your way, and just add my special pills into them. However, the price will have to be doubled, because my pills are very expensive and rare. Chapter 447 Cao Wenxin encounters Xin Bei. As for the makeup, I'm going to create a high-end brand and its price will be as high as the popular international brands. Don't worry, I'll give you the price list later, Ji Yuning said. 1 inch. We don't need to produce a large amount of medicines or makeup in the early stage, just 100 pieces of each of them. After production, tell me first before sending them to drug control, because I need to make some arrangements. We don't need to contact other merchants either. We will open our own store. I'll handle the advertising and promotion. As long as our products are famous and popular, merchants will come to us. After that, they went to finish the legal procedures. The initial authorized capital was 30 million yuan, and Ji Yuning added 70 million yuan to it, so it added up to 100 million yuan, which shocked Ning Chenkai. When they finished the legal procedures, Ji Yuning gave Ning Chenkai a bank card with 10 million yuan in it. He could use the money to buy raw materials of the best quality. Facing Ji Yuning's trust towards him, Ning Chenkai was touched, and promised to work hard as well as be loyal to Ji Yuning. In the end, Ji Yuning said to him, you can go back to prepare the raw materials and hire enough staff. When they're all settled, call me at once. I'll bring my pills to make the new medicine in person, but I'm only staying in the capital for 3 more days, so you better be quick. Although she could give her power crystals to Ning Chenkai right now, she still wanted to check the factory herself. I think that we can probably begin to make new medicine the day after tomorrow, Ning Chenkai said. He needed to prepare new raw materials and it took time for their suppliers to deliver the goods. When Ning Chenkai went back to work, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left for the headquarters of her group. And Guangyao's secretary, Zhang Shunji, was the supervisor. When Ji Yuning had almost arrived, she called Zhang Shunji and Zhang Shunji immediately went downstairs to welcome them. It's so nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu, Mr. Leng, Zhang Shunji said. There were other people around, so he didn't call Ji Yuning his boss. How is everything going? Ji Yuning asked. Very well. I think that we can finish the renovations in about 3 months, Zhang Shunji said. And the female designer that you recommended is excellent. Zhang Shunji complimented Song Mani. Ji Yuning nodded slightly, and was satisfied. Afterwards, Ji Yuning met Song Mani and talked with her for a short time. Boss, I already sold my apartment and paid the deposit of my new apartment in a nearby housing complex. I can move in after it's been redecorated, Song Mani said. Oh, I've done the design drawing for your office. Please have a look. Song Mani turned her computer on and showed Ji Yuning the design drawing. Ji Yuning didn't have many requirements for the office, as long as it was comfortable, but she liked Song Mani's design very much. A whole floor belonged to her. It included her office, a bedroom and a bathroom and so on. Very good, Ji Yuning said. While Ji Yuning was busy working, Cao Wenxin was hanging out with her friend in a shopping mall. Her friend was her age, but looked younger and had a childlike face. They had shopped for a long time, so they decided to have a break at the cafe. However, before their coffees were even on the table, they heard a quarrel from the table in the corner. "Shin-bei, I like you so much, and I've done so much for you too. How can you be so cruel to me? Do you think that because you're successful now you can despise me?" A beautiful woman was shouting at a man. The man was precisely Lang Xiaoting's teammate, Shin-bei. Shin-bei, on the other hand, coldly looked at the woman and sneered. "What? I'm cruel to you? Aren't you shameless? Yes, I am successful now, and I do despise you now. So what? I didn't force you to do anything for me." Hearing that, Cao Wenxin was displeased at once. The man must be a playboy. She thought to herself. Everyone in the cafe had the same idea. The woman was mad. "You Wenjing, leave me alone. Otherwise, you'll pay for it," Shin-bei said, then stood up to leave. "Shin-bei, please, don't." Yu Wenjing followed him standing up. She tried to grab Shin-bei's hand, but was flung backwards onto the sofa by Shin-bei. "Yu Wenjing, do you have any sense of shame?" Shin-bei lost his patience and temper at this moment, because this woman before his eyes was indeed shameless. "What the fuck?" Cao Wenxin was suddenly furious too. She abruptly stood up and grabbed the coffee a waitress had just placed on the table, running forward. Wenxin. Cao Wenxin's friend, I Xinyu, wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The distance between their tables wasn't far, so Cao Wenxin dashed in front of Shin-bei within seconds. She directly threw the warm coffee into Shin-bei's face, and criticized him. "You're a terrible man." Shin-bei didn't notice her coming, so the coffee was thrown right into his face by Cao Wenxin. Luckily, the coffee wasn't hot, but it was still extremely uncomfortable. "Are you crazy? You don't know the situation and it's none of your business." Shin-bei glared at Cao Wenxin. He was so angry but curbed his anger because he was well educated and would never beat a woman. "Isn't it clear enough? I've heard it clearly. The girl has done a lot for you, but you dump her once you're successful. You are a terrible man." Cao Wenxin raised her voice in anger. I Xinyu immediately ran to them and pulled Cao Wenxin back. "Wenxin, it's their own business. Let's go." "No." Cao Wenxin rejected. "Don't you dare make a girl cry. Let me teach you a lesson today." Saying that, Cao Wenxin directly slapped at Shin-bei. However, her hand was caught by him before it was even able to fall. Shin-bei was in a rage now. "You're a crazy woman." Cao Wenxin was surprised that the man was able to grab her hand and get control of her. It seemed that the man wasn't simple. After that, Cao Wenxin kicked at him, but Shin-bei avoided it in time. Cao Wenxin now realized that the man knew how to fight too, and he was even better than her. "Let me go." Cao Wenxin gave up and struggled to get rid of him. Chapter 448. A crazy woman and a terrible man. Shin-bei didn't want to waste time on her either, because there were coffee stains all over his clothing, and he had to change it right away. Shin-bei then flung Cao Wenxin's hand away before turning around and walking away. Cao Wenxin was furious, but she also knew that she was an opponent for the man, so she could only walk back to her seat in anger. "He must be a terrible man. I think that it's better if you mind your own business. See, you can't beat the man this time." I Xinyu said. "I was helping the girl. Didn't you see how horrible the man was?" Cao Wenxin retorted. "That's their problem, and it has nothing to do with you." I Xinyu rolled her eyes at Cao Wenxin. After visiting the office building, Ji Yuning called Lu Zan and spoke to him on the phone for a while. It would take another 3 months to redecorate the whole office building and it should be aired for at least a month before people moved in, so she decided to rent a small studio for Lu Zan now so that he could prepare for the TV show after the Lantern Festival. Ji Yuning was in urgent need of an able manager, but she hadn't found a qualified person yet, so Lang Xiaoting helped her hire 2 people. Ji Yuning was, of course, happy to have his help and believed that the 2 people that he hired had to be outstanding. As for Lu Zan's studio, Ji Yuning told Zhang Shunji to deal with it. Ji Yuning and Lang Xiaoting didn't leave the office building of the Shengning Group until 5:30 p.m. Once they had left, she called Cao Wenxin and asked where she was. At that moment, Cao Wenxin had already been back at the hotel for a while. The appointed meeting place was the Shu family's hotel, Jinline Hotel, which wasn't far from the hotel Cao Wenxin was staying at, so Ji Yuning told her to take a taxi to Jinline Hotel. It took Ji Yuning around half an hour to leave for Jinline Hotel too. After Ji Yuning told Cao Wenxin the number of the private room where they would gather together, Cao Wenxin set off for the hotel. Meanwhile, Xu Jinchen and the other arrived one after another. Xu Jinchen and his younger sister arrived first, followed by Chen Meng and Si Ming. Seeing Si Ming, Xu Qinyan teased, "Oh, why is Yuxin absent?" When she asked him that, Si Ming's expression was sad and he didn't answer her question, but his face said everything. He was already disappointed that Chu Yuxin couldn't come to the capital. Xu Qinyan knew that, and deliberately teased him. What was worse, their relationship wasn't clear yet, which bothered Si Ming the most. "You're not single either. I feel so lonely now," Xu Jinchen said. "He's still single right now." Chen Meng laughed. Si Ming felt hurt. "Please stop. If I die of sadness you'll lose a close bro." "We don't mind," Xu Jinchen and Chen Meng said with one accord. "How could you?" Si Ming covered his chest with one hand. However, before he finished his sentence, the door was opened loudly. Everyone in the private room was surprised, and looked around. Xinbei walked inside in anger, which was rare to see. Xu Jinchen asked, "Xinbei, what's wrong? Why are you so mad?" Xinbei sat in front of the table, and drank a cup of tea before he opened his mouth. "I met Yu Wenjing today. She wouldn't let me go and claimed that she has done so much for me and that I abandoned her. The woman is really shameless." Hearing that, everyone showed strong dislikes towards Yu Wenjing. "Gee, Yu Wenjing is completely shameless. It was her who despised you because you had nothing before, and now that you're successful, she wants you to be back at her side." "Interesting," Si Ming said. "Exactly. Her vanity is so disgusting," Xu Jinchen said with disdain. "And, there was a crazy woman who suddenly appeared and threw a cup of coffee in my face. She even shouted that I'm a terrible man." Xinbei was furious. "Am I a terrible man? Am I? Ha ha, ha ha." Everyone laughed out loud. Although Xinbei was the victim, it was so hilarious. They were close friends, and close friends enjoyed making fun of each other. However, what Yu Wenjing said is very likely to make others misunderstand you, Chen Meng said. Xu Qinyan echoed. "Exactly. Let alone the woman, I would think that you're a terrible man too." "Even so, it had nothing to do with her," Xinbei complained. "She should mind her own business. She was just being warm-hearted, but attacked the wrong person." Xu Jinchen laughed again. Although Xinbei understood it too, he was still mad at that crazy woman. Around 5:50 p.m., Cao Wenxin arrived at the Jinline Hotel, but she didn't go to the private room, because she knew nobody there and felt a little shy to be there alone. Therefore, she decided to wait for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting in the hall. When it was almost 6 p.m., Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, and the three of them went upstairs together. "Hi, Xiaoting, Ji Yuning." They all greeted them. It was the first time that Xinbei had met Ji Yuning. He was a little excited, because Ji Yuning was the girl that changed his boss's mind. "You're Xiaoting's girlfriend, right?" "Yes. Nice to meet you. I'm Ji Yuning," Ji Yuning said politely. "Hi, I'm..." Before Xinbei could finish his sentence, Cao Wenxin noticed him and exclaimed, "You're the terrible man." Hearing that, everyone was struck dumb for a second. Seeing Cao Wenxin, Xinbei was mad at once, and argued back. "And you're the crazy woman. Listen, I'm not a terrible man." Except for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, the rest of the people instantly realized that the woman who came in with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting was precisely the crazy woman that Xinbei had told them about. However, this crazy woman came here with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. What a drama. What's going on here? Ji Yuning asked curiously. Chapter 449. Nothing to explain. Ningning, I witnessed this man abandon a woman at a cafe today. Cao Wenxin said in anger, glaring at Xinbei like he was an evil criminal. "You don't know the situation, so stop attacking me," Xinbei said. "I'm not attacking you. I heard it with my own ears." Cao Wenxin retorted. Although Xu Jinchen and the others all knew the truth, none of them helped Xinbei explain it. They stood aside watching the drama. Seeing Xinbei being so aggrieved, Ji Yuning understood that Cao Wenxin must have misunderstood something. I think that there must be some misunderstanding. Please give him a chance to explain, Ji Yuning said. I refuse to explain to this crazy woman. Xinbei rejected. Hearing what Ji Yuning had just said, Cao Wenxin thought that maybe she was wrong, but when Xinbei refused to explain the situation to her, Cao Wenxin was irritated again. You're a terrible man. You. Xinbei was furious. I won't argue with you any longer for Ji Yuning's sake. Ji Yuning pulled Cao Wenxin to sit at the table. She was a little worried that Cao Wenxin might leave a bad impression on Xu Jinchen because of the quarrel. However, nobody thought that Cao Wenxin was rude. Instead, they liked her because she was a helpful girl, although she had a short temper. Please let me introduce you. This is my friend, Cao Wenxin, Ji Yuning said to them. Everyone except for Xinbei greeted Cao Wenxin kindly. Nice to meet you all. Cao Wenxin smiled. Ji Yuning then turned to Cao Wenxin. This is Chen Meng, Si Ming, Xu Jinchen, his younger sister Xu Qinyan, and this is Xinbei. They're all older than Cao Wenxin didn't know which man Ji Yuning planned to introduce to her, and she didn't bother to ask, because she had no intention to impress the man on purpose. If they were truly meant to be together, they would be together in the end. And other than Xinbei, Cao Wenxin had a great impression of the rest of the people. What do you want to have? Ladies first. Xu Jinchen gave the 3 menus to the 3 girls. They also didn't hesitate to order their favorite dishes. Xu Jinchen told the waiters to leave after they poured cups of tea, because it wasn't comfortable for him to talk with his friends with outsiders in the room. Well, Miss Cao, actually, you did misunderstand Xinbei. It isn't what you think. Xu Jinchen tried to explain for Xinbei. Although they enjoyed watching the drama, they didn't want to leave a bad impression on Ji Yuning's friend. However, before he could finish, Xinbei interrupted him. There is nothing to explain. Is it important? I just want to leave a good impression on Ji Yuning's friend, Xu Jinchen said. Since when do you care so much about others' opinions? Xinbei frowned, staring at Xu Jinchen. Apparently, he was displeased that Xu Jinchen didn't stand by his side. Fine, forget it. Xu Jinchen understood that Xinbei was displeased, so he didn't continue. Don't worry. I like you all very much, and I won't have a low opinion of you just because of a certain man, Cao Wenxin said. Obviously, she was picking on Xinbei. You're a crazy woman. Xinbei thought that Cao Wenxin was as annoying as Yu Wenjing. You're a terrible man, Cao Wenxin said. Even though she realized that there must have been some misunderstanding, she disliked Xinbei's attitude. All right, stop arguing with a girl. Be a man. Finally, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth and ended the argument between them. I think my brother-in-law is a real man. Cao Wenxin complimented, and gave Xinbei a provoking smile. Leng Xiaoting loved it when Cao Wenxin called him brother-in-law, and unconsciously stood by Cao Wenxin's side. Seeing that, Ji Yuning didn't know what to say, because she didn't understand why Leng Xiaoting would be so happy to hear Cao Wenxin call him brother-in-law. It was very important in Leng Xiaoting's eyes, because Cao Wenxin was Ji Yuning's family now, and he wanted to gain approval from all the people that Ji Yuning cared about. The dishes were placed on the table soon. They were eating while chatting casually. Weirdly, when Cao Wenxin talked with others, Xinbei would be silent, and vice versa. The two were behaving like children who wouldn't talk to each other. After the meal, Xu Jinchen asked, So, where are we going next? What's your opinion? Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning. I have no idea. You can make the decision. Ji Yuning said. Why don't we go to Coastline Clubhouse? There are many activities. Si Ming proposed. Coastline Clubhouse was a high-end entertainment place, including a bar, KTV rooms, a gym, few sports, wine tasting, games and so forth, but no casino. This was the capital, and casinos weren't allowed to open here. They didn't like noisy places either, so no one disagreed to adjourn to Coastline Clubhouse. After that, the group of them drove to Coastline Clubhouse, and Cao Wenxin sat with Ji Yuning in Leng Xiaoting's car. I think that you dislike Xinbei a lot, Ji Yuning teased. Cao Wenxin pulled her lips and said, in the beginning, yes. However, after I found out that it was just a misunderstanding, I don't hate him anymore. I just dislike his attitude. The woman dumped him because he had nothing before, and now that he is successful she won't stay away from him, Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Cao Wenxin suddenly had sympathy for Xinbei, but she didn't say anything. Before long, they arrived at Coastline Clubhouse. Xu Jinchen ordered the largest, luxurious private room with all the activities inside. Ximing couldn't wait to take a cue stick when he entered the private room. Xinbei, let's have a round. Xinbei took another cue stick and said, game on. He was in a bad mood now, and would love to vent his anger. The three girls gathered together, and Xu Qinyan asked them, what do you want to play? Chapter 450 Apologize before disappearing. Cao Wenxin thought for a while. What's the background of Coastline Clubhouse? I'm not clear. Why ask? Xu Qinyan was curious. I've noticed that there is a game room on the second floor. After what Cao Wenxin had been through at the Earth nightclub, she didn't dare to win money in entertainment places anymore. She wouldn't win of course, but Ji Yuning would. Xu Qinyan didn't understand why there was a conflict between the background of Coastline Clubhouse and the fact that Cao Wenxin wanted to play slot machines, but Ji Yuning understood it at once. It's fine. Let's go. Saying that, Ji Yuning stood up. Ji Yuning had done her investigation and neither the Qing gang nor the Kirin gang owned the Coastline Clubhouse. It could be another gang of course, but Ji Yuning didn't care about it since she had already handled the two biggest gangs in this country. She didn't care about it, but also didn't want to get in trouble. Therefore, she decided to keep a low profile. Ji Yuning then told Leng Xiaoting that they were going to the game room, and left with Cao Wenxin and Xu Qinyan. Seeing Cao Wenxin's back leaving, Xinbei snorted with disdain. Xinbei, why do you have to act like this against a young girl? Be a man, Chen Meng said. Fuck off, Xinbei said angrily, and ignored Chen Meng before going back to play Q Sports. Well, Xinbei, you're not in a good condition today. Xu Jinchen shook his head. Normally, Xinbei was excellent at playing Q Sports, but today he played it far worse than Ximing. The three girls went to the second floor and exchanged chips of 10,000 yuan before they walked inside. Because of their outstanding appearance, the moment they entered the game room, many people paid attention to them. They went to a slot machine, but four hoodlums walked towards them before they had even begun to play it. Those hoodlums leered at the three beautiful girls, and said with obvious levity, "Hey, beauties. What are you playing? Let us help you. We're pretty good." "No," Cao Wenxin said coldly. "Leave us alone. Don't be so cold," a man said. "You want to play with us? I'm afraid you can't afford the result." Ji Yuning sneered. The group of hoodlums was displeased at once. The leading man of them said, "What? Interesting. There is nothing we can't afford here. If so, let's have a try then. The bet is 10,000 yuan. If you win, we'll listen to you. If we win, you must apologize to us before you disappear." "How about that?" Ji Yuning said calmly. She didn't seem nervous at all. Ningning. Xu Qinyan was a little worried. She wanted to stop Ji Yuning, but was interrupted by Cao Wenxin. "Don't worry. We'll be fine." Cao Wenxin had no worries at all. She completely trusted Ji Yuning now. Xu Qinyan was worried that Ji Yuning might lose, but she didn't think that the hoodlums dared to hurt them. Leng Xiaoting and the others were right upstairs, and they would protect them. Although Ji Yuning was calm, the hoodlums didn't take it seriously. "Well, you dared to bet with me, so I'll let you know who the boss here is." "I think we'll have a great night tonight," the leading hooligan said, and seemed sexually excited already, as if he was in control of everything. Ji Yuning was extremely displeased. Those hoodlums were merely digging their own graves. People around them all gathered to watch the drama. However, few of them were positive about Ji Yuning's situation, because those hoodlums were regular visitors here and they were quite good at playing slot machines. "Let's begin." Ji Yuning smiled, but still seemed cold. Ji Yuning and the leading young man stood in front of slot machines. Both of them bet on all the lines. The young man pulled the spin on his machine before Ji Yuning, and the slot machine started to make a loud noise. Meanwhile, the 10 reels moved fast. Ji Yuning pulled the spin after he did, and the 10 reels on the screen of her machine began to move fast. The hooligan pressed the stop button earlier, and the slot machine stopped at once with a sound like someone just slammed on the brakes. The 10 reels gradually stopped one by one from left to right, and everyone fixed his or her eyes on the screen. The picture of 200 times was already lined up along one line among the 5 lines that appeared on the screen of the young man's slot machine. Although 200 times wasn't much, the young man was satisfied enough, because it was hard to win even though he bet on all the lines. The group of hoodlums looked Ji Yuning and the others with great pride. Well, 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 girls, get ready to go back home with us tonight. Ha ha, ha ha. They laughed out loud. I don't think so, Ji Yuning said. She abruptly pressed the stop button and the pictures gradually stopped. At the same time, the lines on the other slot machine all showed the result. The young hooligan won a line of 200 times and another of 100 times. However, before they could gloat, they noticed that the pictures on the screen of Ji Yuning's slot machine began to show on one line after another. Everyone was shocked. There were pictures of different times showing on every line. Within seconds, chips started to pour out of the slot machine at great speed. No way, she won all the lines. Jesus, she is unbelievably lucky. There must be at least 100 million yuan in it. More and more people surrounded Ji Yuning with jealousy. Although Cao Wenxin was mentally prepared, she was still astonished once more. Am I in a dream? Xu Qinyan couldn't believe her eyes. Do you need me to pinch you? Cao Wenxin asked. No, thanks. Xu Qinyan rejected at once. Ji Yuning then looked to those young men and said coldly, you lost the game. Apologize before you disappear. Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to apologize? The young man denied what he had agreed, because it was very shameful to apologize in public. He had agreed to do so before just because he believed that he wouldn't lose. Are you going to apologize or not? Ji Yuning's voice was low and threatening. The young men immediately felt like they were in a frozen room and couldn't help trembling from the chill. Chapter 451 Medicine again. When Ji Yuning and her friends went back to their private room and told others what they had done, the men were greatly surprised. What? Ji Yuning won 100 million yuan by playing just one round on a slot machine. She is so lucky. Leng Xiaoting looked at Ji Yuning with a proud smile on his lips. Ji Yuning, you're so awesome. Xu Jinchen said. How did you manage to do that? Chen Meng asked. I guess I was just lucky, Ji Yuning said, because she couldn't tell them that she had jade eyes. They actually believed that she was lucky because people who played slot machines relied on luck to win money, but her luck was incredibly good. Ningning is also generous. She gives Wenxin and me 30 million yuan each. Xu Qinyan said. Other than Leng Xiaoting, the rest were all shocked by Ji Yuning's generosity again. Well, I didn't spare much effort on the money, so I shared with them, Ji Yuning said airily. Why didn't you take me there too? Xu Jinchen complained. And me? Si Ming echoed. Do you lack money? Leng Xiaoming asked suddenly. Xu Jinchen and Si Ming were struck dumb for a second, and instantly responded. No, we're just kidding. Just kidding. Of course not. They of course wouldn't admit to that, because they would be assigned tasks if they did. Although they had their own tasks, they could also take assignments on the international reward list and work like killers, but their aims were different. Killers would take assignments as long as they were paid, and didn't care who the person that they were going to kill was. They, however, only caught criminals, and their reward was lower than the killers' was. After that, they continued to chat while drinking. Cao Wenxin and Xu Qinyan went to play Q Sports later. Ah! Suddenly, an agonized shout attracted everyone in the room's attention. They looked over and saw Xin Bei covering his waist with his hand while glaring at Cao Wenxin. Everybody immediately realized what was going on. Facing Xin Bei's glare, Cao Wenxin shrugged her shoulders. It wasn't my fault. You stood behind me. You. Xin Bei was furious. Cao Wenxin just hit him with her cue stick, but she refused to apologize and played innocent. Although Xin Bei was mad, he was unwilling to argue with her anymore. Therefore, he walked away. They didn't stay there for too long, and separated when it was 11 p.m. While they were walking out, Shinbei suddenly stopped, and Cao Wenxin, who walked behind him, directly knocked into his back and her handbag fell on the ground. Cao Wenxin was mad at once. Why did you do that? It wasn't my fault. You walked behind me yourself. And it was you who knocked into my back. You don't apologize and even blame me for it. You're insane, Shinbei said, then ignored her, walking forward in a good mood. Obviously, Shinbei did it on purpose. You. Cao Wenxin was in a rage, but could do nothing. The rest of the people around them shook their heads, and didn't know what to say. The two of them had had so many conflicts just within a day. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting drove Cao Wenxin to the hotel before they went back to their house. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were alone together, Ji Yuning teased, I noticed that you were very happy when Wenxin called you brother-in-law. She's your older sister, and her opinion matters. Leng Xiaoting said seriously. Ji Yuning smiled, but didn't say anything. Indeed, it was a good thing to win the family's approval. Leng Xiaoting had told her that he only cared about his grandpa, so Ji Yuning highly valued Master Leng's opinions towards her as well. What Ji Yuning didn't know yet was that Master Leng already knew about her existence, and was very satisfied. Of course, before Master Leng met Ji Yuning in person, he thought highly of her just because of Leng Xiaoting and impressive stories about her. Oh, I went to the Kirin Gang's clubhouse when I was in City B. I accidentally won 100 million yuan there, and the head of the Kirin Gang, Qi Tianlin, caused me some trouble, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was worried. Did anything bad happen? He had, of course, heard of Qi Tianlin. And knew that he was cruel, cunning and cold-blooded. Nope. He asked to have a round of gambling with me. I won in the end, and he lost 3 billion yuan. I gave Wenxin and Jokai 500 million yuan each, Ji Yuning said. He would yield that easily. Leng Xiaoting frowned with doubt. It seemed Ji Yuning couldn't omit what had happened in the middle. Well, he refused to do so in the beginning, but I injured 2 of his men and cured them later. He wanted my medicine, so we made an agreement. Don't worry, he won't cause me trouble anymore. Medicine. Medicine again. However, Leng Xiaoting only cared whether Qi Tianlin would try to get revenge on Ji Yuning. Stay away from Qi Tianlin. He's even more dangerous than Situyi. Do you mean I can keep in touch with Situyi? Ji Yuning squinted her eyes. She said it on purpose to see Leng Xiaoting's reaction. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting slammed on the brakes. And stopped the car at the roadside all of a sudden. What? Ji Yuning was scared, but her mouth was covered before she could say another word. Leng Xiaoting kissed and caught her lips tightly like he was punishing her. He didn't let her go until several minutes had passed. Seeing Ji Yuning's slightly swollen lips, Leng Xiaoting felt a little bad, but didn't apologize. Instead, he announced in a domineering tone, stay away from Situyi too. You have me, and I can handle everything for you. Ji Yuning was amused. She was just joking with him, but he reacted so strongly. It seemed like she couldn't tease him because he easily got jealous of other men. All right, drive ahead now. Ji Yuning said. Hearing Ji Yuning's affirmative answer, Leng Xiaoting was satisfied. Oh, I'll prepare some pills for you later and you can carry them with you. No matter if you're injured or sick, you can take them. Although Leng Xiaoting was an extremely outstanding military officer, he could be hurt too, and his tasks were always full of danger, so it was necessary for him to carry some medicines with him. You can also send some to Grandpa. They're good for his body, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 452 Take a bath together, sure. Leng Xiaoting didn't reject because he knew that Ji Yuning did it for his own good. Although he didn't doubt the effects of her medicine, he was curious about its source. Where do you get so much medicine? My master gave it to me. She gave me a lot, but I don't know where she got the pills. During my training in the past, I was always injured, so my master told me to take the pills and I recovered quickly every time, Ji Yuning lied. I think that my master might have been a highly skilled doctor too. Although it sounded strange, Leng Xiaoting accepted Ji Yuning's explanation. What are you going to do tomorrow? Leng Xiaoting asked. I'll go to Shangyan Antique Store tomorrow, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning looked to him and blinked. Are you free tomorrow? Yes. Leng Xiaoting had already finished what he had to do in order to keep Ji Yuning company when she was in the capital. Let's visit my Sihewan one first tomorrow morning, Leng Xiaoting said. Great. Ji Yuning was very interested in this historical type of residence. Most importantly, it was Leng Xiaoting's place. When they were back at the house, Leng Xiaoting helped Ji Yuning fill the bathtub with water, and Ji Yuning went to take a bath. However, when she had just undressed herself, Leng Xiaoting suddenly came into the bathroom without any clothing on. Ji Yuning was astonished, then flushed, and didn't dare to look straight at him. She immediately wrapped herself with a bath towel. What are you doing here? Let's have a bath together. Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. No, get out now, Ji Yuning said. Seeing Ji Yuning flushing, Leng Xiaoting laughed. Don't you think that it's too late to be shy now? Saying that, he walked over to her and grabbed her bath towel. Ji Yuning was a little mad, but didn't know what to say. He didn't allow her to say another word but pulled her into his arms. Their naked bodies rubbed against each other with great passion. Leng Xiaoting kissed Ji Yuning wildly while his hands moved over her smooth body. Ji Yuning enjoyed his touch a lot. She completely gave up and let him do whatever he wanted. When dawn broke the next day, Leng Xiaoting opened his eyes. Seeing his girl sleeping quietly in his arms, he felt deeply in love. It was so nice to have her by his side. Leng Xiaoting had thought that he might die alone. However, ever since he had met Ji Yuning, his heart had skipped a beat and now he was deeply in love with her. After staring at Ji Yuning for a while, Leng Xiaoting reluctantly left the bed. He was going to prepare breakfast for Ji Yuning. While he was moving Ji Yuning back to the bed, Ji Yuning woke up. Xiaoting, she called him when she was still half awake. Morning, baby. Did I wake you up? Leng Xiaoting put her arm which was exposed to the air into the quilt, then lowered his voice. It's still early. You can sleep for a while longer. Ji Yuning answered softly then went back to sound sleep. With Leng Xiaoting by her side, she felt so safe that she easily fell into a sound sleep. In addition, she was really exhausted after what they had done last night. Leng Xiaoting wore a gentle and loving smile when he saw Ji Yuning falling asleep again then walked out. After he prepared breakfast, he walked back to the room. At this time, Ji Yuning was completely awake. Breakfast is ready, Leng Xiaoting said. Thanks. Ji Yuning said and sat up. When she saw that she was still naked with many hickeys, her face turned pure red and she immediately pulled the quilt up to cover herself. Get out. Leng Xiaoting laughed happily before he walked out. Oh, your clothes are in the closet. Ji Yuning didn't leave the bed until Leng Xiaoting was gone. She opened the closet, and saw a row of new clothing, which was all hers. However, when she noticed female underwear, she flushed again. Did he buy all of this? Or did he ask someone else to buy them? Didn't he feel awkward? Ji Yuning was completely shocked when she found out that the underwear fit her really well. It took her a long time to put the clothing on and leave the bedroom. Leng Xiaoting was quite satisfied when he saw that Ji Yuning was wearing the clothes that he had prepared for her. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, didn't give him a glance at all, but sat at the table and directly ate breakfast. Leng Xiaoting understood that she was shy but he deliberately brought it up. Does it fit? Ji Yuning answered lightly, then remained quiet. Leng Xiaoting also stopped teasing her. After breakfast, Ji Yuning called Cao Wenxin and invited her to hang out with them. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. It wasn't easy for them to spend some time alone, but Ji Yuning called her friend to join them. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be appropriate if Ji Yuning left Cao Wenxin alone in the hotel either, so Leng Xiaoting didn't oppose it. Luckily, Cao Wenxin already had an appointment with her friend, so she wouldn't hang out with them in the morning, but she would meet them for dinner. Around 9 a.m., Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting set off. Leng Xiaoting's Sihewan wasn't far from the Beihai Park and was located in the downtown. It had the best location and view in the downtown. There was a large grassland at the periphery of the Sihewan Pushing the front door open, there was a big yard with beautiful peach trees lined up along two sides. It was winter, so the trees weren't in bloom, but it would be breathtaking in spring. 1A Sihewan is a historical type of residence that was commonly found throughout China. Throughout Chinese history, the Sihewan composition was the basic pattern used for residences, palaces, temples, monasteries, family businesses, and government offices. It is also referred to as a Chinese quadrangle. Chapter 453. All live wherever you live. At the left side of the yard, there was an artificial rockery with a beautiful lotus pond under it. It was winter, so there were no lotus blossoms, but a school of carp was swimming around in it. Beside the lotus pond, there was a small gazebo with a rock table and 4 rock stools in it. When the weather turned warmer, they could relax and unwind here. On both sides of the yard, there were passages in a historical style. Ji Yuning immediately fell in love with the style. This was just the front yard, and there was also a backyard. They kept moving ahead, walking through the front hall to the backyard. Ji Ning's eyes lit up again when she saw the view. The backyard was so exquisite that Ji Yuning was really in love with this place. Do you like it? Although Leng Xiaoting already knew the answer from Ji Yuning's face, he still wanted to hear the answer from her mouth. Of course I do. Ji Yuning smiled with happiness. Leng Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning and said, "This place is near the capital university. When you study we can live here." Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second and rejected. "No, I'm going to buy my own house." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was upset. "No, you're going to live here with me." "No, I don't care. I'll live wherever you live." Leng Xiaoting didn't want to argue with Ji Yuning. All he wanted was to live with her. Ji Yuning was amused by his childlike response, but she would make the decision when it came. Although Leng Xiaoting never stayed in this Sihewan, everything that was needed was in it, and it was cleaned regularly so they could stay here whenever they wanted. "Ningning, do you want to rest in the room, or go grocery shopping with me?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "I'll go with you," Ji Yuning said without hesitation. "Great." Leng Xiaoting then held Ji Yuning's hand and drove to the supermarket. When they entered the supermarket, people around them were all stunned by their outstanding appearance. Some women even stared at Leng Xiaoting and directly ignored their own male partners. However, Leng Xiaoting didn't pay any attention to them, but instead asked Ji Yuning, "What do you want to have?" "Let's have a look around first," Ji Yuning said. She actually had no idea what food to buy, because she wasn't very interested in cooking. Leng Xiaoting pushed the cart while Ji Yuning was looking for what she wanted. Ji Yuning didn't choose a lot of food, because there were only 2 of them. After grocery shopping, Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning to rest and that he would cook. At this time, Ji Yuning received Ji Yuman's call. "Ningning, the Lantern Festival is 3 days away. When are you coming home?" Ji Yuman asked. Her daughter was busy every day in another city. She was worried, but could do nothing about it. "I'm busy tomorrow, but I'll be back the day after tomorrow," Ji Yuning said. "You're always busy, but I can't help you with that. You must take good care of yourself. I don't care how much money you can make, your health matters the most, all right?" Ji Yuman said. "I understand. Mom, you also need to take good care of yourself," Ji Yuning said. "Oh, did the people from the Ji Yu family cause you trouble these past days?" Hearing that, Ji Yuman was quiet for a few seconds before she said, "Ji Yu Qingxiang called me once. His company can barely stay afloat now, so he wanted to borrow some money, but I rejected him." Although Ji Yu Qingxiang was Ji Yuman's older brother, what he had done had completely broken her heart, so she would never forget the past and help him. Ji Yuman lived an affluent life now, so they wanted to ride on their coattails. If Ji Yuman was as poor as in the past, they would never remember that Ji Yuman was their family. From what Ji Yuman knew about Ji Yu Qingxiang, she understood that they wouldn't respect her even though she was rich now. Instead, they would do their best to grab her wealth away or destroy her life. "Well done. Just ignore them." Ji Yuning supported Ji Yuman. After chatting with Ji Yuman for a few minutes, Ji Yuning hung up the phone. Within an hour and a half, 5 dishes were placed on the table. Leng Xiaoting then called Ji Yuning to dine together. Cao Wenxin and I Xinyu had an appointment today. And I Xinyu came with another female friend, Su Tongnuo. Su Tongnuo was very pretty and elegant. She wasn't a famous actress, but her acting skills were quite good. However, she didn't get many chances because she refused to accept the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. And ever since she had annoyed a big boss, she had been directly shut out of the industry. Su Tongnuo's major was graphic design in her college, and she had entered the entertainment industry by coincidence. Since the company she worked for was unwilling to give her any chances now, she relied on Ai Xinyu, who helped her get some jobs concerning graphic design to make a living. Ai Xinyu's family was relatively rich with a good amount of wealth, but didn't have any power, so her parents weren't able to help her get rid of the company. When the three of them had just walked into a restaurant, they noticed a robber. Without delay, Cao Wenxin ran to catch him. Although the robber ran fast, Cao Wenxin ran faster. Within seconds, Cao Wenxin successfully caught the robber and got the handbag back. The middle-aged woman who had been robbed thanked Cao Wenxin repeatedly. And since the handbag was back, the middle-aged woman didn't bother to call the police. Coincidentally, Xu Jinchen and Xin Bei, who were sitting by the window, saw the scene. At that moment, Xin Bei changed his bad impression of Cao Wenxin. It's surprising that Cao Wenxin is good at fighting. Xu Jinchen was greatly surprised. And she's so brave. She is, but also too impulsive. Sometimes, she shouldn't dash out and get involved, Xin Bei said. Xu Jinchen smiled, but didn't say anything. They're walking upstairs. Why don't we invite them to dine together? Xu Jinchen said. Whatever, Xin Bei said in an unfriendly tone. I guess you really dislike her. It was just a misunderstanding, so why can't you let it go? Xu Jinchen didn't understand why Xin Bei suddenly became so mean. Besides, Xin Bei had been talking and laughing with him just then. However, once Cao Wenxin appeared, Xin Bei looked so cold and serious. Fine, if you don't want to see her, I won't invite them. Let's just pretend that we don't see them when they come over later. Xin Bei frowned a little. He moved his lips, but didn't say anything. Chapter 454 Antiques from the Qing Dynasty. This restaurant only had a dining hall, so it was hard to pretend that they didn't see Cao Wenxin and her friend, unless the two girls walked to the opposite side. However, a waiter guided Cao Wenxin and her friend walking right in their direction. What was worse, Cao Wenxin met Xu Jinchen's eyes the next second, and it would be rude if Xu Jinchen still said nothing. Oh, hi, Miss Cao. What a coincidence. Would you mind dining with us? Xu Jinchen said politely. Cao Wenxin gave Xin Bei a glance, and rejected. Thanks, Mr. Xu, but we already booked a table. She directly ignored Xin Bei. After that, Cao Wenxin followed the waiter, walking to a table which was in front of Xu Jinchen's. When Ai Xinyu saw Xin Bei, she was quite surprised. Wenxin, how small this world is. You know the terrible man's friend. Ai Xinyu said to Cao Wenxin. Although Ai Xinyu kept her voice low, Xin Bei and Xu Jinchen still heard it. Xin Bei was displeased at once, but Xu Jinchen laughed quietly. Cao Wenxin felt a little embarrassed and explained. Actually, it was just a misunderstanding. He isn't a terrible man. The woman was his girlfriend and she dumped him because he had nothing before. And now that he's successful, the woman came back to him. They're all my brother-in-law's good friends, and we dined together last night. She disliked Xin Bei, but she wouldn't damage his reputation. What? Ai Xinyu was surprised. Did you get along last night? Well, we argued for a while, Cao Wenxin said. Wenxin, I told you that you're too impulsive sometimes, and now you hurt an innocent man, Ai Xinyu said. It wasn't my fault. You witnessed what happened yesterday too, and it was so easy for others to misunderstand. Although Cao Wenxin admitted that she had mistaken Xin Bei, she didn't think it was all her fault. Xu Jinchen and Xin Bei finished their meal earlier. Before they left, Xu Jinchen gently said goodbye to Cao Wenxin, and his polite attitude left a great impression on the two girls. I think that this man is handsome and polite. If he's single, why don't you try getting to know him better? Ai Xinyu said to Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin thought for a while. Xu Jinchen was indeed an outstanding man no matter from what perspective, but she had no feelings towards him yet. Therefore, she decided to be patient. When Cao Wenxin and her friend finished their meal and went to pay the bill, the waiter told them that Xu Jinchen had already paid for them. They were amazed. Wow, he's not only handsome and gentle but also very generous. Ai Xinyu complimented. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to have a walk in the area around the Sihewan after their meal. Soon they came to Beihai Park. Do you want to take a boat on the river? Leng Xiaoting asked. Sure, Ji Yuning said excitedly. Afterwards, they rented a small boat, and other than Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, there was only a boatman on the boat. They appreciated the view along the river, while the boat moved ahead slowly. Ji Yuning sat next to the boat's edge. So when she noticed a goldfish surfacing near the boat and it seemed like it was dying, she held it in her hand and put some power into it. Before long, the goldfish was alive again. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting was surprised, but didn't say anything. Ji Yuning joked, "It's a goldfish and we can't eat it, otherwise I'd bring it home and cook it." Leng Xiaoting smiled and gently rubbed Ji Yuning's head. "If you want to eat fish, we can buy a fish later." Ji Yuning blinked. "Aren't you allergic to seafood?" "Fish is seafood too." "I'm not allergic to fish," Leng Xiaoting said. "Nice. We can have fish this afternoon," Ji Yuning said with a smile. Ji Yuning's favorite food was seafood. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoting was allergic to seafood, so she never mentioned having seafood when she was with Leng Xiaoting. After Ji Yuning put the goldfish back into the water, the goldfish didn't swim away but jumped right in front of Ji Yuning, like it was performing for her. In addition, Ji Yuning had a strong sense that the goldfish was looking at her gratefully, which astonished Ji Yuning, but she didn't say anything. Leng Xiaoting also had the same strange feeling and he was as astonished as Ji Yuning, but he didn't say anything either. An idea suddenly dawned on Ji Yuning, and she immediately used her jade eyes to see what was in the water. The water was murky but it became crystal clean before Ji Yuning's jade eyes. There were many fish in the water along with thick aquatic plants. Right when Ji Yuning was about to draw her look back, a vermilion wooden box the size of a 50 cm suitcase appeared in her sight. "Are there any antiques in it?" she thought to herself. Ji Yuning looked inside of the wooden box, and she was right. There were many antiques in the box. Ji Yuning recognized some of them, like several porcelain bottles from the Qing dynasty. All the antiques were from the palace during the Qing dynasty. Ji Yuning guessed that it was possible that someone had stolen those antiques from the palace but had been discovered, so the antiques were abandoned to the river. They were sailing on the moat now, and there had been ancient palaces next to the moat. Ji Yuning got excited and was caught by Leng Xiaoting. "What happened? Why are you so happy?" Leng Xiaoting asked with curiosity. Ji Yuning then realized she shouldn't have shown her excitement, but she didn't panic. Oh, I just saw two fish fighting in the water." Two fish were fighting. Leng Xiaoting was surprised. Although Ji Yuning found the antiques, she couldn't get them right now, especially when Leng Xiaoting was here. Therefore, she planned to come to the capital by herself the next time. Ji Yuning wasn't in a hurry, because she didn't think that others would be able to find the wooden box. Otherwise, the wooden box wouldn't have been hidden in the water for hundreds of years. After walking around the park for an hour, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to Sihewan and then drove to Antique Street. Chapter 455. Do you think that I'm weak? Once they were at the Antique Street, Ji Yuning unconsciously used her jade eyes to scan the objects on the sides of the street. Surprisingly, she did find two real antiques, although they weren't very valuable. When they walked into Xianxia antique store, Ji Yuning directly gave Chen Durong the antiques that she had just bought, and Chen Durong was surprised too. After that, Chen Durong gave a report to Ji Yuning about the sales in the store. Antique stores weren't busy every day, but Xianxia antique store was an exception. It had even sold several pieces of real antiques. The owners of other antique stores on the street were jealous, but none of them dared to cause Xianxia antique store any trouble, because it had Master Shu and Master Yang's support. Although Ji Yuning wouldn't do everything behind Leng Xiaoting's back, sometimes she had to avoid him. For example, she couldn't show the antiques that she carried with her in front of Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting had been with Ji Yuning the entire time, so he would be suspicious if she suddenly took out a lot of antiques. However, if she showed them in front of Chen Durong wouldn't have doubt. Therefore, Ji Yuning made an excuse and told Chen Durong to discuss something with her in the office, while Leng Xiaoting went to wait for her in the lounge. When they were in the office, Ji Yuning took several Senkai antiques out of her backpack. Chen Durong rounded his eyes in shock when he saw them. Ji Yuning told Chen Durong to deal with the antiques, then left with Leng Xiaoting. That afternoon, Ji Yuning received Ning Chenkai's call. He told her that everything was prepared, and Ji Yuning replied that she would go to meet him tomorrow at noon. Afterwards, Ji Yuning invited Cao Wenxin to dine with them in the Sihewan. Leng Xiaoting was a little upset that he couldn't be alone with his girl, but he didn't say anything. When Cao Wenxin arrived at the Sihewan, she was totally shocked, because it was rare to see such a beautiful and grand Sihewan with such a long history in the downtown of the capital. It had to be worth a fortune. He's so super rich. Ningning, I think that brother-in-law can't just be a military officer, because otherwise he couldn't afford such an expensive house. Cao Wenxin said. If Leng Xiaoting was just a military officer, it would be impossible for him to buy this quadrangle. Well, he has many properties under his name and he hires people to manage those properties for him, but I don't know any details, Ji Yuning said. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning was a little curious about Leng Xiaoting's properties. She decided to ask him tonight. As for Leng Xiaoting's family background, Ji Yuning didn't tell Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin told Ji Yuning what she had done today and mentioned Su Tongnuo. After hearing what had happened to Su Tongnuo, an idea dawned on her. Su Tongnuo was stunning with excellent acting skills, which meant that she had a lot of potential. She refused to accept the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, so she had to be a woman with principles. Ji Yuning made up her mind to hire Su Tongnuo. Of course, she wouldn't jump to conclusions just because of Cao Wenxin's words, so she sent a message to Kei and told him to investigate Su Tongnuo. Within 10 minutes, Kei had the result, which proved that what Cao Wenxin had said was true. Su Tongnuo had annoyed an important figure, and had been shut out of the industry. The company Su Tongnuo worked for was Fiteng Entertainment, which wasn't very famous in the capital but wasn't small either. Ji Yuning told Kei to investigate the boss of Fiteng Entertainment to find out whether he had some dirty secrets or not. If he had, she could use his dirty secrets to threaten him to end the contract with Su Tongnuo. Of course, she would talk to him nicely first. If he wasn't willing to do so, she would then threaten him. Wenxin, can you help me contact Su Tongnuo? Ji Yuning asked. Sure, Cao Wenxin said, although she didn't know why Ji Yuning asked the question. Please invite her to meet us tonight. I have something that I want to speak to her about, Ji Yuning said. What are you going to talk to her about? Cao Wenxin didn't understand, because they didn't know each other at all. Ji Yuning didn't hide her aim and told Cao Wenxin her plan. Cao Wenxin was astonished. Ningning, you're so unbelievable. You've established so many companies at such a young age. I feel ashamed of myself now, but can you manage all of those companies yourself? Cao Wenxin was worried after hearing the shocking news. I'm just the behind-scene boss, and I hire able people to help me manage them, Ji Yuning said. Will they take advantage of you, because you're so young? Cao Wenxin asked. Do you think that I'm weak? Ji Yuning said. Cao Wenxin was struck dumb for a second, then she realized how awesome Ji Yuning was. Ji Yuning wasn't afraid to face the head of the gang, so she definitely wouldn't be afraid of normal people. Cao Wenxin then called Su Tongnuo at once, and told her that Ji Yuning was going to sign her. Su Tongnuo was excited and agreed to meet them today. Before long, Ji Yuning received the email sent by Kei. As she had assumed, the boss of Fiteng Entertainment indeed had many dirty secrets. It wasn't uncommon that they all had some dirty secrets. Ji Yuning also had something that she would never want others to find out. After dinner, Leng Xiaoting drove Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin to meet Su Tongnuo. Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin walked into the appointed place, while Leng Xiaoting waited in the car. When Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin arrived, Su Tongnuo was already waiting for them. Seeing Ji Yuning, Su Tongnuo was surprised, because she didn't expect that Ji Yuning was so young. However, she still showed her respect towards Ji Yuning even though Ji Yuning seemed like a student. Tongnuo, please let me introduce you. This is my friend, Ji Yuning, Cao Wenxin said to Su Tongnuo. Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. Su Tongnuo greeted Ji Yuning politely. Nice to meet you too, Miss Su. Ji Yuning was also polite. Have a seat please, Su Tongnuo said. What do you want to drink? A waitress gave Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin a menu. Ji Yuning then ordered a coffee, while Cao Wenxin ordered a cup of tea. Chapter 456 Su Tongnuo. After ordering, Ji Yuning said to Su Tongnuo, Miss Su, Wenxin told me something about you a while ago, so I asked her more for details. I think that you're a great actress and I'd like to sign you. If you're willing to work for me, I can help you end your contract with Fateng Entertainment. And I can promise you that there are no unspoken rules in my company. You don't need to serve the clients for a job. As long as you're hardworking and loyal to my company, I'll pay you well. As for my company, I will be honest with you. It's already registered, but is still being redecorated, so it's risky if you follow my lead. It all depends on you, and whether you have the courage and ambition to build your career. No unspoken rules, and didn't have to serve those disgusting fat men just for a job. That was exactly what Su Tongnuo dreamed for. She didn't really care about the future of Ji Yuning's company right now, because she couldn't wait to get rid of Fateng, and she was brave enough to set out on an adventurous journey. Therefore, Su Tongnuo agreed without hesitation. Miss Ji Yu, I'm willing to follow your lead, because my situation couldn't be worse. I'll also work hard as a skillful actress, and be loyal to the company, but... Although Su Tongnuo was eager to get rid of Fateng, she felt uneasy when she thought of the influential figure she had annoyed. The person who shut me out is the son of the vice director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau. This was the capital. Without the government's support, let alone Fateng Entertainment, which wasn't very large, even the largest entertainment company couldn't run their business in this place. Power overshadowed capital in this country. Don't worry, I can handle it, Ji Yuning said with confidence. Since Ji Yuning said so, Su Tongnuo chose to believe it, not because of Ji Yuning, but because of the power behind Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was too young, so Su Tongnuo thought that there had to be someone with a high position supporting her behind the scenes. Oh, would you please help me end the contract my assistant has with Fateng too? She's very nice, and I want to continue to work with her, Su Tongnuo said. No problem. Ji Yuning didn't care. Since Su Tongnuo already had her favorite assistant, Ji Yuning could save some effort in having to help her find one. Thank you so much, Su Tongnuo said. All right, I'll go to Fateng Entertainment tomorrow around 9:30 a.m. My company is called Fenghua Entertainment, and you're the third person I've hired till now. Welcome to joining us, Ji Yuning said and reached out her hand to shake with Su Tongnuo. Su Tongnuo ached to leave Fateng Entertainment, so it wasn't a difficult decision for her to cooperate with Ji Yuning. However, they could only sign the contract after Su Tongnuo's agreement with Fateng Entertainment was ended. They didn't stay there for too long, and separated after a short while. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting drove Cao Wenxin back to the hotel before they went back to their house. It was still early, so Leng Xiaoting hugged Ji Yuning while lying on the sofa watching TV. Xiaoting, what are the companies that you have? Ji Yuning asked. She only knew about xianxia Security Company. Ji Yuning was finally interested in knowing more about him, so Leng Xiaoting was very happy. I don't know actually, because I've hired other people to manage them for me. The name of my corporation is the xianxia Group. Leng Xiaoting's corporation was called xianxia Group, so he thought that he and Ji Yuning were meant to be together when Ji Yuning told him that her corporation was named Xiangning Group. Xianxia Group. Ji Yuning was shocked. She had heard of the internationally famous xianxia Group with over hundreds of billions of yuan in assets. To her astonishment, Leng Xiaoting alone was as affluent as a country. Ji Yuning stared at Leng Xiaoting coming on to him and said gently, I didn't expect you're so unbelievably rich. I don't think I need to work at all. Ji Yuning was joking, but Leng Xiaoting was turned on at once. He pressed her to his chest. Sure, but you need to satisfy me first. After saying that, he kissed her. Ji Yuning was surprised that he was so horny. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, couldn't get enough from Ji Yuning. The two had rounds of wild love-making on the sofa afterwards. Ji Yuning didn't wake up until 8 o'clock the next morning because she had worked out so hard last night. Leng Xiaoting had already prepared breakfast for her by the time she got out of bed. After breakfast, Ji Yuning made a copy of what Kay had sent to her in the email. Seeing the document, Leng Xiaoting asked, "Do you need my help?" "Thanks, but I can handle it," Ji Yuning said. "I can't rely on you all the time. I need to practice and learn how to deal with my own business." Leng Xiaoting didn't insist, but said, "Call me whenever you need me." "I will," Ji Yuning said, then she put the document into her backpack. "Let's go." Su Tongnuo arrived at the company before 9 a.m. Although she had already been shut out of the industry, she still had to go to work as usual except on weekends. She had nothing to do, but just sat there. Other actors in the company would make fun of her when they were free. "Look, Tongnuo is coming to work so early," a female voice said sarcastically behind Su Tongnuo. After that, a stylish woman walked inside, followed by several men, like she was the queen. The woman looked at Su Tongnuo with obvious arrogance, and the people who followed her also stared at Su Tongnuo with disdain. The woman was Li Jiayu, who was also an actress in Fiteng Entertainment. She had been signed by Fiteng at the same time as Su Tongnuo. However, Su Tongnuo was a better actress than her, so Li Jiayu didn't have many chances and hated Su Tongnuo very much. She admitted that she wasn't as pretty or skillful as Su Tongnuo, but she didn't think she should be ignored because of Su Tongnuo. Ever since Su Tongnuo had been shut out of the industry after she had refused to accept the unspoken rules, Li Jiayu finally had the chance to become famous by doing what Su Tongnuo didn't want to do. Chapter 457 End the contract. Although Li Jiayu wasn't one of the A-list yet, she had already gained a lot of fame and believed that she would be a household name soon. Su Tongnuo just gave her a glance, but didn't say anything or greet her. "You're so rude that you don't greet Jiayu when she's here. Who do you think you are? A big star," Li Jiayu's assistant said acidly. Su Tongnuo calmly looked to the assistant, and asked, "Is it in the law that common citizens have to greet a star when she appears?" "You." The assistant was mad. "Su Tongnuo, what do you think you are? What's wrong with your eyes? I'm a human being. Can't you see that?" Su Tongnuo laughed. "You." The assistant was furious, but didn't know what to say. Seeing her assistant humiliated, Li Jiayu was displeased. "Su Tongnuo, let's go and see." After that, she walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped, yelling at a girl who was glaring at her. "There is nothing to look at. Pour me a coffee right now." The girl was Su Tongnuo's assistant, Lin Xiaoxia. Ever since Su Tongnuo had been shut out of the industry, Lin Xiaoxia became everyone's servant. Nearly anyone in the company could order her to do trifles. Fine. Lin Xiaoxia was reluctant to do it, but she couldn't reject. Although Su Tongnuo wanted to stop it, she couldn't protect her friend since her contact with the company was still valid. When it was almost 9:30 a.m., Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at Fiteng Entertainment. Ji Yuning walked in alone, while Leng Xiaoting waited in the car. When Ji Yuning had just walked to the door and was about to call Su Tongnuo, she noticed that a car stopped in front of the building and Xia Zihong, who was the boss of Fiteng Entertainment, stepped out of it. "Chairman Xia, please wait a second," Ji Yuning called him. Xia Zihong turned around when he heard someone calling him. When his sight fell on Ji Yuning, he was stunned by her beauty, because Ji Yuning was even prettier than the actresses in his company. Xia Zihong was lustful, so he leered at Ji Yuning when she walked to him. Ji Yuning was annoyed by his look, but didn't say anything. "May I help, miss?" Xia Zihong asked, but he that Ji Yuning must want to be a star like every beautiful young girl. If so, Xia Zihong would have plenty of chances to make advances on her. Xia Zihong was a man who was around 40. He was also fat and ugly. What was worse, he was very lewd and it was disgusting having to talk to him. Ji Yuning smiled lightly. I'd like to make a deal with Chairman Xia. Are you free now? Of course. We can talk in my office. Xia Zihong wanted to sexually assault Ji Yuning, so he invited her to his office. Although Xia Zihong made Ji Yuning feel disgusted, she also preferred to talk with him in the office. On the way, people started to gossip when their chairman walked in with a beautiful young girl. Some thought that Ji Yuning was their chairman's relative, while some guessed that she must be a new actress. Ji Yuning followed Xia Zihong to his office. Xia Zihong told his secretary to leave, so only Ji Yuning and he were in the room. At this time, Xia Zihong almost couldn't wait to press Ji Yuning on the sofa. May I know your name, miss? What kind of deal do you want to make with me? I don't think it's necessary for Chairman Xia to know my name. Ji Yuning sneered. I came here today to end the contracts that Su Tongnuo and her assistant, Lin Xiaoxia, have with you. Hearing that, Xia Zihong was surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect that Ji Yuning was here to help Su Tongnuo. All of a sudden, he changed his expression and sneered too. You want to help Su Tongnuo out? I don't think that's possible. In other words, he refused. What if I insist? Ji Yuning smiled. As long as they can afford the liquidated damages, the company can't force them to stay. Otherwise, it's illegal, and I think Chairman Xia should know that. Xia Zihong of course knew that, but didn't take it seriously. Instead, he said with obvious disdain, young girl, don't be so naive. Su Tongnuo has annoyed an influential figure, and no lawyer would dare to take this case. Ji Yuning didn't mind his attitude, but asked, are you sure? It's impossible. However, if you want to be a star, I can help you with that. Xia Zihong leered at Ji Yuning again. Well, why don't you read this first and have a second thought, Ji Yuning said and took out a document from her backpack, then laid it in front of Xia Zihong. Xia Zihong picked it up with curiosity, but panicked when he read it. Xia Zihong couldn't believe his eyes. The document was evidence of Xia Zihong's crimes, which included rape and bribery. If the women who had been raped by Xia Hongji didn't sue him, the cases wouldn't stand, but the crime of bribery alone could send him to jail for years. Xia Zihong trembled in fear after reading the document. Ji Yuning wore a fake smile and asked him again, well, do you think that it's possible to end the contracts now? Fine, we can, but this document. Xia Zihong compromised without hesitation, because the last thing he wanted to do was to spend the rest of his life in prison. As long as you agree to let them go, I can pretend that this document never existed. However, if you commit these crimes again, I can't promise what will happen, Ji Yuning said. Although Xia Zihong was guilty of crimes, Ji Yuning would ignore him this time for Su Tongnuo. Great. Xia Zihong immediately agreed. He called his secretary at once and gave the order to end the contracts with Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia. Hearing that, his secretary was shocked, because it would annoy the influential figure that nobody in this industry wanted to have bad blood with. Chapter 458. The first actress. Although his secretary was curious, he knew that he shouldn't ask any questions. Ji Yuning had sent a message to Su Tongnuo and told her to wait for her news. Su Tongnuo trusted Ji Yuning's ability, but she was still nervous while waiting for the result. After Xia Zihong's secretary told them to go to Xia Zihong's office, Su Tongnuo was finally relieved. Tongnuo, why does the chairman want to see us in his office? Lin Xiaoxia didn't know that Su Tongnuo was going to leave the company, so she was worried. Is he going to force you to do something disgusting again? Thinking of that, Lin Xiaoxia was mad. Su Tongnuo smiled lightly. Xiaoxia, do you still remember that I told you that if I'm going to leave this company, you'll go with me? Yes, Lin Xiaoxia said, but she still didn't understand why their chairman wanted to see them in his office. Let's go. You'll find out soon. Su Tongnuo didn't tell Lin Xiaoxia directly, but pulled her, quickly walking to the chairman's office. When Lin Xiaoxia found out that they could leave the company, she was thrilled. Although she could quit her job at any time, there was nothing better than that she could leave together with Su Tongnuo. Xia Zihong didn't even dare to ask for the liquidated damages. And since he didn't mention it, Ji Yuning wouldn't bother to pay him. After that, Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia went back to their office and packed their stuff. Everyone around them was surprised. "What are you doing?" someone asked. "Leaving this place," Su Tongnuo said happily. "What? Leaving Fateng Entertainment? You ended your contract." Everyone was shocked. Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia packed their stuff and went straight downstairs. Ji Yuning was waiting for them at the front door. The shocking news that Su Tongnuo successfully ended her contract with Fateng Entertainment quickly went abroad in the company. It was universally known that Su Tongnuo had annoyed an influential figure that their chairman didn't dare to irritate. If Su Tongnuo was able to end her contract, either the influential figure forgave her or she had support from another more influential figure. Li Jiayu smashed a cup on the floor when she heard the news. She refused to accept the fact that Su Tongnuo was going to be famous, and made up her mind to be more successful than Su Tongnuo. Although Su Tongnuo already ended her contract with Fateng, Ji Yuning still had something to discuss with her, so Ji Yuning told Lin Xiaoxia to leave before them, while Su Tongnuo and Ji Yuning went to a nearby cafe. Leng Xiaoting was still patiently waiting for Ji Yuning in the car. Ji Yuning took out the contract and gave it to Su Tongnuo. "Here is the contract. If there is no problem, you can sign it." Su Tongnuo read the contract through, and was completely surprised when she noticed the ratio of the company's take to her take. It was 6-4, which meant the company would take 60% while she could have 40% of the profit. Usually, the ratio was 8-2. If the actors were A-list, the ratio would be 7-3, and it was rare to see 6-4, unless the actor was a household name. "Boss, are you sure?" Su Tongnuo asked with uncertainty. Ji Yuning smiled. "Yes, I'm sure. It's just the beginning. If you can become one of the A-list, the ratio will be 5-5. Work hard." Su Tongnuo was shocked again. If she could become an A-list actress, she could have 50% of the profit. Her new boss was really generous. After the shock, Su Tongnuo kept on reading the company would provide a single-bedroom apartment for her and pay the utilities. If she had her own house, the company would give her 3,000 yuan monthly as a housing allowance, and reimburse her for utilities. Although Su Tongnuo had been shut out of the entertainment industry for a year, she had been famous before and had made a lot of money too, so she had her own house. In that case, she chose to have the housing allowance of 3,000 yuan. At the end of the contract, Su Tongnuo signed her name. "The company building is still being redecorated, so we are renting a studio for now. After the Lantern Festival, we're going to shoot a TV series. Although you work for me now, I've promised the director that he could choose actors on his own. Therefore, I don't know whether you can be the leading actress, but you'll have an audition for it. And since you have already joined us, I will definitely help you become famous. If you can't get the leading role, I can let you play a role with some lines in the show at least. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Oh, our company is brand new, so no famous actors will join us yet. And we might use many new actors. I hope you don't mind or feel aggrieved," Ji Yuning said. "I won't. Thank you so much." Su Tongnuo didn't care if she could only be a role with several lines in the show. As long as she could show up again, she was happy enough. In addition, she would work hard for her future. "All right, I'll inform you about the specific schedule later. You can leave now." After that, Ji Yuning and Su Tongnuo separated. It was almost 11 a.m., so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to have lunch first. After lunch, Ji Yuning rested for a while before she went to Kalane Pharmaceutical Company around 2 p.m. The production lines were all ready and Ji Yuning took a bottle of power crystals. There was 100 crystals in the bottle and each was the size of a pearl and shone like a diamond. Afterwards, a power crystal was taken out to be tested. As the results showed, it didn't contain any chemicals at all, which surprised everyone in the factory. Even water contained hydrogen and oxygen, but the power crystal was like something that never even existed. Since there were no harmful chemicals in the power crystal, it was safe to be used in the medicine. Workers in the medical factory then started to make medicines with the help of machines. The first kind was cold medicine. Chapter 459. Am I good? The original ingredients were acetaminophen, amantadine hydrochloride, caffeine, artificial bezoar, chlorpheniramine maleate, and now added power crystal. Of course, they wouldn't mention power crystal on the composition table. The ratio of power crystal to the original ingredients was 1 to 10. If the original ingredients weighed a kilogram, then the power crystal would be 100 grams. Hours later, the cold medicine was ready. After the second test, it showed nothing different from their old one, but its effect was greatly enhanced. A worker who coincidentally had a cold would be the human guinea pig. Since they had already tested it twice, it wouldn't be harmful, so the worker agreed. Once the pill was in his mouth, he felt a comfortable coldness spreading through his body. Within 3 minutes, he felt much better. The proportion of power crystal in this cold medicine wasn't large, so he wouldn't recover that quickly, but its effect was already amazing enough. As for the makeup production, Ji Yuning decided to produce masks, creams, lotions, serum, and so on, and the ratio would be 2 to 10. Ji Yuning talked with Ning Chengkai for a while longer later, and told him to deal with the store and decoration as soon as possible. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left. It was almost 5 p.m. when they left, so Ji Yuning called Cao Wenxin and invited her to dine together. Ji Yuning had been busy all day, and Leng Xiaoting didn't have much time to be alone with her, but now Cao Wenxin would join them again. Leng Xiaoting was a little unhappy, but didn't say anything. Ji Yuning also understood that Leng Xiaoting would rather be alone with her, but she couldn't abandon Cao Wenxin in the hotel. Tang Yunfan had been in City D for 2 days, and had also visited the university that Ji Yuman had studied in, as well as the place where he had the accident, but he still failed to remember anything. Tang Yunfan almost lost his patience. In order to find some clues, Tang Yunfan flew to City F and went to the shopping mall where Cami Beauty Salon was in. He wore a mask and hid in a corner, trying to catch glances of Ji Yuman. Around 5:30 p.m., Ji Yuman also got off work. Ji Yuqing was absent today, so she went home alone. It was getting warmer after the New Year festival, and it was a sunny day. Ji Yuman was in a dark brown woolen coat wearing light makeup with her hair casually tied up, and looked very elegant and noble. When Tang Yunfan, who was hidden in a corner, saw Ji Yuman coming out of the salon, he was stunned and felt the strange intimacy again. However, he still couldn't remember anything. Ji Yuman didn't drive, and Gao Yi and Chao Ya weren't with her, so she took a taxi home. Tang Yunfan then drove a car, following her till Fenghua luxury mansion. Ji Yuman was going to do grocery shopping in a nearby supermarket, so she got out outside of Fenghua luxury mansion. There were 3 hoodlums fooling around, and when Ji Yuman appeared in their sight, they had an idea to rob her. They gave each other a knowing glance, then walked to Ji Yuman. All of a sudden, one of them grabbed Ji Yuman's handbag and ran away. Ji Yuman was very scared and shouted, "A robber!" Ji Yuman wanted to chase him, but was afraid of getting hurt. Tang Yunfan was following Ji Yuman all the way, so he immediately chased the thief. Although Tang Yunfan had aged, he was still able to run and fight like a soldier from the special forces. Within minutes, he beat the 3 hoodlums down and took back Ji Yuman's handbag. However, when Tang Yunfan walked to Ji Yuman with her handbag in his hand, he felt a little shy to look her in the eye. "Thank you so much, sir," Ji Yuman said sincerely. Tang Yunfan said in a low voice, "You're welcome. Sir, if you don't mind, may I invite you to share a meal with me?" "I want to thank you for your brave and kind behavior," Ji Yuman said. Although they were merely strangers, he had helped her, so she was grateful. "No need. Bye." Tang Yunfan rejected, because he didn't want her to see his face. After that, he turned around, walking to the sales hall of Fenghua luxury mansion. Tang Yunfan planned to buy an apartment here, especially one that was near Ji Yuman's home. Watching Tang Yunfan walking away from her, Ji Yuman suddenly felt like he was familiar, but she didn't think further and went to the supermarket. Tang Yunfan was lucky and bought a well-decorated apartment right opposite Ji Yuman's home. In other words, he was able to see into the living room of Ji Yuman's apartment. Both Ji Yuning and Cao Wenxin were leaving the capital the next day, and they would go to the airport together. Ji Yuning's flight would take off at 1:50 p.m., while Cao Wenxin's was at 1:35 p.m., so they would have lunch together before heading to the airport. Sao Wenxin said to Ji Yuning, Ningning, my friend told me to thank you for what you did for Su Tongnuo. Su Tongnuo and I Xinyu were close friends while I Xinyu and Sao Wenxin were close friends too, so Sao Wenxin would love to thank Ji Yuning for I Xinyu's sake. No big deal. Su Tongnuo is the person I wanted to sign to, Ji Yuning said. After grocery shopping, Ji Yuman went back home and cooked for herself. In the opposite apartment, Tang Yunfan could sometimes see Ji Yuman walking through the living room. During the night, Ji Yuman sat in the living room watching TV. Ji Yuqing came to chat with her for a while and then left. Ji Yuman was alone again. Seeing that Ji Yuman was alone and seemed lonely, Tang Yunfan felt uncomfortable and his heart ached for her. He wanted to keep her company, but he still couldn't remember anything. That night, Ji Yuning barely slept, because Leng Xiaoting wouldn't let her sleep. Ji Yuning was leaving tomorrow, and Leng Xiaoting didn't know when they would meet again, so he wildly made love to her countless times. Ningning, tell me, am I good? Every man wanted to be complimented about their sexual ability. Home reincarnation of the businesswoman at school. Chapter 459 Am I good? Chapter 460 Selfish Ji Yu Qingxiang, of course you are. Ji Yuning had to admit that Leng Xiaoting was quite good in bed, but she could hardly afford to at the moment because with Ji Yuning's affirmative answer, Leng Xiaoting moved harder. I can't take it anymore. Ji Yuning wanted to stop him, but he wouldn't stop. And Ji Yuning wasn't willing to protect herself in such a situation because even though it was overwhelming, she still wanted to feel it. Ningning, I love you. I love you so much. Leng Xiaoting didn't stop, because he was about to come and wanted to rub Ji Yuning into his body. Xiaoting, I love you too. I really love you too. Ji Yuning's sweet words made Leng Xiaoting move more violently. It was a little too violent for Ji Yuning to enjoy it, but she still had a nice orgasm. The next day, Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing left their homes around 8:30 a.m. Zhongshu drove them to the shopping mall before he went to his store. Zhongshu's construction material store was gradually becoming popular. Especially after Ji Yuning's identity had been exposed, many businessmen would turn to Zhongshu for cooperation in order to maintain a good relationship with Ji Yuning's family. Therefore, Zhongshu was very busy now. Ever since Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman left Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Tang Yunfan followed them. Leng Xiaoting got up early that morning as usual to prepare breakfast for Ji Yuning. However, Ji Yuning was so exhausted that she didn't wake up until 9 a.m. After breakfast, Leng Xiaoting pressed her into his arms and they had sex again. When it was almost 10 a.m., they left for Wangdang Hotel. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman went to a nearby restaurant to dine together. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Qingxiang showed up out of the blue and came to borrow money from Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman. Qing, man, I know that I've done many things wrong, but let bygones be bygones. We're biological siblings. Can't you help this time? Ji Yu Qingxiang said. It was the first time that he ever had been so polite to Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman. Biological siblings. Ji Yu Qingxiang was utterly shameless. Not only had he bullied them ever since they were young, he had also refused to lend them money when Ji Yuning had been in the car accident and could have died at any moment. And now, he suddenly played the family card when trying to borrow money from them. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman stayed calm and cold. No, we can't help you. Please stay away from us, Ji Yuman said. How can you be so cold-blooded? Although this wasn't the first time Ji Yu Qingxiang had been rejected, he couldn't accept they were cold-blooded. Ji Yuqing immediately retorted. When Ningning was in that car accident, we went to borrow just 10,000 yuan from you, but you refused without hesitation. Ningning could have died. Do you think it's possible that you can borrow dozens of millions of yuan from us now? Although it wasn't Ji Yu Qingxiang's duty to lend them money, he was rich and Ji Yuning's life had been in danger. However, he still refused to help them. He was very selfish. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman weren't dumb, nor were they weak. It was quite understandable that Ji Yuman wasn't willing to lend him money. Tang Yunfan was sitting at the table next to them, so he heard their conversation clearly. He was very mad that Ningning's biological uncle was such a selfish and shameless man. Ningning's fine now. What's the big deal? Ji Qingxiang argued. He didn't feel guilty at all. This time, Ji Qing and Ji Man couldn't tolerate it anymore. How can you say that? Ji Qing criticized him in anger. We will not lend you any money. It doesn't matter what you think of us, Ji Man said. Coldly. You can sell your company if you want money. We were able to live our life on dozens of thousands of yuan a year in the past, and you can survive too. Ji Man. Are you saying that we can't live a good life? Ji Qingxiang snapped at Ji Man. In his eyes, Ji Man couldn't wait to see him living a poor life. I don't care what you think of us. It has nothing to do with us whether you live a good life or not. If you dare to harass us again, we'll call the police. Ji Man said icily. Ji Qingxiang was furious, but couldn't say anything. He was so selfish that he would never blame himself for his own mistakes. Ah, how can he be so shameless? I'm so mad that I have such a useless older brother. Ji Qing said. There, it isn't worth being upset over such a man. Ji Man comforted her. Ji Ning and Cao Wenxin left for the airport together around 12 a.m. On the way, Leng Xiaoting stayed quiet, because he didn't want to leave Ji Ning. Ji Ning also had the same feeling, but they had to deal with their own businesses. When they arrived at the airport, Leng Xiaoting didn't leave until Ji Ning walked into the lounge and disappeared from his sight. The gates Ji Ning and Cao Wenxin would be boarding through weren't far from each other, so Ji Ning went to sit with Cao Wenxin while they were waiting. At this time, Xinbei walked over. They were all surprised to see each other again. Hi, Ji Ning, are you going to City B too? Xinbei asked Ji Ning and ignored Cao Wenxin. Cao Wenxin also turned her eyes away from him. Chapter 461 Cao Wenxin vs. Xinbei, not really. Wenxin is going back to City B, and I'm going back to City F. It's not departure time yet, so I decided to sit with Wenxin for a while, Ji Ning said. How about you? Where are you flying? Xinbei sat next to Ji Ning and replied, I'm flying to City B. I'm going to visit my uncle for the Lantern Festival. Although both Xinbei and Cao Wenxin knew that it was just a misunderstanding when they had met each other for the first time, they still disliked one another because of the terrible first impression. Therefore, they both kept talking to Ji Ning, trying to ignore each other. Ji Ning didn't want to be involved in their conflict, so she made an excuse, walking to the ladies' room. I'll go with you. Cao Wenxin immediately stood up and followed Ji Ning. Why do you still hate him? I thought that you already knew that it was just a misunderstanding, Ji Ning asked with doubt. Cao Wenxin contorted her mouth. I simply don't like him. Fine. You win, Ji Ning said. A while later, passengers who were flying to City B started to board, including Xinbei and Cao Wenxin, but they deliberately kept a distance from each other. However, no matter how much they disliked one another, they coincidentally sat next to each other in first class. What the fuck? Both of them swore at the same time. And glared at each other afterwards at the same time too. Cao Wenxin turned her head away in order to not see Xinbei, so she wouldn't be in a worse mood. Meanwhile, a fragrant breeze blew past their noses, and a gentle female voice sounded by Xinbei's ear. Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your safety belt. Thanks. Xinbei smiled politely and reached out his hands to fasten the safety belt, but the stewardess had already squatted by him. Sir, please let me help. However, before the stewardess could touch the safety belt, Xinbei rejected politely. No need, thank you so much. It wasn't the first time that Xinbei had been treated so well in a plane, and he knew the reason clearly. All the stewardesses wanted to hit on the handsome young man who was sitting in first class. The beautiful stewardess stopped her hands and looked disappointed. I'm sorry if I've bothered you, sir. Cao Wenxin snorted with laughter, but didn't say anything. The plane soon took off. When it flew steadily, the stewardess intentionally walked by Xinbei many times, but Xinbei lowered his head reading the entire time, and ignored her. Finally, when it was time to serve drinks to passengers on the plane, the stewardess walked to Xinbei first. Sir, what would you like to drink? Coke, thanks, Xinbei said, but didn't give the stewardess a glance. The stewardess was very disappointed, but didn't show it because she had been well trained to be polite. No problem. Please wait a second. Before long, the stewardess poured a glass of Coke for Shinbei. Maybe because she was too focused on Xiebei, the stewardess directly forgot to ask Cao Wenxin what she wanted, and Cao Wenxin was very displeased. Hey, what about me? The stewardess was struck dumb for a second and turned to Cao Wenxin at once. Oh, I'm sorry. What would you like to have, miss? Coffee, Cao Wenxin said. The stewardess then gave the coffee to Cao Wenxin. However, when Cao Wenxin had just taken it, the plane suddenly had turbulence and the coffee slipped from her hand onto Shinbei. Cao Wenxin couldn't help laughing, but Shinbei was mad. He looked at Cao Wenxin, who was gloating, and clenched his teeth. Cao Wenxin, you must have done it on purpose. Cao Wenxin didn't feel guilty at all. The stewardess, instead, panicked and apologized in a hurry. Sir, I'm so sorry. Please let me help you wipe. Saying that, she took out a towel and wanted to help Shinbei wipe the coffee stains off. No, thanks. I'll do it myself. Shinbei grabbed her towel, cleaning the coffee stains from his chest on his own. The stewardess was disappointed after Shinbei had rejected her twice, so she left quietly, knowing that it was impossible for her to get near the man. Shinbei glared at Cao Wenxin again, and Cao Wenxin stopped laughing. Although she laughed, she didn't want to cause any more misunderstandings, so she explained. It was not on purpose. It was because of the turbulence. Shinbei was mad at Cao Wenxin, but he didn't say anything, and stood up walking to the washroom. They disliked each other, so they barely talked. When there was no conflict, both of them were silent. After a while, Cao Wenxin was going to the washroom, and walked by Shinbei. Coincidentally, the plane had turbulence again, and Cao Wenxin directly fell into Shinbei. Cao Wenxin was surprised and instantly reached out her hand to grab something in order to keep her balance, but her hand was about to touch Shinbei's chest at this time. Shinbei didn't like Cao Wenxin, so he wanted to see her fall and wasn't willing to let her touch him. Therefore, he hit her hand away. However, right after the hit, another accident happened. Cao Wenxin's hand was hit away by Shinbei, so she lost her balance and fell onto Shinbei with her hand accidentally pressed against Shinbei's penis. Being attacked all of a sudden, Shinbei felt great pain and pushed Cao Wenxin away with great force. Cao Wenxin. Shinbei clenched his teeth once more, glaring at her. Nonetheless, when Shinbei saw Cao Wenxin's face, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was the first time that Cao Wenxin had ever touched a man's penis, so her face flushed completely, and she ran to the washroom in a hurry. Shinbei, on the other hand, was left in great pain on the seat. How could he be so unlucky today? The plane always seemed to have turbulence at the wrong time. Shinbei now regretted that he had hit Cao Wenxin's hand away. If he hadn't done that, his penis wouldn't have been injured. Cao Wenxin quickly ran into the washroom, and saw that her face was as red as a cooked lobster. She immediately turned on the faucet, trying to cool her face with the running water. Her face gradually cooled down after being patted with cold water, but her heart still kept pounding fast. Cao Wenxin didn't dare to leave the washroom, and stayed there for over 20 minutes. Someone waiting outside eventually lost patience and knocked on the door. Chapter 462 Leng Xiaoxun vs. Leng Xiaojia. Hey, are you going to stay inside forever? Cao Wenxin then realized that she had stayed in the washroom for too long. Luckily, she had calmed down a lot, so she inhaled deeply before she walked out. However, thinking of having to meet Shinbei again, Cao Wenxin was still nervous. She glanced around trying to find a vacant seat. Unfortunately, there were no vacant seats. Cao Wenxin felt helpless. She had never been in such an embarrassing situation before and really didn't know how to deal with it. In the end, Cao Wenxin had to go back to her seat. Shinbei probably also had no idea how to face Cao Wenxin, so he was wearing an eye mask, lying on his seat, but no one knew whether he was really sleeping except himself. Seeing that Shinbei was sleeping, Cao Wenxin was relieved. She quietly walked by him, going back to her seat, and immediately put on her eye mask. However, she couldn't fall asleep and couldn't help thinking about what had just happened. Cao Wenxin thought that she should never appear at the same place as Xinbei, because nothing good had happened anytime they showed up together. It was over half an hour before they landed in City B, and it was torture for Cao Wenxin. Finally, the plane landed, but Cao Wenxin was getting increasingly nervous, because she would see Xinbei again when they got off the plane. It would drive her crazy. When the plane stopped, Xinbei stood up, walking to the door at once, because he felt embarrassed to meet Cao Wenxin too. Feeling Xinbei walking away, Cao Wenxin relaxed. She took off her eye mask, but didn't get off the plane until 2/3 of the passengers were gone. Therefore, she perfectly avoided Xinbei. It took at least 3 hours from the capital to City F, so Ji Yuning was still in the plane. At this time, Leng Xiaoting already gone back to the Leng family's house. Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaojia were quarreling violently in the yard. It was all because of a bonsai. The bonsai was Leng Xiaoxun's, and it was an orchid of a rare species. Leng Xiaoxun put the bonsai in the yard, but it was knocked over by Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaojia didn't feel guilty at all, and refused to apologize. She had even mocked him. Leng Xiaoxun was so angry that he had torn the piece of paper with Leng Xiaojia's new design on it into pieces. The two had argued with each other ever since they were kids, but neither of them could win, so they kept quarreling all the time. Leng Xiaoxun wouldn't punch Leng Xiaojia because she was a girl. Leng Xiaojia also understood that. Therefore, no matter how much she hated him, she never dared to hit Leng Xiaoxun. The housekeeper tried to separate them in vain, so he gave up. "Lord Leng, welcome home," Leng Chengji said to Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoxun also ignored Leng Xiaojia, and quickly walked to Leng Xiaoting. "Xiaoting, you're finally home. Would you please practice kung fu with me?" Although he was hardly comparable to Leng Xiaoting, Leng Xiaoxun wouldn't miss any chance to practice with him. That was how he made progress. Seeing Leng Xiaoting, there was hatred that flashed through Leng Xiaojia's eyes, but she didn't dare to argue with him, so she turned around and walked away. Leng Xiaoting didn't care about Leng Xiaojia's attitude towards him, and he agreed to practice kung fu with Leng Xiaoxun after visiting his grandpa. It was a cold winter, and Master Leng was reading in his study. "Hi, I thought that I wouldn't see you again during the festival," Master Leng complained once Leng Xiaoting appeared in his sight. Leng Xiaoting took out a porcelain bottle and placed it on the table before Master Leng. "Here, this is for you." "A porcelain bottle. Is it a real antique?" Master Leng asked. "It's not the bottle but the thing inside it," Leng Xiaoting said. "The thing inside?" Master Leng was surprised. He opened the bottle and noticed that there was a round pill the size of a pearl that was shining like a diamond inside. "What is this?" "A special medicine. It's good for your body and you can take a pill every 3 days, Leng Xiaoting said. Although Leng Xiaoting trusted Ji Yuning, this medicine was a gift to his grandpa, so he had to be careful and took a pill beforehand. The pill melted in his mouth within a second, and he felt a cold air spreading through his body. Once he took the medicine, he found that some of his old injuries recovered gradually. And that was when he realized that this medicine was really effective. Master Leng then poured a pill into his mouth. He had the same experience as Leng Xiaoting. "Wow, what medicine is this? I feel a cold air spreading through my body. It's quite comfortable." Leng Xiaoting didn't answer his grandpa's question, because he didn't know the answer either. Lin Liwan and her 2 rich friends went shop today. One had had conflict with Ji Yuning before and was called Jin Lengxin. The other one was the same age as Lin Liwan. She was called Mrs. Yang. Mrs. Yang was Lin Liwan and Jin Lengxin's new friend. Her family had over 100 million yuan in wealth, which was much more than the Jiyu family had, so Lin Liwan kept flattering Mrs. Yang. "I heard that the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, the most popular jewelry brand recently, is an 18-year-old girl. I think her name is Ji Yuning, and she lives in City F2. She's such an outstanding girl," Mrs. Yang said, but she didn't know the relationship between Lin Liwan and Ji Yuning, so she wasn't finding fault with Lin Liwan. Hearing that, Lin Liwan was displeased. She hated Ji Yuning and her family so much that her heart felt like it was being stabbed every time she heard one of their names. She didn't feel pain, but hatred and humiliation. She still couldn't figure out how, or accept that Ji Yuning became so rich all of a sudden. She wished that her own daughter could be so successful as well. In that case, she didn't have to flatter others anymore, but other people would do their best to please her. Chapter 463 Poor sister-in-law. I heard that news too. And I'm so jealous of her parents because they have such an outstanding daughter. Although Jin Lengson had previously had conflict with Ji Yuning, she didn't know her name, and Lin Liwan didn't tell her either, so she also had no idea about the relationship between Ji Yuning and Lin Liwan. Hearing that they were complimenting Ji Yuning, Lin Liwan was full of animosity towards Ji Yuning, but she couldn't say anything because what they had said was the truth. I went to City Ji once after I heard the news. I think the jewelry in Jade Beauty Jewelry is more beautiful and of higher quality than jewelry that I've seen in other jewelry stores. I bought a pair of earrings, a necklace and a bracelet. They cost me 1,000,000 yuan. Mrs. Yang said and was showing off. Mrs. Yang, I'm so envious of you. You can buy anything you like without caring about the price. Not like us. We couldn't afford that, Jin Lengson said and flattered. Mrs. Yang was pleased. She enjoyed shopping with other women who were poorer than her, because their poverty could accentuate her wealth. Ji Yu Man, at the same time, was ready to go home. Ji Yuning was coming back today, so she was going to prepare a meal for her daughter. However, when she had just gotten downstairs, she encountered Lin Liwan. Lin Liwan was already in a bad mood when her friends complimented Ji Yuning, and now she was in a worse mood when Ji Yu Man appeared. In the past, Lin Liyuan was always better than Ji Yu Man, but now there was a huge abyss between them. Even so, she still hated seeing Ji Yu Man because of jealousy, and she even wished that Ji Yu Man could be poor again. Oh, Liwan, isn't this your poor sister-in-law? Before Lin Liwan could say a word, Jin Lengson opened her mouth first. Ji Yu Man now didn't seem poor at all, and dressed like an elegant lady who was even richer than Mrs. Yang. Hearing what Jin Lengson had said, Lin Liwan felt a little embarrassed. Mrs. Yang, on the other hand, was displeased. She looked to Jin Lengson and said, Mrs. Pan, although several million yuan in wealth isn't very rich, I don't think you can call it poor. The family name of Jin Lengson's husband was Pan, so Mrs. Yang called her Mrs. Pan. From what Mrs. Yang said, she had to know Ji Yu Man. What? Jin Lengson was astonished. She has several million yuan in wealth. Jin Lengson abruptly turned to Lin Liwan. Seeing Lin Liwan showing jealousy towards Ji Yu Man, she immediately realized that what Mrs. Yang had said was true. How is it possible? Jin Lengson was shocked. Hi, Mrs. Yang. Ji Yu Man greeted Mrs. Yang politely, but wasn't flattering her. Hi, are you going home now? Mrs. Yang replied politely too, and didn't show any arrogance like she had in front of Lin Liwan and Jin Lengson. In Mrs. Yang's eyes, although Ji Yu Man only had several million yuan in wealth, she was a good friend of Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu were the real noble ladies. Mrs. Yang felt jealous of them sometimes, but she knew that it was better for her to maintain a good relationship with them. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man had also attended many parties along with Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu these days, so they got to know many other rich ladies. Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu were aware that Ji Yuning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, but Ji Yu Man told them not to tell others that Ji Yuning was her daughter. Therefore, even though many rich ladies knew that the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry was an 18-year-old girl, they didn't know that she was Ji Yu Man's daughter. Since Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man were good friends of Mrs. Hao and Mrs. Lu, nobody dared to despise them. Yes, please excuse me, Mrs. Yang. I must leave now, Ji Yu Man said before she left. From the beginning to the end, Ji Yu Man didn't bother to look at Lin Liwan and Jin Lengson. Seeing that, Mrs. Yang realized that Ji Yu Man didn't get along with Lin Liwan. Maybe she had a bad relationship with Lin Liwan. Without hesitation, Mrs. Yang decided to stay away from Lin Liwan and Jin Lengson. Although Lin Liwan hated to see Ji Yu Man, she still felt displeased when Ji Yu Man ignored her during the meeting. Liwan, what happened? How come your poor sister-in-law suddenly became rich? Jin Lengson asked with curiosity. Lin Liwan didn't want to talk about Ji Man at all, so she didn't answer Jin Lengsen's question. Mrs. Yang, on the other hand, interrupted. She's the boss of Cami Beauty Salon. Although she isn't very rich compared to us, she definitely isn't poor either. All right, I think that's enough for today. I have an appointment tonight, so I have to leave now, Mrs. Yang said and directly turned around walking away. What? Jin Lengsen didn't expect that Mrs. Yang would leave all of a sudden and not care about their feelings at all. Mrs. Yang was the one who had called them to shop with her. Lin Liwan, however, understood that Mrs. Yang left because of Ji Man. Lin Liwan almost went crazy then, and wasn't in the mood to shop any longer, so she left too. Jin Lengsen was left alone in the shopping mall, and was quite furious, but she didn't dare to annoy either of them, so she could only swallow her anger. When Lin Liwan got home, Ji Qingxiang, Ji Xiaoxiao and Ji Qingyan were there too, but none of them were in a good mood. Ji Qingxiang was mad because he had failed to borrow money from Ji Man. Lin Liwan was also unhappy because of what had happened in the shopping mall, while Ji Xiaoxiao and Ji Qingyan were also upset about their own problems. The moment that Lin Liwan got home, she threw her handbag onto the sofa and sat down angrily. I'm so mad now. I went to shop with Mrs. Yang in the shopping mall today, but Mrs. Yang abandoned me after meeting Ji Man. Who does she think she is? How could she treat me like that? Lin Liwan definitely didn't dare to say that in front of Mrs. Yang, but she would badmouth Mrs. Yang behind her back. She was the one who did her best to please Mrs. Yang, and now she was also the one who kept complaining behind Mrs. Yang's back. And how did Ji Man dare to ignore me? Lin Liwan felt like she had been humiliated. Lin Liwan wouldn't stop complaining, which aggravated Ji Qingxiang, who was already in a bad mood. Enough. Stop complaining. Chapter 464. Ji Qingxiang's shameless family. Lin Liwan then closed her mouth unwillingly. After a while of silence, Ji Qingyan said, Dad, all my friends have cars. Buy me a car please. Although they had been rich for a long time, Ji Qingxiang didn't buy Ji Qingyan a car yet, because he planned to do that after Ji Qingyan's graduation. However, Ji Qingyan couldn't wait that long, because all his friends had cars. A car? My company can barely stay afloat right now, and you want me to buy you a car? Are you insane? Ji Qingxiang got angry and yelled. What? The company can barely stay afloat? They were all shocked. I haven't signed a big contract in a long time, and I have already begun to use my savings to pay the workers' salaries, Ji Qingxiang said. There was a growing number of interior decoration companies, and his company was facing stronger competition in the market. As a result, he was running business that was getting worse and worse. Ji Qingxiang even had to use his own savings to pay his workers' salaries, but it couldn't last, and he would soon go bankrupt. What should we do now? Lin Liwan asked anxiously. Dad, Ji Ning's so rich now. She can give us dozens of millions of yuan, and our company will be saved, Ji Xiaoxiao said, and took it for granted that Ji Ning would give them anything. Ji Qingxiang's company only had 20 million yuan in assets at its peak, but they wanted to ask Ji Ning for dozens of millions of yuan at a time. Exactly. You can borrow money from Ji Man. Lin Liwan said, but they all knew that it was impossible for them to pay Ji Man back. I've already spoken to Ji Man today, but she refused to lend me the money. Ji Qingxiang said angrily. What? She refused? How can she be so cold-blooded? You're her older brother, Lin Liwan shouted. Indeed. How can she be so cold-blooded? Ji Xiaoxiao echoed, like they were the victims. Ji Qingyan didn't say a word but had the same thought. Ji Qingxiang's family was so shameless and selfish, and they would never reflect on themselves. When Ji Qing and Ji Man had been poor in the past, they had never treated them fairly. However, once they needed Ji Qing and Ji Man's help, they suddenly took it for granted that Ji Qing and Ji Man had to help them. Ji Qingxiang sighed. Ji Man refused because I wasn't willing to lend them money last time when Ji Ning needed a surgery. Isn't Ji Ning fine now? Since she's fine, it's no big deal, Lin Liwan said, and didn't feel guilty at all. The family was digging their own graves. Ji Yuning arrived at City F at around 5 p.m. Once she got off the plane, she sent Lang Xiaoting a message and told him that she was safe home. On the way from the airport to her home, Ji Yuning called Gao Yi and asked how everything was going. Luckily, everything was going well. Xianxia Real Estate had been busy recently, so they turned to another construction company for the construction and refurbishment of the hotels and restaurants. The number of their company's management was limited, so Gao Yi and Chao Ya worked as supervisors in 2 different cities. Ji Yuning again assigned Gao Yi and Chao Ya a task. She told them to search for talented or skillful people in the cities that they were in, and hire them to work for Ji Yuning's companies. Ji Yuning didn't want to poach staff from other companies, because it was very likely that those people would leave her companies for the same reason. Therefore, she preferred to train her own people in order to win their loyalty. When Ji Yuning got home, it was almost 6 p.m., and the meal was almost ready too. Ji Yuqing and Zhang Xinyue were also there, while Zhang Shu was absent for a business meal. When Ji Yuning had just been in the living room for a few minutes, she sensed a gaze which was staring at the living room from outside. Ji Yuning didn't look around at once, instead she walked to the curtain. She hid herself behind the curtain, and searched for the gaze then. Ji Yuning was very surprised when she found out that it was Tang Yunfan who was staring at her home. Did he find, or remember something? Obviously, Tang Yunfan kept focusing on Ji Yuning's home for a reason. And Ji Yuning guessed that Tang Yunfan must have found out something instead of remembering something. Otherwise, he would directly visit her home, rather than secretly staring at them. Knowing that it was Tang Yunfan, Ji Yuning relaxed. She decided not to reveal that she knew, and she would give him a helping hand when it was necessary. The meal is ready, Ji Yu-man said, and they gathered in the dining room. Tang Yunfan had no idea that Ji Yuning had already discovered him. He still stood by the window looking at the living room. However, they all went to the dining room and there was nobody left in the living room. Tang Yunfan had visited many places and met many people these days, but he still failed to remember anything, which was torture for him. At this time, Tang Yunfan's phone rang. The caller was Tang Haifeng. Tang Yunfan answered it at once. "Father, are you still on the business trip? Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. Will you be coming back?" Tang Haifeng asked. He didn't know that Tang Yunfan was in City F now, because Tang Yunfan's secretary told him that Tang Yunfan was on a business trip. "Don't wait for me. I'll come home if I can make it," Tang Yunfan said. He was confused about whether he should leave City F or not. "Fine," Tang Haifeng said. During the meal, Ji Yu-man and Ji Yuqing kept persuading Ji Yuning to eat more. "Teenagers at your age are enjoying themselves all day, but you're busy running your business. Look at you, you've lost a lot of weight." Ji Yu-man almost cried when she saw that her daughter worked so hard to provide them a good life. "Exactly. We are already living a good life now, so you can relax too. We understand that you have your plans and ambitions, and we won't stop you, but you have to take good care of yourself. Nothing is more important than your health, all right?" Ji Yuqing said. She also cared about Ji Yuning a lot. Chapter 465 Save Satuyi's life. Ji Yuning was deeply touched. She now had a family who truly cared about her. "Mom, Aunt, don't worry. I will take good care of myself," Ji Yuning said. In order to make them happy, Ji Yuning did her best to eat as much as she could, and she was very full at the end. Once Chu Peihan heard that Ji Yuning was back, she invited all of their friends to gather together. The appointed place was Daihao Clubhouse, but they had fun in a private room, instead of the bar. Ji Yuning had thought that only her friends from school would come, but she found out that Satuyi and Chu Xuanfang were also there when she walked in. However, not all of her friends from school showed up today. Only Hao Ran, Mu Ke and Yu Mixi came. When Ji Yuning walked inside, Hao Ran and Mu Ke were playing Q Sports, while Chu Peihan and Yu Mixi were playing darts. "Hi, boss." "Hi, Ningning." Seeing Ji Yuning coming, Hao Ran, Mu Ke, Yu Mixi and Chu Peihan all stopped and greeted her. Ji Yuning greeted them too, then walked to Satuyi and Chu Xuanfang who were sitting on the sofa drinking alcohol. "Hi, Satu, Xuanfang. Ji Yuning was very at ease, which impressed Chu Xuanfang. In his eyes, Ji Yuning was really different from other girls. Chu Xuanfang already knew that Ji Yuning knew Satuyi's identity, because he was told by Satuyi. Thus he was surprised to see Ji Yuning being so calm and relaxed when she faced Satuyi. There were very few people who weren't afraid of Satuyi, even Chu Xuanfang felt scared of Satuyi sometimes. What shocked Chu Xuanfang more was Ji Yuning's boyfriend, who was the heir of the Leng family in the capital and the youngest major general in the military. "Hi, Ji Yuning. Come here and have a seat." Chu Xuanfang welcomed her, and poured a glass of wine for her. They didn't like to have fun when there were outsiders around, so there weren't waiters in the private room, and Chu Xuanfang took the responsibility to pour wine. Satuyi looked at Ji Yuning and complained, "I didn't call you, so you never called me. You just sent me a message during the spring festival." Hearing Satuyi complaining, Chu Xuanfang and Chu Peihan were both surprised. Since when had their boss become so sensitive? He had changed a lot ever since he had met Ji Yuning. Chu Xuanfang understood that Satuyi liked Ji Yuning, so he knew why Satuyi treated Ji Yuning differently. Chu Peihan, on the other hand, had no idea about it, and her dart completely missed the round board because of her astonishment. Yu Mixi didn't know what was going on, so she felt that it was very strange that Chu Peihan suddenly missed her aim. "Sorry, I was lazy." Ji Yuning gave him a perfunctory answer. Satuyi knew that it was just a perfunctory answer, but he didn't know how to retort. "I sent you a New Year's gift, but you didn't prepare a gift for me." Satuyi frowned a little. Hearing that, Chu Xuanfang and Chu Peihan were surprised again. Since when did their boss lack gifts? Fine, Chu Xuanfang realized that his boss didn't lack gifts at all, but he lacked a gift from Ji Yuning. Satuyi didn't care about others' gifts, but all he wanted was Ji Yuning's gift. Ji Yuning was also surprised. "You're so rich, and do you lack my gift?" Although it was polite to send a gift back, Ji Yuning was surprised that Satuyi would ask for it on his own initiative. "Yes," Satuyi said with certainty. "Fine, I will give you a gift," Ji Yuning said. However, before Satuyi was cheered up, what Ji Yuning said next let him down again. "I'll give a gift to everyone here," Ji Yuning added. Satuyi was upset. A gift for everyone would be meaningless. However, he could do nothing about it. "Will we get a gift too?" "What is it?" Hao Ran and the other people in the room immediately gathered around Ji Yuning. They all knew that Ji Yuning's gift had to be very special, so they were all curious. Ji Yuning took out many porcelain bottles that she had prepared earlier on. There were 3 pills in each of the porcelain bottles. This is a unique medicine, which can cure any diseases, and it's very safe. Ji Yuning then told them the effects of the medicine in details. Hao Ran and her other friends had already heard of it when they had been in Su Anya's home, and they had also witnessed it, so they all believed it. Satuyi and Chu Xuanfang, on the other hand, were quite surprised, and couldn't believe it. "Really? Of course. We saw it with our own eyes." Hao Ran opened his mouth before Ji Yuning could and told them about what had happened in the Su family's house. Although it wasn't a secret in the high society of City F, not everyone knew the details, especially Chu Xuanfang, who seldom stayed in City F. After Hao Ran's explanation, they started to believe it. Even though they still had doubts, they accepted the gift with pleasure. It wasn't uncommon for them to be injured, so this medicine was exactly what they needed. As for the source of the medicine, none of them asked, although they were all curious about it. After that, they kept on drinking and playing. All of a sudden, a red spot flashed by Ji Yuning's eyes. Ji Yuning was surprised. And without hesitation, she directly raised her leg, kicking heavily at the nearby sofa. The sofa slid to the side under the force of the kick, and Ji Yuning instantly pushed it to stand up at the same time. Before anyone else realized what was going on, a bullet hit the sofa with a clear sound. Seeing the bullet, everyone understood that one of them had been aimed at. Ji Yuning looked towards the sniper at once, and the sniper panicked a little before he packed his things and ran away. Chu Peihan and the others were stunned by the scene, while Chu Xuanfang quickly walked to Satuyi's side. Satuyi stayed calm, but was furious. None of them were in the mood to have fun after the accident, so they left the clubhouse. Thank you so much, Ji Yuning, Satuyi said. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, he would have been killed. Chapter 466 Ji Xiaoxiao, Qinzheng and Chen Zio. People outside didn't know what had happened in the private room, so the others were still enjoying themselves in the clubhouse. After Ji Yuning and her friends had left, only Satuyi and Chu Xuanfang were left in the private room. Satuyi lay against the sofa with an evil expression, saying in a low voice, "It seems like someone can't wait any longer." Although he didn't have evidence yet, Satuyi already knew who was behind the attack. In gangs, people schemed against each other even more cruelly than in politics. Once there were conflicts as to benefits or ambit, some would die. Besides, there were plenty of ways not to bear the legal result even if you killed a man in a gang. That was also the reason why so many people were afraid of the gangs, because the gangs weren't restricted by laws. What should we do next? Chu Xuanfang asked. He was displeased too, because he also knew who planned this. Create an accident and get rid of him, Satuyi ordered. Actually, Satuyi had planned to turn a blind eye, given that the person was one of the founders of the Qing gang. However, since the person had already schemed to kill him, he wouldn't mind killing a betrayer. Even though he didn't have proof, it was still very easy for Satuyi to kill a man. Hao Ran and the others walked downstairs in shock and fear. None of them talked about what had just happened. Seeing that Yu Mixi's face was pale, Mu Ke seemed worried and asked her, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yu Mixi forced a smile. Ji Yuning gave Mu Ke a glance before she looked to Yu Mixi. She saw affection in Mu Ke's eyes towards Yu Mixi, but Yu Mixi didn't show much love towards Mu Ke. Ji Yuning didn't know whether Yu Mixi just wanted Mu Ke to be her friend or if she didn't realize that they could actually be boyfriend and girlfriend. They were still so young, and had been friends for a long time. Maybe it wasn't easy for both of them to make a step forward. When they were about to walk out of the clubhouse, they met Qin Yifan. In the hall, Qin Yifan had an appointment with his friends, and he was a little late. When he saw Ji Yuning, he was struck dumb for a second, then wore a gentle smile. "Hi, Ji Yuning and everyone. What a coincidence." Qin Yifan didn't seem sad or helpless now because he had already gotten over it. Even though it still hurt when Ji Yuning appeared in his sight, he soon calmed down. "Hi, Yifan." Ji Yuning always had a good impression of Qin Yifan, so she treated him as friendly as ever. "Are you going home now?" "It's still early," Qin Yifan said. "Not really. We're going to another place," Ji Yuning said. "We gotta go now. Have fun." "Sure, bye," Qin Yifan said, and they separated. Seeing Ji Yuning walking away, Qin Yifan wore a wry smile. His heart still ached for her. "It's not even 10 p.m. now. Let's go to V5 bar. I need a drink to calm down," Hao Ran said. All of them looked at Ji Yuning, waiting for her opinion. "Why not?" Ji Yuning said. "Yay, you're the best boss ever," Chu Peihan exclaimed. "Well, you can still go have fun without me," Ji Yuning said. Her friends always listen to her. "If you're absent, it'll be much less fun," Hao Ran said. "Exactly," Qin Zixin echoed. Unexpectedly, when they had just reached the entrance of V5 bar, they saw drama unfolding. And the roles in the scene were Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Chen Zio and Qin Zheng. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zio were pulling and pushing against each other. Qin Zheng walked over and pushed Ji Yu Xiaoxiao away. "Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, enough. Enough." Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was in a rage. "Qin Zheng, Chen Zio, how dare you do this to me? You're my boyfriend and my best friend. How could you secretly be together behind my back?" Hearing that, onlookers looked at Chen Zio and Qin Zheng with disdain. "What? She slept with her best friend's boyfriend? Wow, what a drama. Men always obey their sexual impulses. You hit the point. I think the girl is such a bitch that she stole the man away from her best friend." People around them were all frequent customers of nightclubs, so they didn't bother to be polite. Chen Zio had never been humiliated like that before, and burst into tears at once. Qin Zheng, as the boy, stayed strong. "Shut up. You don't know the situation, so stop criticizing us." Qin Zheng snapped at them, then turned to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. "Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, we already broke up, and it's none of your business who I'm with now. Broke up. When? Ji Xiaoxiao questioned. Hearing that, Qin Zheng panicked a little. In fact, Qin Zheng didn't break up with Ji Xiaoxiao face to face. Ji Xiaoxiao had left City F, and they gradually stopped contacting each other. That being the case, they came to a silent agreement that they broke up with one another. However, when Ji Xiaoxiao found out that Qin Zheng became Chen Xiao's boyfriend, she couldn't accept it, and felt like she had been betrayed. That was the cause of the scene. Even though Qin Zheng didn't break up with Ji Xiaoxiao face to face, he wouldn't admit it in order to protect his image. Ji Xiaoxiao, we broke up already, that's the reason why we didn't call each other at all recently. Have you ever seen a couple who doesn't contact each other for a month? Ji Xiaoxiao was mad, but didn't know how to argue back, because what Qin Zheng had said was the truth. Her reaction was also caught by those onlookers, and they started to despise Ji Xiaoxiao now. Oh, so the bitch is this girl. She's so shameless to come on to the boy after they have already broken up. Chapter 467. Throw her in jail. Exactly. She made us judge the other girl. Ji Xiaoxiao was irritated, but didn't know how to argue back. Xiao, let's go. Qin Zheng held Chen Xiao's hand walking away. From the beginning to the end, Chen Xiao didn't say a word, because she wanted to see Qin Zheng's attitude and also wanted to protect her image. No. Ji Xiaoxiao immediately went to pull Qin Zheng back. She had already humiliated herself in public, so she wasn't willing to give up. She wanted them to apologize. Just as Ji Xiaoxiao touched Qin Zheng's hand, Qin Zheng flung her to the ground and left right away. Ji Yuning and her friends went into the bar after the drama ended. Ji Yuning wasn't interested in laughing at Ji Xiaoxiao now. Chu Peihan actually wanted to do that, but she didn't say anything since Ji Yuning had no interest. They went to a private room, drinking and chatting to the music. Mu Ke poured a glass of water for Yu Mixi, which attracted everyone else's attention. Mu Ke instantly explained, Mixi isn't good at drinking, so I think that it's better for her to drink water. Yu Mixi didn't think that there was anything wrong with that. I'm not good at drinking either, Chu Peihan said and teased. Let me pour some water for you, Mu Ke said, and was going to do that, but was stopped by Chu Peihan. Alright, I don't like drinking water when I'm having alcohol. It's uncomfortable. At that moment, everyone started to realize that Mu Ke treated Yu Mixi differently. However, Yu Mixi apparently didn't know, so they didn't point it out in case it would cause unnecessary trouble. Oh, Mixi, did your uncles and aunts harass you again? Ji Yuning asked. Mu Ke also looked at Yu Mixi with concern. They did twice, but we called the police so they disappeared, Yu Mixi said. Good to know, Ji Yuning said. After a while, Hao Ran checked his phone and exclaimed in surprise, what the fuck? What? The others were all curious why Hao Ran was so surprised. Read this. Hao Ran showed his phone to the others, and there was a piece of shocking news on the screen. A boy and two girls fought in public because of an emotional entanglement. One girl was pushed by the other into the middle of the road and was hit by a car. Photo attached. In the photo, lying 2 meters in front of a white car was a girl dressed in white. Half of her face was covered in blood, and it was very likely that her face was damaged. The girl was Chen Xiao. From what the title said, the other girl had to be Ji Xiaoxiao who had pushed Chen Xiao. Everyone was shocked that Ji Xiaoxiao would do that. However, nobody cared about Chen Xiao because none of them liked her. Well, I think that Ji Xiaoxiao is going to jail this time, Chu Peihan said, but didn't have any sympathy at all. Actually, what Ji Xiaoxiao had done to Ji Yuning the last time was already enough to send her to jail. She dug her own grave, Hao Ran said. They weren't affected by this accident, and kept on drinking and chatting. Ji Xiaoxiao was selfish, cruel and evil, so she didn't care about the consequences and set herself to get revenge. After the accident, someone immediately called the ambulance and the police. The ambulance and the police arrived at almost the same time, and Chen Xiao, followed by Qin Zheng, was sent to the hospital, while Ji Xiaoxiao was taken to the police station. The police and the hospital then called Ji Xiaoxiao's and Chen Xiao's parents separately. After receiving the terrible news, Chen Xiao's parents ran to the hospital, while Jiyu Xiaoxiao's parents ran to the police station without delay. Qin Zheng had mixed emotions, not because of Chen Xiao, but because he was worried about whether this accident would affect himself. He was selfish too. Once the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Chen Xiao was rushed into the emergency room. Although it needed her parents' signature to perform surgery, Chen Xiao's father Chen Yongwei told them to perform the surgery right away, because they weren't sure whether Chen Xiao could hang on until they arrived. The hospital also knew that Chen Xiao's father was an important figure, so they performed the surgery at once. After Chen Xiao's parents found out the entire process of the accident, they were so mad that they almost punched Qin Zheng. If it hadn't been for Qin Zheng, Jiyu Xiaoxiao wouldn't have pushed Chen Xiao into the middle of the road. However, Qin Zheng's father was the vice director of the tourism administration, so Chen Xiao's parents didn't dare to hurt him. Instead, they made up their mind to make Jiyu Xiaoxiao bear the result, even though they had a good relationship with Jiyu Qingxiang. Jiyu Qingxiang, Lin Liwan and Jiyu Qingyan also arrived at the police station later. After finding out the whole process, they were also mad at Jiyu Xiaoxiao's behavior. To their astonishment, Jiyu Xiaoxiao dared to kill a girl at her age. And it wasn't the first time that Jiyu Xiaoxiao had tried to hurt another girl. Jiyu Xiaoxiao had successfully gotten away with what she had done before, so she didn't taste the feeling of fear until she ended up in the police station. Seeing Jiyu Qingxiang and Lin Liwan coming, she burst into tears. "Dad, Mom, get me out. Qingxiang, do something. Get Xiaoxiao out." Lin Liwan only knew how to show off in front of her relatives, but had no idea how to deal with difficulties. Jiyu Qingxiang understood that Jiyu Xiaoxiao would be sentenced to years in jail if he failed to handle it well, so he called Chen Xiao's father to apologize and discuss the compensation. He almost begged Chen Xiao's father to treat it as an accident, instead of an intentional assault. In that case, Jiyu Xiaoxiao wouldn't be put in jail. Chen Xiao's father said, "Jiyu Qingxiang, the compensation doesn't matter at all, but I will throw your daughter in jail." After that, he hung up on Jiyu Qingxiang. How is it? How is it? Lin Liwan was anxious. Chapter 468 Cold-Blooded. Chen Yongwei said that he's going to throw Xiaoxiao in jail, Jiyu Qingxiang said in despair. What? Lin Liwan was shocked and almost fell onto the ground. Luckily, Jiyu Qingyan who stood behind her supported her on time. "Dad, I don't want to be put in jail. Please help me out." Jiyu Xiaoxiao cried in fear when she heard that she could end up in jail. "You don't want to be put in jail. Why didn't you think about the consequences before you pushed Xiao into the road?" Jiyu Qingxiang snapped at her. He was so mad and disappointed that he almost beat Jiyu Xiaoxiao. "What should we do now? We can't let Xiaoxiao be put in jail." Lin Liwan asked. "What can I do?" Chen Yongwei refused to settle it out of court, and it wasn't an accident after all. Jiyu Qingxiang lost his patience. He also had no idea how to handle it right now. "Oh, call Jiyu man. Doesn't she know Mrs. Hao? It's very easy for the Hao family to protect Xiaoxiao." Lin Liwan thought of Jiyu man all of a sudden and told Jiyu Qingxiang to call her. Although Jiyu Qingxiang didn't think that Jiyu man would be willing to help him, he still called her because there was nothing else he could do. Jiyu man thought that Jiyu Qingxiang was calling to borrow money, but she still answered his call in case he had something else to talk to her about. After Jiyu man heard what Jiyu Xiaoxiao had done, she was astonished too. However, she rejected Jiyu Qingxiang's request without hesitation. "Jiyu man, do you have to be so cold-blooded?" Jiyu Qingxiang was in a rage. "You already refused to lend me money, but how can you stand aside when Xiaoxiao is in trouble?" It seemed that it was all Jiyu man's fault in his eyes. Jiyu man was also furious, and yelled angrily, "Jiyu Qingxiang. Do you know how shameless and selfish your family is? Jiyu Xiaoxiao committed a crime and she should take responsibility for it. When she turned to her cousin trying to hurt Ningning last time, she should have been put in jail already. We didn't sue her, just because she's a relative. It's insane to think that the Hao family will help a criminal." After that, Jiyu man directly hung up on Jiyu Qingxiang. Ji Yu Qingxiang was so annoyed that he almost smashed his phone. How is it? Did she agree? Although Lin Liwan already had the answer from Ji Yu Qingxiang's reaction, she still couldn't accept it. From her perspective, Ji Yu Man had to help them. After hanging up on Ji Yu Qingxiang, Ji Yu Man went to tell Ji Yu Qing and her family who lived next door what Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had done. Ji Yu Qing and Zhang Shu were also stunned, but neither of them had sympathy for Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. They didn't know the specific reason for the conflict which caused Ji Yu Xiaoxiao to push the girl into the middle of a road, but Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had already committed the crime of intentional assault. As long as Chen Xiao's parents weren't willing to forgive her, she would be put in jail. They definitely had no sympathy for a criminal, especially after what Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had done to Ji Yu Ning before. Therefore, when Ji Yu Qingxiang called Ji Yu Qing and Zhang Shu later, neither of them answered his call, which irritated Ji Yu Qingxiang, but he could do nothing about it. Nevertheless, he didn't want to give up, and called Ji Yu Qinyang later. He tried to get Ji Yu Qinyang to help him persuade Ji Yu Man. Ji Yu Qinyang was also greatly surprised after hearing the shocking news. He hesitated for a while before he rejected Ji Yu Qingxiang, because Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had already committed the crime, and he hated those who wanted to get away with a crime more since he was a public servant himself. Ever since he had found out what Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had done to Ji Yu Ning the last time, he had the worst impression of Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Ji Yu Qingxiang spoiled his children rotten, and that was why they were so law-defying. At the same time, Ji Yu Qinyang also realized that he had to teach his own children well and never allow them to behave like Ji Yu Xiaoxiao. Ji Yu Qingxiang swore at Ji Yu Qinyang but couldn't do anything about it either. In the end, he had to go to the hospital and apologize to Chen Xiao's parents in person. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao's parents still refused to settle it out of court, and Ji Yu Qingxiang could only hire the best lawyer he could afford to see whether the lawyer could change something. Although Ji Yu Qinyang rejected Ji Yu Qingxiang, he called Ji Yu Qing later and told her about it. Ji Yu Qing said to him seriously, "Maybe you think that we're cold-blooded, but we did it for a good reason. We didn't sue Ji Yu Xiaoxiao last time after what she did to Ningning, but she won't reflect on herself. If she doesn't need to bear the consequences of her own terrible behavior, she won't learn from it. Luckily, you called me, instead of Man. Man would feel hurt if you call her and brought it up again. You know Ningning is very successful now. If you really treat us as your family, we'll help you if you have any problems in the future." "I understand," Ji Yu Qinyang said. He definitely knew that Ji Yu Ning had the ability to get rid of him, so he didn't dare to annoy her. He also felt lucky that he hadn't intentionally hurt Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Ning, even though he had also despised them before. In addition, Ji Yu Ning was willing to forgive them. Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife were just common public servants without any power or much money after all. Chen Xiao was injured on her face, and her legs were broken too. She could have plastic surgery to repair her face, but she wouldn't be able to stand anymore. That being the case, her parents were determined to throw Ji Yu Xiaoxiao in jail. Ji Yu Ning and her friends didn't follow the news, and they didn't leave the bar until it was nearly 12 p.m. "Mu K, would you please send Mixi home?" Ji Yu Ning asked. She wouldn't interfere in their personal affairs, but she was willing to create a chance for them so that they could be alone for a while. And it was totally up to them whether they could move a step forward. "No problem." Mu K of course wouldn't reject, but he was very nervous, because he knew that Ji Yu Ning must have found out about his fondness towards Yu Mixi. Yu Mixi, on the other hand, had no idea about it, so she agreed to let Mu K send her home, and they got in a taxi. Seeing Mu K and Yu Mixi leaving in the taxi, Hao Ran wore a smile and said, "Boss, are you creating chances for them?" Although it was a question, he already knew the answer was affirmative. "I don't think Yu Mixi knows about Mu K's feelings towards her. I do hope that they can be together," Chu Peihan said. They were so young right now, and it was too far away for them to get married or have a family, so none of them knew what would happen in the future. If Mu K and Yu Mixi's relationship failed, one of them could leave their team, because it was rare to see a couple be friends again after breaking up with each other. Chapter 469 Enemies often cross each other's path. "Whatever will be, Ji Yu Ning said. The future was full of changes and plans could never catch up with change, so it was better that they go with the flow. Although Mixie didn't know that K admired her, she felt a little uneasy and shy when she was alone with him. K was handsome and gentle. Mixie would be lying if she said that she had no affection towards him, but she also knew the abyss between them, so she never allowed herself to imagine their future. On the way, the two barely talked. However, when they arrived, K followed Mixie in getting out of the car and walked her to the stairs. "Thanks," Mixie said. "My pleasure. Good night," K said gently. Mixie's heart skipped a beat when K said goodnight to her, because it was the first time that a boy had said that to her like that. "Good night," Mixie replied, before she walked upstairs. K didn't leave until Mixie's back disappeared from his sight. When Ning got home, Man was still awake. Ning knew that her mother was in a bad mood at a glance. "Mom, what's wrong?" Ning asked with concern. Man then told Ning what had happened to Xiaoxiao. Ning had already heard about it, so she wasn't surprised. However, to her astonishment, Qingxiang would actually call Man and even wanted the Hao family to help Xiaoxiao out, which was totally insane. "Just ignore him, and we won't be involved in this mess. Xiaoxiao deserves it," Ning said. She didn't tell Man the details, because they didn't care. After a short while, Ning's phone rang, and the caller was Leng Xiaoting. It's already past 12 a.m., so Leng Xiaoting called her to wish her happy Lantern Festival. Because Man hadn't gone to bed yet, Ning didn't talk with Leng Xiaoting on the phone for a long time, in case Man would have doubts. The next day was the Lantern Festival. Master Leng got up early that morning, and felt relaxed as well as energetic. He knew that it was the great effects of the pill that Leng Xiaoting had given him yesterday, and was quite surprised. Master Leng kept complimenting Ning in front of Leng Xiaoting, which made Leng Xiaoting feel extremely satisfied. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be as happy even if his grandpa praised him. Afterwards, Master Leng called Master Zhang at once. He couldn't wait to show off in front of his old friend, but he didn't tell Master Zhang that the pills were from Ning. Instead, he only told Master Zhang that he got a special medicine which was good for his health. Master Zhang, however, was worried. "Leng, are you sure the pill is safe? It sounds very abnormal." Master Zhang didn't want Master Leng to be deceived. "Of course it's safe. I'm not dumb," Master Leng retorted. "I indeed feel relaxed, comfortable and energetic now. I used to feel tired after walking for just a dozen minutes, but I walked for half an hour in my yard this morning and didn't feel tired at all. In addition, I have a great appetite now." "Really?" Master Zhang doubted it, but was also curious. He had never heard of it before, so he didn't believe it. At the same time, he also knew that there were so many things that he had never heard of. Therefore, he was quite curious. "Why would I lie to you?" Master Leng said. He was a little mad and disappointed because he simply wanted to show off, but his friend thought that it wasn't normal. "Fine, forget it." After that, he hung up. Master Leng had planned to call Master Shu in the beginning, but he gave up on that now, because his good mood was already ruined by Master Zhang. Master Leng's family was also curious about why he suddenly became so energetic with a great appetite, but none of them knew the reason, because Master Leng wouldn't tell them. In City F, Ning went to do grocery shopping with Qing and Man in the morning. They had spent the New Year festival at Man's, so they decided to spend the Lantern Festival at Qing's. Once they were out, Ning sensed that someone was secretly staring at them, and she instantly knew who it was. Is he still here? He didn't go home for the Lantern Festival. Ning thought to herself. Suddenly, Ning felt sorry for him. She also had the impulse to invite him to spend the Lantern Festival with them, but it was obviously not the right time. In Qingxiang's home, it was the worst Lantern Festival that they had ever had because of what had happened to Xiaoxiao. Qingxiang had turned to a lawyer for advice on Xiaoxiao's lawsuit early that morning, but the lawyer's answer was that Xiaoxiao was doomed to be put in jail as long as the Chen family wasn't willing to settle it out of court. Besides, Jiyu Xiaoxiao would be sentenced to at least 3 years in jail according to the injuries she had caused. Hearing the answer, Jiyu Qingxiang knew that it was hopeless, but he still did his best trying to get a lighter sentence for Jiyu Xiaoxiao. Cao Wenxin's family went to spend the Lantern Festival at her aunt's today, and they set off right after breakfast. However, the moment that Cao Wenxin walked inside, she was stunned when she noticed the man sitting on the sofa. Xin Bei. Why is he here? The man sitting on the sofa was Xin Bei. Xin Bei said that he was going to visit his uncle, but he appears here. Is it possible? My uncle is his uncle too. Jesus. How is it possible? Cao Wenxin almost went crazy, especially when she thought of what had happened on the plane yesterday. And she really wanted to run away right now. Xin Bei was also stunned when Cao Wenxin showed up. Unexpectedly, Cao Wenxin was the daughter of his aunt's younger brother. Thinking of what had happened on the plane yesterday, Xin Bei felt uneasy too, so he directly turned his head away from her, pretending that he didn't know her. Wenxin, come on in. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Xin Bei. A man who was around 30 years old, standing by Xin Bei's side, said to Cao Wenjun and Cao Wenxin, then turned to Xin Bei. They're my cousins too, Cao Wenjun and Cao Wenxin. The man who introduced them to each other was named Xin Chen. He was the son of Xin Bei's uncle as well as the son of Cao Wenjun and Cao Wenxin's uncle. Nice to meet you too. Xin Bei greeted Cao Wenjun, but ignored Cao Wenxin. Luckily, no one noticed that except for themselves. Chen, where is Wei? Cao Wenxin couldn't stay there for a second longer, so she could only turn to talking with her cousin's wife. She is upstairs with the child. Xin Chen said. Oh, I'll go find her. Saying that, Cao Wenxin quickly ran upstairs, like she was escaping away. Xin Chen and Cao Wenjun felt like Cao Wenxin was different today, but didn't think further. The men sat down together then, starting to chat. Chapter 470. Who is terrible? Xin Chen worked in politics, Xin Bei served in the army, and Cao Wenjun was a police officer. Among them, Xin Bei had the greatest achievement, but his identity towards outsiders was just a lieutenant colonel of a certain military region. Only a few people knew that he was a member of the Red Flame because it was highly confidential. Cao Wenjun had already heard of Xin Bei from Xin Chen and he admired Xin Bei very much, but this was the first time that they had met each other because of varied reasons. Xin Bei, I think you're old enough to have a girlfriend now. What do you think of Wenxin? Xin Chen suddenly said to Xin Bei. Actually, Xin Chen had the intention to introduce Xin Bei to Cao Wenxin today at the Lantern Festival. In Xin Chen's eyes, Xin Bei was an achiever, and Cao Wenxin was also a good girl. They would be a great match. Of course, all that Xin Chen could do was simply introduce them to one another, and it was totally up to them whether they would be together. Xin Bei was struck dumb for a second and had mixed emotions at that moment. Facing Cao Wenxin, he wasn't sure about his feelings towards her. He didn't like her, nor hated her very much, and didn't think they got along well after what had happened between them. You don't need to worry about me. I think that I'll find my girl at the right time. Xin Bei didn't deny Xin Chen's advice directly, but it wasn't an affirmative answer either. Since Xin Bei said so, Xin Chen didn't say anything further, but Cao Wenjun was slightly disappointed, because he hoped that his sister could be together with Xin Bei. Nonetheless, Cao Wenjun also thought that they had just met for the first time, and it was hard to tell at such an early stage. Meanwhile, Cao Wenjun planned to invite them to have fun together after dinner, so that Xin Bei would have more chances to get along with Cao Wenxin. What Cao Wenjun didn't know was that Xin Bei and Cao Wenxin had actually already met each other many times. Cao Wenxin tried to avoid Xin Bei, so she went to find her cousin's wife. Unexpectedly, her cousin's wife, Chao Wei, went downstairs later, so Cao Wenxin had to go back to the living room too. What was worse, Chao Wei directly sat with the men, and Cao Wenxin had nowhere to hide. Wenxin, come here, Chao Wei said to her. In order to not let others find out anything unusual, Cao Wenxin forced herself to go over and sit with them. However, she then kept playing with the 2-year-old kid to avoid meeting Xin Bei's eyes. Xin Bei also turned away from Cao Wenxin, and kept chatting with Cao Wenjun and Xin Chen. In others' eyes, it seemed like the two disliked each other. Even so, Cao Wenjun still wanted to conduct his plan for tonight. After dinner, Cao Wenxin thought that she could finally leave, but Cao Wenjun proposed to have a walk and appreciate the lanterns together. "Can I not go with you?" Cao Wenxin asked. She really didn't want to spend another minute with Xinbei. Somehow, Xinbei was a little disappointed when Cao Wenxin rejected going out with him. "Don't you love doing stuff? Why not?" Cao Wenjun frowned a little. "Wenxin, go have some fun with your cousins. You don't have anything else to do if you go home alone," Tang Yunrong said. "Wenxin, I'll go too. You won't be the only girl." Chao Wei thought that Cao Wenxin was being shy to go alone with the men. Cao Wenxin opened her mouth, but didn't know how to reject them because it would be very unusual if she insisted not to go with them. "Fine, let's go." Cao Wenxin compromised. Seeing Cao Wenxin being so unwilling, Xinbei felt uncomfortable but didn't say anything. Xin Chen was the driver, Chao Wei sat in the passenger's seat, while Xinbei and Cao Wenxin sat behind with Cao Wenjun in the middle. On the way, Cao Wenxin never spoke on her own initiative, which was completely not her style. Therefore, the others in the car immediately sensed that something was different, but none of them knew that Xinbei was the cause. "Wenxin, what happened to you? You didn't talk to us at all today, which is quite unusual," Xin Chen said. "I have nothing to say," Cao Wenxin said. "Just ignore me please." Xin Chen, however, wouldn't ignore her. "I heard that you visited the capital the other day." "Yes," Cao Wenxin said. "Did you have fun?" Xin Chen asked. Cao Wenxin stopped for a second before she said, "I did when I was happy, but didn't when I wasn't." Cao Wenxin intentionally stressed the words when she said she hadn't had fun when she had been unhappy. She was picking on Xinbei and Xinbei knew it. Xinbei was a little mad, because she wasn't the only one who had been unhappy. When they had met for the first time, she had thrown coffee in his face and had told others that he was a terrible man. When they had met the second time, she had hit him with the cue stick. When they had met the third time, she had poured coffee on him again and had even injured his penis. Xinbei thought that he was the one who had the right to be unhappy. "What happened during your journey?" Chao Wei asked. "I met a terrible man," Cao Wenxin suddenly blurted out. She regretted it immediately after she said it, but it was too late to take it back. A terrible man. Xinbei couldn't tolerate it anymore, and turned to look at Cao Wenxin in annoyance. The others in the car immediately realized that there must be something that had happened between them that they didn't know about. "Am I wrong? I accidentally hit him once, and he intentionally knocked into me," Cao Wenxin said. Xinbei was amused, and asked, "Really? So who threw coffee in my face before she even knew the situation, and who hit me with the cue stick on purpose? Who poured coffee on me again yesterday and even injured?" Xinbei suddenly stopped, because he felt embarrassed to say that in public. "Fine, I know it was a misunderstanding when we met for the first time, but how about the other things you've done to me?" "You." Cao Wenxin didn't know what to say. Hearing that, everyone else knew that the two had already met each other before and had many conflicts. Chapter 471 Who is your brother-in-law? If they had conflicts, it would be difficult for Cao Wenjun to achieve his goal. "If you dare criticize me again, I'll tell Ningning, and my brother-in-law will help me punish you," Cao Wenxin threatened. "You." Xinbei was stunned this time. "All right, stop arguing now," Xin Chen said to Xinbei. Although Cao Wenxin was being a little aggressive, she was a girl after all. "Do you think that I'm the one who is wrong? I didn't say anything in the beginning. It was her who started to blame me," Xinbei said in annoyance. Xin Chen opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Xinbei also closed his mouth. He would stay quiet as long as Cao Wenxin stopped picking on him. "Oh, Wenxin, who is your brother-in-law?" Cao Wenjun asked with curiosity. "Since when do you have a brother-in-law?" "Ningning's boyfriend of course," Cao Wenxin said. "Ji Yu Ning." Cao Wenjun was surprised. "Isn't she just 18 years old? She already has a boyfriend." Although Cao Wenjun hadn't met Ji Yu Ning yet, he had heard a lot about her, and he admired her very much. "Yes, he's extraordinarily handsome and outstanding," Cao Wenxin complimented. "Ningning made a good choice." Shinbei thought to himself that his boss was, of course, extraordinarily outstanding, and there were few people who were comparable to his boss in this world. Cao Wenjun also believed that Ji Yuning's boyfriend had to be very excellent, but she was only 18 years old. Does Grandpa know that Ji Yuning has a boyfriend? Of course. They already met each other, Cao Wenxin said. Since their grandfather was already aware of it, Cao Wenjun wasn't worried anymore. After that, they arrived at an ancient street with many old buildings. Although the buildings had been repaired and rebuilt many years ago, they still kept the historical style. It was the Lantern Festival, so the street was already full of activity, and was ablaze with exquisite lanterns hanging on both sides. If the visitors hadn't been wearing modern clothing, they would have thought that they had transmigrated to the past. There were lantern shows everywhere in different sizes, so Ji Yuning along with Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing's family went to appreciate the lanterns tonight. The lantern show in City F was set at Qingjiang Square, which was the same place that the fireworks show had taken place. Hao Ran and his friends came here too. Except for Zhang Tianping and Chu Peihan who were alone, the rest came here with their families. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were friends of Hao Ran's mother, and they already had an appointment to appreciate lanterns together, so Ji Yuman called Hao Ran's mother once they arrived at Qingjiang Square. They were also in the parking lot, so they met each other soon. Mrs. Lu's family also came here with Hao Ran's family. Mrs. Lu's husband was Lu Zejin, and they had a 13-year-old daughter named Lu Yishao. Mrs. Hao introduced them to each other, and they were busy greeting one another in the following minutes. After that, Hao Zonglong purposely introduced Ji Yuning to Lu Zejin. Zejin, this is the real boss of the most popular jewelry store in City F, Ji Yuning. Hao Zonglong respected and appreciated Ji Yuning very much, because she had achieved a lot at such a young age. Hearing that, Lu Zejin was greatly surprised. He had, of course, heard the story of Ji Yuning, but he had been busy that day when Miss Su had held her birthday party, so he hadn't met Ji Yuning until now. Miss Ji Yu, so nice to meet you. Lu Zejin said politely. He didn't show any disdain just because she was young. Instead, he treated her like she was one of his peers and also complimented her right in front of others. Miss Ji Yu is really an outstandingly successful young businesswoman. Thank you so much for your compliment, Mr. Lu, Ji Yuning said politely. She wasn't proud, nor was she self-abased but had a natural air of an achiever, which impressed Lu Zejin more. I'm so envious of Ji Yuman that she has such an outstanding daughter. I wish my son could be half as successful as Ji Yuning. Mrs. Hao said. Mom, do you have to show your dislike towards your own son in front of everyone? Hao Ran complained. Show me your ability and I won't do it again, Mrs. Hao said. Fine, Hao Ran said with a sad face. All right, let's go inside. Hao Zonglong said, and a group of them walked inside. Tang Yunfan was following them along the way. Seeing that other families were so happy together, while Ji Yuman was alone and Ji Yuning's father was absent, Tang Yunfan's heart ached, and he had an impulse to run forward and have a reunion with them, but it would be irresponsible if he suddenly showed up like that before he regained his memory. He didn't want Ji Yuman to face a man who had completely forgotten her, because she would be hurt deeply. At the same time, he was also afraid that he would never regain his memory. In that case, he wouldn't be able to have a family reunion even though his wife and daughter were right in front of his eyes, which was torture for him too. Therefore, Tang Yunfan gave himself a deadline. If he failed to gain his memory back within a month, he would directly show up in front of Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning to take the duty of a husband as well as a father. Ji Yuman also felt sad that she couldn't give Ji Yuning a complete family. Ji Yuning sensed Ji Yuman's sadness, so she held her hand to comfort her. Ji Yuman soon relaxed because of Ji Yuning's comfort. She had lived her life like that for the past 18 years, and it was meaningless to think about it right now. After a while, they met Nguangyao and Anyi. Nguangyao stood by Ji Yuning's left side, and Ji Yuning was introducing him to Ji Yuman. They were chatting happily, but Tang Yunfan couldn't hear their talk from where he was. He suddenly felt a sense of crisis, because they looked so harmonious together. Who is the man? What's his relationship with them? Tang Yunfan didn't know what he should do if Ji Yuman already had a man that she liked. Although he hadn't regained his memory yet, he knew that Ji Man and Ji Ning were his wife and daughter, and he was reluctant to see Ji Man being with another man. However, if Ji Man felt happy with the man, he had no right to interfere, because he had been absent for the past 18 years, and hadn't taken care of Ji Ning for a single day. Chapter 472 Leng Xiaoting changed. After a while, Ji Ning received Chu Peihan's call. A few minutes later, she and Zhang Tianping joined them. Now, only Qin Zixin, Su Anya and Yu Mixi were absent. Ji Ning took a selfie when she was in the middle of beautiful, bright lanterns and sent it to Leng Xiaoting. At this time, Leng Xiaoting was playing chess with his grandfather. He checked his phone immediately when he heard the sound of the new message. He had set a special sound for Ji Ning's messages and calls, so he would know that the message was from her the moment he heard the sound. When Leng Xiaoting read the message and saw Ji Ning's smiling face in the photo, there was a gentle smile on his lips too, which shocked Master Leng. Since when had his grandson learned how to smile? Master Leng immediately realized that the message must be sent from Ji Ning. Master Leng was curious, and approached Leng Xiaoting trying to have a peep. Unexpectedly, Leng Xiaoting discovered him, and instantly drew his phone back. "Go away," Leng Xiaoting said lightly and gave Master Leng a cold look. "You young brat." Master Leng was annoyed, but couldn't do anything about it. He didn't want Leng Xiaoting to be mad at him, or he would have gotten someone to investigate the girl already. "I don't want to play anymore." Master Leng lost interest. "Fine, I'll go back to my room then." Leng Xiaoting stood up at once. He didn't care to play chess at all and left without hesitation. "You." Master Leng was astonished. His grandson really chose his girlfriend over his grandfather. In fact, Master Leng never felt like Leng Xiaoting cherished him, because Leng Xiaoting had been busy with tasks before, and now he was busy dating his girlfriend. However, Master Leng accepted it soon, because he also hoped that his grandson could be happy. Leng Xiaoting sent a message back to Ji Ning the moment he went back to his room. "Leng Xiaoting, Ning, are you seducing me?" When Ji Ning read his message, she struck dumb for a second. "What? Ji Ning, I'm not." "Leng Xiaoting, you alone are a seduction to me." Reading the words, Ji Ning flushed, and replied, "Since when have you become so horny?" "Leng Xiaoting, since the moment you turned me on." Leng Xiaoting put it plainly. Ji Ning breathed hard, and suddenly doubted whether the person who was texting with her was really Leng Xiaoting, because she couldn't believe that those words were typed down by him. "Ji Ning, are you Xiaoting?" Leng Xiaoting was also struck dumb for a second when he read Ji Ning's message, and soon figured it out and called Ji Ning at once. Seeing Leng Xiaoting's call, Ji Ning answered it without delay. "I wondered if someone was playing on your phone," Ji Ning said, but still felt shy when she thought of what Leng Xiaoting had just texted her. "It's impossible that I'd let others play on my phone, unless it's you, because I'm willing to give you my everything," Leng Xiaoting said with affection. Ji Ning's heart was pounding fast. All right. It's too noisy here, I'll call you back when I'm home." After that, Ji Ning hung up. Although they had already slept together, Ji Ning still felt shy to talk to him about it. Leng Xiaoting smiled resignedly when he heard the busy signal on the phone, but he didn't mind, because he knew that she was hanging out with her family, and he also had no intention to bother her. In City B, Cao Wenxin and Xin Bei had another conflict again after a short while of silence, simply because a stand owner selling sky lanterns mistook them for a couple and persuaded them to buy one. They disliked each other very much, and were both mad when others thought that they were a couple. Cao Wenxin said with disdain, "Hey, what's wrong with your eyes? We are not a couple. I hate men like him." Xin Bei also retorted with intense dislike, "What? I don't think you're capable of judging others, given that you're so rude and unkind." Hearing that, Cao Wenxin was irritated. "What did you say? I'm rude and unkind? Don't forget you're the terrible man." "I'm a terrible man." Xin Bei was amused. He thought that he really should stay away from Cao Wenxin, because they always had conflicts whenever they were together. "Fine, I don't want to argue with you, nor play the blame game. I think we better keep a distance from each other." After that, he stood aside. Wen Xin, I think you're being a little too much. Since when have you become so impolite? Cao Wenjun criticized. Cao Wenxin didn't know how to explain, because she knew that she did it impulsively. After a while, they went to drink tea at a nearby tea house. Hey, I'm sorry, can we just drop it? Cao Wenxin reflected on herself and realized that it was her fault. Although she disliked him, he was her relative, and there was no need for them to argue every time. Therefore, she poured a cup of tea for Xinbei in person and apologized to him. Xinbei also wasn't mean, so he wouldn't bring it up as long as she didn't say it. Since Cao Wenxin apologized to him on her own initiative, he accepted it, and drank the tea she had poured for him, which was the sign of reconciliation. They didn't hang out for long, and went back home when it was almost 11 p.m. Xin Chen drove Cao Wenjun and Cao Wenxin home first before he went back to the Xin family's house with Xinbei. Xin Chen and the others had left. Cao Wenjun asked Cao Wenxin, "Why do you hate Xinbei so much?" Cao Wenxin didn't hide the truth, and told her older brother everything, but she omitted the accident where she had hit Xinbei's penis on the plane, because it was really embarrassing. Hearing what had happened between them, Cao Wenjun was mad about her behavior, because she was the one who should be blamed, but she instead blamed Xinbei for everything. Xin Chen also asked Xinbei what had happened between him and Cao Wenxin. Xinbei told him the truth too, and he also omitted the accident where Cao Wenxin had hit his penis on the plane. Well, I know that she usually isn't a rude girl. Maybe you two just don't get along. I think that you should just let it go. Xin Chen didn't want to blame Xinbei anymore, but persuaded him to let it go. Chapter 473. Lay her cards on the table. When Cao Wenjun and Cao Wenxin got home, Tang Yunrong asked Cao Wenxin, "Xin, what do you think of Xinbei?" Mrs. Xin and Tang Yunrong had talked a lot about Xinbei and Cao Wenxin in the Xin family's house right after they had gone out together to have fun. Tang Yunrong was very satisfied with Xinbei. Although they weren't snobbish people, they of course would choose a family which was at the same level as their own family if they had choices. Even though Xinbei's family wasn't very rich, Xinbei was very outstanding, and it was rare to see such a young lieutenant colonel like him. No opinions, Cao Wenxin said airily. What do you mean? Do you like him or not? Tang Yunrong asked. Like him or not? Cao Wenxin was surprised by her mother's question, but soon realized her mother's intention. Mom, we don't get along. Insane. Tang Yunrong glared at her in annoyance. How come you don't get along? You just met each other for the first time. Mom, it's fine. Just let them go with the flow. Cao Wenjun immediately interrupted them. Tang Yunrong still wanted to say something, but Cao Wenxin went directly into her room. Clearly, she didn't want to hear another word about Xinbei. In her eyes, it was impossible for her to be together with Xinbei, because they argued all the time. However, thinking of what had happened on the plane, Cao Wenxin's heart pounded fast and her face flushed. She had never encountered anything more embarrassing than that yet. Mrs. Xin also couldn't wait to ask Xinbei's impression of Cao Wenxin the moment they were home. Xin Chen and Chao Wei gave their mother a resigned look. Before Xinbei could say a word, Xin Chen opened his mouth. Mom, just let it be what it'll be. Saying that, Xin Chen winked at his mother, and Mrs. Xin instantly understood that it didn't go well. Nonetheless, when Xinbei was alone in his room, he couldn't help thinking about the question his aunt had asked him. What do you think of Cao Wenxin? Actually, there was nothing bad about Cao Wenxin. She was pretty and full of a sense of justice. Unfortunately, they always argued, so it wasn't a good thing if they were together the next morning. After Ji Yuman left for work, Ji Yuning called Tang Yunfan. Ji Yuning had no intention to let Tang Yunfan secretly stare at them all the time. Since Tang Yunfan was paying special attention to Ji Yuman, it meant that he was willing to go back to her side, but he just had his worries. Ji Yuning thought that it was acceptable that Tang Yunfan took it as a long-term plan that he was going to face Ji Yuman one day, but she could lay her cards on the table beforehand. Because she had never spent time with Tang Yunfan, there was no pain from feelings for him to have to relieve. Tang Yunfan was quite surprised when Ji Yuning called him, but he didn't know that Ji Yuning had already discovered him. Hi, Tang Yunfan said gently. He didn't sound as cold as usual. "Hi, Uncle Tang." Before Ji Yuning laid her cards on the table, she decided to call him her uncle for now. "I know that you're in City F now and that you've been following my mother for a couple of days. Can we talk?" Hearing that, Tang Yunfan's body stiffened in shock. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning had already discovered him. He was a little worried that Ji Yuning would mistake his aim. Sure. Since Ji Yuning had already discovered him, Tang Yunfan thought that it was better for him to meet her. "Great. Can you come to my home?" Ji Yuning said. She didn't bother to tell him the address, because he already knew it. Ji Yuman was out for work, so Tang Yunfan agreed to meet Ji Yuning at her home. When Tang Yunfan walked towards Ji Yuning's home, he was getting more and more nervous, even though Ji Yuman wasn't home. A dozen minutes later, the bell rang, and Ji Yuning went to open the door. Seeing Tang Yunfan, Ji Yuning stayed calm. "Uncle Tang, please come in." Tang Yunfan walked inside, and glanced around Ji Yuning's home, which was warmly decorated. He felt at home even though it was the first time that he had walked into this place. His wife and daughter lived here, which made him feel relaxed. "Please have a seat, Uncle Tang," Ji Yuning said, and poured a cup of tea for him. "Uncle Tang, please have a drink." After knowing that Ji Yuning was his daughter, Tang Yunfan felt extremely sad when Ji Yuning called him her uncle, but he couldn't say anything now. "Uncle Tang, why have you been following my mom these days? Do you think that I approached the Tang family for my own benefit, so you came here to conduct your investigation in person?" Ji Yuning asked on purpose. "Of course not." Tang Yunfan denied it at once. "Then why?" Ji Yuning asked. "Your behavior could be easily misunderstood. Tang Yunfan, the famous, successful Lord Tang in business, was short of words in front of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't urge him. Instead, she remained patient waiting for his answer. Tang Yunfan calmed himself down soon, and lied, "I came to City F for business, and I accidentally lived in the apartment across from your home, so I paid a little attention to your family in case you need my help. After all, my father likes you very much, and even regards you as his own granddaughter, so I absolutely should take your family as my own. Are you sure that the reason Master Tang takes me as his own granddaughter isn't because I'm literally his granddaughter?" Ji Yuning asked and smiled. "You?" Tang Yunfan rounded his eyes in shock. He didn't expect that Ji Yuning already knew. Seeing that, Ji Yuning directly laid her cards on the table. "Actually, when Grandpa Tang told me that I closely resembled his second son, he also told me that you disappeared for a year 18 years ago, so I got someone to investigate. Too many coincidences amount to fact, so I'm very sure that you're actually my father. However, my mother thinks that you're already dead, so I haven't told her yet. You don't remember anything about that year after all, and I didn't know your opinions. I didn't want to hurt her feelings." Chapter 474 Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man are attacked. Ji Yuning added, "Since you showed up in City F and have followed my mother for a couple of days, I thought that you also accepted the fact and want to have the family reunion." Since Ji Yuning had already laid her cards on the table, Tang Yunfan thought it was time to be honest with her. "Yes, I do accept the fact that you're my biological daughter, but I still can't regain my lost memory from that year, so I don't dare meet your mother right now. I know that it's irresponsible, but I still want to regain my memory before I go to meet your mother so that I can treat her with my real feelings. I don't want to hurt her either, and I think that it's better for all of us to maintain the status quo." "I agree, but aren't you afraid that my mother might fall in love with another man before you regain your memory?" Ji Yuning asked. Ji Yuning's words made Tang Yunfan think of what he had seen last night, and he panicked a lot. Does your mother has someone she likes now?" Seeing Tang Yunfan being so anxious, Ji Yuning was satisfied. "Not yet, but I plan to help her find a man. She has stayed single for 18 years, and I'm going to go study in the capital in half a year, so I don't want her to be alone any longer. I hoped that there would be a reliable man to look after her, but since you appeared right now, I think that you two are a great match, and I hope that you can get back together." Hearing that, Tang Yunfan relaxed. "Do you know why my mother named me Ji Yuning?" Ji Yuning asked. 18 years ago, my mother was still a freshman. She rescued an injured man by accident, but the man lost his memories and wouldn't leave my mother, so my mother called him Ning. Hearing the name, Ning, Tang Yunfan's brain ached a little. He felt a strange emotion, because he had a feeling that Ning was precisely him, but he couldn't remember any details. Ji Yuning added, in the beginning, my mother helped him out of kindness, but they fell in love later. Ning was an able man and soon became a supervisor after only half a year in a company. He was then gradually promoted to be the manager of the planning department, but he was lost in a car accident on a business trip later. In that accident, 6 people were lost, including Ning. Hearing the story told by Ji Yuning, pieces of memory flashed through Tang Yunfan's mind. He tried to grab them, but failed, and his brain was in great pain. Ji Yuning, however, didn't stop, because she wanted to see whether it was useful to stimulate him. Afterwards, my mother found out that she was pregnant, and quit school. In the following minutes, Ji Yuning told Tang Yunfan about Ji Yuman's miserable life in the Ji Yu family, and what they had been through during the past 18 years. I'm sorry. I had no idea what you had been through. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Tang Yunfan repeatedly apologized. He was blaming himself. Seeing that Tang Yunfan still couldn't remember anything after the stimulation, Ji Yuning stopped telling the story and stood up walking towards him. She gently pressed his temples and put her power into his body. When Tang Yunfan calmed down again, Ji Yuning asked, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to meet my mom right now, or wait until you regain your memory? The moment Ji Yuning finished her sentences and before Tang Yunfan could say a word, her phone rang, and the caller was Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu was the owner of a maternal and child supplies store which was next to Cami Beauty Salon. She was also one of their members. Ji Yuning had exchanged phone numbers with Mrs. Fu earlier on in case anything bad happened to Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman and they couldn't call her on their own. Therefore, when Ji Yuning saw the caller was Mrs. Fu, she had a bad feeling. Hi, Mrs. Fu. Miss Ji Yu, come here right now. A group of people just damaged your family's store, but I don't know exactly what they did in the store. Mrs. Fu said in great anxiety. What? Please call the police, and I'll be right there. Ji Yuning panicked. I'll go with you. Tang Yunfan had also heard what Mrs. Fu said on the phone. Ji Yuning didn't reject and they ran out together. Tang Yunfan's car was stopped downstairs, so they drove to the shopping mall without delay. On the way, Ji Yuning was thinking about who the group of people could be, and she was really worried about Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman. It took around 15 minutes to get there normally, but Tang Yunfan and Ji Yuning arrived within 7 minutes. The beauty salon was already in a mess when they finally arrived. Even though the police were here, those who had damaged the store were gone. Miss, you can't come in here. When Ji Yuning walked inside, a policeman stopped her. I'm the daughter of the owner, Ji Yuning said. And then Ji Yuning, followed by Tang Yunfan, walked inside. In order to not let Ji Yuman recognize him, Tang Yunfan put on his mask. There were many injured people in the store, including Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman. Ji Yuman was the most seriously injured one among them, because her head was bleeding and she had already passed out. The ambulance hadn't arrived yet, so Ji Yuman could only lie on the sofa. Ji Yuqing stood by her side but was crying anxiously. Ji Yuqing's arm was hit by a steel stick and the other staff were all injured to different degrees. Luckily, they were still alive. Mom, Aunt. Ji Yuning ran to them, followed by Tang Yunfan. Seeing Ji Yuman in danger, Tang Yunfan's heart ached for her, and he was extremely worried that Ji Yuman would die. Knowing that Tang Yunfan was scared, Ji Yuning comforted him. It'll be fine. Ji Yuning wasn't only comforting Tang Yunfan, but also Ji Yuqing, because Ji Yuqing kept crying the entire time. Even so, Tang Yunfan was still concerned about Ji Yuman's life. They were in public, so it wasn't convenient for Ji Yuning to put her power into them directly. She then took out the power crystals and told them to take the pills. As for Ji Yuman, who was the most seriously injured, Ji Yuning had to save her life as soon as possible. The other injured people took the pills that Ji Yuning gave them without thinking further. Chapter 475 Mr. Tang, do you have a cold? After taking the pills, the other injured people soon recovered, and they were all surprised by the great effect of the medicine. However, they were still in the aftermath of the terrible attack. Before long, Ji-Yu Man also stopped bleeding and regained her consciousness. Ning-Ning. Ji-Yu Man hugged Ji-Yu Ning tightly in excitement. When she hit her head, she had thought that she would die and would never see Ji-Yu Ning again. "Mom, it's fine, and you're fine now," Ji-Yu Ning said. Seeing that Ji-Yu Man was safe, Tang Yunfen relaxed. After that, Ji-Yu Ning asked Ji-Yu Qing, "Aunt, what happened?" "I don't really know. When we had just opened the store, a group of people suddenly ran inside with steel sticks in their hands and damaged everything in their sight without saying a word," Ji-Yu Qing said. Her voice was still trembling. Obviously, she was very scared. "Have you had any conflict with anyone recently?" Ji-Yu Ning asked. "No." Ji-Yu Qing and Ji-Yu Man said affirmatively. "I heard them say that they're from the Qing gang," the manager said. The Qing gang. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Ji-Yu Ning, on the other hand, was displeased. She realized that someone must have hired a bunch of people to damage her family's store, but she didn't know whether they did it because of her or Ji-Yu Qing and Ji-Yu Man. If they did it aiming to hurt Ji-Yu Ning thought that it was probably because she had rescued Satuyi the other night. The person who had planned to murder Satuyi was mad at her, so he revenged himself on her using the name of the Qing gang, or the person could be one of the Qing gang too. If they did it aiming to hurt Ji-Yu Qing and Ji-Yu Man, it could be a business competitor because Cami Beauty Salon was the most popular salon in the area. Especially after the annual event, their membership had dramatically increased, and they had even hired 5 new workers within half a month. Of course, there could be more than those 2 reasons, but Ji-Yu Ning thought that they were the most likely. "The Qing gang. I think they must have been hired by someone to damage your store," Tang Yunfen said. In his eyes, he didn't think that the Qing gang would bother to cause a beauty salon trouble unless they were hired by someone. Ji-Yu Man didn't notice Tang Yunfen until she heard his voice. "It's you." She was surprised. Ji-Yu Ning was struck dumb for a second, looking at Tang Yunfen for answer. Tang Yunfen immediately explained, "I saw several hoodlums grab your mother's handbag the other day, and I helped her get it back." Hearing that, Ji-Yu Ning understood how her mother got to know Tang Yunfen. "Mom, Aunt, this gentleman is Tang Yunfen," Ji-Yu Ning said to Ji-Yu Qing and Ji-Yu Man. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Tang," Ji-Yu Qing and Ji-Yu Man said. "Thank you so much for helping me the other day," Ji-Yu Man added. "You're welcome," Tang Yunfen said. Facing Ji-Yu Man, Tang Yunfen didn't seem cold or aloof at all but behaved gently. In fact, he was quite nervous, because he wanted to leave a good impression on Ji-Yu Man. At this moment, the ambulance arrived. Although they were all fine now, Ji-Yu Ning still told them to go get checked in the hospital. "Uncle Tang, would you mind accompanying my mom and aunt to the hospital and bringing them home later? I need to deal with this mess," Ji-Yu Ning said. "Sure," Tang Yunfen said, but he was worried that Ji-Yu Ning couldn't handle it alone, because the Qing gang was involved. "Do you need my help here?" "It's fine. I can handle it," Ji-Yu Ning said. "If you need me, just call me," Tang Yunfen said with concern. Actually, he should take care of his wife and daughter and help them solve this trouble, but it wasn't the right time for him to do so because his identity hadn't been revealed yet. "Thanks," Ji-Yu Ning replied. "Thank you so much, Mr. Tang," Ji-Yu Man said. Afterwards, everyone left, except for Ji-Yu Ning. Although the police told Ji-Yu Ning that they would catch the gangsters as soon as possible, Ji-Yu Ning thought that it would be much faster if she did it herself. When they all left, Ji-Yu Ning immediately checked the surveillance cameras, and made a copy on the USB flash disk. Then she called Chu Xuanfang. "Hey, what's up?" Chu Xuanfang answered her call within a second. "Hi, can we meet?" "I need your help," Ji-Yu Ning said. "No problem. Where are you now?" Chu Xuanfang agreed without hesitation, since it was Ji-Yu Ning who needed his help. His boss liked Ji-Yu Ning, and Ji-Yu Ning had also rescued his boss once, so he would spare no effort to help her. Ji-Yu Ning then told him to meet her right in the beauty salon. "Mr. Tang, do you have a cold?" Seeing Tang Yunfen wearing a mask all the time, Ji-Yu Man asked him with concern. Yeah, and I have allergies so I have to wear a mask, Tang Yunfen lied. 20 minutes later, Chu Xuanfeng arrived. Noticing that the beauty salon was in a mess, he was surprised. Who did this? They said that they're from the Qing gang, Ji Yuning said. What? Chu Xuanfeng was astonished and furious. Who dared to hurt Ji Yuning? They're digging their own graves. Chu Xuanfeng never doubted Ji Yuning's words. Don't worry, I'll find out who it was as soon as possible. I'm not sure whether they're really members of the Qing gang, so please investigate it thoroughly. This is the surveillance video. Saying that, Ji Yuning took out the USB flash disk and gave it to Chu Xuanfeng. Please just tell me who's behind this when you find out. I want to deal with it myself. Sure, I'll give you the answer today. Chu Xuanfeng took the USB flash disk from Ji Yuning and promised. Since it was about Ji Yuning, he would do his best. Chapter 476 Beat me then you can leave. Ji Yuning closed the door and left. She called Ji Yuman and asked her whether she was still in the hospital or at home. Ji Yuman told Ji Yuning that she was on her way home, so Ji Yuning went directly home. When they were in the parking lot, Ji Yuman invited Tang Yunfen to have lunch together at her home. Tang Yunfen wanted to join them, but still rejected, because he wasn't willing to expose his identity right now. Tang Yunfen said that he was busy, so Ji Yuman didn't insist. When Tang Yunfen left, he called Ji Yuning and told her that Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing got home safely. Ji Yuning asked Tang Yunfen again, do you plan to tell my mom the truth now or are you going to wait until you regain your memory? Tang Yunfen was silent for a while. He knew that it wasn't good to let Ji Yuman wait, but he was still hesitating over whether to tell her the truth or not right now. I'm afraid that your mother wouldn't accept me after so many years. Ji Yuning agreed, and said, I can ask her opinion first, and help her prepare mentally. Great, Tang Yunfen said. When Ji Yuning got home, she decided to talk with Ji Yuman after lunch when Ji Yuqing was gone. When they were about to eat, Ji Yuning received Chu Xuanfeng's call, and she went to her room to answer it. Chu Xuanfeng was really efficient, so he already had the result. And he had to be efficient, because it was about Ji Yuning. The group of people was indeed from the Qing gang, but they were nobodies in the Qing gang. Chu Xuanfeng had gotten control of them and they told Chu Xuanfeng that it was the owner of Mayan Beauty Salon who had hired them to damage the Cami Beauty Salon. Many VIPs of Mayan Beauty Salon had abandoned it for Cami Beauty Salon, so the owner of Mayan hired a group of hoodlums to damage Cami to vent her anger. The reason why the owner of Mayan Beauty Salon dared do that was because her older brother was the director of the tourism administration. The director of tourism administration was precisely Qin Zheng's father. It seemed that Ji Yuning's family couldn't get along with Qin Zheng's family, because Ji Yuning had been hurt by Qin Zheng, and Ji Yuman had been hurt by Qin Zheng's aunt. I have them in my hands right now, and you can do whatever you like to them, Chu Xuanfeng said. In gangs, a life wasn't worth much, and there were plenty of ways to hide the death. The group of hoodlums had not only damaged Ji Yuman's store, but had also injured Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing. So they had to pay for what they had done. I won't bother to kill them, but they'll be disabled for sure. Although Ji Yuning was in a rage, she didn't bother to kill them since Ji Yuman was fine now. No problem. Whatever you want, Chu Xuanfeng said. I'll meet you after lunch, Ji Yuning said. Sure, Chu Xuanfeng replied. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Xiaoxiao's case went to court today. Ji Yu Qinyang and Wen Yulan also showed up with Ji Yu Qingxiang's family, but Ji Yu Qingxiang didn't inform Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman. Coincidentally, the hoodlums dashed into Ji Yuman's store today. Both Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were injured as well as scared, so they rested at home. However, when Ji Yu Qinyang called Ji Yuqing and told her that they were in City F, Ji Yuqing kindly invited them to have a meal together when they were free. Ji Yuqing planned to have the meal outside, but Ji Yuning thought that it was better to have the meal at home, since they regarded Ji Yu Qinyang's family as relatives now. Normally, they would only invite close friends or relatives to dine at home. Hearing that, Ji Yu Qinyang was touched and relaxed, because he understood that Ji Yuning had really forgiven them. In order to not ruin Ji Yuman's mood, Ji Yuning decided not to talk to her about Tang Yunfen for now. Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man were both a little tired, so they took a nap before they went to go grocery shopping. Ji Yu Ning, on the other hand, left to meet Chu Xuanfang. When she was leaving her home, she received Tang Yunfan's call. Tang Yunfan told her that he had to leave for City B, because he had something important to deal with in his company and that he would be back as soon as possible. Ji Yuning understood and said, "You've stayed in City F for many days, so you should, of course, go back to your company to deal with your business as the chairman." Tang Yunfan left his business behind and came to City F for Ji Yu Man. He hadn't even gone back for the Lantern Festival, which was enough to show his concern towards Ji Yu Man. Chu Xuanfang told Ji Yuning to meet him at the Qing Gang's base in City F. She could do whatever she wanted there, and Chu Xuanfang also wanted other members in the Qing Gang to remember Ji Yuning's face so that such an attack wouldn't happen again. Ji Yuning took a taxi heading to the Qinghua Security Company, which was the base of the Qing Gang in City F. Members of the Qing Gang would work here if they had no tasks to fulfill, because the Qing Gang wouldn't support them for free. When Chu Xuanfang went to the gate and welcomed Ji Yuning in person, others in the company were all surprised. They were all curious about the girl's identity, because their leader never welcomed ordinary people in person. Chu Xuanfang guided Ji Yuning walking to an elevator, and went down to a basement where the group of hoodlums were kept. There were 6 men locked in an iron room. Seeing Chu Xuanfang walking inside, they started to beg him, "Please forgive us this time. We'll never do it again. Please forgive us. Please." Chu Xuanfang didn't say a word, so Ji Yuning was obviously the real boss. Seeing those who had injured Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man, Ji Yuning was mad. She said coldly, "Do you want us to forgive you? No problem. If you can beat me, you can leave." They had no idea how excellent Ji Yuning was at fighting, but Chu Xuanfang did. Even though it seemed like Ji Yuning gave them a chance, they actually had no hope to win. The 6 men didn't know who Ji Yuning was, but since she dared to give an order in front of Chu Xuanfang, she had to be someone important. They also knew that the girl couldn't be simple, since she dared to challenge them. Nonetheless, they were eager to leave, so they agreed. In fact, even if they disagreed, they had nowhere to hide. "Please open the door and let me in," Ji Yuning said to Chu Xuanfang. Chu Xuanfang then opened the door for Ji Yuning, and she walked in without hesitation. Seeing Ji Yuning coming inside, those men stepped back subconsciously. "Let's begin." Ji Yuning stared straight at them. Chapter 477. Visitors at home. They exchanged a glance at first, then they all ran at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning enjoyed beating them for a long time to vent her anger, but she kept them alive. In the following minutes, those men were screaming in pain under Ji Yuning's attack. Let alone others outside of the basement, even Chu Xuanfang felt a little frightened. Around 20 minutes later, Ji Yuning had had enough and the men were all black and blue. "I'm done. Let's go." Ji Yuning walked out directly without giving them a glance. When they were outside, Ji Yuning said, "Xuanfang, thank you so much for your help, but I have visitors coming to my home today, so please let me buy you a meal another day." "You don't need to thank me at all. I should say sorry to you instead, and I'd love to meet you for the meal," Chu Xuanfang said. He then gave Ji Yuning a USB flash disk and a check of 1,000,000 yuan. "There is evidence on the USB flash disk about this mess and the check is your compensation." "Thanks, but please take the check back. I'll make the person who hired them pay me," Ji Yuning said with determination. Chu Xuanfang understood that Ji Yuning was determined, so he took the check back. "I will also tell all the members in the Qing Gang not to bother you anymore, and I promise it won't happen again," Chu Xuanfang said seriously to Ji Yuning. "Thanks, bye," Ji Yuning said, then left. After Ji Yuning was gone, Chu Xuanfang informed everyone in the Qing Gang to not assault but protect Ji Yuning's companies and those who had a close relationship with her. It wasn't early when Ji Yuning separated from Chu Xuanfang, so she decided to go home first and deal with Qin Lilan, who was the owner of Mayan Beauty Salon, tomorrow. When Ji Yuning got home, Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing were about to do grocery shopping. Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife left the court at 4 p.m. Because of Ji Yu Xiaoxiao, Ji Yu Qingxiang and his wife had no mood to treat Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife. Therefore, Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife took a taxi to Ji Yu Qing's home. They knew that Ji Yu Ning was rich, so they weren't surprised when they found out that they lived in Fenghua luxury mansion, but they were still envious of them, because Fenghua was a high-end living area. However, they didn't feel jealousy or had animosity towards Ji Yu Ning, because they understood that Ji Yu Ning wasn't someone that they could annoy now. Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife went to a supermarket and bought some fruits and flowers as gifts. Although the gifts weren't expensive, they didn't want to visit Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man with empty hands. After that, they went to Ji Yu Qing's home. They would have dinner at Ji Yu Qing's apartment, so Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man were busy cooking after grocery shopping. Zhang Shu was also home earlier today because Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife were going to visit them. When Ji Yu Qinyang and Wen Yulan were approaching Ji Yu Qing's home, they felt quite nervous because there was a clear gap between them, Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man now. Therefore, they hesitated for a few minutes outside before they rang the doorbell. Zhang Shu went to open the door, and Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife greeted him at once. "Hi, brother-in-law." Zhang Shu hadn't heard them call him brother-in-law in a long time, because they hadn't shown any respect towards him in the past. Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife also knew it, and felt embarrassed now, facing Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu, on the other hand, warmly welcomed them like nothing unpleasant had happened before. "Hi, come on in." Ji Yu Qinyang and Wen Yulan then walked inside. They took a glance around the apartment and saw that it was much better than their own place. Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man walked out of the kitchen when they heard Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife's voices. "Welcome. Please have a seat. Have a seat please. It will take a while before the dishes are on the table." "Can I help?" Wen Yulan asked and walked to the kitchen. Wen Yulan didn't act arrogant at all but behaved kindly. "That would be great." Although Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man didn't actually need help, they didn't reject, because it was a good way for them to be reconciled. Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man didn't show any disrespect to Wen Yulan, nor show off in front of her, but kept chatting with her casually. It was the first time that Wen Yulan had felt the warm conversations among relatives, and she felt ashamed for what she had done to Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man before. After a long breath, Wen Yulan apologized with sincerity. "Ji Yu Qing, Ji Yu Man, I'm so sorry for what I did to you before. It's all gone, and we don't need to talk about it anymore." "Exactly, and we're glad that we have a good relationship now." Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man forgave Wen Yulan, and Wen Yulan felt lucky that they were kind enough to forgive her. In the living room, Ji Yu Qinyang was talking with Zhang Shu about what had happened in the court today. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao was sentenced to 3 years in jail and her family had to pay 600,000 yuan to Chen Ziyao as compensation. Zhang Shu sighed after hearing that. Although Ji Yu Qingxiang's family had hurt them deeply, Zhang Shu still felt a little sad. At the same time, he also believed that Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had to learn her lesson sooner or later. Before long, Ji Yu Ning and Zhang Xinyue got home. "Hi, uncle." Ji Yu Ning and Zhang Xinyue greeted Ji Yu Qinyang politely. They didn't show any disrespect towards Ji Yu Qinyang, but they weren't close to him either. Although they were relatives, they didn't share many good memories. Chapter 478 Tell Ji Yu Man the truth. "Hi, Ningning, Xinyue." Ji Yu Qinyang said with a smile. He was still a little embarrassed to see Ji Yu Ning, but seeing that Ji Yu Ning was being kind he relaxed. Thinking of the news about the opening ceremony of jade beauty jewelry, Ji Yu Qinyang couldn't help admiring Ji Yu Ning, because almost half of the important figures in City Ji had attended it. To his astonishment, Ji Yu Ning was able to know those figures. That being the case, he didn't dare to annoy her. Dishes were soon placed on the table. "Dinner's ready," Ji Yu Qing said. "Let's have dinner," Zhang Shu said and guided Ji Yu Qinyang to the dining room, followed by Ji Yu Ning and Zhang Xinyue. When Wen Yulan saw Ji Yu Ning, she felt embarrassed too, but she still greeted them politely. "Hi, Ningning, Xinyue." "Hi, Aunt," Ji Yu Ning and Zhang Xinyue replied, but they didn't show much affection. Seeing that Ji Yu Ning was being nice, Wen Yulan relaxed too. After that, they all sat down around the table. "Qinyang, let's have some alcohol together. It's a new year after all," Zhang Shu said. Jiangshu wasn't an alcohol lover, and he never drank when he was alone, unless it was the New Year festival or the Lantern Festival. Since Ji Yu Qinyang was here today, he would love to have some. Why not? Ji Yu Qinyang agreed. Jiangshu then took out a bottle from his alcohol cabinet. It was Maotai that was made 30 years ago. It was 500 milliliters with 53% alcohol and cost over 4,000 yuan. Ji Yu Qinyang couldn't afford such an expensive brand of Baiju one, but he had heard a lot about seeing the Maotai, which cost over 4,000 yuan a bottle. Ji Yu Qinyang hesitated to drink it, because only a small cup of it might cost several hundred yuan. He couldn't afford such expensive alcohol throughout his whole life. Even Ji Yu Qingxiang, who had been the richest one in their family, couldn't afford it either. Ji Yu Qingxiang could only afford alcohol which cost around 2,000 yuan. During this meal, except Ji Yu Qinyang and Wen Yulan, who felt uneasy, the rest enjoyed themselves. After dinner, they were chatting in the living room, and Ji Yu Qinyang took out 2 red envelopes, giving them to Ji Yu Ning and Zhang Xinyue. These are for you 2 girls. There isn't much money inside, but we both wish you Happy New Year. 1,000 yuan was a lot for Ji Yu Ning in the past, but it was nothing in her eyes now. Thank you, uncle. Ji Yu Ning and Zhang Xinyue didn't show any disdain. Seeing that, Ji Yu Qinyang relaxed. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing also prepared 2 red envelopes for Ji Yu Qingxi and Ji Yu Yinyan. Wen Yulan took them on behalf of her children. There wasn't much money in the red envelopes that Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man prepared for Ji Yu Qingxi and Ji Yu Yinyan either, because it was just a form of good wishes. When it was almost 9 p.m., Ji Yu Qinyang and Wen Yulan left. Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man invited them to stay at their home, but Ji Yu Qinyang and Wen Yulan insisted on staying in the hotel. Jiangshu then drove them to the hotel. After Ji Yu Qinyang and his wife were gone, Ji Yu Ning went back to her home, but Ji Yu Man didn't go home until she had chatted with Ji Yu Qing for a while longer. Ningning, your uncle's family has surprisingly changed. We're relatives after all, and let bygones be bygones. If they need help in the future, are you willing to give them a helping hand for my sake? Ji Yu Man asked Ji Yu Ning the moment she got home. Mom, don't worry. I will, Ji Yu Ning said. Otherwise, she wouldn't have proposed to invite them to dine at their home. Great. Ji Yu Man was relieved. It was late when they both got home, so Ji Yu Ning put off telling Ji Yu Man about Tang Yunfan in case Ji Yu Man couldn't sleep tonight. When Ji Yu Ning was in her room, she called Leng Xiaoting and told him about Tang Yunfan. She wouldn't hide it from him. Leng Xiaoting also hoped that Ji Yu Ning could have a happy family, and Tang Yunfan could be a good father as well as husband. Most importantly, since Tang Yunfan had fallen in love with Ji Yu Man before, it would be easier for them to get back together. Ningning, I've been getting busy recently, so I probably won't have much time to call you. I'll come to meet you once I'm free, Leng Xiaoting said. I'll miss you, Ji Yu Ning said. Me too. Take good care of yourself, Leng Xiaoting said with concern. I will, and you have to take good care of yourself too. Ji Yu Ning said. The next morning, Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man were about to clear the mess left in the store, but were stopped by Ji Yu Ning. Ji Yu Ning planned to get the compensation from the person who had hired the bunch of hoodlums to damage their store first, and then open their store again. Both Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man completely trusted Ji Yu Ning, so they agreed. After lunch, Ji Yu Ning pulled Ji Yu Man to sit on the sofa. Mom, I have something serious to talk to you about. What is it? Seeing Ji Yu Ning being so serious, Ji Yu Man was anxious. Well, it's about my biological father, Ji Yu Ning said. Hearing that, Ji Yu Man's body abruptly stiffened for a second and she looked upset. What happened? Do you still remember that I told you that my biological father could be alive? That he lost his memory when you met him, so after the car accident, it is possible that he regained his memories but lost the memory of the year when you were together. If he's still alive, but just forgot what happened during the year when he was with you, if he's not married yet, if he still loves you, if you still have a chance to meet each other again, would you give it a try? Ji Yu Ning asked Ji Yu Man again. Ji Yu Man was shocked, but she knew that Ji Yu Ning asked her for a reason, and it was really possible that Ning was still alive. One baiju is a category of Chinese alcohol made from grain. Chapter 479. I need some time. Ji Man started to tremble a little with tears in her eyes. Are you sure that he's still alive but just forgot the year we were together? I met an old man the other day and he told me that I closely resembled his son. He also told me that his son disappeared for a year 18 years ago, and when his son came back, his son had completely changed but lost his memory of the year he was gone. I thought that it couldn't just be a coincidence, so I did my investigation, Ji Yuning said. What's the result? Ji Man asked in anxiety. Although we haven't done a DNA test yet, I'm sure that he's my biological father, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Ji Man burst into tears and breathed hard. Ji Yuning immediately put her power into Ji Man's body to help her calm down. Does he have his own family now? Ji Man asked. She believed that he must be married and have children by now. No, he doesn't, Ji Yuning said. What? Ji Man was astonished. Although he lost his memory, he had a strange feeling in his mind, and refused to get married, Ji Yuning said. Ji Man remained silent, thinking back to the past. She had a deep and abiding love for Ning, which was the reason she never got married again. However, they hadn't seen each other for 18 years, so she honestly had no idea how to face him again. What's your opinion? Ji Man asked Ji Yuning. If Ji Yuning wanted a happy family, Ji Man would do it for her, but if Ji Yuning didn't want to change their life now, Ji Man would also agree. After all, Ji Yuning was the most important person in Ji Man's life, and Ji Man wouldn't hurt Ji Yuning just for a man, even though she had loved the man very deeply. Although the man was her daughter's father, he had been absent for the past 18 years. During the past 18 years, they had lived a good life without him anyway. Ji Yuning understood that Ji Man wanted to meet him but was worried about her feelings. Mom, you've stayed alone for my sake for so many years. You don't feel very lonely because I've been with you the entire time, but I'm going to attend my university soon. I don't want you to be alone at home, so I think that it's better if there is a reliable man to keep your company. I've always had that idea in my mind even before I found out that my biological father is still alive. Mom, actually, I've already met him and he's a good man. Ji Yuning held Ji Man's hand. Knowing that, Ji Man was deeply touched. However, if he lost the memory of that year, will he accept me? Ji Man asked. He will. He's just afraid that you won't accept him, who already forgot you, Ji Yuning said seriously. Hearing that, Ji Man rounded her eyes in shock. He knows about our existence. At the same time, she was a little displeased. If the man knew about their existence, why didn't he come to meet them? Ji Man wasn't sure whether she should meet him, but she cared about the man's attitude too. Ji Yuning understood what was on Ji Man's mind. In fact, he is Tang Yunfan. He just found out a couple of days ago too, and he's worried that you won't accept him, so he was wearing a mask secretly staring at you these past few days, Ji Yuning said. What? Ji Man was totally shocked. Ning is Tang Yunfan. She had been robbed the other day, and he had suddenly showed up to help her. She had had the feeling that they must have met before, but she was surprised that he was Ning. Ji Man was so astonished that she had no idea how to react to the shocking news now. I need some time, Ji Man said, walking to her bedroom. Ji Yuning didn't force her either, and let her have a rest, while she went out to deal with Qin Lilin. Ji Yuning didn't go to Mayan Beauty Salon, but the police station. Coincidentally, when Ji Yuning arrived at the police station, she met Yuan Jisong, who had just walked out of it. Hi, girl Ji, what happened that you came here? Yuan Jisong was surprised to see Ji Yuning. People came to the police station for a reason, so Yuan Jisong was concerned about her. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yuan. Ji Yuning greeted him with respect. Well, someone hired a group of hoodlums to damage my mother's beauty salon yesterday, so I came here with the evidence. What? How dare they? Come on, I can take you to meet the director. Yuan Jisong said. Thank you so much, Mr. Yuan. Since Yuan Jisong was willing to help her, it would be much better. You can call me Uncle Yuan, Yuan Jisong said. Ji Yuning had saved his life and Suanya's life, so he appreciated Ji Yuning very much and would love to make friends with her. Ji Yuning really was an outstanding young girl. Sure, Uncle Yuan, Ji Yuning said. It was a good thing that she could maintain a good relationship with Yuan Jisong. Oh, hi, can I help, Mr. Yuan? Liang Yubo, who was the director of the Public Security Bureau, was a little confused when Yuan Jisong walked back in. And when he noticed Ji Yuning, who was walking behind Yuan Jisong, he was surprised. Miss Ji Yu. When Ji Yuning had been arrested last time because she had beaten several female students in a school, Liang Yubo had directly received his leader's call and order to release her. Therefore, Ji Yuning had left a deep impression on him. Liang Yubo had even remembered Ji Yuning's face in his mind, because he didn't dare annoy her again. Although Ji Yuning was from an ordinary family, she had support from powerful people. In addition, ever since Liang Yubo had met Ji Yuning at Suanya's birthday party, he knew that she wasn't simple and she had a powerful network. In that case, Liang Yubo treated Ji Yuning with great respect. Chapter 480. What about his family? Director Liang, nice to meet you. The thing is, a group of hoodlums damaged and smashed my mother's beauty salon yesterday, and this is the evidence, Ji Yuning said and took out the USB flash disk, handing it to Liang Yubo. Hearing that, Liang Yubo took the USB flash disk at once and watched the evidence first. There were surveillance videos on the USB flash disk. After watching the videos, both Liang Yubo and Yuan Jisong were mad, because Qin Lilin had hired a bunch of hoodlums to damage Ji Yuning's mother's store because of business competition. Girl Ji Yu, how is your mother now? Yuan Jisong asked with concern. She was seriously injured, but luckily I had my special medicine, and she was much better after taking the pills. If I hadn't taken the medicine with me, my mother would have been in great danger, Ji Yuning said seriously. They both knew that Ji Yuning had a special medicine, so they didn't doubt her words. And they also noticed that Ji Yuman's head was bleeding after the heavy hit in the videos. The head was the most fragile part of the human body, and it was likely to cause death after such a heavy hit. Miss Ji Yu, I promise that I'll handle this case in person. Liang Yubo said to Ji Yuning, and he was determined to punish Qin Lilin severely. Thank you so much, Director Liang, Ji Yuning said politely. My pleasure, Liang Yubo replied. After that, Ji Yuning left for her home. Once Ji Yuning was gone, Liang Yubo gave the order to arrest Qin Lilin. Qin Lilin thought that her plan had succeeded, but the police suddenly came to her store and arrested her without further questioning. What are you doing? I'm the younger sister of the director of the tourism administration. You can't arrest me, Qin Lilin shouted. The director of the tourism administration. Even the mayor can't help you now, because Secretary Yuan has given the order to punish you according to the law. A policeman sneered. What? Hearing that, Qin Lilin was shocked. It was beyond her imagination that Secretary Yuan would be involved, because from her investigation she read that Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were ordinary people. Before long, the news that Qin Lilin had hired hoodlums to damage Cami Beauty Salon went abroad, and the owners of different stores in the shopping mall were all surprised. In the beginning, they all believed that Cami Beauty Salon had annoyed the gang, but unexpectedly, it was simply business competition. Facing solid proof, Qin Lilin wasn't able to deny it. Therefore she would be brought to court tomorrow. When Ji Yuning got home, Ji Yuman was already awake, sitting on the sofa thinking about Tang Yunfan. Ji Yuning was patient. She wouldn't force her mother to make the decision right now. Mom, I found the person who hired those hoodlums to damage our store, Ji Yuning said to Ji Yuman. Who? Ji Yuman turned to Ji Yuning. It's the owner of Mayan Beauty Salon. She was jealous of us, so she hired hoodlums to smash our store. Luckily, she was arrested today and will be sentenced tomorrow, Ji Yuning said. Hearing the reason, Ji Yuman sighed. It seemed that running a popular store wasn't a good thing. After a while of silence, Ji Yuman opened her mouth wanting to say something but didn't say it aloud. Seeing that, Ji Yuning directly asked her, Mom, what do you want to say? Just tell me. Forget it. Ji Yuman gave up. Since Ji Yuman didn't want to say it, Ji Yuning didn't insist. When Ji Yuqing came to visit them that afternoon, Ji Yuman told Ji Yuqing about what Qin Lilin had done. Hearing that Qin Lilin had already been arrested by the police, Ji Yuqing was relieved. During dinner, Ji Yuman ate less than usual because she didn't have much of an appetite. In the night, Ji Yuman finally asked Ji Yuning, "Ningning, where does he live?" He was, of course, Tang Yunfan. "He lives in City B," Ji Yuning said. "Actually, Master Tang already took me as his own granddaughter, but he doesn't know that Tang Yunfan is my biological father yet. I think that maybe it's fate that brought us together. Even though you didn't meet him, we still have a connection with the Tang family." Indeed, after Tang Haifeng officially took Ji Yuning as his own granddaughter, Ji Yuman would have met the Tang family sooner or later. Although Ji Yuning respected Ji Yuman's opinion and decision, she would also help her mother to face it. "What? Master Tang already took you as his own granddaughter?" Ji Yuman was surprised. "Yes. I went to the Tang family's house and he saw me there," Ji Yuning said. He was, of course, Tang Yunfan. Well, Ji Yuman didn't know what to say. In that case, Ji Yuman would have to meet the Tang family sooner or later. "What is his family like?" Ji Yuman asked. Ji Yuman knew that it was always hard for in-laws to get along with each other. Master Tang's wife passed away many years ago, and they only had a daughter and 2 sons. The older son works in politics, while the younger son is Tang Yunfan, who is a businessman. "They're all very nice and kind to me," Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuman, however, was silent again. The next afternoon, Ji Yuning received Mu Kei's call. "Boss, why didn't you tell me what had happened to your store? How is your mother right now?" Mu Kei complained once Ji Yuning answered his call. "My mom is fine now. How did you get to know about it?" Ji Yuning asked with curiosity. "Ha ha." Mu Kei laughed, then said with obvious disdain, "Qinzheng told me, because he turned to me after his aunt was arrested by the police. He wanted me to help him beg you. Is he crazy or something? How is it possible that I'd help him?" Mu Kei was furious saying that. Chapter 481. A new semester begins. "All right, it's fine now. Don't worry. I've handled it all well," Ji Yuning said. She felt touched that she had real friends who cared about her. "No, boss, I'm going to tell Hao Ran and the others, and we'll visit you later. Don't reject us because we're good friends," Mu Kei said with determination. Although Ji Yuning thought that it wasn't necessary, she didn't want to hurt their feelings, so she agreed. "Fine," Ji Yuning answered, and told him the address of her home. After hanging up the call with Ji Yuning, Mu Kei called every one of their friends, and they were all mad at Qinzheng's aunt. Ji Yuning also told Ji Yuman that her friends would visit her later. Ji Yuman was touched by Ji Yuning's friends' kind behavior. And Ji Yuman was happy to see them. She immediately told Ji Yuqing to go grocery shopping with her. Around 3 p.m., Mu Kei and the others, including Xianxia, arrived. They all came with different kinds of gifts. Even though Ji Yuning told them not to bring gifts, they weren't willing to visit her with empty hands. Ji Yuman also told them not to buy gifts, but they had already come with many packages in different sizes. In addition, they all cared about Ji Yuman's and Ji Yuqing's health, which made Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman feel deeply touched. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman went to cook in the kitchen, while Ji Yuning was chatting with them in the living room. Although it was a little noisy, they all enjoyed themselves, and Ji Yuman had no time to think about Tang Yunfan. Before she made her decision, Ji Yuman wouldn't tell Ji Yuqing. "Boss, do you still remember that the new semester will begin tomorrow?" Mu Kei asked, because Ji Yuning was busy all the time. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. She had indeed forgotten. Actually, the seniors in high school had already started to attend classes, but Ji Yuning was always busy, so she didn't go back to her school yet. However, she did so well academically that her teachers were willing to turn a blind eye. "Oh, I almost forgot," Ji Yuning said. "I'm so envious of you. We've already been attending classes for days," Xianxia said. "You should study hard and be the #1 student in your grade like our boss, then you can be absent from classes too." Chu Peihan said. "I wish. However, I can't do it," Xianxia said. No big deal. Only Mixie and Anya are good students among us, and they go to school every day, not like the rest of us, Mukay said. Not me. I've gone to school these past few days, Qin Zixin retorted. I don't think you can continue, Zhang Tianping said with disdain. He didn't believe that Qin Zixin would start to study hard all of a sudden. Me either. And Yi agreed with Zhang Tianping. You don't believe me? Then let's see, Qin Zixin said with confidence. Qin Zixin, are you insane or something? Why did you suddenly become so studious? Hao Ran stared at Qin Zixin. He thought that Qin Zixin was being very abnormal. Because I want to attend a good university, I need to study hard. Qin Zixin argued. Hey, what do you all want to study in university? Chu Peihan interrupted them. To be honest, I have no interest in studying, so I've decided to work in the entertainment industry after my graduation. There was an entertainment company under the Qing gang, so Chu Peihan had plenty of chances at acting. I'm going to study law, and be a lawyer in the future, Su Anya said. I'm choosing management science, Hao Ran said, because he was going to take over his family business, so it was something he had to do. Me too, and Yi said. Although Shenghua real estate wasn't his family business anymore, the An family was still managing it, so it was necessary for him to learn management science too. I'm going to learn finance, Yu Mixi said. Politics, Qin Zixin said. Both of his parents were politicians, so it was highly likely that he would work in politics. I love playing on the computer, so I'm going to major in computer science, Zhang Tianping said. When it was about 4 p.m., Ji Yuning received Yuan Jisong's call. He told her that Qin Lilin was sentenced to 2 years in jail and that she had to pay 2 million yuan as compensation. After that, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man could begin to repair and redecorate their store, while each of those injured staff could have 50,000 yuan of mental damage compensation. Around 6 p.m., the dishes were on the table, and they went to enjoy the meal together. After dinner, the others left and Ji Yuning stayed home to keep her mother's company. The next day, when Ji Yuning went to school, she encountered Qin Zheng at the gate. Or to be specific, Qin Zheng was intentionally waiting for her there. Seeing Ji Yuning coming, Qin Zheng walked to her at once. Ji Yuning, can we talk? We have nothing to talk about. Ji Yuning ignored him and walked away. Ji Yuning. Qin Zheng tried to stop her. If you don't want to be punched, stay away from me. Ji Yuning warned, then left. Qin Zheng didn't dare to stop her again, because he was truly afraid of her now. In fact, even if Ji Yuning agreed to talk with him, he didn't know what to talk to her about, because his aunt had already been put in jail. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to give up. Qin Zheng still refused to accept the fact that the girl who had been despised by him was now so outstanding and stunning. Ji Yuning went to meet her friends when she got to school. And they walked to their classrooms together. There were many students in the 4th classroom already. However, Ji Yuning's appearance didn't attract much attention from them, because only the high society knew that she was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Chapter 482 School Opening Ceremony. Nonetheless, Ji Yuning's excellent performance at studying had already impressed many of her classmates, so they all kindly greeted her when she walked inside. Xiao Feifei, Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya, however, hated Ji Yuning as always. She doesn't come to classes just because she became the number 1 in our grade. I think she'll regret when the entrance examination to college comes, Xiao Feifei said with disdain. After the final exams, all the other students had to attend classes for another week, and after the New Year festival, they also had to go back to school a week earlier, while Ji Yuning had enjoyed her vacation. Exactly. I think that she won't pass the exam, Yang Yulu said. Although their voices weren't loud, Ji Yuning still heard their talk, but she didn't care at all. Afterwards, the class began. Because of the entrance examination to college, senior students in high school could only have half a day off in a week, but Ji Yuning was different. She would come when she was free, but asked for a leave when she was busy with her business. Therefore, Ji Yuning went to ask for a leave in the head teacher's office right after the first class was over. Her head teacher was displeased, but couldn't do anything about it, because Ji Yuning was the number 1 in their grade. Ji Yuning left her school soon after the first class. Ji Yuning had asked for a leave the next day too, because Kay called her asking for her help. A friend of his had a car accident and the doctor said that his friend's leg had to be amputated. Kay told Ji Yuning that as long as she could cure his friend would be willing to follow her lead. His friend was an ace finance expert as well as an outstanding business administrator. Ji Yuning was of course more than willing to help Kay's friend, because he was exactly the kind of skillful person she was looking for. Ji Yuning also planned to get Kay and his friend to help her run the businesses in her group in the capital. Although Kay knew little about business, his detective ability and investigation ability were remarkably excellent, which was indispensable for running a big business group. When Ji Yuning called her head teacher in the night, her head teacher was furious and shouted at her in anger, "Ji Yuning, you've asked for a leave twice within 2 days. Are you still aware that you're a senior student who's going to attend the entrance examination to college in a couple of months?" Although her head teacher understood that Ji Yuning was excellent at studying, the entrance examination to college wasn't something that she could take airily. "I'm sorry, but it's an emergency. My friend just had a car accident and his leg is going to be amputated. I have to visit him," Ji Yuning said. Her head teacher didn't know what to say. After that, Ji Yuning told Ji Yuman the same reason before she left. She also mentioned Tang Yunfan and told Ji Yuman that Tang Yunfan had gone back to City B because of his business, so Ji Yuman had enough time to think about whether she would accept Tang Yunfan. The next morning, Ji Yuning went to the airport and flew to City D. While Ji Yuning was in the plane, the principal of her school had a talk with her head teacher, Zhang Chuhua. "Professor Zhang, is there a student named Ji Yuning in your classroom?" the principal asked. "Yes, is anything wrong?" Zhang Chuhua panicked a little, because she didn't know whether the principal found out that Ji Yuning was absent from classes. The principal then showed Zhang Chuhua a picture in his phone. "Take a look. Is this her?" There was a beautifully made-up young girl wearing a gown at a party in the picture, and Zhang Chuhua recognized that the girl was Ji Yuning at a glance. "Yes, this is her. What happened?" Zhang Chuhua asked. Hearing the affirmative answer, the principal laughed out loud, which struck Zhang Chuhua dumb, because she thought that the principal was going to be angry. "Professor Zhang, it seems you don't know yet. This student called Ji Yuning is really successful," the principal said with obvious pride. "What?" Zhang Chuhua didn't understand. "Professor Zhang, have you heard of Jade Beauty Jewelry?" the principal asked. "Of course I have," Zhang Chuhua said. Jade Beauty Jewelry is the most popular high-end jewelry brand now, and almost half of the important figures in City G attended its opening ceremony, the principal said, then asked Zhang Chuhua, "Do you know who the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry is?" Zhang Chuhua wasn't dumb, and she immediately realized that Ji Yuning had to be the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Ji Yuning is the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Zhang Chuhua couldn't believe it. Ji Yuning. Exactly. The principal said. "I heard that she made a lot of money by stone gambling, and then established Jade Beauty Jewelry." Thinking of that, the principal admired Ji Yuning very much. It was universally acknowledged that stone gambling was a highly risky activity, but Ji Yuning was able to make a fortune out of it, which was legendary. However, none of them knew that all the jade in the Jade Beauty Jewelry store was cut out from raw materials bought by Ji Yuning herself. They didn't know much about jade, but only knew that it cost a lot of money. Jesus! Zhang Chuhua sat down on the chair in shock, and couldn't believe her ears. "Professor Zhang, Ji Yuning is the pride of our school. Not only has she become the #1 in the grade, she has also become a successful businesswoman at such a young age." The principal was excited. "Oh, tomorrow is the school's opening ceremony. Tell Ji Yuning to prepare a speech. I want her to encourage all the students in our school," the principal said. Zhang Chuhua hesitated for a few seconds then said, she asked for a leave. Chapter 483 Chen Kanji, what? She asked for a leave. The principal was surprised because the new semester had just begun. The principal was about to criticize Ji Yuning, but he soon realized that Ji Yuning wasn't an ordinary student now. She was a successful businesswoman, and it was understandable that she was busy. She said that her friend was in a car accident and his leg has to be amputated, so she went to visit him. Zhang Chuhua explained, in case the principal would be mad at Ji Yuning. Hearing that, the principal remembered that he had heard that Ji Yuning had a special medicine at Suanya's birthday party, so he assumed that Ji Yuning went to rescue her friend. Fine. Forget it, the principal said. After the principal was gone, Zhang Chuhua still sat on her chair in shock. She didn't get her mind back until the bell rang and the other teachers came into the office. Zhang Chuhua took a long breath and calmed herself down. She didn't spread the news abroad, neither did the principal. They didn't know whether Ji Yuning was willing to let others in her school know the shocking news, so they decided to keep it a secret for now. When it was 10:20 a.m., Ji Yuning arrived at the airport of City D. Outside of the airport, a shiny red Lamborghini was stopped by the road and there was a good-looking young man leaning against it. He attracted a lot of attention from people around him, especially girls. Many also struck up a conversation with him. He wasn't as cold as Leng Xiaoting, and gently responded to all the girls who talked to him. When Ji Yuning walked out and noticed the scene, she was displeased. She didn't think that it was appropriate that he came to pick her up in such a noticeable way. The good-looking young man who drove the shiny red Lamborghini to pick Ji Yuning up was precisely K. Seeing that people were taking pictures of K and the shiny red Lamborghini, Ji Yuning immediately put on a mask, in case they posted photos with her face in them on the internet. After putting on the mask, Ji Yuning walked to K. K didn't recognize her face because she was wearing a mask, but he recognized her voice. Ji Yuning glared at K and said in annoyance, "Let's go now. Are you a monkey in the zoo?" Hearing that, K was mad because the metaphor sounded so humiliating. He thought that Ji Yuning should compliment his attractive appearance instead of making fun of him. Anyway, K had already picked Ji Yuning up, so he also wanted to leave right now. Seeing that the good-looking man drove here to pick up a girl, others were very jealous. Many girls wished that they could be Ji Yuning. When Ji Yuning got in the car, K drove ahead at once. "What do you usually do?" Ji Yuning asked K and took off her mask. "Have fun," K said. "I'm willing to rescue your friend, but both of you have to do something for me too," Ji Yuning said. "What is it?" K asked. He didn't seem displeased at all. "You know that I'm still a student, and I don't have much time to run my companies, so you two can help me with that," Ji Yuning said. Although she hadn't met K's friend yet, she trusted K. "What about the annual package?" K directly asked about the salary. "Each of you can have 5% shares, which is worth at least dozens of millions of yuan," Ji Yuning said. "Great deal," K answered with alacrity. Before long, they arrived at the hospital and went to a VIP patient room. Standing outside of the patient room were two men. One was Guo Hao, whom Ji Yuning had met before, while the other was a stranger. "Hi, boss, Miss Ji Yu," Guo Hao said with respect. "Boss, Miss Ji Yu," the other man also greeted them with great respect. His name was Zhou Qun and he was also K's bodyguard. Guo Hao opened the door for Ji Yuning and Kat once. A man who was around 30 years old was lying on the hospital bed. He had great features, but looked quite pale. "Hi," the man said in a weak voice when Ji Yuning and K walked up to him. K had already told him about Ji Yuning, so the man wasn't surprised when Ji Yuning showed up. He also didn't doubt Ji Yuning's ability because he knew that she had cured K's legs. Although he was still shocked by the fact that K was able to walk again, he chose to believe Ji Yuning. In addition, he knew that there were many things which were unknown to him in this world. "This is my close friend, Chen Kanji," K said to Ji Yuning, then turned to Chen Kanji. "Kanji, this is Miss Ji Yu. Nice to meet you," Ji Yuning said. "Miss Ji Yu, nice to meet you too, and thank you so much for your help," Chen Kanji said afterwards. Ji Yuning took out a power crystal and told Chen Kanji to take it. The pill melted the second it was put into Chen Kanji's mouth, and he felt a flow of coldness in his body, which was quite comfortable. However, Chen Kanji was badly injured, so a pill wasn't enough. Ji Yuning also had to put her power into his legs in person to help him recover. Chen Kengyi's injuries were extremely painful, and he felt great pain when Ji Yuning touched them, but when Ji Yuning put her power into his legs, the pain was replaced by a gentle chill. Although he had heard about the incredible effect of the medicine from K, he was still amazed when he experienced it himself. Ji Yuning didn't cure Chen Kengyi completely, but he was almost fully recovered. All he needed to do now was to have a good rest. It would be too unrealistic if she cured him completely right away, so Ji Yuning decided to give him some time to recover by himself. Therefore, Chen Kengyi's injuries still ached, and he wasn't able to move yet, but he would be fully recovered in a week. It cost Ji Yuning a lot of power to help him recover, so her face turned a little pale after that. In the end, Ji Yuning took out a porcelain bottle with 2 power crystals inside. "Take a pill every 3 days, and he'll be fine after a week," she said to Kay. "Thanks." Kay took the porcelain bottle. "Once Kengyi is recovered, we'll come meet you." Chapter 484. A zombie is dug out of a mine site. After that, Kay invited Ji Yuning to have a meal together but was declined. Ji Yuning had her own arrangements, so Kay didn't insist. Ji Yuning then left. She went to a restaurant for lunch and checked the latest flight to City F on her phone. It was still early. If she could go back home today, she would fly back. After a while, she booked a ticket. The plane would take off at 4:20 p.m. It was 1 p.m., so she had 3 hours to relax here before she went to the airport. When Ji Yuning was bored, she surfed the internet reading news to kill the time. However, shocking news appeared in her sight. A zombie was dug out of a mine site at Chengyang Mountain. Many people were injured. Photo attached. The photo was taken from a distance, so it wasn't clear. People could only see that about 10 soldiers were in a fight with a black thing, but nobody knew whether it was a zombie or not, except Ji Yuning. She recognized that the black thing was a zombie at a glance. Although no one believed that it was a zombie, the news caused a sensation. Jesus. Is it a real zombie? Is the end of the world coming? I don't believe in zombies. If it's not a zombie, what are the soldiers doing there? Who knows? The picture was taken from so far away. It isn't clear at all. Anyway, the majority didn't believe in zombies. Ji Yuning wasn't interested in the internet users' comments. Since a zombie appeared, she had to do something. As long as a zombie appeared, there had to be an ancient grave. If there was an ancient grave, there would be antiques. Either way, Ji Yuning decided to go there. Therefore, Ji Yuning left the restaurant at once, taking a taxi heading straight to Chengyang Mountain. Chengyang Mountain was 23 kilometers away from City D, and Ji Yuning arrived around 20 minutes later. From afar, Ji Yuning saw strong yin at the mountain, and she immediately ran to it. When she came to the foot of the mountain, there were guards stopping people from walking inside. 2 groups of reporters were also blocked out. Since Ji Yuning couldn't go in from the front, she decided to get in from the back of the mountain. It was impossible for ordinary people to do, but it was very easy for Ji Yuning. Before long, she arrived where the strong yin was, and saw that over 10 soldiers were confronted by a zombie. The zombie was quite aggressive and was hard to destroy, but it was under the soldiers' control. They had already tied it with ropes. However, it wouldn't last. While they couldn't destroy it, it was still very dangerous, and the ropes weren't able to limit its movement forever. The zombie was in an ancient soldier's uniform, but Ji Yuning didn't know which dynasty it came from. The miners stayed far from this mine site, but didn't leave the mountain because it would cause widespread fear if they posted what had just happened at the mine site on the internet. As for the news on the internet, it had already been deleted a few minutes after it had been released. And the miner who had posted the news was warned to not do it again. In addition, all the people at the mountain were warned to not spread the news. Nonetheless, many reporters still came here for the shocking news, but they were all stopped at the foot of the mountain. They were scratched by the zombie and the injuries have turned black. Our medicines can't cure them. A middle-aged doctor said. What should we do now? People around were anxious. I can cure them. Since Ji Yuning was already here, she had to do something. You can cure them. Nobody believed that the young girl who suddenly appeared could cure those injured people. Who are you? What are you doing here? Why did the police let you in? The doctor questioned Ji Yuning in annoyance. He was an expert from the Central Hospital of City D. If he couldn't cure those injured people, how was Ji Yuning able to do it? She was challenging his authority. I said that I can cure them. Ji Yuning walked to those injured people without delay, but was stopped by the doctor before she even moved near. Are you a doctor? Why should we believe you? The doctor didn't think that a young girl was able to do what he couldn't. Since you failed to cure them, why won't you let me try? Are you going to watch them die? Ji Yuning asked, staring straight at the doctor. You. The doctor was mad. Dr. Tan, I think that what the young girl said makes sense. Since you can't cure them, we can let her have a try. Gao Cheng, the supervisor of the mine site, said. Gao Cheng wasn't blaming Tan Zhongfang, he simply wanted those injured people to be cured as soon as possible, but Tan Zhongfang was displeased. Gao Cheng, so you choose to believe a young girl instead of me? Hearing that, Gao Cheng was irritated. Dr. Tan, what do you mean by saying that? Since you can't do anything, why won't you let the girl try it? No one wants to see them dying right in front of our eyes. If the young girl can do something, we at least have hope. What's going on here? At this time, Zhang Bowen, the mayor of City D, walked over. When he walked near, he recognized Ji Yuning at a glance, and was quite surprised. Miss Ji Yu, why are you here? Zhang Bowen wasn't only surprised but also excited to see Ji Yuning, because he knew that Ji Yuning wasn't a simple girl. She had rescued Yan Zhengelin and Xiao Changchun, and had helped Yan Zhengelin unseat Lu Shikun's group, but she didn't show off at all. Afterwards, she had even acquired the Hongyun group. In Zhang Bowen's eyes, Ji Yuning was an upright young girl as well as a successful businesswoman. Chapter 485 Burn it. The Hongyun group had over 1 billion yuan in assets. And Ji Yuning already had Shenghua real estate beforehand. Zhang Bowen had also heard that Ji Yuning was excellent at stone gambling and that she owned a high-end jewelry store too. Although she only had one jewelry store now, it was worth over 1 billion yuan already. It was universally acknowledged that stone gambling was a high-risky activity. If Ji Yuning was able to make a fortune by it, money wasn't a problem for her. However, not everyone could have the outstanding ability of stone gambling like her. When people saw that Zhang Bowen treated Ji Yuning with respect, they were all surprised. None of them had ever seen their mayor being so polite to a young girl. No matter what, this young girl in front of them had to be an important figure according to Zhang Bowen's attitude towards her. Mayor Zhang, I can cure them, Ji Yuning said with confidence. However, this doctor keeps stopping me. Zhang Bowen was displeased and gave Tan Zhongfang a glance. Tan Zhongfang immediately shut his mouth. Although Zhang Bowen doubted whether Ji Yuning could cure those injured people, he was willing to let her try it. Miss Ji Yu, please. Since Zhang Bowen agreed, no one else dared to stop Ji Yuning again. Ji Yuning took out power crystals from her backpack at once and told the 5 miners who had been scratched by the zombie to take them. The people around were all staring at them in anxiety, but Tan Zhongfang, on the other hand, hoped that Ji Yuning would fail too, because he hated her for challenging his authority. Actually, Tan Zhongfang was a selfish and self-centered person. It was Patient's misfortune that a man like him could be a doctor. A few minutes later, the injured miners recovered gradually, which was exactly opposite what Tan Zhongfang wanted to see happen. Each of the injured miners only took a pill, so they wouldn't recover fully in such a short time, but their lives were already saved. Everyone was surprised by the great effect of Ji Yuning's medicine, and they all admired Ji Yuning now. Wow, it's so amazing. Exactly. Even Dr. Tan failed, but she was able to cure them in such a short time. She must be a highly skilled doctor. People all complimented Ji Yuning, while Tan Zhongfang was furious, and felt extremely embarrassed. Why can she cure them? Although Tan Zhongfang was mad, he didn't dare to say anything. Miss Ji Yu, it's so unbelievable. Thank you so much for your help. Zhang Bowen thanked Ji Yuning with sincerity. You're welcome, Mayor Zhang. I just did what I could do, Ji Yuning said. Actually, Ji Yuning came here not only to rescue those injured people, but to destroy the moving body and find the precious antiques in the unknown ancient grave as well. Mayor Zhang, I know how to destroy the zombie, so please allow me to walk over, Gu Ning said to Zhang Bowen. What? You can destroy the zombie? Hearing that, everyone was astonished. Don't think that you're a real lifesaver simply after rescuing several injured people. It's completely a joke thinking that you can destroy the zombie. Tan Zhongfeng interrupted with disdain. Although others also had the thought, it was too early to draw conclusions. Didn't you say that I can't cure those injured people just then? I did, so don't jump to conclusions and be kind. If you're so biased and mean, I think that it is a patient misfortune that a man like you can be a doctor. Ji Yuning retorted at once. She wouldn't tolerate such a mean person. Tan Zhongfeng was mad again. All right, Miss Ji Yu, please do whatever you can and be careful. Zhang Bowen interrupted them. As long as Ji Yuning was willing to help, he would love to give her a chance. If she truly could destroy the moving body, it would be the best result. Meanwhile, Zhang Bowen also bore Ji Yuning's comment on Tan Zhongfeng in his mind. If Tan Zhongfeng was really mean and selfish, he wouldn't be a qualified and respected doctor. With Zhang Bowen's support, Ji Yuning walked to the zombie. None of the soldiers knew how to handle it. Leader, what should we do now? It's the first time that I've seen something like this. I have no idea. Neither guns nor knives can hurt it. Leader, a girl is walking towards here. They didn't stop her. I think she is coming here to tell us something. Why did they let a young girl come here? She'll be terrified. Are you dumb? Since she dares to walk here and seems calm, she couldn't be afraid of it. All right, stop arguing now. When Ji Yuning walked to them, she finally saw the ancient soldier uniform the zombie was wearing clearly. It was from the Sui dynasty. If there were soldiers buried in the ancient grave, an important figure must be buried inside too. Most importantly, they had to destroy the zombie right now. Pour gasoline on it and set it on fire, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, the soldiers around were struck dumb for a second. Is it useful? It could escape if the ropes are burned, a soldier asked worriedly. Of course it is. I've met a zombie before and I use the same way to destroy it. In order to make them believe her, Ji Yuning didn't hide the truth that she had met a zombie before. Chapter 486 Enter the Hole Alone. What? You've met a zombie before? They were all shocked. Really? Someone asked. Yes, and I've succeeded once, so we can try it the second time. Ji Yuning said. You're right, but we don't have gasoline right now, the leader of those soldiers said. I have, Ji Yuning said, then took out a flamethrower and a gasoline can from her backpack telepathic eye space which surprised everyone around her. Ji Yuning walked to the zombie with the flamethrower and gasoline can in her hands. The soldiers were worried and one of them said, let me do it. Thanks but don't worry, I can handle it. Ji Yuning decided to do it in person because they could make mistakes. Hearing that, those soldiers didn't insist. Ji Yuning opened the gasoline can afterwards, and poured it on the zombie. Then she instantly used the flamethrower to burn it, and the zombie was engulfed in flames at once. The ropes tied around it were burned and the zombie screamed in great pain, which frightened everyone. In the following minutes, the zombie kept jumping around, and people immediately stepped away from it. Soon, the smell of a burning corpse was in the air, which was quite disgusting. Zhang Bowen and the other people who stood far away also heard the scream and they couldn't help trembling in fear. The zombie couldn't be destroyed in a short time, so Ji Yuning didn't put her flamethrower down, but kept aiming at it. No matter where it fell, Ji Yuning could always set it on fire. At this time, everyone looked at Ji Yuning with admiration. This young girl really was awesome. Even those soldiers couldn't accurately aim at the zombie because it moved too fast. The girl must be a master. Mayor Zhang, who is this girl? Tong Chengdian, the head of the Public Security Bureau, asked with curiosity. I've only met her twice so I don't know much about her, Zhang Bowen said. Although he knew little about Ji Yuning, he had heard a lot about her. Just met her twice, but he still trusts her. Tong Chengdian and Wanli, who was a lieutenant colonel in the military region, were both surprised and confused. Look at her. She's even better than the best soldiers in the military. I think that she's a potential ace soldier. And Wanli liked Ji Yuning very much, and had the idea to persuade her to join the army. Zhang Bowen, however, didn't think that Ji Yuning, who was already a successful businesswoman with dozens of billions of yuan in wealth, would choose to join the army. After being burned for 20 minutes, the zombie stopped struggling and fell on the ground, but it was still twitching. Ji Yuning gave the flamethrower to a soldier and said, "Guard it. I'll walk inside to check whether there are other zombies." Ji Yuning was calm, but everyone else was shocked. "What? You are going inside? It's too dangerous." "Indeed, I think that you better stay outside." They all tried to stop her. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Let me tell you something. My master is an expert on zombies, and I've learned a lot." Ji Yuning lied in order to persuade them to let her walk in the cave. And, if they aren't destroyed totally, people might get hurt again. They knew that Ji Yuning was right. None of them believed in zombies until today, and they all agreed that it was necessary to destroy all of them. If they weren't completely destroyed, people really would be injured again. Although it seemed easy when Ji Yuning killed the zombie with gasoline, they knew that it was much easier said than done. "I'll go inside with you," the leader said. "Good idea," others echoed. They weren't willing to see a young girl walking inside the big hole alone. "No, thanks." If they walked in with her, she couldn't take the antiques as her own if there were any. After that, Ji Yuning said seriously to them, "This zombie isn't completely destroyed yet, so you have to guard it in case it comes alive again. Don't allow anyone else to walk in the hole. If any of you are injured by another zombie, I won't help." Afterwards, Ji Yuning quickly walked into the hole, and left the soldiers outside. Seeing that, Zhang Bowen was shocked and ran over, followed by Tong Chengdian and Anwanli. How could she walk in there alone? Tong Chengdian was a little mad, because he was worried about her safety. Given what Ji Yuning had just done, they all admired her and didn't want her to be injured. Since she dares to walk into the hole, she has to be confident. And Wanli said, "Even so, it's really dangerous." Zhang Bowen was concerned too. How could you allow her to walk inside alone? The zombie precisely came out from there and it's very dangerous inside. Zhang Bowen snapped at those soldiers standing outside of the hole. "Mayor Zhang," she said, that if she doesn't go inside and have a look, innocent people might be hurt by zombies again. The leader reported, "Why didn't you go inside with her?" Tong Chengdian asked. "She told us to guard this zombie, because it hasn't been completely destroyed yet," the leader said. Well, Zhang Bowen didn't know what else to say, but could only wait outside. There was no one else, except Ji Yuning, that could handle the zombies, so Ji Yuning was their only hope. Zhang Bowen also believed that Ji Yuning wasn't an impulsive person. And she had to be confident and able to handle it alone. When Ji Yuning walked into the hole, she took out the night luminescent pearl to light it, because there were many paths in this mine. After a while, Ji Yuning noticed yin at a certain place, and walked over. Chapter 487. Not an ancient grave. When Ji Yuning walked to where the yin came from, she surprisingly found that this wasn't an ancient grave, but was just a 10 square meter large hole. It was messy inside with broken bodies, bones and rotten clothing of the ancient soldiers. The only thing that had shape was the carriage without horses and wheels. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes, and saw a 20-inch mahogany box with some coins and porcelain inside the carriage. Although there weren't many of them, they were still very valuable. Ji Yuning thought that those ancient soldiers must have been passing by, so why had they suddenly died here? Ji Yuning couldn't figure it out, and the truth wasn't important either. Once the night luminescent pearl appeared, the yin was gradually absorbed into it. Ji Yuning also put the mahogany box into her telepathic eye space before she left. She didn't stay in the hole for a long time, and walked out after 10 minutes. Seeing her walking out safely, Zhang Bowen and the others were finally relieved. "Girl Ji Yu, do you know that it's very dangerous inside? What if there were other zombies in there? Can you handle so many zombies alone?" Zhang Bowen said worriedly. Ji Yuning understood that Zhang Bowen was worried about her safety, so she comforted him. "I'm sorry that I didn't tell you first before I walked in, but I'm safe now, and I wouldn't have walked in there if I hadn't been confident." Since Ji Yuning said so, Zhang Bowen didn't say anything further. "Oh, there is a pile of bones and broken bodies, but no zombies," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that there were no zombies, everyone relaxed. How did you know that there was a zombie? Zhang Bowen asked Ji Yuning. I read the news on the internet. I knew how to kill it, so I came to help, Ji Yuning said. We've already deleted the news on the internet, and I hope that you can keep it a secret because it could cause widespread fear, Zhang Bowen said. Of course I will. Ji Yuning knew that it was necessary to keep it a secret. And now that the zombie was burned to ashes and the crisis was resolved, the miners were able to go back to work too. After that, they were about to leave the mountain. Zhang Bowen invited Ji Yuning to share a meal with him. Ji Yuning declined once, but Zhang Bowen insisted, so she agreed in the end. Anyway, she was starving now, and missed her flight after the mess this afternoon. Ji Yuning wasn't sure when she would be able to fly back, so she decided to not book a plane ticket yet. Tong Chengdian and Wanli also joined Ji Yuning and Zhang Bowen for the meal. Tan Zhongfeng was a famous doctor at the Central Hospital, but he was nobody in front of those important officials. He was also ambitious, and he came here on his own initiative in order to impress those important officials and build his network. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning suddenly appeared and grabbed everyone's attention away from him. Therefore, Tan Zhongfeng hated Ji Yuning a lot, but he didn't dare to say anything. Of course, he wouldn't give up. Ji Yuning sensed Tan Zhongfeng's vicious gaze but didn't care. Ji Yuning got in Zhang Bowen's car, while Tong Chengdian shared a car with Wanli. The other policemen stayed to clean the site. After cleaning the site, the police also left for the Public Security Bureau. When they had just arrived at the foot of the mountain, many reporters ran to them trying to interview them or take some pictures. However, they were all declined. Since the police refused to accept the interview, the reporters couldn't do anything about it. They could only take several pictures of the clean site, and write the news. Zhang Bowen chose to dine at Quanline Resort. After they sat around the table in the private room, Zhang Bowen introduced Tong Chengdian and Wanli to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning greeted them politely with confidence, and her good attitude impressed all of them. Facing those important figures, Ji Yuning didn't abase herself but stayed calm and confident. After what they had been through, none of them dared despise her. Ji Yuning, where are you from? Wanli asked. I think that you're very young, you must still be a student, right? Wanli asked. Ji Yuning smiled gently. Yes, I'm a senior student in high school, and I'm going to attend the entrance examination to college in a few months. Everyone around the table was surprised again. They didn't expect that Ji Yuning was just a senior student in a high school and wasn't in university yet. This young girl was full of surprises. You're indeed a promising young girl. Tong Chengdian complimented. Ji Yuning smiled but didn't say anything. Ji Yuning, are you interested in joining the army? Wanli asked with anticipation. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second, then realized Wanli's aim. She smiled and apologized. Sorry, my interest is business. Hearing that, Wanli was disappointed, because Ji Yuning was really a potential ace soldier. Before long, dishes were on the table, and they started to eat. Ji Yuning had rescued a lot of people and killed the zombie, so she was supposed to be awarded, but she declined. Zhang Bowen really admired Ji Yuning because she kept a low profile all the time. Chapter 488 Shoot a movie. Zhang Bowen told Ji Yuning that if she encountered any troubles in City D she could turn to him for help. As long as it was legal, he would spare no effort to help her. Tong Chengdian and Wanli also said the same thing while they were enjoying the meal. A post went viral on the internet. It is proved to be true. A zombie was dug out of a mine site at Chengyang Mountain. The video was only 5 seconds long, but was very clear. The zombie was being burned with strong flames, screaming in pain. Although the video was shot from afar, the scream was still very frightening. Within a short time, the video and the post caused a huge sensation. Jesus. Is the zombie real? I'm so scared even though I just hear it from my phone. Didn't they say that it was a terrorist? What is that in the flames? They lied. Is it true that it is a zombie instead of a terrorist? OMG. It's so scary. Can anyone explain what really happened? I think the zombie is real, and the official line is simply a lie. Why did they lie to us? When Zhang Bowen heard the news, he was furious, because the person who had posted the article on the internet was obviously acting against the government. Ji Yuning also read the news on her phone. The government had posted an official explanation to allay citizens' anxiety, and lied that they had found a terrorist, not a zombie. However, the government's authority was being challenged now. More and more people were mad at the official line, and it wasn't easy to calm them down. Zhang Bowen then told Tong Chengdian and Wanli about the second post about the zombie on the internet. Both of them were extremely angry too. Damn it! Who the hell dared to ignore our warning and post it on the internet? And Wanli was mad. Tong Chengdian was also displeased. The video makes the government an idiot. If the citizens believed that the zombie was real, they really had no idea how to explain it, because it was completely beyond ordinary people's knowledge. Zombies only appeared in horror stories or movies and nobody believed in them, but now it suddenly showed up in real life. People were, of course, scared. I'll call someone to delete the post as soon as possible, in case it'll attract more attention, Zhang Bowen said, but was stopped by Ji Yuning. If you do that, people will think that the government is panicking, which will make them believe it more, Ji Yuning said. Then what should we do? If we don't deal with it right now, it could cause widespread fear. Zhang Bowen said. I have an idea. Ji Yuning squinted a little. Since she was already involved, she wouldn't quit halfway. What idea? After what they had been through today, they subconsciously trusted Ji Yuning very much. Once she said that she had an idea, they all believed that she could handle it. I think we can leave the post on the internet, so don't respond to it for now. Afterwards, we can shoot a horror movie using the zombie plot. In that case, the post will be a way of publicizing, Ji Yuning said. Although it cost a lot, it was worth trying. At the same time, Ji Yuning could also seize the chance to help her entertainment company attract publicity. What? Shoot a movie? It's much easier said than done. We can't wait that long, Zhang Bowen said. The video was already out and they couldn't wait. I can manage it within a short time. All you need to do now is lock Chengyang Mountain down and forbid others to go inside. Tell the soldiers who controlled the zombie this afternoon to meet me at Chengyang Mountain in 3 hours. And I need several cars to pick some people up at the airport, Ji Yuning said. She was the leader at the moment. The others were silent for a while, then agreed with Ji Yuning, because they couldn't think of a better idea. Ji Yuning then called Tang Yunfan at once. Hi, Ningning. Tang Yunfan was a little excited to receive Ji Yuning's call. Uncle Tang, I need your help. Would you please lend me a set of equipment for filming and deliver it to Chengyang Mountain in City D by helicopter as soon as possible? I need it right now, and I'll explain it to you later, Ji Yuning said. Oh, I also need an acting suit for an ancient soldier. Please help me get one. The Tang family was the richest family in City B, so they naturally had helicopters. Hearing that, Tang Yunfan understood that Ji Yuning was going to shoot a movie, so he answered at once, no problem. However, when Zhang Bowen and the other two heard the word, helicopter, they were all surprised, because people who could afford a helicopter had to be either super rich or powerful. Either way, they completely trusted that Ji Yuning could handle the trouble that they were faced with now. After hanging up the call with Tang Yunfan, Ji Yuning called Lu Zan without delay. Uncle Lu, how is your crew now? They needed many people, other than actors and directors, to shoot a film. Director team, director, assistant director, executive director, clapper loader. Production team, producer, production manager, on-site producer, associate producer, co-producer. Chapter 489 Shoot a movie 2 Photography team, camera, additional camera, assistant camera, gaffer. Art team, set dresser, wardrobe supervisor, makeup artists, hair stylist. Recording team, boom operator, sound mixer. All the above-mentioned workers were needed and some of them would do many jobs at the same time. All is well, Lu Zan said. It's my cousin's team. Because he's been influenced by me ever since he was a child, he works in the entertainment industry as well. Although he isn't famous, the quality of his team is quite good. My peers don't know that I'm back in the industry and none of them are willing to help me, so I directly hired him. Although Luzon was fully in charge of the crew, Ji Yuning was his boss after all, so it was necessary for him to report to her. Great. How many are there? Ji Yuning asked. 16 in all, Lu Zan said. Very well. Take the earliest flight to City D now. We need to shoot a movie as soon as possible, and I've borrowed the accoutrements, so you all just need to bring your own clothes. We'll talk about the details after your landing, and I'll arrange someone to pick you up, Ji Yuning said seriously. Sure, I'll gather them right now, Luzon said. He realized that it was an emergency, and it was his boss's order, so he couldn't reject. After that, Ji Yuning called Duan Lizin and Su Tongnuo. She told them to take the earliest plane to City D2. Other than that, Ji Yuning also called Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping to help her, because she knew that they were often absent from classes. It wouldn't be a big deal if they asked for a leave for a week. Ji Yuning didn't tell them details, and told them to keep it a secret, in case it would affect their other friends studying. Since Ji Yuning needed their help, they flew to City D as fast as they could. Ji Yuning called K then, and told him to investigate who had posted the news on the internet. When K read the post he was shocked too, and couldn't believe it. None of them were in the mood to enjoy the meal after the video had been released on the internet. Before long, Su Tongnuo, Duan Lizin and Chu Peihan and others booked their plane tickets to City D, but Luzon still needed some time to settle the plane tickets for such a large group. Su Tongnuo would arrive at Chengyang Mountain around 11:30 p.m. Duan Lizin would arrive 50 minutes earlier than Su Tongnuo, while Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping would be the first group to meet Ji Yuning, because they would arrive around 10 p.m. After finishing those calls, Ji Yuning told Zhang Bowen to arrange cars to pick them up according to their landing time. It was just 7 p.m. when Ji Yuning was finally free for a while. Zhang Bowen planned to book a room for her at Quanline Resort, but Ji Yuning declined. Ji Yuning had the black card for the Wangdeng Hotel, and she could have free accommodation there, so there was no need for her to spend money on hotels. When the others found out that Ji Yuning had the black card for the Wangdeng Hotel, they were surprised again. Wangdeng Hotel was a well-known international 5-star hotel chain, and it was very popular domestically and abroad. In addition, it was very rare to meet a person who had a black card for the Wangdeng Hotel because the Tang family only gave black cards to their relatives or those who had a close relationship with them. All of a sudden, they suddenly thought of the first call Ji Yuning had made. She had called the person, Uncle Tang, on the phone, and the person could be a member of the Tang family. Even though they were all curious, none of them asked the question. K was efficient as always. When Ji Yuning had just left the Quanline Resort, she received his call. Boss, the person is Tan Zhongfang, who is a doctor working in the Central Hospital, K said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was displeased. If it was Tan Zhongfang who had posted the news on the internet, he obviously aimed to hurt her. If she hadn't embarrassed him, he wouldn't have spread the news abroad. In that case, Ji Yuning was the cause of the trouble. If so, she made up her mind to handle it well. Oh, boss, is the news real? K asked with curiosity. Do you believe it? Ji Yuning replied. I didn't believe it, but now I doubt it after watching the video, K said. All right, I gotta go. Ji Yuning hung up directly. K was struck dumb on the other side of the phone. Shouldn't she tell him whether it was real or not? Chen Kanji was almost fully recovered, but K stayed in the hospital to keep him company. Seeing that K was struck dumb, he suddenly thought that K was a little adorable. Chen Kanji immediately got rid of the idea in his mind and asked, is it real? She didn't tell me. K sounded aggrieved and looked a little gay. Zhang Bowen asked Ji Yuning later, Miss Ji Yu, have you found out who posted the news on the internet yet? Tan Zhongfang, Ji Yuning said plainly. I think that he was aiming to hurt me because he felt humiliated today when I successfully rescued those injured people. What? Zhang Bowen was greatly surprised. I didn't expect Tan Zhongfang to be such a selfish and mean person. How can he do that just to vent his negative emotions? Miss Ji Yu, it has nothing to do with you, and you don't need to blame yourself for it. If it hadn't been for you, those injured miners could have died already. As for the zombie, none of us except you knew how to destroy it. Zhang Bowen comforted Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't say anything, because what Zhang Bowen had just said was true. She had saved many people's lives. Since they already knew that it was Tan Zhongfeng who had posted the news on the internet, they decided to deal with him later. Before Ji Yuning arrived at the hotel, she received Luzon's call. Luzon's group would be arriving in City D around 11 p.m. Chapter 490 Shoot a movie 3 Zhang Bowen left after he sent Ji Yuning to the Wangdang Hotel, and went to arrange cars to pick Ji Yuning's friends up. Ji Yuning directly walked to the reception desk and took out the black card to book a room. She had to finish the script before the film crew arrived. When the receptionist saw the black card, she was surprised and helped Ji Yuning book the best room at once. A middle-aged woman who stood at the other end of the reception desk was mad when she noticed that the receptionist was helping Ji Yuning book a room. "Didn't you say that you don't have vacant rooms? Why can she book a room? Why are you treating her differently? Are you afraid that I can't afford the rooms here?" "Madam, I'm sorry, but this miss has the black card." The receptionist explained politely. "I don't care whether she has a black card or white card. I'm a VIP of Wangdang Hotel." The woman apparently didn't understand what the black card was. She thought that she was more important than others just because she was a VIP of Wangdang Hotel. After all, Wangdang Hotel was an international 5-star hotel, and not many people could afford a membership card. "I'm sorry, the black card is the top VIP card of Wangdang Hotel. Anyone who has a black card can enjoy a lifetime of free service at the Wangdang Hotel domestically or abroad. Wangdang Hotel always and only reserves a room for our top VIPs," the receptionist said politely. After hearing that, the woman flushed in embarrassment. She intended to laugh at Ji Yuning, but unexpectedly, Ji Yuning was more important than she was in this hotel. At this time, another 2 women walked over, and one of them said, "Shulin, it's fine. If they don't have vacant rooms, we can stay elsewhere. And it costs a lot staying here. You don't need to spend so much on us. It's just a 5-star hotel. I don't lack money at all. Since they don't have vacant rooms, we can stay in another 5-star hotel. I've invited you to have fun today, so I'm determined to let you enjoy yourself." The woman called Shulin said proudly. It was quite obvious that she was simply showing off. The other 2 women felt embarrassed, but didn't say anything. After that, the 3 of them left, while Ji Yuning walked to an elevator. Zhang Bowen relaxed a little after he settled everything well, but the problem hadn't been solved yet, so he still felt uneasy. At that time, Zhang Bowen received Xiao Changchun's call. Xiao Changchun wasn't in City D, so he hadn't heard the news until now. Zhang Bowen had to admit that the news was true and also told him about what Ji Yuning had done today. Xiao Changchun was scared and shocked when Zhang Bowen told him that the zombie was real, outstanding courage and ability. He wasn't in City D now, so he could only remind Zhang Bowen to cooperate with Ji Yuning in anything she wanted to do. When Ji Yuning got to her room, she took out a piece of paper and a pen to write down what she needed to buy later. 2 hours later, it was already 9 p.m. Ji Yuning went outside and borrowed a bus from the hotel. Ji Yuning was their top VIP, so the hotel lent the bus to her at once without asking further. The bus would be a great place for people to have a rest. Although it was already spring, it was still very cold outside, and it was warm in the car with the air conditioner on. Before setting off, Ji Yuning went to the supermarket to buy 10 boxes of mineral water, a small printer, a pack of A4 paper, banners, glue, red cloth, incense, which was needed for the movie opening ceremony. She wasn't shooting a movie for fun, she did it seriously. Therefore, an opening ceremony was something they had to do. When Ji Yuning arrived at Chengyang Mountain, the 10 soldiers were resting in the small bus that they came in. When they saw that the person in the driver's seat was Ji Yuning, they rounded their eyes in shock. None of them had ever seen a young girl like Ji Yuning, who dared to drive such a large bus. They got out of their small bus one by one, walking to Ji Yuning. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu," they said with respect. After what had happened today, they admired Ji Yuning very much, not just because Ji Yuning was very outstanding, but also because of an order from their leader. Their leader had given an order that they had to follow Ji Yuning's lead to solve this tricky problem, so Ji Yuning was their leader now and they had to obey her orders. "Hi, please get on the bus and have a rest now. It's cold outside," Ji Yuning said with concern. The soldiers felt touched by Ji Yuning's kindness, but nobody moved. "Miss Ji Yu, we don't feel cold at all," they said with one accord. As soldiers, they were much stronger than ordinary people. If they couldn't tolerate the cold in the spring, they weren't qualified soldiers. Since they said so, Ji Yuning didn't insist, but opened a box of water to share with them. "Thanks, Miss Ji Yu," they said. "Miss Ji Yu, I'm the leader of this team. My name's Mo Chenyi. If you have any orders or tasks, you can tell me and I'll inform the rest," Mo Chenyi said. Mo Chenyi was young, around 27 years old. Actually, all the soldiers were around 25 to 28 years old. They had to be the young elites in the military region, otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to deal with the zombie. Except for them, only a few senior managers in the military region were aware of the zombie. "Sure, thanks," Ji Yuning said. "Miss Ji Yu, I've noticed that you were very agile when you were destroying the zombie today. I bet you must be very good at kung fu. Can we have a competition?" A soldier asked. However, before Ji Yuning could respond, Mo Chenyi kicked him and criticized. "Do you think it's the right time to have fun now? It's fine. We're free now after all, and we can have fun for a while," Ji Yuning said. She was a positive girl and never lost interest in life. In addition, she was confident that she would be able to solve the problem well. Actually, more than one soldier was interested in having a competition with Ji Yuning, so once Ji Yuning agreed, they were all excited. There was a large empty space at the mine site, which was a great area for them to fight. "Who'll be the first?" Ji Yuning asked. "Me." A man stood up at once. He was the one who had proposed to have a competition. Once he stood up, the others were displeased, because he replied so fast and they lost a chance. Chapter 491. Never take your enemy lightly. Although they all knew that Ji Yuning was good at fighting, they had never fought against her, so they weren't clear about her ability. Therefore, when the soldier started the competition with Ji Yuning, he didn't use his full force in case he would hurt Ji Yuning. However, Ji Yuning directly beat him down within seconds, shocking everyone. They weren't even ready for the show, but it was already over. The soldier who had been beaten down by Ji Yuning was also struck dumb on the ground, and felt ashamed. The miners who noticed that they were fighting for fun all surrounded them for entertainment. Although the mine site was rented by a film crew and they didn't need to work today, they couldn't leave this mine site, to prevent any of them from spreading the news to the outside. When they saw Ji Yuning, who was just a slim, young girl, beat down a strong soldier, they were all astonished. "Never take your enemy lightly," Ji Yuning said seriously to the soldier on the ground. Although she understood that he hadn't used full force in case she would be hurt, it wasn't the right attitude when he faced an opponent in a fight. "If you're fighting against me, you don't need to be modest, because even if you use your full force, you probably still can't beat me." Ji Yuning turned to look at the rest of the soldiers. She seemed so confident, so nobody thought that she was bragging. At the same time, they were all excited and eager to win. "I'll go next." Another soldier stood out. Given what had just happened to the first soldier, the second soldier used his full strength. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning still beat him down within a minute. Actually, it wasn't a bad result that he was able to fight against Ji Yuning for a minute. They were common soldiers after all, not the special forces. The third and the fourth soldier had the same result. When the fifth soldier stood out, Ji Yuning told them to fight against her in threes. Even so, they still failed to win. "Is it possible that we still can't win even when we fight against you all together?" A soldier suddenly asked with doubt, but he actually believed it. Hearing that, Ji Yuning gave him a mysterious smile, which scared the soldier a little. Undoubtedly, it was highly possible that they still couldn't win even if they fought against Ji Yuning altogether. All of a sudden, they all felt very ashamed. "I think it's possible," another soldier replied. All the rest soldiers agreed with him in silence. "I feel so ashamed," a soldier said. "Me too," another echoed. "All right, you've actually done a great job. If you had received devilish training like me, you would be as powerful as me." Seeing them being so upset, Ji Yuning comforted them. Devilish training. They were all surprised and felt sorry for Ji Yuning, because she must have suffered a lot from the devilish training. Ji Yuning had also told them today that her master was a zombie expert, and that she had learned a lot from her tutor. In that case, she must be an heiress of a mysterious family. Right at that moment, they heard a loud noise high up in the air. A helicopter was flying over and they stopped talking. People all surrounded the helicopter when it landed, because few of them had seen a real helicopter. When it landed, two men climbed out of it, and one of them asked Ji Yuning with great respect, "My honor to meet you, miss. Are you Miss Ji Yu?" Tang Yunfan had told them to greatly respect Ji Yuning. "Yes, I am," Ji Yuning said. "Chairman Tang sent us to deliver the equipment. Do you need us to move it out right now?" The man asked. "Yes, please," Ji Yuning said, and told the soldiers to help them move the equipment to the large bus. Once the equipment was removed, the men in the helicopter left right away. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called Tang Yunfan and told him that she received the accoutrements. Then Ji Yuning told Tang Yunfan the reason why she needed them, which shocked Tang Yunfan too, because he never thought that zombies were real. Even when people had just heard of them from stories and horror movies, it was still really frightening, let alone seeing them in real life. After the shock, Tang Yunfan immediately asked Ji Yuning's condition. He cared a lot about her safety. If Tang Yunfan hadn't been so busy, he would have flown over himself. It took Ji Yuning a long time to calm Tang Yunfan down. Around 10 p.m., Chu Peihan and the others arrived at the airport of City D. Hao Ran told Ji Yuning that they had arrived, and would meet her soon. Half an hour later, they arrived at Chengyang Mountain. "Boss, has anything terrible happened?" When they met Ji Yuning in the end, they were all worried. "No big deal actually. Let's sit in the bus first. It's cold outside." Ji Yuning guided them to the large bus. When they noticed the cameras, they were all curious. "Boss, are you going to shoot a film or something?" Chu Peihan, who was very interested in art, asked Ji Yuning excitedly, "Boss, are we going to shoot a film together?" "Yes. However, I can't tell you the details now. I'll tell all of you when the others arrive later," Ji Yuning said. Since Ji Yuning said so, they didn't ask further, but Chu Peihan was still very excited. Although Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping weren't interested in film, they would love to follow Ji Yuning's lead. When it was 11 p.m., Duan Lizin arrived at Chengyang Mountain. Duan Lizin greeted Ji Yuning as her boss when they met, and Ji Yuning told her to have a rest in the large bus too. They would talk about the details when Luzon arrived. Chapter 492 Infinite Horror. They needed to deal with the script together, so they had to know the truth. Around 11:30 p.m., Luzon and his team arrived. "Tell the others to wait in the car and then Uncle Lu, please follow me," Ji Yuning said. Therefore, the other 15 people stayed in the car, while Luzon alone got out of the car. "Boss," Luzon greeted Ji Yuning with respect. "Uncle Lu, come here and have a look. Because it's an emergency, I've borrowed all these machines. Actually, I don't know what equipment we need for filming." Ji Yuning guided Luzon to the large bus to see if the accoutrements they had right now were enough. When Luzon got into the large bus, Duan Lizin recognized him and was excited as well as a little nervous. Duan Lizin always felt sorry that such a skilled director had been shut out of the entertainment industry. However, it seemed that he now worked for Ji Yuning, which was exciting news for Duan Lizin because she was able to work with him in the future. "Nice to meet you, Director Lu." Duan Lizin greeted him with great respect. "Nice to meet you too." Luzon was very kind and modest. Ji Yuning told Luzon that Duan Lizin was the author of the Imperial Harem novel, and that she would be a scriptwriter in their company. Luzon was comparatively satisfied with the novel, so he was surprised when Ji Yuning told him that the author of the novel was so young. After that, they went to check the equipment. "That's all we need," Luzon said. Tang Yunfan had arranged people to deliver the equipment for Ji Yuning, so he would definitely deliver everything they could move with a helicopter. Luckily there was enough room in the helicopter, so they had managed to deliver a lot of machines. Then, Ji Yuning told Luzon and Duan Lizin to go outside with her, because she thought that she better keep it a secret from Chu Peihan and the others for now. The soldiers were standing outside, so their small bus was empty. Ji Yuning, Lu Zan, and Duan Lizin got in their car. When they were in the small bus, Ji Yuning told them everything, which struck them dumb for a long while. Duan Lizin even trembled in fear. To their astonishment, zombies were real. Ji Yuning took out her phone and played the video with the sound off, in case they would be scared again. This post already went viral on the internet. Some believe it, while some doubt it. If we don't handle it well, it may cause widespread fear and it'll threaten the government's authority. At the same time, I also want to publicize our company, so we can shoot the zombie scene zombie first. Take some photos and post them on the internet to justify the video. After that, we'll hold a boot ceremony, but we have to change the time of the camera to the day before yesterday, which will be more persuasive, Ji Yuning said. Duan Lizin and Lu Zan nodded in acknowledgement, but they were still in shock. As for the script, please write it now and finish it as soon as possible, Ji Yuning said. It was an emergency, and they hadn't done any preparation. Even so, Duan Lizin was a novelist, and Lu Zan was a professional director, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to write a script on site. Oh, I wrote a horror film script before and sent it to a film company, but they didn't take a liking to it. You can read it and see whether it's suitable, Duan Lizin said and took her laptop out at once. Duan Lizin was a novelist and scriptwriter, so she brought her laptop with her all the time. Hearing that, both Lu Zan and Ji Yuning were excited because they trusted Duan Lizin's ability. Once the file was opened, Ji Yuning soon finished reading the outline of thousands of words. The story was named Infinite Horror. When a man and a woman get to know the news that an archaeological team is trapped in an ancient grave, they immediately realize that there must be ghosts in the grave, so they go to check it themselves. It turns out that there really are ghosts in it. During the process of rescuing the archaeological team, a female ghost in red clothing suddenly appears to help the man and the woman, and they team up. However, the female ghost simply wants to use the man and the woman to kill her enemies in the grave, and they start to fight against each other at the end. After reading it, Ji Yuning was satisfied. All they needed to do now was to replace the ghost with a zombie. Very well. This story is very good. I think the film company made a wrong decision in not accepting your script. We can replace the ghost with a zombie before we use it, and it's very reasonable that the soldiers would come to rescue the archaeological team, Lu Zan said with satisfaction. Having Lu Zan's approval, Duan Lizin was very happy, and she had already finished the script, so they could start shooting soon. However, it's an emergency, so we lack actors. I've called an actress who I have just signed, to come help us, and the rest of the people are my friends. As for the soldiers, they will work as temporary actors and staff members. Uncle Lu, can you contact some actors to help us as soon as possible? If they're willing to help, it'll be much better if they fly here tonight, in case they'll be discovered by others in the day, Ji Yuning said. There were many flights during the night, and it was all up to the actors whether they were willing to help now. Of course I can, but I'm worried that they'll reject me because I've been shut out of the industry. Anyway, I'll try, Lu Zan said. Although Lu Zan had been shut out of the industry, not everyone cut off their connection with him just because of that. We also need more ancient acting suits for the zombie and the female ghost. Oh, some fake antiques too, Lu Zan added. I can handle that, Ji Yuning said. Great, Lu Zan said. After that, Ji Yuning got out of the car with Duan Lizin. Ji Yuning told a soldier to move a socket from the workers' dormitory, because Duan Lizin was going to print her script, and the printer had to be plugged in. Chapter 493b List actors. Ji Yuning returned to the large bus and asked Chu Peihan and the others, we may be sleeping here tonight. Can you accept it? Because it was a critical moment they had to tolerate it. No problem. They didn't care. Lu Zan's team was also curious about why they were shooting the movie in such a hurry, but nobody told them the reason. While they were waiting, they surfed the internet to kill time. Since they were already in City D, they read the news about it too. Before long, someone found the news of the zombie. Jesus, read this news. It's a zombie. Really? How come the zombie is real? Once the video was played, everyone was scared and shocked by the zombie's terrifying scream. Chengyang Mountain, City D. Isn't it the place where we're right now? A young man suddenly said. What? Right here. Hearing that, everyone panicked. Whether the post was real or not, it was frightening enough after they found out that they were at the place where the zombie had been dug out. Director Liu, is the video real? Someone asked Liu Yichen, who was Lu Zan's cousin. Liu Yichen was around 27 years old. Although he was young, he was a stable, mature man. He was also scared by the video and didn't know whether it was true, but endless guessing would only frighten people, so he said calmly, there is a lot of fake news, and who knows whether it is a person or a ghost from such a far distance. I think that it could be a terrorist who was accidentally burned to death, so the government disguised another man as the terrorist. Although he's a terrorist, it's very cruel to burn him to death after all. After hearing what Liu Yichen said, everyone thought that it made sense, but they still felt nervous. As Ji Yuning came over with the banner, she heard their discussion and immediately went to tell Lu Zan to explain it to everyone because she was too young to be persuasive. In addition, she didn't want to expose her real identity yet. Lu Zan then walked to them and said exactly what Liu Yichen had just explained to them. After hearing Lu Zan explain it in person, they were all relieved. They then went back to preparing for the film. After Lu Zan finished calling around, he reported to Ji Yuning, boss, I've made 6 calls, and 3 people are willing to come, 2 men and 1 woman, but they are all B-list actors. They're all good at acting but not very famous. 2 of them are in the capital now, while the other one is in City B. They'll fly here tonight. Ji Yuning didn't care whether they were famous, as long as Lu Zan thought their acting skills were acceptable. One actor is experienced, and he's in his early 40s, the same age as me. His name's Zhao Qigong. I think that he can act as the professor for the archaeological team. The other 2 are around 20 years old. The actor is Han Longxuan, while the actress is Bai Lin. I think that they can be the leading actor and actress, Lu Zan said. Ji Yuning agreed with him. Afterwards, she called the driver again and told him to pick them up when they landed. The driver was sent by Zhang Bowen to follow Ji Yuning's lead, so he would do whatever Ji Yuning asked him to do. Before long, Su Tongnuo arrived along with her assistant, Lin Xiaoxia. Hi, boss. Seeing Ji Yuning, both Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia greeted her with great respect. When Su Tongnuo's sight fell on Lu Zan, she was a little surprised. Director Liu. Su Tongnuo had worked with Lu Zan a few years ago. Although she wasn't a major actress in the show, Lu Zan had approved of her acting skills, so he remembered her name. Hi, Tongnuo. Lu Zan was also surprised to see Su Tongnuo here. Su Tongnuo knew that Lu Zan had been shut out of the industry, but it seemed that he was able to work again because of Ji Yuning. Hi, Miss Su, nice to meet you. Duan Lizin greeted Su Tongnuo politely. Nice to meet you too. Su Tongnuo said kindly. After that, Ji Yuning introduced Duan Lizin to Su Tongnuo, then turned to Lu Zan. Su Tongnuo is the first actress that I've signed. Since you already know each other, I don't need to do the introduction anymore. Uncle Liu, you can choose the actors according to your own standards, and don't need to accord special treatment to Su Tongnuo. In case Lu Zan would feel restricted, Ji Yuning put it plainly. Lu Zan laughed a little. Tongnuo is a good actress, and I think she's suitable to be the leading actress too. After Bai Lin arrives, you two can have an audition to decide which one of you will be the villain and the other will be the hero. Both of them were good actresses, so they could be the leading roles. Su Tongnuo, however, was greatly surprised when she heard that she had a chance to be the leading role in the film. No matter if it was a villain or a hero, she would do her best to play the role well. She had heard of Bai Lin, but they had never met before. Bai Lin and Su Tongnuo were both good at acting, but the difference between them was that Bai Lin wasn't famous because of her bad luck, while Su Tongnuo wasn't famous because she had refused to accept the industry's unspoken rules. Otherwise, Su Tongnuo would have been a famous actress already after the years of effort. It would make a huge difference if she could be famous as an actress. I'm so honored to have your approval. Su Tongnuo said politely. After chatting for a while, they went to have a rest. However, it was hard to fall asleep in the mountain. When it was 4:20 a.m., Bai Lin arrived from City B, and Lu Zan along with Lu Yichen went to welcome her. Bai Lin was 27 years old, and had worked in the entertainment industry for 5 years. Although she wasn't a stunning beauty, she was very attractive. And the more you looked at her, the more you would be attracted to her. Bai Lin also came with her assistant. Because she was just a B-list actress, and her agent was responsible for several actresses at the same time, her agent didn't come with her this time. Her agent had heard of Lu Zan's good reputation, so her agent was willing to allow her to take this job. Although Lu Zan had been shut out of the industry, he had Ji Yuning's support now, so the film would be successfully released. Chapter 494 B-list actors 2. Most importantly, Bai Lin had failed to become famous after all these years, so her agent was a little reluctant to work with her now. Since someone gave her a job all of a sudden, her agent couldn't be more willing to let Bai Lin accept it. After picking Bai Lin up, Lu Zan guided her to have a rest in the large bus. The people in the large bus all knew Ji Yuning's real identity, and Ji Yuning agreed to tell Bai Lin that she was the real boss when Lu Zan asked her. Bai Lin, this is Ji Yuning. She's the sole investor of this film and she's also my boss. Lu Zan introduced Ji Yuning to Bai Lin when they got in the car. Bai Lin was quite surprised when she heard it. Jesus. This girl must be younger than 20 years old. However, Bai Lin thought that Ji Yuning's family must be super rich and she was a horror film lover, so she told her family to invest in this film. Even so, Bai Lin didn't show any disdain towards Ji Yuning because Ji Yuning was the one who offered her a job. If she annoyed Ji Yuning, she could lose her job. Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. Bai Lin reached out her hand to Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning shook hands with her and replied politely, nice to meet you too, Miss Bai. Welcome to join us. Please read the contract and script first, and then you along with Su Tongnuo can have an audition to decide your roles before you sign the contract, Ji Yuning said. Bai Lin had only received a short introduction of the 2 leading female roles and she didn't know the details of the script. They had already printed the contract and script out, and Lu Zan had agreed as to Bai Lin's payment with her agent when he had called her. No problem, Bai Lin said and took the contract and script from Lu Zan's hands. She then walked to a vacant seat at the back rows in the large bus. She kindly greeted Su Tongnuo, then both of them began to mind their own business. Half an hour later, Zhao Qigong and Han Lengxuan arrived too. They also came with their assistants. Zhao Qigong wasn't a big star, so he did most of the things himself. Han Lengxuan was in the same situation as Bai Lin. He was half abandoned by his agent as well, so his agent didn't bother to come with him either. Han Lengxuan was young and handsome, but there were plenty of that type in the market now, so it was still very hard for him to gain fame. Most importantly, he lacked good work. Ji Yuning got out of the large bus too, not to welcome Zhao Qigong and Han Lengxuan, but to tell the driver to leave a car for her. She was going to deal with something in the city, so she needed a car, and it wasn't convenient to drive the large bus there. Zhang Bowen had told the driver to follow Ji Yuning's lead on any requests, so the driver didn't hesitate to leave a car for Ji Yuning. After that, Lu Zan introduced Ji Yuning to Zhao Qigong and Han Lengxuan. They were both astonished to find out that Ji Yuning was the sole investor of this film, and they also had the same idea as Bai Lin that Ji Yuning must come from a super rich family. They didn't show any disdain either, because they just came here to fulfill their task. Therefore, they kindly greeted Ji Yuning, then got into the large bus to read the script. It was the first time that Duan Lizin had met so many actors at a time, so she was very nervous. When Zhao Qigong and Han Lengxuan saw Bai Lin and Su Tongnuo, they greeted one another politely. The bus was large with only a few people inside, so they all had enough room. When they had all gathered together in the large bus, it was around 2 hours away from daybreak. Luckily, they had slept on the plane, so they were able to focus on the script now. When daybreak came, Mo Chenyi along another 2 soldiers went to buy breakfast for them. They got steamed buns, breads, eggs and milk for breakfast, which wasn't bad. Ji Yuning wasn't mean, so she shared the breakfast with all of the miners. After breakfast, Ji Yuning drove to the antique street to buy some fake antiques and ancient acting suits for the film. While Ji Yuning was gone, the rest of the people started to set the stage for the boot ceremony. At the same time, Bai Lin and Su Tongnuo had their auditions. And the result was that Bai Lin would act the part of the woman, while Su Tongnuo acted as the female ghost. The woman was named Ding Tong in the show. After settling the roles, Su Tongnuo needed to wear special makeup and an ancient acting suit. According to the story, only the man, Dao Mushuan, and the woman, Ding Tong, were able to see the female ghost. As for the zombie, a random worker in the crew would play it. Zhao Qigong would act as the archaeologist, Professor Fei, while Chu Peihen, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping would act as his students. There couldn't just be 4 people in an archaeological team, so they hired 7 miners to join them. As long as they could make some money, those miners were more than willing to do it. Ji Yuning arrived at the antique street very early, so she went to shop for a red, ancient acting suit first. Ji Yuning had great taste and the suit was quite beautiful. After that, Ji Yuning went to buy some tools for the archaeological team before she went back to the antique street. Ji Yuning planned to buy some fake antiques as well as several real ones for close-ups. In addition, she would also mention Shangyan Antique Store as the antique sponsor to publicize it. Ji Yuning was very efficient, and she finished shopping when it was just past 10 a.m. After she went back to Chengyang Mountain, Su Tongnuo put on the red ancient acting suit before the boot ceremony began. They also took pictures of the leading roles to make posters for promotion. Ji Yuning called Kei later and asked whether he knew how to make posters. Kei said, "Boss, do you think that I'm only a hacker? To tell you the truth, there is nothing I can't do when it comes to a computer. I promise that I'll give you the best posters you've ever seen." Ji Yuning then sent Kei the photos of the 3 leading roles along with the name, introduction and the cast of the film. The post about the zombie gained more and more attention on the internet, and many reporters went to the government building early in the morning trying to interview some officials. Zhang Bowen was also attacked by many colleagues in politics, because he was responsible for dealing with the problem. If he couldn't handle it well, they all would be in big trouble. Chapter 495. A zombie and a female ghost. Especially when Zhang Bowen didn't allow anyone to delete the post, nor explain it, nor reply, the news went across the whole country within a short time. Zhang Bowen said, "Since I'll be responsible for this problem, I'll handle it well. If I can't, I'll bear the result. If you don't believe me, or you want to handle it on your own, you're welcome to it, but you have to bear the result yourself." Zhang Bowen understood that the officials who blamed him were afraid to take the responsibility. Once he said that, they immediately stopped criticizing him. Before the trailer was out, Ji Yuning took out the props. As for the real antiques, Ji Yuning prepared some that she had found at the ancient grave in City B. "Wow, they look beautiful. Boss, where did you get these props? They seem so real." Chu Peihen weighed a piece of gold bullion. "It's heavy. It's real." "Of course it's heavy," Ji Yuning said with a smile. "What? It's real?" Everyone was shocked. "Boss, are you kidding?" Chu Peihen asked. "Do you think I'm kidding?" Ji Yuning replied. They were struck dumb for a second, then took a long breath. Those antiques before their eyes could be all real. How about the others? Hao Ran planned to touch the antiques for fun, but once Ji Yuning said that the gold bullion was real, he suddenly hesitated, in case he would break any one of them. It had to cost a lot. He couldn't believe that they were all real. "Those in the suitcase are fake, while those in the mahogany box are real," Ji Yuning said airily, like it was nothing, but Chu Peihen and the others were totally shocked. "Boss, how rich are you that you can use real antiques in the film?" Hao Ran lost control of his voice and exclaimed in excitement. People around all turned to look at them in surprise. "What? Use real antiques in the film? Seriously?" A group of people surrounded them at once, including Lu Zan and Zhao Qigong. Lu Zan was the director, so he naturally wanted to figure it out, while Zhao Qigong was an antique lover to some extent, so he was very curious. "Are these antiques real?" Lu Zan asked Ji Yuning. "The jewelry in this small box and the antiques in the mahogany box are real, but those in the suitcase are fake," Ji Yuning said airily as usual. Getting Ji Yuning's affirmative answer, everyone was astonished, especially Lu Zan, because he felt so stressed. Miss Gu, may I have a closer look? Zhao Qigong asked with anticipation. Sure. Ji Yuning smiled. Zhao Qigong then carefully took out a Senkai porcelain bottle, which was placed on the top to appreciate it. He was super nervous when he touched it, in case it would be broken, because he couldn't afford it at all. Luzon swallowed with great force and asked, How can you use real antiques in a film? Aren't you afraid that they'll be broken? We can be cautious, and I think that it's a great chance to publicize Xianxia Antique Store, which is our antique sponsor, Ji Yuning said. Xianxia Antique Store. I've heard of it. It was sold at an auction the other day, and the buyer is a young girl, Zhao Qigong said, and suddenly stopped, then turned to Ji Yuning in astonishment. Are you? Yeah, it's me. Since he had already heard the news, Ji Yuning directly admitted it. Those who already knew that Ji Yuning was the investor of this film weren't very surprised, because the investment in a film was much higher than the price of Xianxia Antique Store after all. However, those who didn't know that Ji Yuning was the investor were quite shocked. Many of them started to guess at Ji Yuning's real identity. Although they didn't know Ji Yuning's real identity, they sensed that she must be an important figure because of the actors and directors' attitude towards her. We can use the fake antiques as accessories, while using the real ones for close-ups. When the film is released, we can mark the source of the real antiques on the posters and at the beginning of the film, Ji Yuning said. No problem, Luzon said. Half an hour later, Kay sent the posters back to Ji Yuning. Everyone was scared, including Luzon, when they saw the posters. The posters were so realistic. They seemed like things that happened in real life. Who made these posters? They're so realistic, Luzon asked. A friend of mine, Ji Yuning said, but didn't tell Luzon his name. Uncle Lu, if you don't mind, I can let my friend edit the film. Kay had already agreed to do it and promised to do his best to make it a blockbuster. However, they didn't know Kay, so Ji Yuning asked for Luzon's opinion first. Luzon agreed, because he trusted Ji Yuning. In addition, he knew that Ji Yuning's friend had to be a master according to the quality of those posters. Great. I think we can post some pictures on Weibo now. Although just one day had passed, the news of the zombie already went across the whole country. If they still did nothing, it would cause widespread fear. Ji Yuning had already signed up for Weibo, and the name of the Weibo account was Fenghua Entertainment Official. Luzon posted the pictures first. Chapter 496 Film Promotion. Luzon posted photos of their boot ceremony, leading roles, the actor in zombie's clothing and Su Tongnuo in a female ghost's clothes, film equipment, posters, and the last photo showed a fake man that was surrounded by 10 soldiers. He also showed the location, which was Chengyang Mountain, City D. Afterwards, those who were by him reposted his Weibo with one accord. Han Lungshuan, zombie, female ghost, and a horror story. Do you want to know more? All in Infinite Horror. Repost from Luzon by Lin. I'm very honored to join Infinite Horror. I'm Ding Tong. Repost from Luzon Su Tongnuo. I'm the female ghost. Repost from Luzon Duan Lizin. I'm so glad that at Luzon and at Fenghua Entertainment Official like my story, and I'm the scriptwriter of this film. Repost from Luzon Fenghua Entertainment Official. The very first film produced by Fenghua, Infinite Horror. Repost from Luzon Infinite Horror Official. Repost from Luzon. While they were reposting on Weibo, they also showed the location of Chengyang Mountain. Except for Fenghua Entertainment's official Weibo account, because it was located in the capital, Ji Yuning told Zhang Shunji to do it for her. Zhang Shunji didn't know about the zombie yet, he was only aware that Ji Yuning was going to shoot a film, and he was impressed by her efficiency. Although Luzon had been shut out of the entertainment industry, and Su Tongnuo hadn't gotten any chances to show her face in front of cameras in a long time, they still had many followers on Weibo. Han Lungshuan and Bai Lin, however, had millions of fans. Therefore, once they sent out the post, it caused a great sensation among their fans. Jesus! The zombie is from a film. Oh, it's just a publicity stunt. I thought it was real, and I lost sleep last night. Oh my, Director Liu is finally back. Director Liu is my favorite director. I've been waiting for your new work for a long time. OMG, Lungshuan is the leading actor. I love you forever. Bai Lin is the leading actress. Bai Lin, I love you. Wow, Tong Yuo is finally out to shoot. She looks so beautiful in those clothes. I'm Tong Yuo's fan and I think she's so pretty too. Hey, do you want to come out and have a meeting, since we're both Tong Yuo's fans? Hey, don't change the topic. But I support the idea of having a date, haha. Fans were busy showing their love towards their idols, but those who disliked them also left many negative comments. They're all actors and director without much fame. That explains why they use the zombie to gain publicity. Exactly. I don't think that they can succeed. Aren't they afraid that the movie won't be released because the director is Liu Zhan? Interesting. Since they dare to shoot the film, they must be confident that it'll be released. Are you dumb? I agree. Nobody is willing to waste that much money if it's a doomed failure. It was true that since someone dared to invest money in Liu Zhan's film, they had to be confident that the film would be successfully released. Those haters sometimes attacked others for no reason. No matter how many people supported them or disliked them, Ji Yuning and Liu Zhan didn't care. As long as they gained enough publicity, the audience would see its quality when it was in the theaters. Of course, some people also expressed their doubts. Since it's just a film, what about the terrorist? Don't tell me that it was just a coincidence. If it was, why didn't they explain it clearly yesterday? Exactly. The police of City D said that they caught a terrorist, but didn't mention the film at all. Luckily, the police quickly replied that it really was a coincidence. They had chased a terrorist to the Chengyang mountain, then accidentally found out they were shooting a film there. The film crew had refused to expose their work at that time, so the police hadn't mentioned it. Some people believed the official line. It wasn't uncommon that some films would only start to promote when it was almost finished. People's attention was limited, and if they did the promotion too early, people would be tired of it later. Although the quality of the TV series or film mattered most, it was understandable that the Infinite Horror crew had kept it a secret. Some people still doubted it, but more and more people began to believe it, because it was so hard for them to accept that the zombie truly existed. And the film crew seemed to be well prepared for the film, which was also persuasive. In addition, the time on the photos of the boot ceremony showed that they were taken 2 days ago. Of course, no one would know that the time on the camera had been adjusted. Because Infinite Horror was connected with the hottest news of a zombie, many people paid attention to it. However, the actors in the film weren't very famous with only a limited number of fans, so Ji Yuning told Kei to help them. With the help of Kei, who was an ace international hacker, Infinite Horror soon became the hottest topic on Weibo. And finally, some people noticed the posters. Wow, the posters are so good. Indeed, they look so real. They must be a master's work. So what? They hired a bunch of B-list actors. I don't think the film will be as good as its posters. Chapter 497 Tang Bingsun, exactly, I'm not going to watch it anyway. Nobody cares whether you'll watch it or not. I'll tell my friends, family, and everyone I know not to watch it. You're so mean. Come on. Although they're just B-list actors now, they're really good actors. Do you think all those A-list actors are good at acting? I think all they have is fame. I'd rather watch a film acted by skilled actors. You must be their crazy, dumb fan that you defend those people like that. Oh, and you must the crazy dumb fan of those actors who only know how to do publicity stunts. Why can't we just wait till the film is out? We can comment after watching it. Exactly. It's too early to judge it now. The news of the film was followed by animated discussions, but there were more people who supported them than those who attacked them. Although they were just B-list actors, people who had heard of their names were all aware that they were good actors. As for those who didn't know them, most of them chose to wait until the film was out. All in all, it was just a bunch of haters attacking them on the internet. Since nobody paid attention to the zombie anymore, Ji Yuning and Liu Zhan relaxed, and they didn't care how many haters were attacking them on the internet. Anyway, Infinite Horror successfully gained a lot of publicity. Tang Yunfan also cared a lot about Ji Yuning's career, and he was also relieved seeing that the news of the zombie was overshadowed by the news of the film. In the Hengdian World Studios, Li Jiayu was wearing a blue ancient acting suit, and she looked quite beautiful. Although Li Jiayu wasn't as pretty as Su Tongnuo, she was also a beauty since she was able to gain some fame in the entertainment industry. After putting on makeup, Li Jiayu was stunning to some extent. This time, Li Jiayu was acting as a supporting actress in a costume romantic drama. Although her role was set as an evil woman, it wasn't the evilest role in the drama. Right at that moment, Li Jiayu was acting with the leading male actor. The leading male actor was a young but famous, good-looking actor, so Li Jiayu felt stressed to act with him. As a result, she made many mistakes in a simple scene. The director was mad and swore at her a few times, causing Li Jiayu to be in a bad mood. "Jiayu, bad news," her assistant said to her anxiously the moment that Li Jiayu went back to the place where she could rest. "What happened?" Li Jiayu said with impatience. "Read this." Her assistant gave the mobile phone to Li Jiayu and told her to read it herself. Su Tongnuo's Weibo page was on the screen. What? Su Tongnuo is the leading actress in a film. Li Jiayu couldn't believe her eyes and said in anger. She almost smashed the phone on the ground. Once Su Tongnuo left Fateng Entertainment, she suddenly became the leading actress in a film, while Li Jiayu was still a supporting actress in a TV drama. In addition, the director was Lu Zhan. Li Jiayu wasn't dumb, and she soon realized that Lu Zhan must have someone who was influential be his support so that he had a chance to shoot movies again. Just like Su Tongnuo was able to act again after someone had helped her end her contract. Lu Zhan was a well-known and talented director, and he had won many accolades till now. Why was Su Tongnuo so lucky? Li Jiayu was so mad that she would do everything to ruin Su Tongnuo's reputation. However, Su Tongnuo was a good, upright actress, and she failed to find any of Su Tongnuo's dirty secrets. Since she couldn't find any dirty secrets, Li Jiayu decided to create some. In the capital, Tang Bingsun was sitting before his desk reading documents in the chairman's office. He had no idea about the news of Lu Zhan's new film yet. All of a sudden, Tang Bingsun's phone rang, and the caller's name was Fei Fei. "What?" Tang Bingsun answered and said coldly. "Chairman Tang, Lu Zhan is back in the film industry now." The woman said in a hurry on the phone. "What? Lu Zhan is shooting film again?" Tang Bingsun was surprised. He had shut Lu Zhan out a long time ago, so who dared to act against him? "Exactly. Chairman Tang, it is Fenghua Entertainment, the company that Lu Zhan works for now," the woman said angrily. 2 years ago, Lu Zhan had been shut out precisely because of her, and she, of course, didn't want to see him again. Tian Feifei was also a B-list actress as well as Tang Bingsun's mistress. Although she wasn't good at acting, she was very pretty with hot body, so she became a well-known actress and a supermodel. She was sexy, but not slutty, and had never been involved in a scandal, so she had a relatively good reputation. Of course, as Tang Bingsun's mistress, there was no need for her to socialize with other investors or men. Among all of Tang Bingsun's mistresses, Tian Feifei was the one he had spent most of his time with, because she was quite good in bed and Tang Bingsun couldn't live without her now. Moreover, Tian Feifei was smart. What she wanted was a position in the entertainment industry and fortune as well as fame. She knew that she could never be Tang Bingsun's wife, and she never thought about it. In her eyes, benefit was the most important thing. Fenghua Entertainment. Tang Bingsun frowned a little. He had never heard of it before. "Yes, it's a newly established company," Tian Feifei said. "All right, I'll figure it out." "Don't worry," Tang Bingsun said. He knew that Tian Feifei was displeased, and he also wouldn't allow anyone to challenge his authority. He was curious about how Fenghua Entertainment was able to act against his order. After hanging up the call with Tian Feifei, Tang Bingsun called his secretary and told him to investigate Fenghua Entertainment. Chapter 498 Lu Xiao. When Tang Bingsun gave the order to investigate Fenghua Entertainment, several young men were playing Q sports in a high-end clubhouse in the capital. They were all in designer brands, which showed that they weren't ordinary people. Sitting on a nearby sofa were several beautiful women surfing on the internet. All of a sudden, a woman said in surprise, "Wasn't Su Tongnuo shut out of the entertainment industry? Why is she acting in a new film now?" Everyone was looking at the woman in surprise. With a loud sound, a man threw the cue stick on the table, Walking to the woman, he seemed quite displeased, and grabbed the mobile phone from the woman's hand. When he was sure that Su Tongnuo was really back in the industry, he was mad. This man was precisely the son of the director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau, Gong Lijun. He had liked Su Tongnuo, but had been rejected by her, so he had shut Su Tongnuo out of the entertainment industry. Gong Lijun was tall and strong but wasn't good-looking. Even so, there were plenty of beautiful women by his side because of his family background. However, Su Tongnuo was an exception. In order to protect his image and save face, he had shut her out of the entertainment industry. Gong Lijun's family wasn't very influential in the high society of the capital, so he could only play with the B-list actresses. "Lijun, how dare Fatang Entertainment ignore your order?" a young man said angrily. They all followed Gong Lijun's lead, so they obviously stood by his side. "Exactly," the others all echoed. Gong Lijun immediately pulled out his phone, calling Xia Zihong. Xia Zihong was afraid of Gong Lijun, but he was more scared of Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning had evidence in her hands which could easily unseat him. "I'm so sorry for this, but she has evidence of my dirty secrets in her hands. Please forgive me, and I think we both better let it go. Otherwise, she can easily get evidence of your dirty secrets too. Su Tongnuo is just an actress. She isn't worth risking our fortune, reputation and life. You can get any kind of woman that you want after all," Xia Zihong said. Gong Lijun was arrogant but not dumb, so he thought that Xia Zihong's words made sense. Since the person who had helped Su Tongnuo out was able to get evidence of Xia Zihong's dirty secrets, it wouldn't be difficult if the person wanted to punish him. Gong Lijun also believed that it wasn't a good deal if he lost everything just for an actress. His father had warned him many times too. If he was in big trouble which could affect the Gong family, his father wouldn't help him because his father had more than one son, and the Gong family wouldn't be willing to be unseated because of him. Therefore, Gong Lijun had to give up although he was displeased. Before long, Tang Bingsun's secretary got the information about Fenghua Entertainment. To Tang Bingsun's astonishment, the boss of Fenghua was just an 18-year-old girl, and the company was newly registered. In addition, the young girl was from a third-tier city, not the capital. A third-tier city was merely a small city in Tang Bingsun's eyes, because he lived in a first-tier city. In that case, Tang Bingsun believed that the young girl must be naive to act against him, or maybe she didn't actually know that Luzon had been shut out by him. Either way, Tang Bingsun decided to make her pay for the result. Since they already shot the film, he would make a call when the film was going to be released and shut the film out of theaters. Tang Bingsun didn't think that Ji Yuning was an important figure, so he hadn't done a thorough investigation on her and missed the chance to find out even more shocking news. At the same time, in the living room of a luxurious villa in the capital, a man who was around 27 was lying on the sofa listening to music. He had charming features and looked sexy as well as elegant. He was surfing on the internet with his mobile phone. All of a sudden, he seemed surprised by what he read and abruptly sat up to make a call. Once his call was answered, he said in annoyance, "Boss, didn't you tell me to manage the Fenghua Entertainment for now? They just shot a film, but I know nothing about it." This man was precisely the man that Leng Xiaoting had hired to help Ji Yuning manage Fenghua Entertainment for now. His name was Lu Xiao, and he was now talking to Leng Xiaoting on the phone. Leng Xiaoting was also surprised when he heard that Fenghua Entertainment had just shot a film. After a while, Leng Xiaoting said, "Oh, I forgot to tell her. I'll call her right away." After that, he hung up. Lu Xiao was struck dumb by Leng Xiaoting's answer. What? He forgot? Since when has his memory become so bad? Nevertheless, no matter how aggrieved he felt, he couldn't and didn't dare argue with his boss. In fact, not only had Leng Xiaoting forgotten, but Ji Yuning also completely forgot about Lu Xiao because she had been so busy recently. When Ji Yuning received Leng Xiaoting's call, she had just gone back to the large bus for a rest. The film shooting was going quite well because they were all professional and hardworking. Seeing that the caller was Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning smiled with happiness. "Hi." Ji Yuning answered the call at once. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't call each other often like other couples in love because they both had their own business to deal with. If they were both free, they would have a date or share a meal. If they were both at work, they would only call each other at night. Ji Yuning was still a student, and Leng Xiaoting always sent her messages when she was in school. Sometimes, they also called each other on alternate days. However, they were both very busy these past few days, so they hadn't called each other for a few days. However, even though they didn't contact each other often, they were still as deeply in love as usual. Chapter 499 Boss, do you have a driver's license? Lu Xiao called me and he told me that Feng Hua is shooting a film, but nobody informed him. Leng Xiaoting said. He wasn't questioning Ji Yuning, but was saying it plainly. Oh, Ji Yuning didn't remember Lu Xiao until now, and she felt embarrassed. I'm so sorry. I've been too busy these days to tell him. Busy? Leng Xiaoting was confused. Why was Ji Yuning busy in her classes? I'm in City D now. Ji Yuning then told Leng Xiaoting everything. Leng Xiaoting had met a zombie in person before, so he believed Ji Yuning. And when he heard that Tan Zhongfeng had picked on Ji Yuning, he was furious. Xu Jinchen and Xin Bei, who were in the same room as Leng Xiaoting, felt a little scared when Leng Xiaoting got mad. They exchanged a glance, but neither of them knew why he got angry. They knew that Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning, but didn't think that Ji Yuning annoyed him. Maybe someone had annoyed Ji Yuning, so Leng Xiaoting was mad. The two believed that it had to be the real reason why their boss was suddenly so displeased. It's fine. I already solved the problem, Ji Yuning said to comforted him. Call Lu Xiao if you encounter any trouble related to the company. He'll handle it well, Leng Xiaoting said. Sure, Ji Yuning replied. Oh, I told him that I forgot to tell you to inform him, Leng Xiaoting added. Ha ha, Ji Yuning laughed because she understood that Lu Xiao had to feel aggrieved when Leng Xiaoting used that excuse. Hearing Ji Yuning's laughter, Leng Xiaoting cheered up a little. After hanging up the call with Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning called Lu Xiao at once. She told him how the film was going, but didn't mention the zombie at all. Actually, Lu Zan was completely in charge of the shooting since Lu Xiao was the executive of Fenghua Entertainment. It was necessary for him to be familiar with his staff, so Ji Yuning sent him an email accompanied by a list of their staff. In the government building of City D, everyone admired Zhang Bowen's wit now. Although his political enemies weren't happy to see him successfully settle the mess, it would do nothing good to them if the zombie caused widespread panic, so none of them dared to expose the truth. Lu's Tan Zhongfeng was also unhappy that the news of the zombie was overshadowed by the news of the film, but he could do nothing about it. A few days later, he was arrested by the police. Tan Zhongfeng was then sentenced to years in jail because he deliberately spread panic on the internet. Meanwhile, many reporters gathered at Chengyang Mountain. Ji Yuning stood aside and let Lu Zan meet them. Lu Zan was happy to see reporters coming and he also willingly received many interviews. Chu Peihan's acting skills weren't bad, and she didn't seem nervous at all when she showed her face in the cameras for the first time. Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping weren't nervous either, and also did a great job. As for the miners who acted as members in the archaeology team, they simply showed their faces in the cameras but didn't have any lines. Around 6 p.m., a day's work was over. They weren't in a hurry, and they hadn't slept well the previous night, so Ji Yuning told them to have a good rest in the hotel tonight. Before they left, Ji Yuning asked Lu Zan how she should arrange their accommodation. Lu Zan said, "It takes a long time to finish a film, and we need at least 2 weeks of filming at this mountain, so a 3-star hotel is enough." Ji Yuning was just asking, because Lu Zan was going to arrange it at the end of the day, while she would bring Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping to stay in the Wangdeng Hotel. Everybody knew that they were close friends, so no one complained. Ji Yuning called the reception of the hotel before they set off. Luckily, there were enough vacant rooms for them. When they were leaving, except for the 10 soldiers, the others were all surprised to see Ji Yuning sitting in the driver's seat. It seemed very strange that a young girl at her age was going to drive such a large bus. Ji Yuning was only 18, and the rest of the people in the large bus were older than her. Ji Yuning, did you drive this bus here? Lu Zan asked with doubt. Only a few people knew Ji Yuning's real identity, so Ji Yuning told them to call her by her name in front of others. Yes, Ji Yuning said. She knew what they were thinking, and felt amused. Boss, do you have a driver's license? Hao Ran asked. Ji Yuning wore a resigned smile and took out her license. Here, do you want to check it? Hao Ran opened it and had a look. You just got it half a month ago. Hao Ran was still worried about Ji Yuning's driving skills. Relax. I'm a skillful driver. Ji Yuning grabbed her driving license back and started the bus. Chapter 500 Premonition emerges again. Since Ji Yuning said so, they all believed her. Although some of them who had just met Ji Yuning still had doubts, they were willing to follow her lead. The small bus which the soldiers took drove in the front, followed by the large bus driven by Ji Yuning, and the bus which the film crew took was at the end of the line. Halfway to the hotel, a picture suddenly emerged in front of Ji Yuning's eyes. She saw a big truck dash out from an overpass and knock into the small bus where the soldiers sat. Seeing that, Ji Yuning realized that an accident would happen soon, so she slammed on the brakes and stopped the large bus at the roadside. Everyone was surprised, but before they could ask anything, Ji Yuning took out her phone and called Mo Chenyi. Seeing that the large bus stopped, the cruise bus also stopped behind it. Luckily, Mo Chenyi answered Ji Yuning's call immediately. Ji Yuning ordered on the phone seriously, "Stop the car by the roadside right now." Without further thinking or asking, Mo Chenyi said to the driver, "Stop the car." Just as the small bus stopped 10 meters away from the overpass ahead of them, a big truck dashed out. All the soldiers in the small bus saw the scene in shock. With a loud sound, the truck fell from the overpass. Although the overpass wasn't high off the ground, the truck was badly damaged and all the wood it was loaded with rolled off. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road, so no other cars were caught. The large bus was a little distance from where the big truck fell, but they all heard the loud boom. Everyone in the large bus rounded their eyes in shock, except Ji Yuning. Mo Chenyi and the other soldiers ran out at once, because they had a natural sense of duty to rescue the injured people. Ji Yuning, of course, wouldn't see innocent people dying right in front of her eyes either. "Stay in the car, and don't come out," Ji Yuning said to the others in the large bus before she got out of it. By the time people realized what had just happened, Ji Yuning was already gone. Although Chu Peihan and the others were eager to help Ji Yuning, they still stayed in their seats because Ji Yuning told them to. There were 2 people in the big truck covered in blood who were unconscious. Luckily, the overpass wasn't very high, so they were still alive although seriously injured. Without further thought, the moment Mo Chenyi and his teammates helped the 2 people out, Ji Yuning took out 2 power crystals and forced them to swallow it. Mo Chenyi and the other soldiers held great respect and trust towards Ji Yuning, so none of them stopped her. After taking the power crystals, their injuries were healed gradually, but they still needed 2 more weeks to recover because they had been badly injured. Ji Yuning also wouldn't directly cure them in front of so many people's eyes because it would be hard for her to explain. Once the big truck fell off the overpass, the road was blocked. Mo Chenyi planned to send the 2 injured people to the hospital, but the big truck stood in the way, and they weren't able to move it, so they called the ambulance and the fire engine instead. When they finally had a break, Mo Chenyi suddenly remembered that Ji Yuning had called him right before the car accident happened. He then turned to look at Ji Yuning for the answer. Ji Yuning understood that she had to give him a reasonable explanation, or they wouldn't believe that it was just a coincidence, so she said to Mo Chenyi, "I just had a premonition and thought that something bad would happen. I have had that strange feeling before too, so I called you to stop the car at once." Although it sounds very unusual, Mo Chenyi believed her because it was the only reason which could explain everything that had just happened. "Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu," Mo Chenyi said to Ji Yuning sincerely. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning, they would all have been caught in the car accident. The rest of the soldiers also thanked Ji Yuning with sincerity. "Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much." The onlookers stood far from them, but they were all curious why the soldiers respected a young girl so much. "I'm glad to help," Ji Yuning said. "And please keep it a secret among us." "Sure, Miss Ji Yu," they said. After the accident, they remembered Ji Yuning's kindness in their hearts. A few minutes later, the ambulance arrived and sent the 2 injured people to the hospital. Another couple of minutes later, the fire engine arrived and moved the big truck away. Mo Chenyi and the other soldiers went back to the military region later. Ji Yuning would call them tomorrow for the film shooting. When Ji Yuning was back at the large bus, everyone was curious about what had happened. They all knew that it had something to do with Ji Yuning, but nobody dared to ask the question. Therefore, to allay their worries, Ji Yuning told them the same thing that she had told Mo Chenyi. After Ji Yuning's explanation, they were relieved. As for dinner, they didn't share the meal in a 5-star hotel but a relatively good hotel. After dinner, the actors went back to their rooms, while the rest of the workers had to have a meeting to prepare for the following days. They had to buy more costumes for the actors. And the extras also needed costumes. They had to set the stages well before they started to shoot the following parts of the film too. Ji Yuning invested 100 million yuan in this film and told Lu Zhan to do it to the best of his ability. Although it was an emergency, it wasn't a difficulty. Chapter 501 The Food Street. Ji Yuning drove the large bus back to Wangdang Hotel, but Lu Zhan would take care of the equipment. Ji Yuning also brought the real antiques back with her. It wasn't because Ji Yuning was unwilling to let Lu Zhan keep them, but Lu Zhan would have felt nervous if the real antiques stayed with him, so Ji Yuning brought them back to the hotel with her. Ji Yuning wouldn't stay here for long, 4 or 5 days at the most. Therefore, they would shoot the real antiques at an early stage before Ji Yuning left with them. "Boss, do you want to have a rest right now?" Chu Peihan asked once they got out of the bus. "Nope, why?" Ji Yuning asked, but she already had the answer. Chu Peihan must want to hang out. She was right. "Since it's still early, why don't we hang out together?" Chu Peihan proposed. Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping all looked at her with anticipation. Ji Yuning sighed and agreed. "Fine, let's put the luggage in the hotel first." It wasn't 9 p.m. yet, and it really was quite early. "Hooray! Boss, you're the best!" Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping exclaimed in excitement. After that, a group of them pulled their suitcases going back to their rooms. A while later, they walked out of the hotel together. "Where are we going?" "I'm not familiar with City D," Ji Yuning said. "Don't worry, I heard that there's a famous food street in City D. It would be a shame if we leave here without having a feast there." Chu Peihan's eyes lit up in excitement. "Exactly. I've only been thinking of the food street since I came here." Hao Ran said. He couldn't wait to go there too. "You two are foodies. Anyway, since we're already here, let's go." Zhang Tianping couldn't resist the allure of delicious food either. "Let's go then." Ji Yuning laughed. Afterwards, they took a taxi, heading straight to the food street. The moment they arrived at the food street, their mouths were watering. Chu Peihan couldn't wait a second longer, and urged them to walk faster. Whether day or night, the food street was always crowded. That being the case, people had to pay more attention to their purses, because it was super easy for thieves to steal something out of their pockets. However, Ji Yuning and her friends were an exception. When a thief tried to steal Chu Peihan's purse, Chu Peihan caught him and directly beat him down on the ground. She looked at the thief saying with disdain, "Did you think that you'd succeed?" The thief was shocked, because he had never met a young girl who was as strong and swift as Chu Peihan. Because Chu Peihan didn't lose anything, they let the thief go after they warned him to not do it again. Before long, they came to a barbecue stand and it smelled so good. They bought several skewers without hesitation. Once they held the skewers in their hands, they couldn't wait to have a bite and felt satisfied eating the delicious meat. Although it was very delicious, they didn't eat a lot, because there were plenty of other snacks along the street and they planned to save room for them. Stepping away from the barbecue stand, they kept walking along the street and bought whatever they wanted to eat. Ji Yuning had called them to come to City D, so she would pay the bill tonight. They were close friends after all, and enjoyed each other's treat. "Boss, can I take some pictures and send them to our WeChat group?" Hao Ran suddenly asked. He had an evil idea in mind. Ji Yuning had told them to keep it a secret that they came to City D to help her from their other friends, so the others didn't know that they were hanging out on the food street now either. Ji Yuning of course knew what was on Hao Ran's mind, and she agreed by nodding. Oh, I'm going to do the same thing. Chu Peihan was excited as well, and took many photos of the food street and the four of them, then sent these photos to their WeChat group. Right at that moment, the others were having a break between classes, so they immediately looked at the new messages. Qin Zixin, what? When did you go to City D? How come I know nothing about it? Mu K, exactly. How dare you send out those pictures of delicious food to entice us? I'm mad now. Zhang Tianping, at Qin Zixin, didn't you say that you're going to be a good student? So we didn't tell you. Qin Zixin, Mu K, how about me? I didn't say that. Chu Peihan, come on. We all know that you're an excellent student, and you're busy attending classes all day. Mu K, that's your bias. Not the real me. Su Anya, how could you abandon me? I feel hurt now. You Mixi, I'm hungry now after seeing those pictures. Chu Peihan, Mu K, take Mixi to have some night snack now. She's hungry. Chu Peihan was just joking, but Mu K was struck dumb for a second, then turned to Yu Mixi. Do you want to have some night snack? No, thanks, I'm just saying it. I'm not actually hungry. Yu Mixi flushed in embarrassment. Actually, Yu Mixi wanted to hang out alone with Mu K, but she felt shy. Qin Zixin, I'm hungry too. Mu K, where are you right now? I'll go with you. Chu Peihan, at Qin Zixin, you can disappear please. Chu Peihan rolled her eyes in front of the screen. And Yi, I'm late. What is going on now? Hao Ran, we're at the food street in City D now. Hao Ran, look at the pictures above. Chu Peihan, it's so delicious. Zhang Tianping, exactly. Alright, we need to go back to enjoy our mouth-watering night snacks now. Bye. After that, they ignored them and continued to eat the specialties. Mu K and the others were very displeased, but they could do nothing about it. In the end, Mu K still took Yu Mixi to have night snack, because he also wanted to spend some time alone with her. Chapter 502. A fight in a seafood restaurant. Since Mu K was hungry too, he invited Yu Mixi to share night snacks with him. Yu Mixi didn't reject this time, so the two went out together. Ji Yuning and her friends, on the other hand, went to a seafood restaurant later. All of them loved eating seafood. The seafood restaurant was quite popular and crowded. When Ji Yuning and her friends arrived, there was only one vacant table left. However, after they had just been seated, several men at the next table leered at Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan. They even discussed them loudly in public. Look at the two beautiful young girls. I'm curious what their bodies look like. You can find out by undressing them. Ha ha, you're right. Hearing them sexually teasing Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping were mad, but when Hao Ran was about to beat them, Ji Yuning stopped him by a glance. Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan were also furious, but they had their own plan. Chu Peihan of course would make those men pay for what they had said, but she wasn't willing to punch them in the restaurant, because the owner of this restaurant was innocent. Ji Yuning thought that the men hadn't made it clear enough that they were talking about them. If they beat them just because of that, it would seem impulsive and unreasonable. Nevertheless, Ji Yuning knew that the men wouldn't stop, so she would have a chance or an acceptable reason to teach them a lesson. Ji Yuning was right. Before long, a man stood up and walked to them, leering at Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan. Hey, girls, why don't you come to our table and have some fun with us? Without Ji Yuning's permission, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping had to tolerate it no matter how furious they were now. The man then turned to Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping. Hey, dudes, these two girls are yours, right? They're pretty, and we would love to have some fun with them. Hearing that, the sleazy men around the next table laughed out loud. Other people in the restaurant had sympathy for Ji Yuning and her friends, but none of them dared to help them. Hao Ran turned to look at Ji Yuning again, asking for her permission in silence. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning wore an alluring smile, which stunned everyone around. Even Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping were impressed by her beauty. Ji Yuning said gently, I love a man who can fight. If the four of you can beat the two of them, we'll leave here with you. Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping immediately realized that Ji Yuning was setting a trap for them, so they were less mad and prepared to beat them down later. In order to show their sincerity, Chu Peihan added, exactly, if they can't protect us today, we don't need them anymore. The four men were excited, because the only thing they were good at was fighting. In addition, they were four men, while Hao Ran and Zhan Tianping were teenagers, so they believed that they could easily win. Therefore, even before they began to fight, the four men seemed very proud and confident. Other people in the restaurant had the same idea. No problem, let's have a fight, the man said, then turned to look at Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping. Do you dare? Of course, Hao Ran said without delay. However, they, of course, wouldn't have the fight in the restaurant. Before they left, they paid the bill first. Young girl, they aren't good guys. The owner of this restaurant said to Ji Yuning. Don't worry, we'll be fine, Ji Yuning said, then walked to the outside. They found an empty ground and the two groups stood across from each other. Many people stood a distance away from them watching the fight. However, almost all the onlookers believed that the two boys would lose. Let's begin. Once Ji Yuning said that the fight began, the two groups started to attack each other. Although the four men were good at fighting compared with ordinary people, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping weren't weak either. Especially after being trained by Ji Yuning, they easily beat the four men down within several minutes. Everyone was surprised by the result. To their astonishment, the two boys were able to quickly beat the four men down. How dare you offend our boss? You're a bunch of losers. I'll punch the shit out of you. Let me teach you a lesson. The four men were shouting in great pain on the ground. They didn't expect that the two boys were well trained and could easily beat them down. If they had known that the two boys were so excellent at fighting, they would never have dared to annoy them. I'm sorry. Please let us go. We'll never do it again. Those men were simply paper tigers, and easily yielded to those who were stronger than them. Ha! Do you think that we'll let you get away with it? In your dream. Hao Ran didn't stop beating and kicking them heavily. Even though they apologized and begged them, Hao and Zhao Tianping had no intention to let them go. Of course, they wouldn't beat them to death either, but they taught them a brutal lesson. After the fight, Ji Yuning and the others went back to the seafood restaurant to enjoy their night snack. All of them were in a good mood and ate a lot. They were so full that they didn't want to walk at all, and simply wanted to lie down on the road. Ji Yuning wasn't included, because she restricted herself to not eating too much at night. When they were back in the hotel, they fell asleep quickly, because they still had work to do tomorrow. Chapter 503. Another piece of big news goes viral. However, in the early morning, a shocking piece of news suddenly appeared everywhere on the internet. The real reason why actress has been shut out for a year. Actress who worked for Fateng Entertainment tried to ride on an important figure's coattails in vain, then she drugged his wine. That's the real reason why actress was shut out of the entertainment industry for a year. Now, who's the man who is supporting her behind the scenes so that she got the chance to be the leading actress in Infinite Horror? An internet user named Miss Paparazzi posted on Weibo, and it soon went viral. Although it didn't mention the full name of the actress, people immediately figured out that the actress had to be Su Tongnuo, who had worked for Fateng Entertainment and was now the leading actress in Infinite Horror. Because of the promotion of Infinite Horror, Su Tongnuo gained a lot of attention, so once the post was out, she was heavily criticized. Even though it was early in the morning, many internet users who were still awake reposted it quickly. What? Su Tongnuo had been shut out of the industry. I wondered why she disappeared for a year. Hey, that's not the point. The point is why she had been shut out for a whole year. It's slander. Tongnuo is an actress with morals, she would never do that. She drugged the man. Oh my, she must have been very eager to have a sexual relationship with the man. Don't you think the timing is weird? Su Tongnuo has just announced that she's the leading actress in the new film and suddenly this news appears. Exactly. It must be a hater's work. I think this blogger is insane. There is no evidence at all. I have different opinions. I don't think Su Tongnuo is as innocent as she looks. Maybe she is a slut and what she has done in front of the cameras is totally an act. I agree. I think Su Tongnuo must have a sexual relationship with the owner of Fenghua Entertainment or Luzon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten the chance. You people are crazy. I have decided not to follow her from now on. I'm so disappointed. Mind your language. She is not a slut. None of your business. I think that she is a slut. How dare you say that? Internet users were arguing fiercely on the internet. Because infinite horror was still a popular topic, the shocking news about Su Tongnuo soon went abroad. When Ji Yuning heard the news, she had just gotten out of bed and it was Tang Yunfan who called her. Ningning, do you need me to handle it? Although Tang Yunfan knew that Ji Yuning was able to deal with it alone, he subconsciously thought of himself as Ji Yuning's father now, and would do anything for his daughter. Thanks, I can deal with it by myself. Ji Yuning declined. It's my company, and I should learn how to run a company well by solving the problems by myself, right? Hearing that, Tang Yunfan didn't insist. Well, if you need anything, just call me. I will, Ji Yuning said, then hung up. Ningning, it must be slander. Chu Peihan wasn't familiar with Su Tongnuo, but after they had spent a day together she believed that Su Tongnuo would never do such a thing. Anyway, she believed Ji Yuning's answer more. Of course it is, Ji Yuning said with certainty. She seemed quite calm and wasn't worried about its negative impact at all. Others probably didn't know the real reason, but Ji Yuning knew it clearly. She was curious to see who the hater that kept attacking Su Tongnuo on the internet was. Ji Yuning bet that the person had to be, either the man that Su Tongnuo had annoyed, or her enemy in the entertainment industry. No matter who it was, Ji Yuning could easily find out with K's help. Therefore, Ji Yuning called K without hesitation and told him to find as much information about the Miss Paparazzi as he could. After that, Ji Yuning called Lu Xiao too, because he was the general manager of Fenghua Entertainment after all. Lu Xiao had also just heard the news and was about to call Ji Yuning. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuning called him first, and told him that she would let him handle it after she collected the evidence. Then, Ji Yuning drove the large bus, taking Chu Peihan, Haoran and Zhang Tianping to the hotel where Lu Zan and the others stayed. The actors felt a little embarrassed that the boss or investor of the film drove to pick them up in person, but the news about Su Tongnuo was the most important thing to be dealt with now. Boss, I'm sorry. Su Tongnuo apologized. The last thing an actor wanted to be involved in was a scandal. Although it really was slander, her reputation could be ruined if they didn't handle it well. It's fine. I know that it's not your fault. Ji Yuning didn't blame Su Tongnuo at all because she was a victim. However, what should we do now? Su Tongnuo panicked a little. Ji Yuning's entertainment company was still very new without a PR department, so Su Tongnuo could only ask Ji Yuning for her opinion. Lu Zan had the same idea, because he believed that there was nothing that they couldn't handle once Ji Yuning was here. He was right. Don't worry. I'm collecting evidence now and we'll have the results soon. Let the post go viral on the internet. It'll help you gain a lot of fame and publicity. You're under attack now, but once the evidence is out you'll be famous, Ji Yuning said. Chapter 504 Vicious slander indeed. Although Su Tongnuo was being criticized now, more and more people got to know her name. Once her name was cleared, she would be famous within a short time. All they needed to do now was to clear her name. Since Ji Yuning allowed the post to go viral on the internet, she was confident that she could handle it well. Hearing what Ji Yuning had just said, everyone was relieved. After what they had been through together, Ji Yuning gained everyone's trust. She was only 18 years old but behaved like a mature and stable grown-up. She had outstanding abilities and strong charisma. She seemed to be a natural leader. With Ji Yuning's promise, they left for Chengyang Mountain to continue shooting. When they arrived, they began to work and Ji Yuning also received K's message at the same time. K, boss, this Miss Paparazzi is very interesting. I've sent you an email. Go check it now. Ji Yuning immediately opened the email. Miss Paparazzi turned out to be an actress named Li Jiayu who worked for Fateng Entertainment. And there were many amorous pictures in her computer. Without a doubt, it was Li Jiayu who posted the article on the internet. Ji Yuning instantly figured out that Li Jiayu didn't get along with Su Tongnuo, so she deliberately attacked Su Tongnuo once Su Tongnuo got the chance to be the leading actress in Lu Zan's new film. Ji Yuning sent the evidence to Lu Xiao and told him to post it on their official Weibo account. However, they weren't in a hurry. Ji Yuning planned to wait for a while longer till the news got more attention and then they would post the evidence. Ji Yuning didn't worry that it would cause a sensation, because she was confident to solve it in the end. When Lu Xiao saw those amorous pictures, even he as a man flushed. Su Tongnuo trusted Ji Yuning, so she focused on her acting in the film. At noon, with the help of Kay, the shocking news about Su Tongnuo became the hottest topic on Weibo. Afterwards, Lu Xiao acted. Fenghua Entertainment official. About what at Miss Paparazzi has exposed about actress at Su Tongnuo in our company is totally fake news. Without evidence, Miss Paparazzi viciously attacked an actress who works for our company, and we regain the right to sue Miss Paparazzi. In addition, we also have solid evidence in hand that proves that Miss Paparazzi is at Li Jiayu. We do hope that Miss Li could give us a reasonable explanation. At the same time, we strongly suggest that at Fateng Entertainment official gives an account for the fact that Su Tongnuo had been shut out of the entertainment industry for a year. Evidence attached. Lu Xiao didn't expose the amorous pictures of Li Jiayu right now but would wait for the right time and make full use of them. Although the official account of Fenghua Entertainment was just opened yesterday and it didn't have many followers, Lu Xiao believed that it was just a matter of time before they would have millions of followers. The moment Lu Xiao posted it, Ji Yuning told Lu Zan and the others to repost it. When Su Tongnuo heard that the person who attacked her on the internet was Li Jiayu, she was slightly surprised but soon accepted it, because the two never got along after all. Han Longxuan, Bai Lin and the other actors weren't involved in this mess, so they didn't repost it. Before long, the post attracted a lot of attention. Some loyal fans of Su Tongnuo reposted the post without delay. What the fuck? Li Jiayu is such a bitch. Exactly. She's so vicious. I hate Li Jiayu. Can't those pictures be photoshopped? Don't blame Jiayu for that. I think that she's innocent. It's totally a conspiracy. Who is Fenghua Entertainment? I've never heard of that company. I'm not a fan of either of them, but I trust Su Tongnuo more. I think that Fenghua Entertainment will support and protect their actors well. My major is computer science, and I can tell that the pictures are real. Su Tongnuo was trapped by Li Jiayu. Are you sure? At least it's a fact that Su Tongnuo had been shut out for a year. Exactly, there's no smoke without fire. If Su Tongnuo hadn't done anything shameful or illegal, she wouldn't have been shut out. Only a few people were aware of the real reason why Su Tongnuo had been shut out for a year, so the majority assumed that Su Tongnuo must have done something immoral. It was highly possible that she had annoyed an important figure, but the onlookers on the internet would never know the truth. Therefore, once Miss Paparazzi exposed that Su Tongnuo had been shut out because she had drugged someone in a high position, most people were inclined to believe it. In the Hengdian World Studios, Li Jiayu was in a good mood because her post got a lot of attention. However, after a while, she sensed that others in the crew looked at her with disdain. Li Jiayu frowned a little but didn't know why. She had no idea that she became the one who was being criticized on Weibo now. Her assistant ran to her in a hurry and seemed extremely upset. Jiayu, look at this. Saying that, her assistant showed Li Jiayu the official account of Fenghua. Reading its latest post, Li Jiayu was shocked. And now she understood why people around gave her that look. How is it possible? Li Jiayu didn't know what had happened or how to deal with it now. Chapter 505. Digging her own grave. Right at that moment, Li Jiayu's phone rang, and the caller was her agent, Tong Zhen. Li Jiayu hesitated to answer it because she knew the reason why Tong Zhen called her, but she couldn't refuse to take it. Therefore, Li Jiayu walked to a quiet place without anyone around. Hi, Tong. Before she could finish her sentence, Tong Zhen yelled in anger on the phone, did you write the article attacking Su Tongnuo on Weibo? Aye. Li Jiayu stammered. She wasn't willing to admit it, but Tong Zhen wouldn't believe her even if she denied it. Once Li Jiayu stammered, Tong Zhen was sure that she did it and he was even angrier. It's fine that you attacked her, but they now have the evidence in their hands. You're simply digging your own grave. Chairman Shah has made it clear that if this problem can't be solved, you'll be fired. What should we do now? Li Jiayu panicked and almost cried. Can we say the pictures are photoshopped? Seriously. Tong Zhen was furious. Do you think that everyone is as dumb as you are? I can't admit it. Li Jiayu said anxiously. Tong Zhen was silent for a while, and said, I'll hire an internet water army right away, and turn people's attention to the fact that Su Tongnuo has been shut out for a year. In the following hours, many haters suddenly appeared on the internet and kept attacking Su Tongnuo and Su Tongnuo's fans. Smart people all knew that they were just an internet water army, but nobody could stop seeing that. Li Jiayu and her team were satisfied. However, a short while later, two super influencers joined the fight of public opinion. Fang Tang, never treat others the way you don't want to be treated. I believe in karma. Repost from @Fenghua Entertainment official Lu Yige. We'll find out the truth in the end, and I hope that innocent people won't be hurt. Repost from @Fenghua Entertainment official. Once the two super influencers reposted the latest post sent out by Fenghua Entertainment, it threw a bomb into the entertainment industry. Fang Tang was 28, and was the best actress with 60 million fans. While Lu Yige was 30, and was the best actor with 70 million fans. Both of them followed the official account of Fenghua Entertainment, and it was obvious that they sided with Fenghua. Normally, famous actors were unwilling to be involved in quarrels on the internet. If they were willing to do so, it meant that they had a close relationship with Fenghua Entertainment. Within minutes, tens of thousands of people reposted their post. Fang Tang and Lu Yige's fans were very loyal to them and trusted them without any doubt, so they naturally chose to believe and support Fenghua Entertainment. Before long, the internet water army hired by Li Jiayu's team was exposed, and Su Tongnuo as well as Fenghua Entertainment gained more and more support on Weibo. Without K's help this time, Su Tongnuo and Fenghua Entertainment immediately became the hottest topics. Meanwhile, Su Tongnuo's and Fenghua Entertainment's followers were increasing dramatically. When Su Tongnuo's assistant, Lin Xiaoxia, found out that Fang Tang and Lu Yige sided with them against Li Jiayu, she was super surprised and excited. It seemed like Fang Tang and Lu Yige had close relationship with Fenghua Entertainment. Su Tongnuo was in the middle of shooting, so Lin Xiaoxia walked to Ji Yuning and asked, Boss, are Fang Tang and Lu Yige your friends? Lin Xiaoxia totally forgot the fact that Su Tongnuo had been under fierce attack on the internet just a few minutes ago, but her eyes lit up with curiosity as she looked at Ji Yuning. Who? I don't know them. Ji Yuning frowned a little. What? You don't know them? However, they followed our official account on Weibo just now, and they reposted our post to support us, Lin Xiaoxia said and showed the Weibo page on her smartphone to Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood what had happened. Oh, I told the general manager of our company to handle it. Maybe they're his friends, Ji Yuning said after reading the Weibo page. Oh, that would explain it. Lin Xiaoxia nodded. How is it going now? Ji Yuning asked. Lin Xiaoxia beamed at once. They hired an internet water army, but now we have a lot more supporters than them after Fang Tang and Lu Yige sided with us. Ji Yuning smiled, but didn't say anything, because everything was under her control. Tong Zhen and Li Jiayu, on the other hand, were in a great panic. To their astonishment, Fenghua Entertainment had a close relationship with Fang Tang and Lu Yige. After all, either one of them was more influential than any actor in Fiteng Entertainment. Li Jiayu called Tong Zhen and almost cried from worry. What should we do now? Fang Tang and Lu Yige's fans are even more aggressive than the internet water army. Li Jiayu's voice and body trembled in fear. She knew that she was in big trouble now. Tong Zhen took a long breath and said, We can only make your assistant the scapegoat now. Although Li Jiayu made a huge mistake, she was valuable to some extent, while her assistant meant nothing to their company. Oh, right. I'll tell her right now. Li Jiayu felt relaxed. Such a selfish person as she was would never feel guilty for ruining an innocent person's life. Besides, she believed that as long as her assistant was blamed for what she had done, she would be fine. When her assistant was informed about the decision, her assistant was heartbroken and couldn't believe it. Chapter 506 Li Jiayu, Get Out of the Entertainment Industry. However, she couldn't reject it because Li Jiayu promised to give her 200,000 yuan if she was willing to be the scapegoat, and she needed precisely 200,000 yuan for her mother's surgery. Therefore, Li Jiayu's assistant agreed. Afterwards, Li Jiayu's assistant sent out a post on Weibo saying that she was Miss Paparazzi and did it to help Li Jiayu attack Su Tongnuo without Li Jiayu's permission. Li Jiayu also responded that she had no idea that her assistant had done that behind her back, and she felt sorry for what Su Tongnuo had been through. Li Jiayu even announced that she had already fired her assistant. Tong Zhen sent the same post later. They seemed sincere, but it was a lie after all, and the majority of the internet users refused to believe it. Most people believed that her assistant was simply a scapegoat. Only a small amount of internet users showed sympathy for Li Jiayu and blamed her assistant. Anyway, as long as someone was pushed out to take the responsibility, Li Jiayu was safe now. Besides, there was a lot of news being created in the entertainment industry every day, so it would soon be overshadowed by other entertainment news. Li Jiayu was just a B-list actress and not many people would pay much attention to her. Unless she had done something unacceptable, she could stay in the entertainment industry as usual. However, once her dirty secrets were exposed, her career would be ruined. Lin Xiaoxia was very mad at Li Jiayu's behavior. It's so obvious that she used her assistant as the scapegoat. She's so selfish. Su Tongnuo, on the other hand, accepted it, because it wasn't uncommon that the assistants were blamed for what the actors had done. Su Tongnuo, however, hated it and would never do that. "Don't worry. The best is yet to come," Ji Yuning said to comfort them. It was impossible that Li Jiayu would easily get away with it just like that. What they needed to do now was still to clear Su Tongnuo's name first. Unexpectedly, Fateng Entertainment responded to the news and gave an official explanation denying the accusation that Su Tongnuo had done anything immoral. Although Fateng didn't expose more details, Su Tongnuo was cleared after all. After that, fewer and fewer people criticized Su Tongnuo on the internet. Seeing the satisfactory result, Tang Yunfan admired Ji Yuning's ability at solving problems and crisis management. It was very important to run a company well and defend its reputation in business. Leng Xiaoting was very busy these days, and he would soon set out to fulfill his task. He didn't know that Ji Yuning encountered big trouble but checked the news about Fenghua once in a while. With Lu Xiao's support, he believed that the company was under great management, but he was still concerned about Ji Yuning. A helicopter was buzzing on an empty grassland and Leng Xiaoting's team was setting out to fulfill a task. Before they went aboard, Leng Xiaoting checked his phone. Knowing that Fenghua Entertainment was fine now after the crisis, he was relieved and sent a message to Ji Yuning telling her that he was leaving for a task. Reading his message, Ji Yuning felt worried because Leng Xiaoting was risking his life fulfilling his tasks every time. Even though he was outstanding and skillful, it was still possible that he could be injured. However, it was his job and duty. All Ji Yuning could do was pray for him. "Be careful. I'll wait for you till you're back." After reading the message Ji Yuning sent back to him, Leng Xiaoting went aboard the helicopter and left. Although Tang Bingson had an entertainment company, he rarely read news about the entertainment industry, because he hired someone else to run his entertainment company for him. Therefore, when he heard about what had happened to Su Tongnuo, it was already settled. To his astonishment, Fenghua Entertainment was able to handle the crisis very well and even got Fang Tang and Lu Yijia's support. Even so, Tang Bingson didn't take it seriously. Before long, more shocking news about Li Jiayu went viral on the internet. "Let's gossip official. I don't believe that it was Li Jiayu's assistant who attacked Su Tongnuo, and check out what I've found about Li Jiayu's big secrets." At Fenghua Entertainment official at Li Jiayu at Su Tongnuo at Tongzhen photos attached. The popular gossip account on Weibo posted several amorous photos of Li Jiayu. Although the men's faces in the photos were all pixelated to hide their identities, it was still recognizable that the men weren't the same person. As for their actions in the photos, they were quite shocking. Some parts of the men and Li Jiayu were pixelated, but it was still very clear to see their sexual positions in bed. Let's Gossip official had 30 million followers, so once the post was out, it threw another bomb into the entertainment industry. Within half an hour, it became the hottest topic on Weibo. OMG. Li Jiayu is the real slut here. Oh my eyes. Wow, it's so disgusting. She should be banned from the industry. Where are the people who have supported her? At this moment, nobody dared to support Li Jiayu now. Li Jiayu, get out of the entertainment industry. Get out of the entertainment industry. A while later, Li Jiayu, get out of the entertainment industry, became the most searched topic throughout the internet. When Li Jiayu read the news, she had a breakdown, and Tong Zhen was also affected. Both of them were fired by Fateng Entertainment. From now on, it would be very difficult for Li Jiayu to stay in the entertainment industry. Su Tongnuo and Lin Xiaoxia were quite excited and satisfied with the result. Everyone in Fenghua admired Ji Yuning more than ever after the crisis. Chapter 507. Back to City F. Ji Yuning had provided those pictures for Let's Gossip Official, but they didn't care who the provider was as long as the material was shocking enough. The slander was finally solved and Ji Yuning as well as her staff went back to work on the film. In fact, it was the semester when they were about to write the entrance examination to college, and Ji Yuning felt bad because she had occupied some crucial time of Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping. Therefore, Ji Yuning got the textbooks and gave them lessons once they were free. Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping actually had the idea to escape from the stressful semester by helping Ji Yuning. Unexpectedly, they still had to learn under pressure from Ji Yuning. They were going to attend universities soon, so it was better for them to seize the time and study hard. In addition, Ji Yuning was a great teacher. Chu Peihan was good at studying and Hao Ran as well as Zhang Tianping were smart too, so it wasn't hard for them to learn. They had shot the parts of the real antiques for 4 days, so Ji Yuning secretly put the real antiques back to the telepathic eye space later. Chu Peihan and the others needed to stay here for another week, but Ji Yuning had to leave now, because Tang Yunfan was going to City F. Ji Yuning wasn't willing to let Ji Yuman face it alone, so she had to leave for City F. Before she left, she settled the bill for Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping's rooms in the hotel. And the large bus would be driven by Hao Ran. When their parts were over, Ji Yuning would pick them up. It was around 5 p.m. when Ji Yuning arrived at City F, but she didn't go back home at once. Instead, she went to Lan Yuban's place. Lan Yuban's son, Lan Tianhua, had already fully recovered, and Lan Yuban had called Ji Yuning a few days earlier to invite her to share a meal with his family in order to thank her. Although Lan Yuban had already paid a lot for the pills, he didn't think that money was enough to show their appreciation. Ji Yuning had declined, but Lan Yuban insisted, so she agreed in the end. She would be occupied tomorrow, so she decided to visit them today. When Ji Yuning arrived, Lan Yuban and his wife welcomed her with open arms and repeatedly thanked her. "Oh, Miss Ji Yu, I have several friends who keep calling me wanting to buy your pills," Lan Yuban said to Ji Yuning while they were chatting. "I'm willing to sell the pills, but not easily. I won't sell them unless the disease can't be cured by doctors, because the number of the pills is limited," Ji Yuning said seriously. Although she had plenty of pills, the number was limited, and she also needed them to make medicines and makeup. Hearing that, Lan Yuban thought that it was reasonable. Those rich people didn't actually have any serious diseases, but they wanted to prepare some in case they needed them in the future. In that case, Ji Yuning was unwilling to sell the pills to them, because she didn't lack money at all. In addition, she had rescued many people with her pills and never asked them to pay. After the meal, Ji Yuning went back home. When she got home, Ji Yuman was absent, but Ji Yuqing was at her home. Ji Yuning asked Ji Yuqing where her mother was. It turned out that Ji Yuman went to visit Wang Sufan. However, it was almost 8 p.m., and Ji Yuning was worried about Ji Yuman's safety, so she called her at once. When Ji Yuman answered Ji Yuning's call, Ji Yuning heard the sounds of a man swearing and a woman's crying. She recognized that the woman was Wang Sufan. Ji Yuning frowned a little. Obviously, something unpleasant was going on there, and she was worried about Ji Yuman. "Ningning, are you home now?" Ji Yuman asked. Ji Yuning had told Ji Yuman that she was going to visit Lan Yuban first, so Ji Yuman assumed that she could be home now. "Yes. Mom, where are you now? What is happening there?" Ji Yuning asked. "I'm in Wang Sufan's place. You can come and pick me up," Ji Yuman said, then told Ji Yuning the address. Normally, Ji Yuman wouldn't bother getting Ji Yuning to pick her up. If she did so, there had to be trouble. Gao Yi and Chaoya were in other cities, so the car was parked in the parking lot. Once Ji Yuning left her home, she ran to the parking lot. She drove the car as fast as she could to meet Ji Yuman. Around 10 minutes later, Ji Yuning arrived at Wang Sufan's place. It was an old, damaged street, and many onlookers were standing outside of Wang Sufan's home, which was a small 2-story self-built building. Because the sound insulation of the house wasn't good and the man deliberately raised his voice, their quarrel was easily heard. "Wang Sufan, you've been married to me for over a dozen years. You can't give birth to a boy, and you even dare to cheat on me." The man was almost yelling. It seemed like he intended to let more people hear it. Generally speaking, people were inclined to hide their shameful secrets, but the man did the opposite. Ji Yuning didn't know whether what the man had said was true, but she thought that it wasn't highly likely. Instead, she believed that the man did it on purpose to gain an advantage in the divorce. No matter what, Ji Yuning wouldn't jump to conclusions. When she walked to the door, she used her jade eyes to see what was happening inside. In the living room, Ji Yuman put her arm around Wang Sufan's shoulders where they were sitting together on the sofa. Wang Sufan was trembling, sobbing, while Ji Yuman seemed extremely displeased. Opposite them, a man was glaring at Wang Sufan. "Yang Daji, Sufan has already agreed to the divorce. Do you have to swear at her all the time? My daughter is coming to pick us up soon," Ji Yuman said. Facing Yang Daji, Ji Yuman was a little scared, but she did her best to defend her friend, Wang Sufan. Chapter 508 An Innocent Woman, I'll meet you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Yang Daji snorted, and stopped swearing. The door was ajar, so Ji Yuning directly pushed it open. "Who is it?" Yang Daji shouted in anger. Seeing Ji Yuning coming inside, Ji Yuman immediately said, "It's my daughter." When Wang Sufan saw Ji Yuning, she felt very embarrassed and tried her best to calm down, wiping away her tears. Yang Daji gave Ji Yuning a quick glance, then turned to Wang Sufan. "Get out of my house right now. Don't forget to meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow," the man said with strong disdain. "Yang Daji, you'll regret one day." Ji Yuman glared at Yang Daji, then pulled Wang Sufan in a suitcase, walking to the door. Ji Yuning helped Ji Yuman pull the suitcase, and left with them. Nearby neighbors didn't show any disdain towards Wang Sufan, they all had sympathy for her, because they had been neighbors for over a dozen years and they knew what kind of person Wang Sufan was. Yang Daji, however, wasn't a reliable man. He didn't have an ability to make money, and even cheated on his wife. Their neighbors had seen more than once that Yang Daji was close with another woman and looked like a couple. Therefore, the neighbors all supported Wang Sufan and believed that Yang Daji was the one who betrayed his partner. Once they were in the car, Ji Yuman said, "Ningning, let's go back home now. Sufan can stay with us." "No problem." Ji Yuning understood that Wang Sufan was Ji Yuman's good friend. When Ji Yuman had fallen in the factory back then, it was Wang Sufan who had helped her, so Ji Yuning always remembered Wang Sufan's kindness. "Don't bother. I can stay in a hotel during this time. After finishing the divorce procedure, I'll find a new apartment," Wang Sufan said because she didn't want to cause Ji Yuman any trouble. "Why do you need to stay in a hotel? It's a pure waste of money. Only Ningning and me live together, so you can stay with us," Ji Yuman said. "Yes, please, stay with us," Ji Yuning echoed. Wang Sufan thought for a while, then accepted it. Ji Yuman was right. It cost a lot to stay in a hotel and she didn't have much money with her right now. In addition, she also had a daughter. In that case, Wang Sufan compromised. "Well, thank you so much." "You're welcome. May I ask what happened?" Ji Yuning asked. Although it was Wang Sufan's personal affairs and it wasn't appropriate for Ji Yuning to interfere, Ji Yuman was already involved, so she couldn't stand aside. If Ji Yuman wanted to help Wang Sufan, Ji Yuning would be supportive too. Since Ji Yuman needed Ji Yuning to help Wang Sufan in the following days, she told Ji Yuning everything. Yang Daji and Wang Sufan didn't have much love for each other, but they had no intention to divorce in the beginning. However, when Yang Daji heard the news that the street was going to be demolished and that he could get over 1,000,000 yuan as compensation, he suddenly had the idea to divorce Wang Sufan and use the money to live a decadent life. If he wanted to divorce his wife who he had been married to for dozens of years, he needed a good excuse. Accordingly, he used his male friend's phone to send many amorous messages to Wang Sufan, then blamed Wang Sufan for her disloyalty. Although Wang Sufan was just an ordinary woman, she cherished her dignity. Since her husband had already cheated on her many times, and even tried to ruin her reputation for the purpose of divorcing her, she thought that there was no need to save their marriage. Therefore, she agreed. Yang Daji was determined to find a new wife and have a son, so he abandoned his daughter too. Wang Sufan's daughter was living in the school now. After hearing that, Ji Yuning was mad because she hated men who would abandon his wife and daughter just for money. It was a good thing that Wang Sufan was divorcing him. Wang Sufan already knew that Ji Yuman was rich now, but she was still greatly surprised when they walked into Ji Yuman's beautiful apartment. Ji Yuning poured a cup of water for Wang Sufan and secretly put a power crystal in it. Ji Yuning noticed that Wang Sufan was upset and hadn't had much sleep, so her body was in a bad condition now. After drinking the water containing power crystal, Wang Sufan felt much better. Unfortunately, the power crystal couldn't cure her bad mood. Ji Yuman chatted with Wang Sufan in the living room, while Ji Yuning went to make up the guest room. No guest had ever stayed in their apartment before, so the bed in the guest room was still untidy. After a while, Ji Yuman told Wang Sufan to have a good rest first, which was the most important thing for her now. After all, she wasn't alone and she had a daughter to support in the future. Wang Sufan was a strong woman. So although she was heartbroken, she didn't give up, but was thinking of a way to let her daughter live a good life. When Wang Sufan was asleep, Ji Yuman said to Ji Yuning, "Ningning, you know that Sufan is my good friend and she is in trouble now. I think we should help her as much as we can." "Mom, what's your plan?" Ji Yuning asked. "She doesn't have much money with her, so I think that we can lend some money to her to find a new apartment to stay. Her job in the factory is tiring but doesn't pay much, so I want to hire her to work in our beauty salon. Although she doesn't have many skills she can learn, and we can pay her a higher salary." "What do you think?" Ji Yuman said. "I think that it's a good idea." Ji Yuning said. Once Ji Yuman was back to Tang Yunfan's side, she was going to live in City B, and Ji Yuqing would be managing the beauty salon alone. If Wang Sufan could join them, she could help Ji Yuqing while Ji Yuman was absent. "Oh, Mom, have you made up your mind to meet him yet?" Ji Yuning asked. She was, of course, referring to Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan was coming to City F tomorrow and Ji Yuning hoped that this problem could be solved as soon as possible. In addition, after so many days, Ji Yuman had to have made up her mind. Ji Yuman was struck dumb for a second, then said, "Well, we can have a meeting." The next day, Ji Yuning went to her school and her friends all came to meet her. "Boss, what did you do in City D? Why did you keep it a secret?" Qin Zixin asked with curiosity. Chapter 509 Tang Yunfan has a car accident. They had no idea what Ji Yuning, Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping had done in City D, and they were very curious. "Exactly. Boss, why are you back alone? What about the others?" Mu Ke asked. "They are shooting now, and won't be back until a week later," Ji Yuning replied. "What? Shooting?" They were all shocked. "Peihan loves acting, so I can understand why she's shooting, but what are Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping doing there?" Mu Ke was confused. "Indeed. Why didn't you call me? It would be fun. Although I'm not good at acting, I think that I'd be a great extra," Qin Zixin said. "It was an emergency, and they went there to help me. I already feel bad that the shooting has occupied so much of their time. I can't waste your time too," Ji Yuning said. "Nevertheless, why did you call them, instead of us?" Qin Zixin asked. He felt like he had been ignored. Ji Yuning laughed a little. "Didn't you say that you want to be a good student? If I had called you, you wouldn't have focused on your studies." Qin Zixin was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know how to retort. Although he didn't care about being absent from classes for a week or two, he had indeed claimed that he wanted to be a good student. Therefore, it was totally reasonable that Ji Yuning hadn't called him. The others immediately made fun of Qin Zixin. "Nevertheless, boss, it's fine if you need us. We don't care about being absent from classes for a week or two, Muke said. All right, the class is about to begin. Let's go back to our classrooms now, Ji Yuning said. Last night, Wang Sufan had an unusually good sleep. She had thought that she would be up all night, but unexpectedly, she slept like a baby. Therefore, when Wang Sufan got up the next day, she didn't look haggard at all. Of course, it was all because of Ji Yuning's power crystal. However, Wang Sufan still felt upset. Ji Yuman had already prepared breakfast for her when she left the guest room, which made her feel a little embarrassed. During breakfast, Ji Yuman told Wang Sufan to quit her job in the factory. In order to protect Wang Sufan's dignity, Ji Yuman said that she was shorthanded and needed her help. Wang Sufan understood that Ji Yuman was helping. She wanted to decline, but Ji Yuman insisted on it, so she agreed in the end. Around 9 am, Ji Yuman along with Ji Yuqing accompanied Wang Sufan to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because of Ji Yuman, Ji Yuqing was also familiar with Wang Sufan and she had deep sympathy for Wang Sufan too. Meanwhile, Ji Yuqing also believed that it was a good thing for Wang Sufan to leave the man as soon as possible. Ji Yuman told Ji Yuqing that Wang Sufan would be working for them in the beauty salon from then on, and Ji Yuqing approved. Neither Ji Yuman nor Ji Yuqing could drive, so they took a taxi together. Before long, they finished the divorce procedure, but Wang Sufan was left with nothing, because the couple wasn't rich and her name wasn't on the premises permit either. Yang Daji was also too mean to give her a cent. Wang Sufan now only had several thousand yuan with her, which was the salary that she had just gotten from the factory. After that, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman accompanied Wang Sufan to quit her job at the factory. When they arrived at the factory, they encountered Xu Xinlin, who had just walked out of it. Seeing Ji Yuman, Xu Xinlin was displeased. Oh, isn't this Ji Yuman? What, you can't find a job elsewhere, so you've come back here again? Let me tell you what, no way. Xu Xinlin was very arrogant and opinionated. Well, who told you that I came back here to find a job? Ji Yuman rolled her eyes. I came here with Sufan because she's going to quit. What, quit? Hearing that, Xu Xinlin was surprised, but she didn't feel ashamed of what she said at all. She was too arrogant and opinionated to have the sense of shame. Did she find a better job? Xu Xinlin asked. Of course, Ji Yuman said, then ignored Xu Xinlin, walking into the factory with Wang Sufan, followed by Ji Yuqing. Xu Xinlin was mad that they ignored her, but she couldn't do anything about it. A few minutes later, Wang Sufan successfully quit her job. Afterwards, they went to the beauty salon together. Although it was still under construction, Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing needed to check the progress every day. They planned to help Wang Sufan find a new apartment after checking the construction progress of the beauty salon. Wang Sufan wasn't willing to cause any more inconvenience to Ji Yuman and Ji Yuning, so she was in a hurry to find a new apartment. On their way to the beauty salon, Ji Yuman suddenly felt anxious, but she didn't know why. In the meantime, Ji Yuning had a premonition. She saw a black car driving away from the airport, but suddenly a large truck behind it lost control and knocked it over. Most importantly, Ji Yuning recognized that the man sitting in the back seat was Tang Yunfan, who was bleeding heavily. Seeing the scene, Ji Yuning was terrified and her face turned pale at once. She abruptly stood up and made a loud sound, which surprised the rest of the people in the classroom. I'm sorry, sir, I have an emergency to deal with. Saying that, Ji Yuning picked up her backpack, running out of the classroom. Within seconds, Ji Yuning disappeared. Sir, please allow me to follow her. Yu Mixi stood up without hesitation, running outside. Ji Yuning was always calm, but she had obviously lost self-control today, so something serious must have happened. The teacher didn't blame Ji Yuning for her rude behavior, because he could tell that Ji Yuning was very anxious. He also understood that Yu Mixi was Ji Yuning's close friend, so he didn't stop her. Chapter 510 Tang Yunfan has a car accident. Too many classmates except for Xiao Feifei and her friends were also worried about Ji Yuning. Xiao Feifei and her friends gloated over Ji Yuning's misfortune. Ji Yuning took out her phone the minute she walked out of the classroom and called Tang Yunfan. She wanted to tell him to avoid the large truck. However, she couldn't get through to him. Ji Yuning realized that she wasn't able to stop the car accident right now, so all she could do was to get to the accident scene as fast as she could. As long as Tang Yunfen was still alive, she was confident to rescue him. When Ji Yuning walked across the playground, the principal was getting out of his car. Seeing that, Ji Yuning directly walked to him and said, "I'm sorry, sir. May I use your car? I have an emergency to deal with." In the past, Ji Yuning wouldn't do that because the principal didn't know who she was and it was impossible that he would be willing to lend his car to her. Nonetheless, everything was different now. Although it was an abrupt request, Ji Yuning still did it because that was the quickest way for her to get to the accident scene. The principal was displeased in the beginning when Ji Yuning suddenly approached him and asked him to lend his car to her, but when he recognized Ji Yuning and saw that she looked very anxious, he agreed without hesitation. After Ji Yuning got the key, she got in the car at once and drove it ahead at the highest speed, which shocked the principal. Mixi followed Ji Yuning and she was also astonished by the way Ji Yuning drove the car away. Since Ji Yuning had already left, Mixi could only go back to their classroom. She didn't dare to call Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning was driving the car fast. All she could do now was to hope that Ji Yuning would be fine. Luckily, it wasn't the rush hour and there was little traffic on the road. Ji Yuning was a skillful driver, so she easily avoided crashing even though she drove the car at the highest speed. Other drivers on the road all noticed a gray private car moving smoothly at a very high speed among the traffic. They kept swearing, but had to admit that the driver of the gray private car was really skillful. On the way to the airport, Ji Yuning kept calling Tang Yunfen hoping that he would pick up. Unfortunately, the line was always busy. Ji Yuning felt like crying now. She wasn't familiar with Tang Yunfen, but they were father and daughter. In addition, Tang Yunfen treated her very well, and she was happy to have him be her father. The last thing she wanted to see now was his dead body. "Please, please, don't leave us now. Ji Man needs you, and I need you too. You're part of our family and we can't lose you like this." In City B, Quan Mingkai was sitting in the front of the desk in Tang Yunfen's office. He was talking with Tang Yunfen about business on the phone. All of a sudden, he heard a loud sound from the phone and Tang Yunfen's voice suddenly disappeared. Quan Mingkai's heart tightened quickly and he had a bad feeling. "Hi, boss. Can you hear me?" However, he couldn't hear Tang Yunfen's voice anymore, and sensed that something had to be wrong. He immediately took out another phone and made a call. "Weilan, boss might have had a car accident. You stay in the company right now, and I'll go to find him," Quan Mingkai said anxiously. Yan Weilan was Tang Yunfen's other secretary. Both Quan Mingkai and he were Tang Yunfen's close assistants, but he didn't know Tang Yunfen's relationship with Ji Yuning. "What?" Yan Weilan panicked a little. "No problem. I'll manage the company." Quan Mingkai called his friend at the airport later and booked the earliest plane ticket to City F. After that, he called Yuan Jisong, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee in City F, and told him to arrange an ambulance. The Tang family's companies were around the whole country with a broad and powerful network, so they were able to maintain a close relationship with one or two important officials in every city. Quan Mingkai didn't tell him who had the car accident, but told him that the person worked for the Tangguang group. Therefore, Yuan Jisong did it to the best of his ability. When Quan Mingkai arrived at the parking lot, he drove his car as fast as he could to the airport. He didn't tell the Tang family yet in case they would be too worried. 8 minutes later, Ji Yuning arrived at the accident's location. Tang Yunfen had just gotten in the car accident 5 minutes ago and the ambulance as well as the police hadn't arrived yet. Ji Yuning directly stopped the car at the roadside, then jumped over the guardrail in the middle of the road and rushed toward the private car. Everyone was shocked by the crash scene so nobody noticed her. The chauffeur of the private car was also injured but it wasn't serious, while Tang Yunfen was in a very bad condition now. The minute that Ji Yuning arrived, she used her full force to remove the rear door of the car, because it was totally deformed. "Hey, what are you doing?" Someone noticed Ji Yuning now and stopped her. "Move." Ji Yuning understood that the person was just being kind, but she was running out of time now, and wasn't in the mood to be polite. Ji Yuning's reaction made the onlookers think that she had to be a relative of the victim. Young girl, if you move the injured man randomly he could die, a woman said gently, trying to comfort Ji Yuning. However, right at this moment, the deformed rear door of the car was removed. Everyone was shocked, and couldn't believe it. Ji Yuning didn't care about what they said or thought. All she cared about now was whether Tang Yunfen was still alive. Once the car door was removed, Ji Yuning instantly checked Tang Yunfen's breath. Luckily, he was still breathing, but Ji Yuning was still worried because he was so badly injured that he could die at any second. Chapter 511 Stay away. Ji Yuning didn't move other parts of the car but immediately took out a power crystal and put it into Tang Yunfen's mouth. At the same time, she held his hand to put her power into his body. Actually, if Ji Yuning was able to put her power into Tang Yunfen's body, there was no need for him to take the power crystal. However, there were so many people around. If they noticed that Tang Yunfen recovered soon after Ji Yuning held his hand for a while, it would cause unnecessary sensation and trouble. Some people saw Ji Yuning put something into the injured person's mouth, and they were worried that it might harm the injured person, but none of them said anything. Quan Mingkai didn't cut the line with Tang Yunfen, so when he heard the sound of Ji Yuning removing the car door, he raised his voice and asked, "Hey, can anybody there hear me?" Ji Yuning had acute hearing and noticed the phone lying at the foot of the back seat. She used her free hand to touch its screen, and saw Quan Mingkai's name. "Mr. Quan, I'm Ji Yuning. Uncle Tang had a car accident and I'm rescuing him now. I know that you're worried but he'll be fine. I'll call you back later." Ji Yuning picked the phone up and said. "Great." Hearing Ji Yuning's voice, Quan Mingkai was somewhat relieved. He believed that Tang Yunfen would be fine as long as Ji Yuning was by his side. Of course, he was still slightly concerned about Tang Yunfen's condition. "I'm heading to the airport right now and I'll be City F around 6:30 p.m., Quan Mingkai said. "Great, please don't tell Grandpa Tang and the other family members in case they'll be too worried," Ji Yuning said. Quan Mingkai agreed, then they both hung up. Within 2 minutes an ambulance and the police arrived. The leading man of the hospital crew was An Guangming, and Qian's father, who was the director of the Central Hospital in City F, while the leading man who came here with the police was Yuan Jisong. Seeing that someone damaged the accident scene, they were all displeased. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that you've damaged the accident scene?" A policeman shouted at Ji Yuning and was about to pull her out. However, before he could tough Ji Yuning opened her mouth. "Stay away." She sounded cold and unstoppable and the policeman was struck dumb for a second, standing still. Hearing her voice, Yuan Jisong recognized that she was Ji Yuning, so he stopped the policeman. Hesitation. "Let's stay away from her now, we can get the driver out first." The rest of the people then went to move the driver out of the car. The policeman was still a little displeased, but he had to follow Yuan Jisong's order. Hearing Yuan Jisong's voice, Ji Yuning knew that he came here too, but she was still focused on putting her power into Tang Yunfen's body. Yuan Jisong understood that Ji Yuning was rescuing the injured man, so he didn't go ahead or interrupt her. "Mr. Yuan." And Guangming looked to Yuan Jisong with doubts. He didn't understand why Yuan Jisong would allow a young girl to move the injured person in the car, it could be dangerous. "She's Ji Yuning," Yuan Jisong said in a quiet voice. Hearing that, and Guangming was surprised. He didn't expect that this young girl in his sight was Ji Yuning, and he couldn't be more familiar with that name. Although he hadn't attended Su Anya's birthday party, he had heard about what had happened that day, so Ji Yuning left a good impression on him. He was a famous doctor. Although he didn't quite believe in Ji Yuning's special medicine, he was always curious about it. He also wanted to contact Ji Yuning and study her special medicine, but didn't know how. He had asked Lan Yubin but Lan Yubin refused to give him Ji Yuning's phone number without her permission. Since he met Ji Yuning in person now, he was excited and curious to see whether she was able to cure the injured person. And Guangming didn't know that An Qian and Ji Yuning were close friends, and he had no idea about the relationship between his younger brother, and Guangyao, and Ji Yuning. If he had known that, he would have successfully contacted Ji Yuning. If Nguangming found it out later, he would be very upset because if he had found it out earlier, he wouldn't have been so fretful for these past days. With Yuan Jisong's protection, nobody interrupted Ji Yuning. However, no matter how much power was put into Tang Yunfan's body by Ji Yuning, he was still unconscious even though he already stopped bleeding and his wounds were healed. Ji Yuning frowned. Why? Not knowing the reason, Ji Yuning kept putting her power into Tang Yunfan's body trying to wake him up. However, she was losing her power in a large amount and her face turned pale, while Tang Yunfan was still unconscious. Ji Yuning had to draw her hand back and tried to move Tang Yunfan's body out of the car. Seeing that, Yuan Jisong walked ahead and said, "Girl Ji Yu, let the police do it." Yuan Jisong didn't think that Ji Yuning, who was just a young girl, would be able to move a grown-up man from a seriously damaged car. "Thanks. I can do it alone," Ji Yuning said. Although she had consumed a lot of her power, she was still strong enough to move Tang Yunfan out of the car. Yuan Jisong wanted to say something else but Tang Yunfan was moved out by Ji Yuning at this moment, which shocked him. Everyone around was also astonished by Ji Yuning's strength once more. Ji Yuning then picked Tang Yunfan's mobile phone up and left the car. "Girl Ji Yu, how's the injured person?" Yuan Jisong asked. "The wounds are mostly healed, but he's still unconscious. Let's send him to the hospital now." Ji Yuning said that to both Yuan Jisong and Quan Mingkai. Hearing that Tang Yunfan was safe now, Quan Mingkai was relieved. "Hurry up. Move this injured man to the ambulance right now." Yuan Jisong gave an order, and a group of people immediately came to move Tang Yunfan to an ambulance. In the meantime, Ji Yuning talked to Quan Mingkai for a short while and hung up again. Seeing that Ji Yuning's face was very pale, Yuan Jisong asked worriedly, "Girl Ji Yu, are you alright? You don't look very well." "I'm fine. I just lost a lot of strength." Ji Yuning smiled. Hearing that, Yuan Jisong was relieved. "Miss Ji Yu, nice to meet you. I'm the director of the Central Hospital," and Guangming came over saying to Ji Yuning politely. Ji Yuning smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you too, Director An. I heard that you're An Qian's father." Chapter 512 Finally meet each other, you know An Qian. And Guangming was greatly surprised. "Yes, we're close friends." Ji Yuning smiled. And Guangming took a long breath in. It was really shocking news for him. "Uncle Yuan, I'm afraid that I can't drive now. Can you arrange someone to drive me to the hospital? We can use the ambulance stop there," Ji Yuning said. She was worried about Tang Yunfan, so she decided to follow him to the hospital. "No problem, I can drive you there," Yuan Jisong said. He didn't ask her why she wanted to use the ambulance instead of his private car. After that, Yuan Jisong followed Ji Yuning, getting into the ambulance. And Guangming was eager to ask Ji Yuning about her special medicine, but obviously it wasn't the right time now. And Guangming came here with the ambulance, so he naturally went back to the hospital with the ambulance too, but he sat in the front, while Ji Yuning stayed in the back by Tang Yunfan's side. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. And Guangming had arranged a VIP patient room beforehand. Although he didn't know the injured person's identity, he knew that the man had to be very important since Yuan Jisong had informed him in person. "Miss Ji Yu, do you know him?" Seeing that Ji Yuning accompanied the injured man along the way, and Guangming was curious. "Yes," Ji Yuning said, but didn't give any details. And Guangming also stopped asking. After they arrived at the hospital, a doctor instantly conducted a checkup on Tang Yunfan. "Girl Ji Yu, you can have a rest at home now. It must have been a long day for you," Yuan Jisong said. "Thanks, I'll stay here," Ji Yuning said. Yuan Jisong was surprised. "Do you know him? If not, there was no reason for her to stay here." "Yes," Ji Yuning simply said. Although Yuan Jisong was curious, he didn't ask further. He wasn't clear about the injured man's identity yet, but he was sure that the man had to be a senior manager of the Tengguang group. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning was able to meet a senior manager of the Tengguang group. The more familiar Yuan Jisong was with Ji Yuning, the more he was surprised by her. The exam result was out a few minutes later and the doctor said that Tang Yunfan was fine and would wake up in several hours. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, didn't think that it was that easy. They had no idea that there was already a lot of magical power in Tang Yunfan's body now, and he should have woken up right away. However, he was still unconscious. Ji Yuning was confused, but all she could do now was to wait until Tang Yunfan woke up. Hearing that the injured man was fine, Yuan Jisong was relieved. After that, Yuan Jisong called Quan Mingkai at once to tell him that everything was fine. Quan Mingkai was on the plane when Yuan Jisong called him, and his phone was turned off, so he missed Yuan Jisong's call. The patient needed rest and quiet, so Guangming left with the other doctors, leaving Ji Yuning and Yuan Jisong in the patient room. Ji Yuning didn't want to leave now, so she asked Yuan Jisong to send the principal's car back to her school. Yuan Jisong agreed without hesitation and told his secretary to do that. Yuan Jisong was going to attend a meeting soon, so he left and told Ji Yuning that he would come again in the evening. After Yuan Jisong was gone, Ji Yuning gave Tang Yunfan a glance and thought for a while, then made up her mind and called Ji Yuman. When Ji Yuman answered Ji Yuning's call, she was in a taxi with Ji Yuning and Wang Sufan. They were on their way to find a new apartment for Wang Sufan. "Hi, Ningning, aren't you supposed to have your classes now? Why are you calling me?" Ji Yuman asked. "Mom, he had a car accident and he's still unconscious. We're in the central hospital," Ji Yuning said. "What?" Hearing that, Ji Yuman was shocked. In her memory, the man was killed in a car accident. They finally met each other after 18 years, but he had a car accident again. Was he going to abandon her once more? No, she wouldn't allow it to happen. Seeing that Ji Yuman was really scared, both Ji Yuqing and Wang Sufan didn't know what had happened. "What's wrong?" Ji Yuqing asked. "I'll be right there," Ji Yuman said. She had no time to explain it to Ji Yuqing, but said to the taxi driver, "Please, go to the central hospital now." "Sure," the taxi driver said. What happened? Ji Yuqing was a little nervous. Ji Yuman did her best to calm down, but her voice was still trembling. "Mr. Tang had a car accident, and he's in the central hospital now." "What?" Ji Yuqing was also frightened. Although she had only met Tang Yunfan once, she knew that he was a good, reliable man, and she also had sympathy for him after hearing that he had a car accident. However, Ji Yuqing didn't understand why Ji Yuman seemed so scared and worried. When the principal of the No. 3 high school received Yuan Jisong's secretary's call, he walked out in a hurry. Seeing that his car was stopped in the parking lot, he was surprised and wondered why Ji Yuning didn't tell him she was back. However, when he found out that it was Yuan Jisong's secretary who drove the car back for Ji Yuning, he was shocked, but soon figured it out. Ji Yuning and Suanya were close friends, and Yuan Jisong was an old friend of Suanya's father. It was understandable that Yuan Jisong sent his secretary to drive the car back for Ji Yuning. A dozen minutes later, Ji Yuman and the others arrived at the hospital. When Ji Yuman entered the hospital room, she was heartbroken to see the man lying on the bed unconscious, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. It had been 18 years, but he was still as handsome as he had been, even though he had aged during these years. Chapter 513. Ji Yuman's feelings. Before Ji Yuman met Tang Yunfan, she had thought to herself thousands of times, wondering whether she would still love him or whether she would feel that he was very strange and their good old memories would be gone with the wind too. However, she felt her deep love for him painfully when she saw his face again, and she was sure that he was the only man she loved throughout this lifetime. Ji Yuqing didn't notice Ji Yuman's reaction nor Tang Yunfan, who was lying on the patient bed, but turned to Ji Yuning and asked, "Ningning, how's Mr. Tang now?" "He's still alive and the doctor said that he'll wake up in several hours," Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning didn't tell them many details, because it was too hard to explain. Hearing that, Ji Yuqing was relieved, but Ji Yuman was still worried. "Aunt, let's go have a seat in the living room. My mother needs some private time," Ji Yuning said to Ji Yuqing. It was a VIP patient room, so there was also a living room, kitchen, and bathroom inside apart from a patient room. Wang Sufan didn't know their relationship, so she didn't think further, but Ji Yuqing was struck dumb for a second because she didn't understand why Ji Yuman needed some private time with Tang Yunfan. Nevertheless, Ji Yuqing didn't ask why but walked out of the patient room with Wang Sufan. Once they were out, Ji Yuqing asked Ji Yuning at once, "Ningning, why does your mother need some private time in there?" "Well, I think that you better ask my mother later," Ji Yuning said, because it was totally up to Ji Yu Man how to handle it. Ji Yuqing opened her mouth, but closed it afterwards. Since Ji Yuning said so, she better stay quiet now, but she was curious about the relationship between Ji Yu Man and Mr. Tang. She wondered which one of them fell in love with the other first. Actually, Tang Yunfan had left a good impression on Ji Yuqing, because he was handsome, kind and reliable. If Ji Yu Man could be together with him, Ji Yuqing would feel happy for her. However, was Ji Yuning willing to have a stepfather? Even if Ji Yuning was willing to accept Tang Yunfan, would Tang Yunfan treat Ji Yuning well? There were so many questions on Ji Yuqing's mind now, but she knew that it wasn't the right time to ask them. Ji Yuqing really cared a lot about Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning. In the patient room, Ji Yu Man stood still for a long while before she went to sit at the bedside. She kept staring at Tang Yunfan's face, trying to match his face with Ning. She was so nervous that she almost lost her breath. "Ning, it has been 18 years, Ji Yu Man said gently with her voice trembling in tears. "I thought that I would never see you again. I thought I would only see your face again in my dreams. Do you know how painful it was when I heard that you had a car accident? I'm so worried about you. Please, please open your eyes and look at me." Ji Yu Man talked to Tang Yunfan for a long time with tears falling from her face, but Tang Yunfan couldn't hear it, nor see it. Ji Yu Man's voice wasn't loud, so Ji Yuqing and Wang Sufan didn't hear it clearly. They also had no idea that Ji Yu Man was crying, because she didn't cry out loud either. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning received Yu Mixi's message. Yu Mixi had been anxious ever since Ji Yuning had disappeared. Watching Ji Yuning driving away, Yu Mixi didn't dare call her, so she sent her a message. Yu Mixi wanted to tell Mu K and their other friends, but she decided to wait until Ji Yuning replied to her. "Yu Mixi, Ningning, what happened? Are you alright now? Please send a message back to me if you can. I'm worried about you." Ji Yuning didn't realize that she hadn't told Yu Mixi anything until now, so she immediately sent a message back to her. "Ji Yuning, I'm fine. Don't worry. I just got shocking news that my uncle had a car accident, so I was in a hurry to go to the hospital." Reading the message, Yu Mixi was finally relieved. She trusted Ji Yuning. As long as Ji Yuning said that she was fine, she would be fine. Their head teacher, Zhang Chuhua, was also concerned about Ji Yuning. Zhang Chuhua found out that Ji Yuning was absent in the second class, and she then got to know that Ji Yuning had run out of the classroom in a hurry. After getting Ji Yuning's reply, Yu Mixi told Zhang Chuhua that Ji Yuning was fine to calm her anxiety. Car accident again, Zhang Chuhua said to herself. Why are people by Ji Yuning's side always caught in a car accident? The minute that Ji Yuning put her mobile phone down, and Qian appeared. It was An Guangming who told her that Ji Yuning was in the hospital now. And An Qian came here with a task. "Hi, Dr. An." Ji Yuqing greeted An Qian once she came inside. "Hi, An Qian," Ji Yuning said. Without a doubt, it had to be An Guangming who told An Qian that she was here. "I heard that you're here, so I came here to have a look," An Qian said. "How's he now?" "He's still unconscious," Ji Yuning said. "He'll be awake sooner or later. Don't worry," An Qian comforted. "Thanks," Ji Yuning said. She also hoped that Tang Yunfan would wake up as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuning, but the Tang family would also be worried. "Oh, Ningning, could you please do me a favor?" An Qian suddenly said with embarrassment. Didn't you save Su Anya's life when we attended her birthday party last time? My father has been curious about your special medicine ever since he heard the story. Could you please sell a pill to him?" She knew that the medicine was priceless, so she was willing to pay for it. "I'm willing to give a pill to your father, but I have to tell you the truth. It's impossible for others to know its formula, because it's my master's secret medicine, but she already passed away, so nobody else can figure its formula out, including me," Ji Yuning said, half lying, half telling the truth. "What?" And Qian was surprised. Well, you can have a try. Ji Yuning gave Qian a small porcelain bottle with a power crystal inside. Chapter 514 Quan Mingkai's arrival. It was impossible for them to figure out its formula, so Ji Yuning was confident to set a high price for her special medicine. She also had no worries that others might abuse her medicine. Although Qian believed Ji Yuning, her father probably didn't and was determined to have a try. Therefore, Qian took the bottle. Thanks. Text your bank account to me and I'll transfer the money to you. No need. Take it as a gift from me to your father, Ji Yuning said airily. What? Qian was surprised. The pill cost 1,000,000 yuan. However, Ji Yuning didn't care. 1,000,000 yuan was a lot of money for the An family, but Qian's father, who was a medical expert, was very curious about it. No, it costs 1,000,000 yuan, so I can't take it for free, Qian said. It's true that this pill is quite effective, but I got those pills without paying a cent myself. I don't rely on them to make money either, so you don't need to feel guilty at all. If you want to pay me back, you can let my uncle stay in the hospital for free instead, Ji Yuning said. Well, Qian still felt a little guilty. All right, we're good friends after all, Ji Yuning said, and pretended to be displeased. If you reject me once more, I'll take it back. Qian opened her mouth, but didn't say another word to reject Ji Yuning. It was impossible for her to go back home with empty hands, because her father would be furious. Thank you so much. Qian said, please allow me to buy you a meal when you're free. No problem. Ji Yuning agreed. Qian left afterwards. Ji Yuning told Ji Yuqing and Wang Sufan that they could leave if they felt tired, but they were worried about Ji Yuman, so neither of them were willing to leave right now. After a long while, Ji Yuman was still in the patient room. It wasn't early, so Ji Yuning told Ji Yuqing to buy some food for them. Wang Sufan followed Ji Yuqing outside. Ji Yuman alone stayed in the patient room for nearly an hour before she calmed herself down and went out. She seemed haggard with swollen, red eyes after crying in worry about Tang Yunfan. Ji Yuning immediately poured a glass of water for Ji Yuman, and secretly put a power crystal inside. With the help of the power crystal, Ji Yuman felt much better after, and her swollen, red eyes soon went back to normal. Ningning, does his family know that he had a car accident? Ji Yuman asked. Not yet, but his secretary knows and is on his way here, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuman nodded and stopped asking. Instead, she sat aside with an absent look. I asked Aunt to buy some food for us. Do you want to go back home after eating or stay here to keep him company? Ji Yuning asked. Actually, she already knew Ji Yuman's answer. I'll stay here, Ji Yuman said without hesitation. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious, and she couldn't sleep soundly if he was in danger. Before long, Ji Yuqing and Wang Sufan were back. After the meal, it was already past 6 p.m. Ji Yuning then told Ji Yuqing and Wang Sufan to go back home and that she would stay here with Ji Yuman. Ji Yuqing was really curious about the relationship between Ji Yuman and the man, but she decided to wait to ask until Ji Yuman was home. Ji Yuman gave Wang Sufan the key to her home because she trusted Wang Sufan. Ji Yuqing wasn't able to see Tang Yunfan's face, or she wouldn't have been so calm, because Ji Yuning closely resembled Tang Yunfan. When Ji Yuqing and Wang Sufan had just left, and Guangming walked inside. He came here to see whether Ji Yuning needed help. Although he was eager to ask her about the medicine, he knew that it wasn't the right time, so he didn't mention it. Before Guangming went off duty, he repeatedly thanked Ji Yuning for sending him the pill as a gift. Around 6:30 p.m., Tang Yunfan's phone rang, and the caller was Quan Mingkai. Ji Yuning directly picked it up. Miss Ji Yu, how is Chairman Tang now? Once Ji Yuning answered the phone, Quan Mingkai asked her anxiously. He's fine now but still unconscious, Ji Yuning said. I'm in City F now, and I'll be right there, Quan Mingkai said. Great, Ji Yuning said, then hung up. Half an hour later, Quan Mingkai arrived. Nice to meet you, Miss Ji Yu. Quan Mingkai greeted Ji Yuning politely, because he knew that she was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Only Tang Yunfan and he knew the secret in the Tang family right now, but he had respect for Ji Yuning because of her real identity. In addition, he didn't know whether Ji Yuning had found out about her own real identity yet, so he still called her Miss Ji Yu. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Quan. Ji Yuning greeted him. Quan Mingkai used to think that only Tang Yunfan and him knew the secret that Ji Yuning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, but he changed his mind when he saw Ji Yuman. He had seen Ji Yuman's picture, so he recognized her face when she appeared in his sight. Since Ji Yuman was here, she must have met Tang Yunfan, and she had surely recognized him. Even though they hadn't met each other for 18 years, Tang Yunfan's appearance didn't change a lot. However, Quan Mingkai wasn't very certain about it, because 18 years wasn't a short time. However, if Ji Yuman hadn't recognized Tang Yunfan, she wouldn't have been so sad and worried. Anyway, although Quan Mingkai believed that Ji Yuman had already recognized Tang Yunfan, he decided to pretend that he didn't know, because the two hadn't accepted each other as family yet. I bet you must be Miss Gu's mother, madam, he asked politely. Ji Yuning noticed Quan Mingkai's unusual reaction when he saw Ji Yuman, so she guessed that he knew Ji Yuman but pretended that he didn't. Yes, this is my mother, Ji Yuman. Ji Yuning introduced. Mom, this is Mr. Quan. Nice to meet you too. They greeted one another, then walked to the patient room together. Seeing Tang Yunfan unconscious, Quan Mingkai didn't know what to do. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, the situation could be worse, Quan Mingkai said to Ji Yuning seriously. No matter whether Ji Yuning knew that Tang Yunfan was her biological father, as Tang Yunfan's secretary, Quan Mingkai ought to thank her on behalf of his boss. Chapter 515 Twists of Fate. My pleasure, Ji Yuning said. She didn't think that she had done Tang Yunfan a big favor, but believed that it was something that she had to do. Tang Yunfan was her biological father after all, and nothing was more important than saving her biological father's life. A dozen minutes later, Yuan Jisong arrived. When he met Quan Mingkai, he greeted Quan Mingkai with great respect. The Tang family was a super powerful family, whether in politics or in business in the country. They were as powerful as the four most influential families in the capital, so nobody dared to annoy them. Although Quan Mingkai was only Tang Yunfan's secretary, he was still a more important figure than the secretary of the municipal party committee from a third-tier city. Secretary Yuan, thank you for your help. Quan Mingkai didn't show any arrogance and was very polite. After all, he was the one who had turned to Yuan Jisong for help. However, to his surprise, Ji Yuning had appeared at the accident scene. It's my pleasure to help. And actually girl Ji Yu did most of it, Yuan Jisong told the truth. It was a serious car accident, and the driver was badly injured, let alone Tang Yunfan who had sat in the back. The rear part of the car had been squeezed out of shape, and half of Tang Yunfan's body was tightly pressed by the car. It was impossible that he was just slightly injured. However, when Tang Yunfan was sent to the hospital, all he had were minor injuries. Others thought that it must be a miracle, but Yuan Jisong believed that it had to be because of Ji Yuning's help. Secretary Yuan, both you and Miss Ji Yu have helped us a lot. Thank you so much. Quan Mingkai thanked them again. Yuan Jisong was very curious about the injured man's identity. Why did Quan Mingkai come to visit him in person? Yuan Jisong didn't know the answer, but he understood that the injured man had to be an important figure. Normally, Tang Yunfan should have woken up after 2 hours. However, 4 hours had passed, and he was still unconscious. Everyone was concerned about him, but none of them could do anything about it. All they could do now was wait. Since Quan Mingkai was here, Ji Yuning and Ji Yuman went back home later. Ji Yuman and Tang Yunfan hadn't accepted each other as family yet, so it was inappropriate for Ji Yuman to stay there for the night. Before they left, Ji Yuning reminded Quan Mingkai to call her if Tang Yunfan woke up, no matter how late it was. Mom, don't worry, he'll be fine. Seeing Ji Yuman so sad, Ji Yuning comforted her. In order to calm Ji Yuning's concern, Ji Yuman forced a smile and said, sure, he'll be fine. Ji Yuning understood that Ji Yuman was in a terrible mood, but she could do nothing about it. Precisely because Ji Yuman was still in love with him, she felt very hurt when he was in danger. When they were finally home, it was only 9 p.m. Ji Yuqing and Wang Sufan were sitting in the living room, waiting for Ji Yu Man. Man, is Mr. Tang awake? Once Ji Yu Man was back, Ji Yuqing asked with concern. Not yet, Ji Yu Man replied. Man, Ji Yuqing hesitated, but still asked, has anything happened between you and Mr. Tang? She was Ji Yu Man's older sister and she was worried about Ji Yu Man. Of course, if Ji Yu Man wasn't willing to tell her, she wouldn't continue to ask. Given all the things that had happened, Ji Yu Man decided to tell Ji Yuqing the truth. Well, he is Ningning's biological father. What? Hearing that, Ji Yuqing abruptly stood up from the sofa in great shock. Mr. Tang is Ningning's biological father. Isn't he dead already? Ji Yuqing blurted it out without a second thought, and immediately regretted it when she said it aloud. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious after all, and it wasn't right to say that now. Wang Sufan was Ji Yu Man's good friend, so she knew about Ji Yu Man's history, and also felt astonished after hearing the news. Then why hasn't he found or visited you at all throughout the past 18 years? Why did he suddenly appear now? Ji Yuqing was slightly blaming Tang Yunfan. He had a car accident back then and lost the memory of the year when we were together, so he never found or visited me. A while ago, he met Ningning, and Ningning got his attention because Ningning closely resembles him. After investigation, he's sure that Ningning is his biological daughter. However, he still failed to get his memory back, Ji Yu Man said and sounded very sad. Hearing that, Ji Yuqing stopped blaming Tang Yunfan. So what's your plan now? Ji Yuqing asked. Is he still single, or is he married? If he was married, Ji Yu Man couldn't be together with him anymore, but if he was still single, there was a chance that they could be together again. He stayed single the entire time. Although he lost the memory of the year when he was with my mother, he still had a vague image of my mother in his mind, and couldn't accept another woman, Ji Yuning said. Ever since he found out that my mother and I are his family, he has been trying to take responsibility as a husband and father. He came to City F this time precisely for the purpose of meeting my mother face to face. Unexpectedly, he was caught in a car accident again, on his way after leaving the airport. Twists of fate, Wang Sufan said. Indeed, 18 years ago, a car accident had set them apart and made Ji Yu Man believe that he was already dead. And a car accident stopped them from meeting each other again 18 years later. How about you? Are you willing to be together with him again? Ji Yuqing asked. I have no idea. Ji Yu Man didn't have a clear mind now. Although she still loved Tang Yunfan, they had been apart for 18 years after all, and it was unavoidable that they felt a little strange towards one another. Besides, he couldn't remember her now, and it was hard to tell what would happen in the future. Everything was unpredictable now. Since Ji Yu Man hadn't made up her mind yet, Ji Yuqing stopped asking. However, if Ji Yu Man hesitated, it proved that she was still in love with Tang Yunfan. Upon thinking that Ji Yu Man had raised her child alone for the past 18 years, Ji Yuqing's heart ached for her younger sister. She had also believed that Ji Yu Man should marry again, but Ji Yu Man refused to marry again to protect Ji Yuning. A stepfather wasn't a biological father after all, and Ji Yu Man was worried that her daughter wouldn't be treated with real care. Nevertheless, things were different now. Ningning, what do you think? Ji Yuqing asked Ji Yuning. Chapter 516 Tang Yunfan is moved back to City B. Ji Yuning understood Ji Yuqing's concern about Ji Yu Man. She smiled and said, if my mother is willing to marry again, I will, of course, be supportive. I have always hoped that my mother could find a reliable man to spend the rest of her life happily. I'm going to study in the capital soon after all, and I won't have much time to keep my mother company. I don't want her to be lonely. Hearing that, Ji Yuqing was relieved and felt comforted because Ji Yuning was a considerate daughter. When they were free, Ji Yuning called Zhang Chuhua and asked for another day off. That night, Ji Yu Man didn't have any sleep but was thinking about Tang Yunfan the entire time. At the same time, Ji Yuning didn't receive the news that Tang Yunfan woke up either, which was above and also below her expectations. Although she had the strange feeling that Tang Yunfan wouldn't wake up easily, she didn't know why, because she had already done her best to cure him. Ji Yuning was worried about him. What they didn't know was that Tang Yunfan actually fell into a deep dream in which he went back to a certain day 19 years ago. It was a summer vacation. Tang Yunfan along with his two friends came to City D for sightseeing. However, to his astonishment, his two friends had a scheme to kill him here and he was badly injured during the fight. He had no idea how long he had fled, and finally fell down on the ground when he was out of strength. When he woke up again, he was in a hospital with a beautiful young woman by his side. In addition, he didn't remember anything, so he followed the beautiful young woman all the time because he knew that she had saved his life and wouldn't hurt him. The next day, Ji Man looked extremely haggard with dark circles under her eyes. It was quite obvious that she had stayed up all night. Ji Ning poured a glass of water for her as usual and secretly put a power crystal inside. After drinking the water, Ji Man went back to normal. Ji Ning didn't go to school today, but went to the hospital with Ji Man. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious since yesterday afternoon, so Quan Mingkai was deeply concerned. It's been a long time, but he's still unconscious. It's very weird, because the doctor said that his body is fine now, Quan Mingkai said with concern when Ji Ning and Ji Man arrived. Exactly because Tang Yunfan was still unconscious even though his body was fine already, everyone was worried about him. If they couldn't figure out the reason, they had no idea how to wake him up. Facing the problem, Ji Ning really didn't know what to do either. Let's wait for another day, Ji Ning said. That was all they could do now. Nevertheless, another day passed but Tang Yunfan still didn't wake up and Quan Mingkai couldn't tolerate it anymore. Miss Ji, I'm sorry. I think it's time to tell the Tang family. They hadn't told the Tang family before because they didn't want them to be worried, and thought that Tang Yunfan would wake up soon. However, it had been 2 days but there was still no sign that he was going to wake up, so Quan Mingkai thought that it was time to tell the Tang family right now. If he still kept it a secret, he couldn't bear the result if anything terrible happened to Tang Yunfan again. Ji Ning thought for a while then agreed. Well, of course, you should call them now but please don't tell Grandpa Tang right now. He's too old to accept such terrible news. I don't want him to be in danger too. Quan Mingkai agreed, so he directly called Tang Yunhang. When Tang Yunhang heard the news, he was shocked and immediately sent a private jet to pick Tang Yunfan up. He didn't send a helicopter because it was slower than a private jet. That being the case, they had to get to the airport in 2.5 hours. Since they hadn't accepted each other as family yet, Ji Ning and Ji Man could only see Tang Yunfan being taken away before their own eyes. Before Tang Yunfan was moved back to City B, Ji Ning took out a bottle with 20 power crystals inside and gave it to Quan Mingkai. She told Quan Mingkai to help Tang Yunfan take a pill every 3 days if Tang Yunfan still wouldn't wake up. The pill would melt once it was put in his mouth, so it wouldn't cause any problems even if Tang Yunfan was still unconscious. Ji Ning also reminded Quan Mingkai to call her if anything bad happened to Tang Yunfan and she would come to him as fast as she could. Moreover, if Tang Haifeng felt uncomfortable after hearing the news about Tang Yunfan, he could take a pill too. Quan Mingkai, of course, trusted Ji Ning, and he took the bottle right away. Ji Ning turned to Nguangming for an ambulance to send Tang Yunfan to the airport. Nguangming then told Yuan Jisong that Tang Yunfan was being moved back to City B now, so Yuan Jisong came to the hospital in a hurry. When Yuan Jisong arrived, Quan Mingkai's group hadn't left yet, because the private jet would only land at the airport after 2.5 hours, so they had decided to wait at the hospital for now. Mr. Quan, I heard that you're going back to City B. Yuan Jisong asked. Yes. He's still unconscious and it'll be more convenient in City B, Quan Mingkai said. He didn't expose Tang Yunfan's real identity. 2 hours later, Ji Ning and Ji Man along with Quan Mingkai sent Tang Yunfan to the airport in an ambulance arranged by the hospital. Along the way, Ji Man's sight fell on Tang Yunfan all the time. She felt so sad and hurt, but had to swallow her feelings because she didn't want others to find out. However, Ji Ning and Quan Mingkai were still able to notice her unusual reactions. Ji Ning didn't say anything because she could do nothing about it. Quan Mingkai didn't say a word either. Although he had deep sympathy for Ji Man, he was an outsider after all. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the airport. It was all arranged well, so the ambulance went directly through the VIP passage heading to where the private jet landed. The private jet had already landed a few minutes ago, so there were 4 people waiting for them when they arrived. Ji Man didn't know that Tang Yunfan was being moved back to City B by a private jet, so she was very surprised when she saw it. He must be an important figure to use a private jet. Ji Man thought to herself. No matter what, Tang Yunfan left an unforgettable impression on her now. The ambulance stopped in front of the private jet. Once the car door was open, some people immediately walked forward and helped them push Tang Yunfan into the private jet. Before the private jet took off, Quan Mingkai said to Ji Ning and Ji Man, "Thank you so much for your kindness. Keep in touch." "Of course," Ji Ning said. After that, Quan Mingkai turned around, getting aboard. Ji Ning and Ji Man didn't walk away until the private jet disappeared from their sight. However, when they went back to the ambulance, Ji Man suddenly collapsed to the ground. Luckily, Ji Ning was by her side and supported her on time. "Mom." Ji Ning was a little scared and instantly put her power into Ji Man's body. "Miss Ji, shall we take your mother back to the hospital for a check?" The driver asked with concern. "Thanks. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Let's go back home now." Ji Man forced a smile. "Thank you so much, but please send us to Fenghua Luxury Mansion," Ji Ning said. As long as she was there, Ji Man would be fine. Chapter 517. Why did Yunfan go to City F? No problem. Since they said so, the driver didn't insist. With the help of Ji Ning's magical power, Ji Man's body was fine, but she was still in a bad mood. When they got home, it was already 5 p.m. and Wang Sufan was cooking for them. "Hi, welcome home." Wang Sufan walked out of the kitchen when she heard the sound of the door opening. "I found a new apartment today and I'll move in tonight. Thank you so much for letting me stay with you these past 2 days. You're moving into a new apartment tonight?" Ji Man was surprised. "Well, you don't need to rush, and we're more than willing to help you." Wang Sufan understood that Ji Man was always kind and generous, but she still preferred to rely on herself. "Oh, where is your new apartment?" Ji Man asked. "Not far from the beauty salon," Wang Sufan said. "Is it safe there?" Ji Man asked. "Yes. Only tenants have keys," Wang Sufan said. "Sounds great," Ji Man said. When they were home, Ji Ning was finally free to call Yuan Jisong and asked him about the truck driver. "Since it was totally an accident, we settled the case according to the law and I already told Mr. Quan the details," Yuan Jisong said. "Great," Ji Ning said. When they had dinner later, they invited Ji Yuqing's family to join them. Once Ji Yuqing walked in, she asked Ji Man, "How's Mr. Tang right now?" Ji Yuqing wasn't aware that Tang Yunfan had already been moved back to City B. "He's still unconscious, and his family already moved him back to City B this afternoon," Ji Man said, and she seemed upset. "What? He was moved back to City B?" Ji Yuqing was surprised and worried. If Tang Yunfan was moved back to City B, what would Ji Man do now? "He's still unconscious and there is nothing I can do." Ji Man was a little fretful. It did not matter whether she could be with Tang Yunfan, she just hoped that he would wake up and be safe. Ji Yuqing then realized that Tang Yunfan's health was the most important thing now. Ji Man wasn't in a good mood, and lost her appetite, so she didn't eat much during dinner. After the meal, Ji Ning drove Wang Sufan to her newly rented apartment, while Ji Yuqing stayed to comfort Ji Man. In the Tang family's house, City B. In the afternoon, Tang Yunhang called Tang Yunrong and her husband and told them to come to the Tang family's house tonight, but didn't tell them any details. Therefore, around 6 p.m. Tang Yunrong and her husband arrived at the Tang family's house. Except for Tang Yunhang, no one else knew what had happened, but Tang Yunhang refused to tell them details until Tang Yunfan was home, so they all had to wait with patience. After dinner, they were chatting in the living room watching TV shows. Tang Yunhang told them that Tang Yunfan would be home around 8 p.m. and they were all waiting. Around 7:30 p.m., the Tang family's private jet landed at the airport of City B. A group of people got out of the plane and directly got in a MPV heading to the Tang family's house. The Tang family had their own private doctors who were all internationally well-known experts, and there was also a medical room equipped with a full set of medical devices in the Tang family's house. Therefore, they didn't need to go to the hospital but went straight back to the Tang family's house. In addition, Tang Yunfen was a very important figure. If he was admitted in the hospital, the news that he was unconscious would soon spread abroad, which was a good chance for his enemies to attack him. The Tang family was the #1 family in City B and not many people dared to annoy them, but they also had many enemies in politics and business, so they had to keep it a secret that Tang Yunfen was unconscious. Tang Yunfen was the only person in the Tang family who was able to run such a large family business now because Tang Haifeng was too old, while Tang Jiayong was too young. Besides, Tang Jiayong was studying abroad. Even if he came back home to take over the family business under emergency, he didn't have much experience nor the ability to handle the dangerous situation. In that case, the Tang family had to do their best to solve the crisis. At the same time, Tang Yunfen's condition was very unusual because his body was fine but he was still unconscious. Even if he was admitted to the hospital, the result would be the same. If Tang Yunfen was in a bad condition, they would of course send him to the hospital. Around 8 p.m., Tang Yunfen was finally home but he was moved inside in a stretcher, which shocked everyone in the Tang family. Especially Master Tang, who almost fell when he saw the scene. Luckily, the housekeeper supported him on time, but he still breathed hard and felt utterly uncomfortable. Seeing that, Quan Mingkai immediately took out a power crystal helping Tang Haifeng take it, and Tang Haifeng soon got better. Although Quan Mingkai trusted Ji Yuning, he had never seen the unbelievable effect of the pill with his own eyes before, so he was quite surprised when Tang Haifeng soon got better after taking the pill. What has happened? Cao Ruo asked the minute he recovered from the shock. Let's go to the medical room first. Tang Yunhang said, then told them to move Tang Yunfen to the medical room right away where doctors were already waiting for them. Afterwards, they all quickly walked to the medical room. When they arrived, they carefully put Tang Yunfen on the patient bed, and the doctors administered an examination at once. Tang Haifeng couldn't wait and asked Quan Mingkai in anxiety, "Mingkai, what happened?" Lord Tang had a car accident, but all he has on his body now are minor injuries but somehow he's still unconscious, Quan Mingkai said. Hearing that, everyone was astonished. A car accident? Where and when? Why didn't you tell us before? Tang Haifeng questioned in anger and worry. Although Tang Haifeng was an old man now, he was still a well-respected, successful businessman, so Quan Mingkai felt extremely stressed. Well, Lord Tang went to City F yesterday and was in a car accident around 3 p.m. while he was leaving the airport. After the medical check, Lord Tang only had minor injuries and his body was in a normal condition, so I didn't inform the Tang family right away, because I thought that Lord Tang would be awake soon. However, Lord Tang has been unconscious for 2 days, so I called Lord Yunhang, Quan Mingkai explained. City F. Why did Yunfen go to City F? We don't have any businesses in City F after all, Tang Yunhang asked with confusion. Chapter 518 Lin Liwan beats the mistress. Well, Quan Mingkai didn't know how to explain it. At that moment, the doctor finished the medical check. Except for some minor injuries, Lord Tang is fine. I can't find the reason why he's still unconscious either. His body was in good condition, but he was still unconscious, which wasn't good news because nobody knew how to cure him if they couldn't find the reason. Well, why don't we call girl Ji Yu now? Tang Haifeng suddenly thought of Ji Yuning. He took out his phone and was about to call Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning must know how to wake Yunfen up. He thought to himself. Tang Haifeng placed his complete trust in Ji Yuning. He believed that if Ji Yuning was able to cure his heart disease, it would be easy for her to cure Tang Yunfen. However, when he just took out his phone, Quan Mingkai interrupted him. Master Tang, Miss Ji Yu has already checked Lord Tang's body but she doesn't know the reason either. What? Girl Ji Yu has already checked Yunfen's body? Everyone was surprised, but nobody asked Quan Mingkai how Ji Yuning met Tang Yunfen, because they were all shocked by the news that even Ji Yuning didn't know the reason why Tang Yunfen was still unconscious. If girl Ji doesn't know the reason, who else could find it? Tang Haifeng was extremely disappointed, and almost fell on the ground. Luckily, the housekeeper supported him on time. In City F. On the way Ji Yuning went back after she sent Wang Sufan home. The traffic was a little heavy on the road, so she looked around to kill time. All of a sudden, she noticed that there were a lot of people crowded at the roadside. It seemed that two women were fighting amid the crowd. Ji Yuning wasn't interested in watching fights, but she had a burning curiosity now after she recognized the two women who were in the fight. They were precisely Lin Liwan and Ji Yuqingxiang's secretary, Lu Yue. Ji Yuqingxiang was also there. Seeing that, Ji Yuning immediately stopped the car by the roadside and watched the drama from the car. Ji Yuning stopped near, so she was able to hear their conversations clearly. Lu Yue was a slim, young girl, and she obviously couldn't beat Lin Liwan in a fight. Moreover, Lin Liwan had Jin Lengxin as her helper, while Ji Yuqingxiang was stopped by a middle-aged man, so he wasn't able to help Lu Yue. In that case, Lin Liwan and Jin Lengxin had already slapped Lu Yue many times. As a result, Lu Yue's face was obviously swollen, and her hair, as well as her clothes, were in a mess. Lin Liwan was also injured with several scratches on her face during the fight with Lu Yue. However, she didn't feel the pain at all right now, because she was in a rage. The middle-aged man who stopped Ji Yuqingxiang was Lin Liwan's older brother, Lin Dekang. Without a doubt, Lin Liwan was fully prepared for today's fight. In fact, Lin Liwan had prepared well for it. Jin Lengxin was the one who discovered the adultery. Her younger sister lived in the same living area as Lu Yue and they coincidentally lived in the same building. Last night, when Jin Lengxin left her younger sister's place and went to the parking lot, she saw Ji Yuqingxiang's car stopped right next to hers. There was a woman in Ji Yuqingxiang's car, and the woman was precisely Lu Yue. Although Jin Lengxin wasn't sure about their relationship, she had the instinct that it couldn't be simple. Jin Lengxin was right. Ji Yuqingxiang and Lu Yue didn't get out of the car at once, but kissed each other inside. Seeing the scene, Jin Lengxin was shocked and took a video of them without hesitation. She knew that men loved adultery, but they were very bold to do that right in the car in a public parking lot. Jin Lengxin hated adultery very much. She didn't even trust her own husband's loyalty, but she hadn't gotten any evidence yet, so she remained quiet for now. However, since she had already witnessed the scene, she would definitely tell Lin Liwan, because she was Lin Liwan's good friend. Lu Yue had stayed in the car with Ji Yuqingxiang for half an hour, then she got out of the car, walking upstairs. Jin Lengxin didn't call Lin Liwan until the next day, because she was worried that Lin Liwan would lose control of herself and wouldn't get any benefit from this mess. Therefore, Jin Lengxin met Lin Liwan in her place the next day before she told Lin Liwan everything. Lin Liwan had a quick temper. Once she heard it, she was so mad that she wanted to fight with Ji Yuqingxiang right away in his company, but she was stopped by Jin Lengxin because it wouldn't do her any good. On Jin Lengxin's advice, Lin Liwan told her older brother, Lin Dekang, to help her. Lin Dekang of course was more than willing to do that. Ji Yu Xiaoxiao had just been put into jail, and he had just lent Ji Yu Xinxiang 2 million yuan to help Ji Yuqingxiang's company stay afloat, so he couldn't tolerate it that Ji Yu Xinxiang humiliated his family like that. Accordingly, this afternoon, the group of them went to Ji Yuqingxiang's company together. Once Ji Yuqingxiang and Lu Yue walked out, they ran ahead swearing at them. They weren't polite people at all, but rude and selfish. Jin Lengxin caught Lu Yue at once so that Lin Liwan could swear at her and slap her face as much as Lin Liwan liked. "You're such a bitch. How dare you seduce my husband? How shameless you are that you gave him a blow job right in the car." Jin Lengxin didn't feel embarrassed at all but said it plainly. No one liked a mistress, so nobody had sympathy for Lu Yue. Especially when they heard that Lu Yue had given him the blow job right in a car, they felt more disgusted. She's so shameless. Only a shameless woman is willing to be a married man's mistress. Exactly. The woman is the man's secretary. Really? Wow, it's office adultery. Hearing onlookers' discussion, Lin Liwan was extremely furious. She couldn't help thinking of the picture when Lu Yue had sex with her husband right in the office, which motivated her to slap Lu Yue more heavily. Don't you enjoy giving blow jobs? How many men have you done that for? Have you had enough of it? If not, I can help you find a dozen men so that you can lick their sexual organs as much as you want. Lin Liwan, enough. Although Ji Qingxiang panicked a lot when the adultery was exposed, he was afraid that Lin Liwan would attract more attention, so he opened his mouth to stop her. What? You don't want to see your lover being slapped in public? It's not up to you right now. Lin Liwan almost went crazy and slapped Lu Yue with full strength. Chapter 519 Leng Xiaoting's Call. In the past, Ji Qingxiang always used the excuse that he was tired to reject her every time she proposed to have sex. They only had sex once a week or 2 weeks and Ji Qingxiang even seemed unwilling to do so. She used to think that he had to be tired because of work and she should be considerate. However, to her astonishment, he was tired because he already had enough with the other woman. Ji Qingxiang had no idea what to do now. Although Lu Yue was his lover, he was just playing around, and it was impossible that he would divorce Lin Liwan. Undoubtedly, men tend to obey their sexual impulses and they were selfish too. Ji Qingxiang was the one who had cheated on his partner and acted against the marriage law, but he still thought that it was acceptable because he was just playing around and wouldn't divorce Lin Liwan. Marriage. In Ji Qingxiang's eyes, Lin Liwan only cared about her title as Mrs. Ji. However, she actually cared about his loyalty the most. Times were different now and it was completely unacceptable to cheat on one's partner in marriage. Ji Qingxiang, how can you treat us like this? Your daughter was just put in jail and your company is amid crises now. I even lent you money to help you keep your company afloat. And now you have a mistress. How can you be so shameless? Lin Dekang criticized Ji Qingxiang. Although he wasn't loyal to his partner in marriage either, he had never kept a woman as a mistress. In addition, what Ji Qingxiang had done broke Lin Liwan's heart, especially after what had happened to their daughter, Ji Xiaoxiao. It was also a humiliation to the Lin family, so Lin Dekang was furious too. Ji Qingxiang didn't say another word, but remained silent. He knew that it was his fault, but didn't think that it was a big deal. At the same time, he also understood that he better stay quiet now. Hearing what Lin Dekang had just said, those onlookers started to criticize Ji Qingxiang. Jesus, the man is so shameless. He's such a terrible man. I support his wife to undress the mistress. All of a sudden, someone said that among the group of onlookers. Lin Liwan, on the other hand, thought that it was a good idea to humiliate Lu Yue, so she went to undress Lu Yue at once. However, it was winter and it wasn't easy to take off winter clothes. Before Lin Liwan succeeded, the police arrived and separated them. Lu Yue was badly injured, so the police called an ambulance and sent her to the hospital, while Lin Liwan, Jin Lengxin and Ji Qingxiang were taken to the police station. Ji Yuning didn't know what would happen to them next, and she wasn't interested either. What Ji Qingxiang had done behind Lin Liwan's back was finally exposed, but it was too late when Lin Liwan found it out. When Ji Yuning got home, Ji Yuqing was chatting with Ji Yuman in the living room, so Ji Yuning told them about what had happened between Ji Qingxiang and Lin Liwan. Both Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were quite surprised. Although they didn't get along with Lin Liwan, and even hated her very much, they still had sympathy for her, because what Ji Qingxiang had done was totally unacceptable. Anyway, since they had decided to keep a distance away from Ji Qingxiang's family, they wouldn't do anything but just took it as gossip. Mom, Aunt, why don't we go to City G tomorrow? Let's go to see the store and factory of jade beauty jewelry. And we can visit Uncle Chinyong too. We haven't ever visited them at their place before, Ji Yuning said. Although tomorrow was Friday, Ji Yuning had already asked for a leave, so she didn't need to attend classes. It had also been a long while since she had checked the store and factory of jade beauty jewelry. Most importantly, she wanted to cheer Ji Yuman up. Ji Yuman wasn't in a good mood, but she was interested in Ji Yuning's proposal. She had nothing else to deal with now and it wasn't a bad idea to have a journey. Ji Yuqing was also excited, so both of them agreed. Ji Yuning then booked plane tickets flying to City G at 8 a.m. tomorrow. They would arrive in City G after an hour of flying. When Ji Yuqing went back to her home, she searched her closet for beautiful clothes. They would stay in City G for only 2 days, so there was no need to pack many clothes, but she still decided to wear her most beautiful dresses. "What are you doing now?" Zhang Shu asked with curiosity. "Ningning is taking Man and me to City G tomorrow. We'll have a tour at the store and factory of jade beauty jewelry before we go to visit Qinyang," Ji Yuqing said. Actually, she understood that Ji Yuning did it for the purpose of cheering Ji Yu Man up. "Sounds great," Zhang Shu said. "Oh, how is Ji Yu Man now? She seems worried," Zhang Shu added. Ji Yuqing sighed then told Zhang Shu everything. Zhang Shu was very surprised after hearing the story. To his astonishment, Ji Yuning's biological father was still alive. "Wow, what twists of fate," Zhang Shu said. He had deep sympathy for Ji Yu Man because he also knew that Ji Yu Man had lived a tough life during the past 18 years. She hadn't lived a good life for a long time, and then Ji Yuning's biological father suddenly appeared. Indeed, Ji Yuqing sighed, and her heart ached for her younger sister, Ji Yu Man. "What do Ji Yu Man and Ningning think about it?" Zhang Shu asked. Ji Yu Man still loves the man and Ningning is supportive, but Mr. Tang is still unconscious now. "We have to wait until he's awake," Ji Yuqing said. When it was almost 11 p.m., Ji Yuning received Leng Xiaoting's call. He was about to have a few days off and he wanted to meet her. In fact, Leng Xiaoting planned to surprise Ji Yuning, but he was afraid that she would be absent from City F like what had happened the last time, so he called her beforehand this time. Hearing that Leng Xiaoting would be free and wanted to meet her in a couple of days, Ji Yuning would normally be happy, but now she was upset. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm going to City G tomorrow along with my mother and aunt." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting remained silent and felt upset too. He wanted to call her as early as he could, but he had just finished his task. "I miss you so much, and I ache to see you," Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't have many days off during a year after all. Chapter 520. Won't you feel lonely if you sleep alone? Ji Yuning could feel his strong grievance through the phone and she was amused, but she immediately thought of a good idea. "Why don't you go to City G? If you don't mind, you can be our private chauffeur in the following 2 days. Wherever we go, you can drive us there." "No problem," Leng Xiaoting agreed with alacrity. He, of course, wouldn't mind being their chauffeur. Although Ji Yuning's mother and aunt would be there too and he couldn't kiss or touch her as he wanted, he could still stay near her. However, Leng Xiaoting wasn't satisfied, so he asked with anticipation, "Where will you be staying at night?" It was a normal question, but Ji Yuning understood Leng Xiaoting's real intention. Her heart beat fast and her cheeks flushed. My mother and my aunt can stay in my apartment and I can stay in a hotel." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was excited. "Very well. Then I'll stay in the hotel with you." Hearing that, a picture of them having sex at night appeared in Ji Yuning's mind, and her heart beat faster, but she pretended to be calm. "I didn't say that I'm going to sleep with you. Baby, you know you want to." He laughed and flirted with her, which made Ji Yuning's heart skip a beat. He was so sexy and charming that even his voice could easily turn her on. Leng Xiaoting was just used to being cold. If he smiled more, far more women would be attracted to him. Nonetheless, Ji Yuning didn't want it to happen, so she would rather see Leng Xiaoting being cold to everyone except her than see him smiling all day. "If you don't sleep with me, then who will you sleep with?" Leng Xiaoting teased. Ji Yuning was surprised and took a long breath in. Since when has Leng Xiaoting become so good at flirting? She thought to herself, but she had to admit that she kind of liked it. "I'll sleep alone," Ji Yuning said on purpose. "Won't you feel lonely if you sleep all alone for a long night?" Leng Xiaoting smiled lightly, but his voice was soaked with sexual desire. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. If she hadn't recognized Leng Xiaoting's voice, she would have taken him as another man. "Xiaoting," she still called him with doubt. "Yes, what's wrong?" Leng Xiaoting asked. He thought that Ji Yuning had something serious to talk to him about, so his voice went back to normal. Nothing. I just feel like you've changed a lot, Ji Yuning said. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second now, because he didn't notice any changes in himself. He just felt so comfortable and at ease when he got along with Ji Yuning. My love for you will never change, Leng Xiaoting said gently. Ji Yuning felt touched and flushed a little. Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning was shy, so he stopped flirting with her. Besides, he could directly express his love to her with actions tomorrow night. When will you leave for City Ji tomorrow? Leng Xiaoting asked. 8 a.m., Ji Yuning said. Great, I'll pick you up at the airport by then, Leng Xiaoting said. What? Ji Yuning was surprised. It takes 3 hours of flying from the capital to City Ji. If you're going to pick us up at the airport, you can't have a good rest. Ji Yuning didn't want Leng Xiaoting to be so tired because he had just finished his task. I want to meet you as soon as possible, and I can rest in the plane, Leng Xiaoting said. He couldn't wait a second longer to meet Ji Yuning. All right. Since Leng Xiaoting said so, Ji Yuning agreed because she also ached to see him. The two hung up later after talking for a short while. That night, Ji Yuman still couldn't fall asleep, but she was able to stay cheerful after drinking the water Ji Yuning poured for her the next day. It was the first time that Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing had taken a plane, so both of them were quite nervous. Ji Yuning bought the plane tickets for the first class, so they could use the VIP lounge, but Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing were curious about the airport terminals, so they waited there instead. It was still a dozen minutes away from the departure time, and they were sitting on the chairs outside of the gate. Man, are you nervous? I'm really nervous now, Ji Yuqing asked Ji Yuman, and her voice was trembling. Me too, Ji Yuman said. Will the plane be stable if it flies so fast? And will it fall if it flies so high? Ji Yuqing asked with anxiety. Ji, two bumpkins. Hearing the talk between Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman, a woman who sat nearby laughed at them. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman felt a little embarrassed, while Ji Yuning was slightly annoyed. Even if Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were bumpkins, Ji Yuning wouldn't tolerate it if anyone else dared make fun of them. However, she didn't want to make a mountain out of a molehill just because of that, so she stayed quiet for now. If the woman dared to do it again, she wouldn't be quiet anymore. Since the woman laughed at them, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman shut their mouths at once. Mom, Aunt, it's not a big deal, and it's totally understandable that you're nervous when you are flying for the first time, Ji Yuning said to comfort them. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman gave her a smile to show that they didn't mind. Nevertheless, the woman opened her mouth again, a bunch of bumpkins. Shut up. Ji Yuning criticized her coldly, turning to stare at the woman. Her look was very sharp, and the woman felt frightened. Jesus, this young girl is so frightening. The woman thought to herself, then turned her gaze away from Ji Yuning. Ningning, it's fine. Seeing that Ji Yuning was getting mad, Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing comforted her in a hurry. They disliked the woman's behavior too, but didn't want to make a scene here. Since the woman was scared of her, Ji Yuning didn't say another word. When it was the departure time, everyone started to get aboard. The woman who had made fun of Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman got on the plane along with them. Chapter 521. This is my friend, Leng Xiaoting. After they were in the plane, the woman flushed with embarrassment when she saw that Ji Yuman and them sat in the first class. Most of the people who could afford the first class were the rich, but she had called them a bunch of bumpkins just then. The plane slid along the runway. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman clasped each other's hands nervously. When the plane finally took off into the sky, they had a sense of weightlessness, but it was acceptable. By the time that the plane flew steadily in the air, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman were already used to it. Leng Xiaoting arrived at the airport of City Ji at 8:30 a.m. He told Ai Weiken to prepare a car for him beforehand, but to his surprise, Ai Weiken drove the car here in person. Why did you drive here in person? Leng Xiaoting asked with doubt, because Ai Weiken would normally send his secretary to drive the car here. Ai Weiken sighed heavily and said in a resigned tone, I used it as an excuse to avoid a blind date. Blind dates were really annoying. He then looked to Leng Xiaoting and joked. Your name is really useful. You're 28 now and it's time to get married, Leng Xiaoting said. In the past, Leng Xiaoting never talked about marriage, but now he was eagerly anticipating marrying Ji Yuning. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning was too young. My older brother is 30 now but he's not married yet. I don't need to rush. Ai Weichen said airily, but he seemed sad and lonely. In fact, he also wanted to get married, but the woman he wanted to marry disliked him, and he couldn't accept someone else, so he had to stay single. Just like how the woman liked his older brother but his older brother disliked her. Leng Xiaoting didn't say another word, because he understood that Ai Weichen was in a difficult situation, and it was his own personal affair. Ai Weichen also didn't continue this topic, because it was painful for him to speak about. Oh, my older brother is home these days. If you have some free time, we can have a gathering. It has been a long time that we haven't drunk together. Sure, I'll call you if I'm free, Leng Xiaoting said. After that, Ai Weichen left. What Ai Weichen didn't know was that his older brother, Ai Weichen, actually spent a lot more time with Leng Xiaoting than he did. Ai Weichen only knew that Ai Weichen was one of Leng Xiaoting's comrades in the army, but he didn't know that Ai Weichen was also a member of the Red Flame and followed Leng Xiaoting's lead. Members in the Red Flame had to keep their identity a secret, so even their families had no idea about it. Around 9 am, the plane landed at the airport of City G. Once Ji Yuning turned her phone on, she saw Leng Xiaoting's message. He said that he was waiting for them at the arrival hall. Ji Yuning already told Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman that she hired a private chauffeur to drive the car for them during the 2 days in City G. Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing didn't think that it was a bad idea, but Ji Yuning still worried, because Leng Xiaoting was too handsome to be just a chauffeur. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting was so cold and it could upset Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman. Ji Yuning didn't want her family to have a bad impression of him. After thinking for a while, she said to Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman, "Mom, Aunt, the private chauffeur is actually my friend. He's a little cold and doesn't like to smile or talk much. Please don't mind him." "Of course not," Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing said. In the arrival hall, Leng Xiaoting was standing there waiting for Ji Yuning and her family. Wherever he went he was always in the limelight, but he didn't care about others' glances because all he cared about now was Ji Yuning's presence. Ji Yuning and her family didn't check in any baggage, so they walked out quickly. Once Ji Yuning appeared, Leng Xiaoting's sight fell on her body and there was obvious love in his eyes. Ji Yuning noticed Leng Xiaoting within a second, and gave him a warning look to tell him to keep their real relationship a secret. Leng Xiaoting understood that it wasn't appropriate to let her family know that they were already in a relationship because Ji Yuning was too young. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting hid his love for Ji Yuning immediately. However, he felt quite nervous when Ji Yuman walked to him, which was very unusual. When Ji Yuning, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman stopped in front of Leng Xiaoting put on a serious look and did his best to be easygoing. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman, on the other hand, were stunned by his outstanding appearance. To their surprise, Ji Yuning's friend was an extremely handsome young man. "Mom, Aunt, please let me introduce you. This is my friend, Leng Xiaoting, you can directly call him Xiaoting," Ji Yuning said. "Nice to meet you." Leng Xiaoting greeted Ji Yuman and Ji Yuqing. Leng Xiaoting tried to be easygoing, but it didn't seem very natural, because he was used to being cold and it wasn't easy for him to change his personality right away. Luckily, Ji Yuning had already explained his character to her family beforehand, so Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman didn't mind it at all. In addition, Leng Xiaoting was very good looking, so both Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman had a good impression of him. "Nice to meet you too." Although Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman didn't know that he was Ji Yuning's boyfriend yet, he felt happy when he noticed that they already had a good first impression of him. After all, you didn't have a second chance to make a first impression. In the beginning, Leng Xiaoting was very confused about how to address Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman, because he was Ji Yuqing's boyfriend, but they weren't familiar with him at all. Therefore, he decided to not address them for now, and he would directly call them his mother and aunt when they found out about his relationship with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man actually didn't care about how Leng Xiaoting addressed them. Let's go now. The car is parked right outside, Leng Xiaoting said, then guided them walking out. The car that Weiken drove here to pick them up with was a Land Rover, which was the least noticeable car in his eyes, but it was a luxury car in Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man's eyes. Chapter 522. Putting dishes into Leng Xiaoting's bowl. Although they didn't know its price, it had to be more expensive than Zhongshu's Mercedes-Benz. Leng Xiaoting opened the car door for Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing before he did it for Ji Yuning. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man sat in the back seat, while Ji Yuning sat in the front passenger's seat. Ningning, where shall we go first? Leng Xiaoting looked to Ji Yuning and asked. Leng Xiaoting's loving glance made Ji Yuning's heart skip a beat. She was a little annoyed at herself because she was easily seduced by his simple look. Ji Yuning calmed herself down. It's too early now. Let's have a rest in clean water, blue sky first, and we can go to the Jade Beauty jewelry store after lunch before we go to the factory. No problem, Leng Xiaoting said, then drove away from the airport. On the way, Leng Xiaoting didn't say a word, because he didn't know what to say. When they arrived at Clean Water Blue Sky, they went to Ji Yuning's apartment together. Once they were in the apartment, Leng Xiaoting sat on the sofa quietly, watching TV, while Ji Yuning was preparing tea for them. Xiaoting, where are you from? Ji Yu Man asked. She wasn't investigating his background, but was just chatting with him. Even so, Leng Xiaoting still took it seriously. The capital. Do you work in City Ji? Ji Yuqing asked, because Ji Yuning told them that he was her friend, not one of her staff. Nope, I work in the capital, but I'm on vacation now, so I came to City Ji for a break, Leng Xiaoting said. At that moment, Leng Xiaoting was well prepared to answer the following questions about him. However, both Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man stopped asking, which confused Leng Xiaoting. Why did they stop asking? Is it because they aren't satisfied with my manners today? Actually, it was all because they had no idea that he was Ji Yuning's boyfriend. A few minutes later, Ji Yuning poured cups of tea for them, and they were chatting while drinking the tea in the living room afterwards. Leng Xiaoting's sight fell on Ji Yuning once in a while. Luckily, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man didn't pay much attention to it, so they didn't find out that there was anything unusual between them. Around 11 a.m., they went out to have lunch together. During the meal, Ji Yu Man put some dishes into Leng Xiaoting's bowl and said gently, Xiaoting, don't be shy. Since you're Ningning's friend, we're not strangers. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, and suddenly felt like crying, because Ji Yu Man's kind behavior made him think of his own mother. What's wrong? You don't like the dishes? Seeing Leng Xiaoting being silent for a few moments, Ji Yu Man was a little nervous. She was afraid that she had done something wrong. No, Leng Xiaoting immediately explained, I just remembered my mom. She used to put many dishes in my bowl too when one was a child. It's been a long time and nobody has done that to me, so I felt very touched. Leng Xiaoting didn't know why he would say that aloud all of a sudden. Even Ji Yuning didn't expect that he would say that on his own initiative. When they were together, Ji Yuning never dared to ask him about his parents, because she knew that it was a painful memory for him. Although it had been over a decade, Leng Xiaoting still felt hurt. However, he felt relaxed after saying it aloud this time. Hearing what Leng Xiaoting had just said, both Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man were surprised. They instantly realized that this young man must have lost his own mother a long time ago, so they had a deep sympathy for him. In order not to bring his painful memory up, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man didn't ask further. Well, it's a good day when we can gather together here. Come on, let's enjoy the dishes. Ji Yu Man kept putting all kinds of dishes into Leng Xiaoting's bowl to make up for his absent mother's love. Even though it was probably very late, it was meaningful. Leng Xiaoting felt touched by Ji Yu Man's kind gesture, so he did his best to eat as much as he could. When they had almost finished the meal, Leng Xiaoting used the excuse of needing to go to the washroom, but settled the bill without them knowing it. When Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man found out that Leng Xiaoting had already paid the bill, they felt a little embarrassed. You didn't need to do that, Ji Yu Man said. It's fine, Ningning is my friend and a meal is nothing, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. Since the bill was already settled, Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman didn't say anything further. In addition, they approved of his way of socializing. After that, the group of them went to Jade Beauty Jewelry. Ji Yuning didn't tell Zhou Zhenghong that she was going to check the flagship store beforehand, because he would make unnecessary arrangements if he knew that Ji Yuning's family would be there too. Therefore, Ji Yuning didn't call Zhou Zhenghong until they were on the way to the flagship store. However, Zhou Zhenghong was in the factory at that moment. Ji Yuning then told him that she would be visiting the flagship store first before she went to the factory, so Zhou Zhenghong directly waited for her in the factory. The flagship store of Jade Beauty Jewelry was located on the first floor of a shopping mall. It was decorated luxuriously and people would know that it was a high-end jewelry store by a simple glance. Even Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman hesitated to walk inside, although they knew that Ji Yuning was the boss. The jewelry in Jade Beauty Jewelry wasn't very dense, instead it was sparsely placed, so that people could clearly see the appearance of each piece. There were around 17 customers in the store along with many saleswomen, and they seemed very busy. Once Ji Yuning and the others walked inside, a saleswoman stepped forward and greeted her with great respect. "Miss Ji Yu, it's so nice to meet you." The staff in the store all found out about Ji Yuning's real identity a few days ago. And they all admired her because she was able to be so successful at such a young age. "Hi, you don't need to spend much time with us. I can take them on a walk around," Ji Yuning said. "Sure," the saleswoman said, then walked away. Chapter 523 Strike up a conversation. The other saleswomen were also happy to see Ji Yuning, but they were all busy introducing the jewelry to their customers, so they didn't greet Ji Yuning right away. When Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman saw the price tags of the jewelry, both of them were astonished even though they knew it wasn't cheap. "Jesus, they're so expensive. This jade pendant alone costs over 300,000 yuan. Ji Yuqing exclaimed. "Indeed. I think only the rich can afford them," Ji Yuman said. 300,000 yuan. It's one of the cheap ones, and there are many pieces of jewelry in this store that cost over 1,000,000 yuan. If you can't afford it, I don't think that you should walk in here, a nearby woman said with obvious disdain. Arrogant women just seemed to be everywhere. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman felt embarrassed again. Although they felt uncomfortable, they knew that they had behaved like bumpkins, so they didn't say anything. However, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were displeased. "Well, since you're rich, why don't you buy it?" Ji Yuning said on purpose. "Of course I can afford it." The woman actually was hesitating to buy the jade pendant, because it was very expensive, but now she made up her mind to buy it in order to show off her wealth. "Pack this one please. I'll pay the 580,000 yuan by card." The jade pendant was made of high-level violet type, so it was very expensive although it wasn't big. "No problem." The saleswoman, of course, was excited to strike another deal today, and she admired her boss, Ji Yuning, very much too, because Ji Yuning made the woman swipe her card just by saying a sentence. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yuman, on the other hand, were surprised that the woman swiped her card without hesitation. Anyway, this was Ji Ning's jewelry store, and they all felt happy for Ji Yuning, because she made a lot of money from the deal. When the woman came back after she swiped her card at the counter, she looked at Ji Yuning and the others with arrogance and provocation. "Ha, what can you say now? Can you afford any piece of jewelry here?" "We don't need to," Ji Yuning said airily. "Ha ha, I think you simply can't afford it." The woman laughed at them. The saleswoman who was standing by her side was amused by her stupidity. Ji Yuning was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so all the jewelry belonged to her. However, the saleswoman had no intention to tell the woman the truth, because she understood that it was a trap set by her boss. After that, Ji Yuning lifted Ji Yuman's hand, and showed the woman the Fulusho jade bracelet around Ji Yuman's wrist. "Do you know what type this jade is?" Ji Yuning asked the woman with pride. "Fulusho." The woman rounded her eyes in shock. Fulusho was very easy to recognize. Nevertheless, the woman didn't believe that Ji Yuman could afford the Fulusho jade. "Is it real?" Facing her suspicion, Ji Yuning wasn't mad but smiled. "Well, this jade bracelet is from Jade Beauty Jewelry. Can it be fake?" What? The woman felt embarrassed now. It turned out that she wasn't richer than them at all. Luckily, the store was large, and customers weren't close to each other, so not many people noticed what was happening among them. Otherwise, she would be despised by a lot of people, which wasn't a pleasant experience. Without another word, the woman soon slid out of the store in shame. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man didn't criticize Ji Yuning's behavior, because it was the woman's fault after all. In addition, they also felt great seeing the woman losing face. Leng Xiaoting, of course, was supportive no matter what Ji Yuning did. He even thought that Ji Yuning had been too kind to the woman. Afterwards, they went on shopping in the store. Not far from them, there were two beautiful young women choosing jade pendants in front of a display counter. When Ji Yuning and the others walked by them, they noticed Leng Xiaoting and were stunned by his outstanding appearance. Wow, the man is so handsome. Indeed, why don't we strike up a conversation with him? As the girl who was walking at the front his girlfriend. Is it all right if we just go over and say hi? No idea, but I don't care. Fine, let's go. Although their voices weren't loud, both Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were able to hear their talk and both of them were displeased. Once the two women arrived at Leng Xiaoting's side, one of them opened her mouth. Hi, leave me alone, Leng Xiaoting said coldly. The two women were struck dumb for a second, then flushed with embarrassment. To their surprise, the man didn't care about their feelings at all. Ji Yuning and her family stopped, then turned back, walking to Leng Xiaoting. People around them also noticed the drama, which made the two women feel more embarrassed. How can you be so rude? We just said hi. Couldn't you be nice? A woman criticized. You just said hi. Do we know each other? And sorry, I heard your little talk just then, Leng Xiaoting said plainly. Then his sight shortly fell on Ji Yu Man before he added, I'm not a playboy. Hearing that, Ji Yuning understood that he aimed to tell Ji Yu Man that he was a good and reliable man. Ha ha, I bet the two women didn't expect that the handsome man would be so straightforward. You're right. People around them started to discuss them. Although Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing thought that Leng Xiaoting had been a little rude, they believed that what he had done was right. Shut up. The woman was mad. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Fu family, which is ranked 7th on the rich list of City D. If any one of you dare to annoy me, you can't bear the result. Hearing that, people around them all closed their mouths at once, because none of them dared to annoy the Fu family. Chapter 524 Blacklist. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, however, were exceptions. Very well. Miss Fu, does your grandpa know you like to strike up a relationship with occupied men? Ji Yuning said, looking at Fu Yingying with a meaningful smile on her face. Ji Yuning wouldn't tolerate it even though the woman was from the Fu family. Fu Yingying was mad at once. Her grandpa, of course, wasn't aware of her behavior, otherwise, her grandpa would be furious. However, she didn't believe that Ji Yuning was able to have a connection with her grandpa, so she wasn't willing to be polite to Ji Yuning. Instead, she threatened Ji Yuning in public, it's none of your business whether my grandpa knows about it or not. You're merely nobody and you have to apologize to me right now, or I'll tell the manager here to chase you away and blacklist you. Fu Yingying thought that because her grandpa had a good relationship with Zhou Zhenghong, who was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, the staff who worked in Jade Beauty Jewelry would help her. Moreover, she was from an influential family. Oh, really? Ji Yuning couldn't help but laugh. The other saleswomen around them looked at Fu Yingying like she was an idiot. It was the funniest joke they had ever heard that she wanted them to chase their boss away from their boss's store. It was impossible that any of them would do that. Ji Yuning was a great, generous boss, and the jewelry brand was very popular too, so they were all paid well. In that case, none of them were willing to lose the job. Why don't you try? Ji Yuning crossed her arms on her chest, waiting to see another joke. Well, you asked for it. Saying that, Fu Yingying turned to the manager. Hey, you, chase them away and blacklist them right now. And I'll buy more jewelry here later. The manager ignored her order and said, I'm sorry, Miss Fu. I can't. What? Fu Yingying didn't expect that the manager would dare to reject her and she was in a rage now. Don't you know that I'm from the Fu family? The manager remained silent, but his attitude showed that he didn't care about her threat at all. Finally, Ji Yuning opened her mouth. Please tell Miss Fu to leave here. She's not welcome. Sure, boss, the manager said with great respect. Although not many people knew that Ji Yuning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, it wasn't a secret anymore, so the manager directly called her his boss. However, others in the store were all shocked. What? This young girl is the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Isn't Zhou Zhenghong the boss here? No way. She's the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. How is it possible? Isn't Zhou Zhenghong the boss here? Fu Yingying couldn't believe her ears. She is the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, while Executive Zhou is the general manager, the manager said. Fu Yingying was struck dumb. To her astonishment, this young girl standing right in front of her was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Thinking of what she had done, Fu Yingying felt so embarrassed. Miss Fu, please leave right now, and your name will be on the blacklist of Jade Beauty Jewelry, the manager said to Fu Yingying. How dare you do that to me? Fu Yingying seemed angry, like she was the one who had been treated impolitely. Miss Fu, please. The manager made a hand gesture to tell her to leave. Fu Yingying still wanted to say something, but she didn't say a word when she saw that everyone was looking at her with obvious disdain. She snorted in anger, then walked away. And the woman who followed Fu Yingying also left. Since they already knew that Ji Yuning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, other customers in the store couldn't help but give her glances of admiration. Ningning, it seems that the woman is from an influential family. Is it appropriate that you've treated her like that? Although Ji Yu Man knew that Ji Yuning had made friends with many important figures, she was still worried. Don't worry. It's fine. Master Fu is the first person I met when I came to City D, and we get along quite well. He won't blame me for it, Ji Yuning explained to Ji Yu Man. Leng Xiaoting, of course, didn't care about the Fu family, because the Fu family was barely comparable to his powerful family. That's great. Ji Yu Man was relieved. After that, they went to the factory. It was almost 3 p.m. when they left the store, so Ji Yuning told Ji Yu Man to call Ji Yu Qinyang or Wen Yulan. They planned to visit them that night if they were home. Ji Yu Man called Ji Yu Qinyang later. When Ji Yu Qinyang heard that they were going to visit him, he was delighted. It would be the first time that Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man had visited him. At the same time, Ji Yu Qinyang also felt guilty and ashamed, because he had never invited them to visit him at his home before. Ji Yu Qinyang then told Ji Yu Man the address of his home and that he would be home before 6 p.m. After hanging up the call with Ji Yu Man, Ji Yu Qinyang called Wen Yulan at once. He told her that Ji Yu Man and the others were going to visit them. Wen Yulan was also very happy to hear the news. She decided to buy some seafood for dinner. Before long, Ji Yuning and the others arrived at the factory of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Nice to meet you, boss, Mr. Leng. Zhou Zhenghong greeted them with great respect. Hi, Uncle Zhou, this is my mom, Ji Yu Man, and my aunt, Ji Yu Qing, Ji Yuning introduced. In the following minutes, they greeted each other before Ji Yuning guided Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man to have a tour around the factory. When Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man saw the piles of jade in the factory, they rounded their eyes in shock. Chapter 525 Expand the factory. There were far more pieces of large jade than the jade jewelry they had seen in the store, and the piles of jade must be worth a fortune. Ningning, how much are these piles of jade worth? Ji Yu Qing asked. Jade is very valuable, but actually it's just a stone if nobody wants it. As long as we can sell them out, they're worth over hundreds of millions of yuan. However, if we can't, they're just piles of stones. It isn't necessary anyway, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, both Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man took a long breath in. Over hundreds of millions of yuan. In fact, Ji Yuning's wealth was far more than that. And her goal was to be the #1 super rich woman in the country. Ji Yu Qinyang wouldn't be home until 6 p.m., so Ji Yuning and the others spent the afternoon in the factory. In the meantime, Ji Yuning discussed with Zhou Zhenghong about opening branches of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, sat aside, remaining quiet. Even though he did nothing, he didn't feel bored as long as Ji Yuning was by his side. Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man were very curious about everything in the factory, so the tour was quite interesting in their eyes. The decoration is coming to an end in City B, so we can prepare for the opening ceremony in a week at the most. How is the jewelry now? Ji Yuning asked. Although the branches opened almost at the same time in the capital and City B, Ji Yuning decided to open the branch in City B first, because they had prepared everything there. All they needed now was well-made jade jewelry. As for the gowns, although Yuzi couldn't make 11 new sets, she had already finished 5, and would use some old designs to complete the rest. Ji Yuning understood that she seemed a little cold-blooded, because she was busy dealing with her business when Tang Yunfan was still unconscious. However, she still had to live her life and chase her dream. In addition, it was Tang Aining's soul in Ji Yuning's body. Although she accepted Tang Yunfan as her father, she didn't have many feelings towards him. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious, but his body was in good condition, so Ji Yuning wasn't very worried about his life. "We've hired more workers, and it's almost done," Zhou Zhenghong said. "Boss, can we rent the 200 square meter large factory next door? This factory we're using now is a little small." "Sure." Ji Yuning agreed. When it was almost 5 p.m., Ji Yuning and the others left the factory. Before they left, Ji Yuning took a set of jewelry along with a jade pixiu, which were gifts for Wen Yulan and Ji Yu Qinyang. They also went to a supermarket to buy some fruits on their way to Ji Yu Qinyang's place. Since Leng Xiaoting needed to send Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man back to the apartment later, Ji Yu Man invited him to join the dinner. "Mom, I'm having a gathering with my friends this evening, so I won't be coming back to the apartment tonight," Ji Yuning said to Ji Yu Man. "Will Xiaoting go with you?" Ji Yu Man asked. "Sure, we're going to meet our mutual friends. They are all from either rich or powerful families, and it's helpful to my business," Ji Yuning lied without hesitation. Great. Ji Yu Man didn't doubt Ji Yuning at all. Moreover, there was only one bed in the apartment. Ji Yuning would have to sleep on the sofa if she stayed in the apartment with them. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, smiled a little with satisfaction. Ji Yu Man and Ji Yuqing didn't notice Leng Xiaoting's reaction, but Ji Yuning did. She rolled her eyes at him. Why are men always thinking about having sex? Nevertheless, Ji Yuning also understood that a man stopped loving you if he didn't have any sexual desire for you. Although it sounds a little embarrassing, Ji Yuning had to admit that she sometimes wanted sex too. Ji Yuning and the others knocked on the door of Ji Yu Qinyang's place around 6 p.m., and Ji Yu Qinyang was already home. When Ji Yu Qinyang opened the door and saw that they came with many packages, he felt embarrassed. "You didn't need to bring so many gifts." Afterwards, Ji Yu Qinyang invited them to walk inside, and he was stunned by Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance when Leng Xiaoting walked by him. "This is," he asked Ji Yuning. "Oh, he's my friend, Leng Xiaoting, and he's our private chauffeur for the 2 days we are in City F," Ji Yuning said. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Leng." Ji Yu Qinyang greeted him politely. "Nice to meet you," Leng Xiaoting said. Wen Yulan went grocery shopping, and wasn't home yet, while Ji Yu Yinyan and Ji Yu Qingxi were watching TV in the living room. Seeing them walking inside, Ji Yu Yinyan and Ji Yu Qingxi didn't show any pride like they had done before but felt uneasy. Although Ji Yu Yinyan and Ji Yu Qingxi didn't have good characters, they weren't little kids after all, so they understood that things were different now. Ji Yu Qinyang and their mother had already told them about what had happened to Ji Yu Xiaoxiao and the fact that Ji Yuning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so neither Ji Yu Yinyan nor Ji Yu Qingxi dared to laugh at Ji Yuning anymore. They also received thick red envelopes from Ji Yuqing and Ji Yu Man. Upon thinking about what they had done before, they felt ashamed. When they were all seated, Ji Yu Qinyang criticized Ji Yu Yinyan and Ji Yu Qingxi because they hadn't greeted Ji Yu Man and the others yet. "Hey, you two, don't forget your manners." Ji Yu Qinyang had reminded them beforehand, but they suddenly remained so quiet now. Hearing that, both of them greeted Ji Yu Man and Ji Yu Qing with embarrassment. "Ha ha, it's fine." Ji Yu Qing and Ji Yu Man didn't mind that they had been rude to them before. After all, they were just children. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can Make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.